in a certain office. Damn it, I was diligently studying island romance films, and now I've crossed over after a mere nap? Such a method of transmigration seems rather hasty. He shook his heavy head from the memories in his mind. He realized he was in Xiangshui City, within the nation of the White Rabbit. A modern metropolis not much different from his previous life. If one were to highlight any differences, it would be the peculiar and lopsided development of the cultural industry in the White Rabbit. Aside from the vibrant growth of novels, the realms of music, animation, film, and comics languished in a state of struggle. It is worth mentioning the country renowned in his past life for its cherry blossoms and various female teachers is here merely a province of the White Rabbit, the province of Cheery. As for those works that gained international fame in his previous life, they have yet to appear here. Of course, what truly sent Su Yang into despair was the fact that he was now an undeniable second-generation burden. His family's toy factory had gone bankrupt, leaving a debt of $2.5 million. The previous owner could not bear this cruel reality and resorted to medication for suicide. And now clearly, this debt now falls upon Su Yang to repay. Damn it, what is the world coming to? The total funds in the factory barely amount to $500,000. How am I supposed to repay this? Su Yang could not help but curse in his previous life. He wouldn't say he was wealthy, but at least he was free from worries about basic sustenance. Yet now, reborn into a life burdened with debt? Isn't this a cruel joke? He had contemplated revitalizing the toy factory thus. He could free himself from the shackles of death. However, in this era, the saleability of toys depends on the quality of the corresponding stories behind them. The factory previously collaborated with a novelist, leveraging the popularity of his works to boost toy sales. But it was precisely due to this novelist's plagiarism that led to the company's bankruptcy and debts. Clearly, continuing that collaboration is out of the question. Finding a new author would require considerable fame. Such writers demand a starting fee of at least $200,000. Adding in promotional costs, raw materials, and labor expenses, the outlay would soar into the hundreds of thousands. With the weight of debt pressing down upon him, Su Yang found it utterly impossible to engage in such endeavors. Is there truly no way to swiftly clear this debt? Su Yang despondently tugged at his hair, unwilling to accept his fate. If only I could produce and promote the anime in my previous life, surely it would lead to the toy factory's booming sales. Pokemon, the Gundam series, which of these isn't a veritable cash cow? Yet now, he couldn't even manage the toy factory. The more capital-intensive film industry was utterly beyond his reach. How wonderful it would be if I had a golden finger. In the novels he had read in his past life, transmigrators like him always seemed to possess some kind of extraordinary support. Yet, alas, such things exist only within the realm of fiction. Su Yang shook his head and sighed. A fleeting fantasy is but a mere whim, not to be taken too seriously. Anime industry creation system activating. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Su Yang's mind. He widened his eyes in astonishment, even rising to his feet in shock. A system? Surely, he could not have misheard. Binding initiated. Binding successful. A luminous screen materialized before Su Yang, and corresponding information flooded his mind. The astonishment on Su Yang's face gradually transformed into delight. This system, which existed solely in the realm of dreams, had unexpectedly manifested in his life. The anime industry creation system. As the name suggests, it encompasses not only anime production, but also the development of related industries. For instance, toy manufacturing and the enhancement of peripheral industries. The system shop offered various items such as efficiency acceleration capsules, memory recall cookies, clarity of thought candies, and toy material identification pills, among others. However, acquiring these items required popularity points. One must release works to earn them. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Upon entering the system, Su Yang's smile grew even brighter. The gift pack included 50,000 popularity points, 2 efficiency acceleration capsules, 2 clarity of thought candies, and a specialized computer for anime production. Armed with the system, he felt equipped to confront his current challenges. Su Yang believed he could succeed once more. Of course, he had to admit that he had spoken rather loudly to his beloved heavenly grandfather just moments ago. Without hesitation, he promptly spent 50,000 popularity points to exchange for the ability of a level 3 anime production elite. Host, Su Yang age, 23 title. Anime production elite. Your abilities far exceed those of a level 1 anime novice and are significantly stronger than those of a level 2 anime creator. However, you still have much to learn. Strive onward to achieve the title of level 4 anime production expert. Popularity points, 0 items. Efficiency acceleration capsules 2, clarity of thought candies 2, specialized anime production computer 1. Physical condition, 58. You are a frail man. May you soon embark on a journey of strength and vigor. Deploy the computer. Su Yang silently commanded, materializing the computer onto his desk. With only 6 months remaining, the time to repay his debts was drawing near, and urgency loomed. My first project will be none other than you, Pokemon. To swiftly amass wealth. Selling toys appeared to be a promising avenue, one in which he possessed a solid foundation. But how could he maximize his profits? The key lay in targeting the youth. They constituted the primary consumer base for toys. In his previous life, he was not short of companies that excelled in anime production, yet they succumbed to failure due to lack of profitability. The root of the problem lay in their failure to tap into the youth market. The remarkable aspect of Pokemon is that it captivates not only the younger generation, but also young adults. Young adults are the driving force behind anime consumption. Such endeavors can indeed yield financial rewards through the medium of animation, alleviating burdens. Hee, the adorable and charming electric mouse, the silly garlic-headed turtle, and the majestic water tortoise weather boys can resist, I cannot say, but I am certain that girls will find it irresistible. As Su Yang meticulously crafted the visuals, a mischievous grin manifested upon his face. In a bid to enhance his efficiency, he promptly utilized an efficiency-boosting cookie. This elixir would sustain its effects for 2 hours, amplifying his productivity tenfold. Moreover, it would not induce dependency or aversion within his body. Truly, the capabilities bestowed by the system are remarkably effective. In his previous life, Su Yang was not a professional in animation, however. With the assistance of the system's abilities, the corresponding characters and scenes flowed smoothly from his hands. It was as if divine intervention guided him, allowing for almost uninterrupted creation. Before long, a series of vivid scene illustrations materialized within the designated workspace of the software. To further captivate the audience's hearts, Su Yang devoted extra care to render Pikachu in an even more enchanting and delightful manner. Indeed, upon witnessing the Pikachu he had personally drawn, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. Chapter 2. Eradicating the tumor. Transformation is crucial. Excellent. This delightful sensation is precisely what I sought. Everything is now perfect, with the systematic efficiency provided by the software. Within 3 hours, I completed all the raw footage for the first episode. Su Yang imported it into the animation software. The next 5 hours swiftly slipped away as he engaged in coloring, editing, storyboard design, action allocation, and voice dubbing. Finally, the animation for the first episode was completed. As Su Yang admired his creation, he couldn't help but feel that, with the system's assistance, it surpassed even the perfection he had witnessed in his previous life. The characters appeared more vibrant, and the storyline flowed with greater clarity. The voice acting, bestowed by the system, resonated more closely with the characters than ever before, promising to captivate the audience. The success of Pokemon would ultimately determine everything. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang felt a wave of tension and uncertainty wash over him. Next, he had to convene a staff meeting. The company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, and even the owner had resorted to desperate measures, not to mention the employees. He needed to reassure the anxious staff and devise a plan for revitalizing the toy factory. After instructing the HR department to notify all employees of the meeting, he returned to his diligent work. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yang arrived at the office. "Mr. Su, you finally made it. Are you here to distribute severance pay? It's about time. Why keep struggling?" A man in his 30s scoffed. "Reporting bankruptcy, repaying debts. Why not just grant us our freedom?" Su Yang furrowed his brow at the man's disrespectful words. "So, you all have no intention of remaining at the factory, is that correct?" he inquired calmly, surveying the assembled crowd. A closer look revealed the pronounced veins on his forehead, a testament to his agitation. Who would be pleased to face such a challenge upon arrival? "Haha, Mr. Su, are you joking? Do you really believe this failing factory can retain anyone?" The same man sneered. This provoked an angry retort from a colleague beside Su Yang. "Zhang Chong, you ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for Mr. Su's support with your middle school education, what achievements would you have today? Zhang Chong merely laughed in response, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I truly appreciate Mr. Su's guidance, but I refuse to squander my prime years here. To be frank, I've already secured another position with a monthly salary of 9,000, along with various year-end bonuses and dividends. What's the incentive for me to stay here for a mere 7,500 a month, especially at a factory on the verge of collapse? His words flushed the faces of those present with indignation, and Su Yang's expression grew increasingly somber. Indeed, Mr. Su. While Zhang Chong's words were somewhat vehement, they reflect the reality of the situation. I have received invitations from other companies and do not intend to remain shackled to this dilapidated establishment any longer. Yes, Mr. Su. Out of respect for the goodwill you have shown us in the past, we are willing to resign voluntarily. However, you must compensate us with 6 months' salary. Otherwise, we shall pursue the necessary procedures. Gazing at the assembly before him, Su Yang clenched his fists. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, and addressed the 8 individuals before him. Is this how you all feel? The group surrounding Zhang Chong sneered, making the answer painfully evident. Yet, 2 among them looked steadfastly at Su Yang and declared, "We have decided to stay." Immediately, these 2 were met with ridicule from Zhang Chong and his 6 companions. I cannot fathom what resides in your minds that would lead you to such a foolish decision, Zhang Chong scoffed, shaking his head, devoid of any respect for Su Yang, and haughtily remarked, "Su Yang, do expedite the disbursement of our severance pay. Otherwise, do not blame us for escalating matters." Narrowing his eyes, Su Yang let out a cold snort. "Out of pity for your plight, I shall grant you 3 months. Take your money and promptly depart." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong and his group erupted in laughter, deriding him. Pity? Ha ha, we wonder who the truly pitiable one is. For one who is on the brink of falling into despair, I shall not take offense at your insolence. Seeing this, Su Yang wasted no more words and turned to his side. Sister Yer, I must trouble you with this matter. Suya, a high school classmate of Su Yang, was his most trusted confidant. Mr. Su, the company's finances are already strained. Su Ya's face betrayed her concern, but Su Yang shook his head, resolute in his desire to expunge this malignant presence swiftly to avoid further annoyance. The total salary for this group over 3 months amounted to a staggering 135,000. It was still within his means to bear. Although his heart ached at the thought, he accepted the cost of eradicating this toxic group. Upon hearing his words, Suya sighed. Before long, Zhang Chong and his entourage received notification of the transaction. Indeed, Mr. Su, true to your word, we shall part ways indefinitely. With that, Zhang Chong and his companions rose, strutting away with bravado. As they passed by, Su Yang remarked coldly, "I hope you do not come to regret your decision today." Zhang Chong and his group laughed heartily. Regret? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I shall never regret it. Leaving this place was my wisest choice. Watching them depart, Su Yang turned his attention back to the 2 remaining individuals. Li Liang, Zhang Yu, I thank you for your trust. He expressed his gratitude, recognizing that true loyalty is revealed in times of adversity. At this moment, he discerned who was truly worthy of trust. Given the factory's operational challenges, I have resolved to shift our focus towards creating anime as a means to revive the factory. Upon hearing this, Li Liang and Zhang Yu were taken aback, immediately voicing their objections. Mr. Su, you are well aware of the factory's current situation. We lack the capacity to pursue this endeavor. Your idea is utterly impractical. It is of no consequence. We can devise alternative methods to rejuvenate the factory, but pursuing animation is undoubtedly a misguided venture. Their assertions hold merit. In the current climate, the animation industry remains shrouded in uncertainty, with the majority of its survival reliant on adaptations of novels. Thus, in their perspective, the process of creating an animation entails seeking out novelists and acquiring their copyrights. Following this, one must engage animation studios for production, voice acting companies for dubbing, and music firms for song creation. Subsequently, it is imperative to enlist promotional agencies and film companies for marketing and distribution. Lastly, one must also handle registration and filing, not to mention the considerable time investment required. The financial outlay for such an endeavor would be at least 1 million. Yet, the solar toy factory currently lacks the capacity for such an undertaking. Moreover, can they genuinely locate suitable novelists for collaboration? Indeed, Mr. Su, I too am in disagreement. At this juncture, Suya emerged, vehemently refuting the notion. Upon hearing this, Suyang was taken aback by the unanimous dissent. However, he was not one to concede so easily. He asserted, whether it is feasible or not, we shall ascertain through trial. I possess a sample clip. Why not view it before reaching a decision? Chapter 3. Unaccountably captivating. Upon hearing his words, a collective sigh escaped from them, including Suya. Suyang truly was relentless in his pursuits. Yet, considering his current predicament, they opted to spare him further distress. Viewing it would not be detrimental. Thus, they agreed to watch. Of course, Suya and the others held no expectations. While a sample clip existed, they had never heard of such a thing. This could only imply that it was a fabrication of Suyang's imagination. They did not believe he possessed any innate storytelling talent. The sample clip was, in fact, the first episode, depicting the encounter between Ash and Pikachu. Suyang had also adapted the names and backgrounds to align with the style of the Kingdom of White Rabbits. The art style of Pokemon is not particularly complex, which is why Suyang could execute it so swiftly. Initially, Suya and her companions were devoid of hope. Yet, inexplicably, they soon found themselves drawn into this enchanting realm filled with fantastical creatures. Suya, in particular, often erupted into peals of laughter, her joy radiating. How careless was Ash to miss such a pivotal moment as receiving his Pokemon while indulging in slumber. Giggling, she remarked, "Now look. Someone else has taken the Pokemon he desired." While laughing, she evaluated the unfolding narrative, completely immersed in the animated world. Ash is so fortunate. The professor even left him a delightful surprise. Pikachu is utterly adorable. I wish I could have one. However, would the Pikachu, which harbors a disdain for humans, accept Ash? Ha ha, I knew it. Pikachu would certainly refuse to be confined within such a diminutive Pokeball. Meanwhile, Li Liang and Zhang Yu were equally engrossed, oblivious to any incongruity in their fondness for the charming Pikachu. However, Ash's mother is rather chatty. Having a Pikachu is certainly better than having none at all. Indeed, all mothers seem to have a penchant for nagging. Oh, Ash is about to embark on an adventure with Pikachu. How will they interact? Just as the story reaches this intriguing juncture, it abruptly halts. Alas, why does it end here? Suya and the others voiced their displeasure. Suya, with a look of longing, lamented, "Why can't it be a bit longer? It's truly too short. I haven't had my fill yet." Li Liang and Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiment that it was indeed too brief. Just as it was getting exciting, it ended. Such a pity. Yet, this elicited a smile from Suyang. "How did the three of you find the story?" Suya, amused by his question, responded, "Mr. Su, do you think our reactions were not sufficiently apparent?" Suyang chuckled, feeling bolstered by their enthusiasm. He suggested, "How about this? You each take a copy home for the children in your families to read and see what they think." While it did not surprise him that adults enjoyed it, after all, Pokemon had been wildly popular among people of all ages in his previous life. He was uncertain whether children would share that sentiment. Given the stakes for the toy factory, a cautious approach seemed prudent. If children enjoyed it, then they could proceed to the next steps. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to possess such literary prowess. However, can you truly guarantee that this story will save the toy factory? I mean, can you assure the quality of the subsequent installments?" Li Liang acknowledged the excellence of the story presented, but cautioned that if the follow-up was lacking, it could lead to an overall collapse. Relying on this to sell toys and recoup losses seemed nearly impossible. In his view, Suyang had never exhibited any particular talent for storytelling. Suya and Zhang Yu also nodded in agreement, sharing similar concerns. Suyang, with confidence, assured them, "You need not worry. This is indeed a critical juncture, and I will ensure that the subsequent stories remain as captivating as ever." The three could only respond with tentative acceptance. After all, there was no immediate way to prove it. For now, Suyang's word was law. Meanwhile, he was not idle. Whether children would enjoy it was something for Suya and the others to test. However, gauging the preferences of the broader adult audience was his responsibility. He needed to promote Pokemon widely. In the land of the White Rabbit, the most effective promotional channel was the platform Info. With a population of 1.6 billion, White Rabbit Country boasted 912 billion users on Info. Utilizing Info would enable Suyang to achieve his objectives swiftly. Without hesitation, he activated his Info account and uploaded the edited first episode, dividing it into 6 segments, each 4 minutes long. He then invested 1,000 to promote it as a trending topic. One must spend money to attract attention. After all, One cannot catch wolves without first nurturing the cubs. When Xiaoxia, a back-end reviewer for musical notes, is confronted daily with an overwhelming array of videos, alas, they are either laced with inappropriate content or rife with monotonous trend-following clips. Is it too much to ask for a gentle, healing, and adorable video to soothe my wounded spirit? As she grumbled, she swiftly categorized various videos with different outcomes. Those deemed inappropriate were deleted as per the guidelines, while the acceptable ones were approved for different classifications and recommended for viewing. Oh Xiaoxia, spare us your complaints. This is certainly better than that previous period filled with gory and violent videos, lamented a colleague beside her. You have no idea, during that time, I lost my appetite for several days. I am aware of that, but in these past few months, I have yet to encounter a video that truly captivates me. The level of homogenization is alarmingly severe. Where is the innovation? When Xiaoxia sighed, shaking her head in despair. At that moment, a delightful pika-pika sound unexpectedly jolted her. Instinctively, she turned her gaze to the screen and was greeted by a charming yellow electric mouse timidly appearing in the frame. Her colleague was equally entranced, fixated on the screen with an expression of utter infatuation, drooling as she exclaimed, "Ah, why is this yellow electric mouse so incredibly adorable? It has struck straight through to my heart." Their exclamations attracted the attention of others in the office. What? An electric mouse? Wow, how cute. The girls in the office quickly gathered around, all fixated on Pikachu on the screen, unable to extricate themselves from its charm. They felt their hearts fluttering, being healed by every movement of Pikachu. The long-standing stress they had endured was finally released. The 24-minute video soon came to an end, and when Xiaoxia was abruptly pulled back from the nurturing atmosphere into the bleak reality, filled with a sense of loss. What anime is this? How have I never seen it before? Why is it so short? When Xiaoxia lamented, "Quick, see if there is a second episode." Yes. Let us find out the name of this anime and search for the subsequent plot. I wish to continue being healed, without needing to be prompted. When Xiaoxia had already begun her search. Chapter 4. Just as it began, it was abruptly cut off. Oh my heavens, this is a newly released anime? It's called Pokemon. When Xiaoxia exclaimed in despair, realizing that it currently has only one episode. Upon hearing this, the office erupted in dismay. No way. Why is such a delightful anime limited to just one episode? Others quickly responded. Let us find out which company produced this. I must urge them to release more. When Xiaoxia promptly conducted further inquiries, only to be met with disbelief as she exclaimed, "There are no records of this work. This is a newly emerged anime." This revelation plunged the office into despair. Why, one might wonder, is such a visually captivating anime limited to a single episode, with its origins shrouded in mystery? It is akin to a traveler in a desert, standing before a shimmering oasis yet unable to partake in its refreshing waters. This enchanting anime cannot be allowed to fade into obscurity. Ladies, let us rally to ensure its recognition. Perhaps if the creator observes the acclaim for their work, a second episode will follow. When Xiaoxia's strategic proposal garnered immediate support from her colleagues. A yellow electric mouse that emits sparks? Capturing tiny spirits to become a master of their care? An array of peculiar creatures, each endowed with unique abilities? That day, users scrolling through the platform serendipitously encountered the same captivating visuals. The adorable sounds of Pika Pika echoed, as the yellow electric mouse endeared itself to the hearts of all viewers. The pressures of the day seemed to dissipate within those fleeting moments, and smiles spontaneously graced many faces, an occurrence not witnessed in years. Particularly for the young ladies, the desire to cradle a Pikachu became irresistible, envisioning the comfort it would bring. Almost as if orchestrated by unseen forces, a flurry of trending topics such as hot searches, discussion circles, and topics swiftly emerged within the platform, drawing a multitude of participants. How have I never heard of this anime before? One might ponder. Indeed, I found no traces online. Could it be a recent release? This anime has truly dazzled my senses. Few can craft such whimsical, healing narratives that resonate so well with the public. Which studio is behind this creation? If the storyline remains intact, I have a premonition it will become a phenomenal success. Spare me the hype. Do you really believe this work will soon be banned and forgotten? As public discourse surrounding Pokemon intensified, the platform's management, typically focused on traffic, swiftly allocated additional exposure. They also began disseminating it through other channels. Consequently, the platform's news outlet featured corresponding topics. It was not only office workers who found solace. Numerous homemakers and mothers were equally captivated by the electric mouse named Pikachu. Its charm melted hearts and offered a remedy for life's discontent, becoming their most frequently uttered phrase. Upon their return home, the husbands were astonished to discover that their wives exhibited an unusual tenderness that day, their smiles radiating an exceptionally sweet charm. In Xiangshui City, Tianfu District, Yangzhang Zichong, a fifth grader, lay sprawled on the sofa, wailing, "No, no. Mom, I want to watch Pikachu. You promised we would each have a turn." Beside him, his beloved mother, Hualajuan, wore a soothing smile as she watched the animated series Pokemon on her phone. "Oh dear, Zichong, please don't fuss. I'll let you watch it again, all right? I promise you can see the next episodes," she reassured him, though her gaze remained fixated on the screen. "No, no. You've said that 5 times already. I've finished my homework. Mom is such a big liar. You never keep your promises." Zichong lamented, his grievances falling on deaf ears. Such scenarios unfolded in many households. Meanwhile, Su Yang found solace in the data he had garnered, feeling that his investment of 1,000 yuan in promotion was worthwhile. The view count had surpassed 2 million, and his fan base had grown to 300,000. He planned to release a new episode tomorrow, unveiling the name of his personal studio, thereby laying the groundwork for brand recognition. If this trend continued, surpassing 10 million views and achieving phenomenal popularity would be within reach. At that point, he could generate ample promotional momentum for toy manufacturers. Once he had 3 episodes, he would promptly register and file for sales, while simultaneously distributing the series on major film platforms to reap substantial profits. The future appeared bright. A sigh of relief escaped Su Yang. Just moments ago, feedback from Suya and her companions had arrived, revealing that their children adored Pokemon. This bolstered Su Yang's confidence, alleviating the suffocating weight of debt. However, crises often strike unexpectedly. The following morning, after a sleepless night, Su Yang finally completed the production of the 2nd and 3rd episodes. He promptly submitted the bundled content to the National Film Approval Center for registration and circulation. Just as he finished this task and prepared to check the data on his phone, Suya rushed into the office, her face etched with urgency. "President Su, something terrible has happened." At her words, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly inquired, "What is it? What has happened?" Suya replied, "President Su, Yuesher Media suddenly launched an anime adaptation of the popular novel The Emperor of the Desolate Sky at 9 o'clock last night, and with their extensive online promotion, our anime's popularity has been completely overshadowed." Hearing this, Su Yang was taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. How could this happen at such a critical moment? Yuesher Media was the leading film group in the White Rabbit Nation. Having read The Emperor of the Wasteland, it is undeniable that its brilliance is unparalleled. At such a juncture, encountering such a formidable combination leaves Su Yang with little hope for survival. Yet, what truly vexes him is the sudden emergence of this exceptional work, catching him entirely unprepared. This, however, is a customary tactic employed by Yuesher Media, known for its penchant for surprise releases. Additionally, an influx of disparaging news has surfaced online regarding our project. Would you care to peruse it? Suya continued, prompting Su Yang to reluctantly unlock his phone. Indeed, not long after scrolling, he stumbled upon news related to Pokemon. Chapter 5. The Onslaught of Crisis Critic by Song remarked, "No way. Could it be true that someone is actually watching this intellectually deficient anime meant for children? Last night, I heard whispers of it potentially becoming a hit, and I merely chuckled in silence, setting aside the childishness of its narrative. The fact that this anime lacks both a source novel and any production company credit clearly indicates it is the work of a mere student. To have even a single episode of such a story is already a rarity, and to hope for subsequent captivating plots seems rather irrational. It demonstrates a concerning lack of aesthetic judgment among netizens who believe a story suitable only for toddlers could achieve blockbuster status." This morning, upon waking up to the news of The Emperor of the Wasteland premiering, I reflected and found scant traces of Pokemon remaining, which further substantiates my viewpoint. It may garner fleeting attention, but for Pokemon and its creators to aspire to greatness is nothing short of a fantasy. Critic Gao Xiaoyan added, "It is not entirely devoid of merit. Though I concur with Mr. Baisong's perspective, it is indeed tailored for children, as exceptional works like The Emperor of the Wasteland are more suitable for a youthful audience. If Pokemon wishes to succeed, perhaps it should draw inspiration from Western fairy tales that could pave the way for it to become a distinguished children's anime." The premiere of The Emperor of the Wasteland overshadowing Pokemon comes as no surprise, for Pokemon was never destined for success. Such articles, albeit few, were penned by notable figures, instantly branding Pokemon with the label of childishness. This swiftly constrained its promotional reach, relegating Pokemon to the realm of children's entertainment. Such a strategy is undeniably ruthless. Suyong then checked the streaming metrics, discovering that views had only increased by a mere 10,000 overnight. Correspondingly, trending topics had plummeted to the depths. From yesterday's fervent recommendations to today's utter neglect. How absurd. President Su, what should we do now? Is there any hope for us to penetrate the market? Suya gazed at Suyong, feeling utterly at a loss. She had originally believed that Pokemon would serve as the key to unlocking market potential. Yet now, hope was shattered with such swiftness, ephemeral as a night blooming Sirius, offering only a fleeting glimpse of beauty. Yes, Suyong gazed at Suya, his jaw set with unwavering determination. I believe in my work. Even if it's temporarily labeled as childish, there will come a day when the clouds part and the sun shines through. Otherwise, last night's overwhelming popularity wouldn't have happened. It couldn't all have been driven by children, could it? I'll contact the platform administrators to continue promoting it. I paid for this. They can't just leave me with nothing. You go reassure Zhang Yu and Li Liang. Watching Suyong's stubborn resolve, Suya sighed and nodded before stepping away. Damn it. Even just one more day would have made all the difference. Suyong punched the wall the moment Suya left. The dawn of success had been within reach, only to be abruptly plunged into an abyss of despair. It was utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, online, though some still watched Pokemon, their numbers had dwindled significantly, and few dared to view it openly anymore. Discussions about it had all but vanished, or if they did occur, they were sharply divided into two factions. One side found the story heartwarming and therapeutic, suitable for a broad audience. The other, more vocal majority, insisted it was purely for children, ridiculing anyone else who watched it. Their dominance in numbers allowed them to mock and suppress opposing voices, cementing Pokemon's reputation as nothing more than a childish pastime. Anyone caught watching it in public now drew scornful glances. Many chose to swallow their frustration. After all, it was just an anime. Why invite public disdain and make oneself an outcast? Yet a defiant few still spoke up. What is so bad about Pokemon? It's incredibly soothing. Why dismiss it as childish? Do you even understand appreciation? The great desolate emperor is good, yes, but does that negate Pokemon's brilliance? Have half of you even watched it before parroting this childish nonsense? Isn't that laughable? The reason anime struggles to thrive here is precisely because of people like you. On the platform, a user named Thousand Army Sweeper posted this bold take, instantly drawing both attention and a storm of backlash. In the end, outnumbered and overwhelmed, the account was reported and banned for a month. Arc, this is infuriating. How dare they slander my Pokemon? When Xiaoxia, a platform moderator, slammed her mouse in frustration, her face flushed with anger. Thousand Army Sweeper was her. She had hoped to dismantle the prejudice and restore Pokemon's reputation, but alone against the tide. She could only retreat in defeat. However, the story is far from over. Her actions have led to a warning from her superior and her reassignment from the review position. The individual who replaced her immediately took measures to restrict the flow of all videos related to Pokemon, vigorously promoting the anime The Emperor of the Wild. Meanwhile, in the capital of the White Rabbit Kingdom, within a certain building in Jingzhou City, the manager of the publicity department at Yuancher Media remarked with a sneer, I apologize. But Pokemon, you are indeed remarkable, far more exceptional than I had anticipated. Allowing your development would undoubtedly pose a threat to our works at Yuancher Media. For the sake of our stability, I must regretfully take action against you. Do not blame me for being ruthless, if I do not utterly dismantle you. How could the Emperor of the Wild hope to secure any market share? It was indeed his scheme that rendered Pokemon inconspicuous overnight. He merely wished to express that wealth truly enables one to impose their will, orchestrating everything according to their desires. Days passed, and the popularity of Pokemon continued to wane, even though Suyong invested in trending promotions to keep it visible. The immature nature of the anime's public perception resulted in minimal viewership. Suyong ventured across various platforms, expending considerable funds, yet to no avail. It was his first genuine encounter with the formidable power of capital, a sense of despair that rendered one utterly powerless. If there were no other options, he would have no choice but to sell the rights to a television station to raise funds, addressing his debts first. Should online channels be obstructed? He would have to revert to traditional distribution methods through television. Chapter 6. The Emperor of the Wild takes action. A glimmer of hope not yet defeated. Su Yang. Do not surrender. He repeatedly urged himself to muster resilience. To concede at this juncture would mean total hopelessness. Grandfather, this anime is truly captivating. Why do we seldom see news about it online? A child, around 10 years old, inquired of the elderly man beside him. I recall just a few days ago, everyone was watching it. You once told me that exceptional anime is destined for success and will be recognized and widely disseminated by the people, yet it seems Pokemon is not faring so well. In a residence guarded by soldiers within Jingzhou City, the young boy expressed his confusion. So grandfather is indeed planning to assist Pokemon. The elderly man affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and asked, "What do you think of the first 3 episodes of Pokemon?" Without hesitation, the child exclaimed, "They are fantastic. The storyline is incredibly engaging. If I could have a Pikachu, I would be overjoyed." The elder nodded, then picked up the phone, conversed briefly, and subsequently hung up. Time passed, and 2 more days went by. "Mr. Su, our approval has been granted." Had Suya received this news before the release of The Emperor of the Wild, she would have been immensely elated. Yet now, she couldn't muster even the faintest smile. How much had the view count increased on the music platform these past 2 days? Suyang couldn't help but sigh. Though he had been remarkably resilient, the cruel reality was beginning to erode his resolve, planting seeds of surrender in his mind. The latest 2 episodes combined had garnered a mere 20,000 views. Director Suya's words trailed off, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Was there still hope that the success of the animation could revive the toy factory's sales? Suyang had no answer. He found himself teetering between perseverance and surrender. Seeing his hesitation, Suya sighed and quietly withdrew. Thanks to connections from past collaborations, the factory had secured some orders, contract manufacturing for other companies. It wasn't enough to stave off imminent closure, but it kept the lights on. Still, against the staggering debt of over 2 million. These earnings were but a drop in the ocean. Online, discussions about Pokemon had dwindled to an all-time low, overshadowed entirely by the fervor surrounding the great desolate emperor. Even sympathizers like Wen Xiaoxia, who lamented Pokemon's undeserved obscurity, could only sigh helplessly, powerless to change the tide. Yet that very afternoon, an article by the celebrated author Yi Fan abruptly altered everything. Last night, during a break from writing, I stumbled upon a fascinating animation called Pokemon. Though only 1 episode has been released thus far, the quality displayed in this debut suggests that, barring any creative missteps, the subsequent installments should maintain a commendable standard. This is an exceptionally inventive work, whether it's the peculiar little creatures with their myriad mystical abilities or the trainers who capture and raise them for battle. The concept is entirely unprecedented. I believe it may pioneer an entirely new genre. Let us call it beast taming, for both the animation industry and the literary world. This serves as an enlightening spark, potentially revitalizing our stagnant cultural landscape. I urge my fellow writers to study it. There is much to be gleaned. Between the lines, Yi Fan's admiration for Pokemon was palpable. I had intended to share my thoughts earlier, but after browsing online, I noticed a prevailing bias against this animation. Since when was it decreed that animations are solely for children? The values embedded within are no less profound than those of other works. To dismiss it as childish based solely on its art style is deeply unjust to such a remarkable piece. As an industry insider, I trust my judgment surpasses that of certain so-called experts. Their dismissive stance strikes me as unduly prejudiced. Certainly, the true merit of this anime ultimately rests in the hands of the public. Only the culture that resonates with the masses can be deemed truly exceptional. Hence, I wholeheartedly encourage everyone to experience this anime. Perhaps you will uncover a different perspective and gain invaluable insights. Following the publication of Yi Fan's article, an overwhelming wave of excitement and attention surged within mere minutes. Who is Yi Fan, you may wonder? The title of a popular author is but a modest characterization. He is one of the 5 luminary writers in the realm of novels, a distinguished member of the Baitugwa Cultural Association, and a 5-time recipient of the title of King of Novels, revered as the Emperor of Fiction. At the tender age of 30, he wields considerable influence in the literary domain of Baitugwa. To receive even a word of praise from him is considered an honor, elevating one's status in the literary world, a coveted opportunity that countless authors yearn for yet find elusive. To have an entire article dedicated to lauding a work is a fantasy many writers dare not even entertain. Yet, the anime Pokemon has garnered such resounding acclaim. How can one not be astounded? Is Pokemon truly so remarkable? Do take a moment to explore its brilliance. The fact that it has captured fans' admiration prompts the question, what enchantment does Pokemon possess? An influx of netizens immediately sought to investigate this anime, eager to ascertain whether it truly lives up to fans' exalted praise. Fans of Pokemon, previously hesitant to voice their appreciation due to prior public sentiment, now found their confidence bolstered. With someone of fans' stature endorsing this work, who would dare to ridicule their affections? They could finally engage in open discussions and express their adoration without reservation. It is indeed splendid. How could one not acknowledge the Emperor's magnificence? I challenge anyone to continue labeling Pokemon as juvenile or merely for children. Upon learning of these developments, when Xiaoxia was elated, she had long lamented the plight of Pokemon. Yet now, it is evident that quality works can achieve recognition. The crux lies in the absence of individuals like Fan, who boldly speak out. Such commendable creations deserve to be disseminated rapidly, ensuring greater awareness. Fan, in the face of unjust treatment towards exceptional works, has never been vague in his stance. Naturally, when Xiaoxia feared the emergence of unforeseen circumstances that might lead to another backlash against Pokemon. Thus, she promptly revitalized the relevant discussions on social media. Fans' remarks undoubtedly brought significant traffic to these platforms, and the management, which thrives on such engagement, would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Chapter 7. True Gold fears no fire. Recently, something that had been suppressed re-emerged. Many individuals who previously followed the crowd and deemed Pokemon as mere childish entertainment found themselves intrigued after seeing Fans' endorsement. They were genuinely curious to discover what remarkable qualities could elicit such praise from him. Upon viewing it, they realized their superficiality and recognized that media influence had misguided them, leading them to unjustly criticize such an exceptional work. What have I done? They lamented, nearly tarnishing this masterpiece. I admit my ignorance. Pokemon is indeed deserving of its acclaim and remarkably engaging. I extend my sincerest apologies to Pokemon and earnestly hope for its continued updates. As I am eager to delve further into its unfolding narrative, an increasing number of people are bestowing high praise upon this creation, and the popularity of Pokemon is rapidly resurging. I eagerly anticipate your ultimate achievements. In a modest room in Jingzhou City, a man clad in robe-like attire smiled and spoke. He is none other than the literary world's celestial emperor, Fan. Aren't you at all curious about the author of this work? Remarked a stylishly dressed and handsome man beside him. For now, he does not capture my interest. Let him evolve further. I look forward to his ascent to our level. Fan responded with an air of tranquility, betraying no hint of admiration for Su Yang. The handsome man shook his head. Your expectations are rather lofty. In these years, you must have encountered numerous prodigies. Yet how many have truly surged forward to reach a realm such as ours? Most have exhausted their potential along the way, stalling in their progress. While Pokemon may be splendid, I fear this author may become constrained by such a pattern, finding it difficult to achieve further breakthroughs. In the vast literary world, geniuses abound. Yet few ascend to the status of a true master. Many talented individuals can craft a remarkable piece and attain considerable acclaim through it. However, such a celebrated work often marks their zenith. Numerous writers struggle throughout their lives to transcend their limitations, unable to surpass themselves and reach new heights. Too many authors fade into obscurity following their debut masterpieces. Fan, on the other hand, has been in the industry for 12 years, producing 5 distinctly styled works, each a classic in its own right. He stands as a rare example of one whose prowess only grows stronger. Previously, aspiring to become a literary giant required the creation of 3 classic works, and those works had to be diverse in style. The handsome man did not believe that the author of Pokemon could disrupt this established rule. Upon hearing this, Fan suddenly chuckled. Who can say? He then inquired. By the way, how is your new work progressing? Any leads? The handsome man replied. How could I possibly be here before you without a clue? As he spoke, he picked up a tablet from beside him, opened a document, and presented it to Fan. Upon seeing the name Wei Gungfu, Fan began to read. Meanwhile, within the halls of Yuesher Media Company, the publicity department manager wore a grim expression, one that could almost be described as dripping with discontent. He clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fury. Damn it. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly shouted, slamming his fist down upon the table, which creaked in protest. What on earth is the origin of Pokemon that it has garnered the approval of the cultural committee's higher-ups? He seethed, gritting his teeth. If it were not for the warning from the cultural committee, would I allow the resurgence of the melody without taking action? He tightened his fists and scoffed. So? They only permit fair competition? Very well, let us demonstrate our strength. Even if we cannot suppress Pokemon, does that mean the desolate emperor is lacking? It is based on a popular novel with a considerable fan base. Furthermore, we have always respected the author's opinions in our adaptations, aligning with the desires of the readers. Coupled with our financial prowess, I refuse to believe we could be outdone by a mere nameless entity like Pokemon. As for Suyang, he pondered why such a prominent figure as Yi Fan would come to his aid. He observed Suya's face, filled with astonishment and joy, feeling somewhat bewildered. The fact that Yi Fan himself intervened on his behalf felt surreal. This signifies that your story is indeed remarkable, Su. To have garnered the recognition of the great Yi Fan, Suya remarked with a smile. So, Su, what are you waiting for? Hurry and update. There are countless people online urging for more. Hearing this, Suyang replied with a grin, I've already done so. Just a moment ago, I updated 2 episodes consecutively. And at the beginning of the second episode, I cleverly incorporated our animation studio's name through charming illustrations. If all goes well, with a few more episodes, we could establish an entirely new brand, which would generate market demand for our toy factory. With proper management, it should suffice to repay our debts. Suyang looked earnestly at Suya and added, However, I believe I ought to express my gratitude to Yi Fan properly, even though I may not yet be in his good graces. Suya nodded, affirming, that is indeed the right thing to do. Su, can you guess how much our data has surged in these 5 hours since Yi Fan's article created a stir? Upon hearing this, Suyang's expression relaxed. It must be substantial, otherwise you wouldn't be this elated, with joy evident in your eyes. Suya shook her head, clearly unable to hide anything from you. Within these 5 hours, the view count surged by 3.5 million, and your followers have reached 500,000. The exposure rate stands at 78 and continues to rise. The completion rate has reached 823, also on an upward trajectory. The comments on the video page have surpassed 30 million, with a total of 48 million messages circulating in various discussion circles, indicating immense popularity. Suya's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this trend continues, you will soon achieve over 10 million views. With proper guidance, our toy factory could indeed see significant demand. Upon hearing this, Suyang smiled, hoping that would be the case. He then found Yi Fan's Soul account and sincerely expressed his gratitude through a private message. Chapter 8. The small platform takes action. Negotiating streaming rights. It turns out that Pokemon was produced by the Sun Studio. My goodness, I thought it was made by some film company. I never imagined it was a newly established studio. The founder of this studio is named Suyang. I just checked. And he established this studio only a few days ago. Besides that, he also owns a toy factory. Wait, what? An individual running a toy factory is producing animation? Something feels off. Could it be that he created this animation merely to sell toys? Yet, is this really the time to be concerned about that? Fellow enthusiasts, Pokemon has just released 2 consecutive episodes. Will Pikachu be captured by Ash? What kind of adventures will they face next? We can find out soon. As more and more people flocked to watch Pokemon, due to Yi Fan's endorsement, the genuine affection for the series grew. It is not only girls who adore Pikachu. The adorable, proud little creature also captures the hearts of many boys. Simply looking at it brings a sense of relaxation. Consequently, after watching an episode, the audience, still yearning for more, became exhilarated upon learning that Pokemon had released 2 or 3 consecutive episodes. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and dive in. At this moment, no one realized that a shocking event would soon unfold across the internet. However, a few individuals keenly sensed the commercial potential embedded within Pokemon. Such a hot property should not be squandered on an interactive software platform like Info. It deserves to be showcased on a film and television platform. I believe viewers would prefer to witness a more seamless narrative rather than navigating 6 segments merely to watch a single episode of animation. Such fragmentation severely diminishes the viewing experience. Therefore, the head of the largest secondary animation streaming platform in White Rabbit Country took action. Several other film entities, including Penguin Video and Ant Video, had also set their sights on Pokemon. They all aspire to leverage the current popularity of Pokemon to enhance their internal performance. These individuals have conducted analyses, concluding that as long as the first 10 episodes of Pokemon maintain stability, adequately introduce the worldview and general abilities, and present a commendable climax, it is destined to evolve into a remarkable piece of work. Such a creation could potentially surpass half of the existing anime from the White Rabbit Kingdom. This kind of production is capable of attracting substantial traffic. And in this era where visibility reigns supreme, no one would foolishly forfeit such an opportunity. Thus, they have dispatched respective representatives to Sun Studio to negotiate collaboration matters. Suya swiftly received calls from the representatives of several companies. Chairman Chen wishes to discuss the collaboration on Pokemon. That is indeed a most welcome proposition. Manager Ma has come to negotiate the broadcasting of Pokemon. It is our honor. And I believe Chairman Chen from the small platform will extend a warm welcome to you as well. The discussions regarding the collaboration on Pokemon, there is no reason not to welcome Manager Zhang enthusiastically. However, both Chairman Chen from the small platform and Manager Ma from Penguin Video have expressed their intentions. And we hope you will understand any shortcomings in our hospitality. As a human resources officer, Suya displayed remarkable composure when faced with representatives from the three major film and television companies, not revealing any excessive panic or disarray. Though excited, she handled the representatives from the three major video platforms with appropriate decorum. Moreover, she transparently communicated the arrival of all three parties to each other, thereby creating a more favorable environment for Su Yang's forthcoming negotiations. In Su Yang's office, he leaned towards the small platform, yet he remained open to considering Penguin Video or Ant Video should their offers be more lucrative. His reaction to the simultaneous arrival of the three major film and television companies was one of calm anticipation. He had expected this development. Even if they had not sought him out, he would have approached them in due course. Soon, Chairman Chen Rue of the small platform arrived at the company, visibly surprised by the modest environment, noting the absence of a proper conference room. It was hard to fathom how such a humble setting could give rise to such a wildly popular anime. I apologize for the simplicity of our establishment. I hope Chairman Chen does not mind my inadequate hospitality, Su Yang said as he invited Chen Rue into his office, arguably the most presentable space in the entire factory, as it at least featured a small sofa. After they settled in, Suya brought tea, expressing her apologies. Our small factory is not well versed in formalities. I hope we have not inconvenienced you, Chairman Chen. Chen Rue chuckled, taking a sip of tea, remarking, "The mountain is not high. It is renowned for its immortals. This humble abode, though simple, is graced by talent and virtue. Perhaps it is precisely because Mr. Su Yang perseveres in such humble circumstances that he is able to create such remarkable works." As he spoke, he smacked his lips, savoring the unique flavor of the tea, which was indeed exceptional in Mr. Su Yang's presence. His words were imbued with a certain grandeur, evoking a sense of admiration in Su Yang, who could not help but respond with heartfelt appreciation. "You are too kind, Chairman Chen. Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. I wonder what price you might propose, Chairman Chen, and what form of collaboration you envision." Upon hearing Su Yang's inquiry, Chen Rue adopted a serious demeanor. "I have assessed the potential of Pokemon, and although it does not rival the absolute top-tier works, it possesses considerable promise and marketability. Therefore, I am prepared to offer a price of 280,000 per episode. However, should Mr. Su Yang be willing to sign an exclusive agreement with our company, I believe a rate of 350,000 per episode would be feasible." Chen Rue's words elicited an exclamation of surprise from Suya, who momentarily lost her composure. Meanwhile, Su Yang himself was taken aback, yet he had recently experienced a significant shock courtesy of the system, and after navigating a major crisis, his emotional resilience had strengthened considerably. Thus, he managed to maintain a composed exterior, though the prospect of an exclusive rate of 350,000 per episode did indeed catch him off guard. He had initially thought that 250,000 per episode would be quite commendable. Having researched the market and found that similar quality anime typically commanded exclusive acquisition prices ranging from 250,000 to 300,000 per episode. He believed that while his work was exceptional, being a newcomer would likely preclude him from commanding a higher price. Consequently, he had set his expectations at a maximum of 250,000 per episode. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Rue had proposed such a lofty figure. As Su Yang pondered these matters, Chen Rue observed him intently. He could not help but acknowledge that the ability to produce a work as outstanding as Pokemon from such a modest environment was truly remarkable. Su Yang's calm demeanor in the face of such a high offer was not at all surprising. This composure, this fortitude, was indeed formidable. Reflecting on his own past at Su Yang's age, he recalled how a mere investment of 100,000 had kept him awake with excitement for an entire night. How far he had come. A partner of such caliber would undoubtedly prove advantageous, as one with resilience is likely to perform better under pressure. Chapter 9. The Depths of the Matter. Beyond your grasp, what does Mr. Su Yang think? Chen Rui inquired. Watching the tranquil Su Yang as Suya excused herself to take a phone call, whispering a few words before exiting. Chen Rui speculated that representatives from Tencent and Ant Group had likely arrived, though he wondered what sort of offer they might present. He could only hope that Su Yang would choose him, for such a decision would surely elevate his modest platform to new heights, enabling him to keep pace with the giants of short video content. His small platform is indeed the largest hub for anime culture, yet its expansive scope across multiple domains, animation, comics, music, forums, short videos, and novels, has ironically become its own constraint, stifling further growth. What it urgently needs now is to acquire a wealth of exceptional content to attract traffic. Chairman Chen truly respects a newcomer like me, offering such a generous price, Su Yang remarked. However, compared to an outright buyout, I'm more inclined toward a revenue-sharing model. Let's forego exclusivity. How about a 50-50 split? At these words, Chen Rui fell silent. A 50-50 division was too steep. His losses would far outweigh those of a lump sum purchase. Yet, failing to secure Su Yang would only empower rivals like Tencent and Ant, dealing a blow to his platform. 60-40, Chen Rui gritted his teeth. That's the lowest I can accept. A 60-40 split isn't entirely out of the question, Su Yang replied calmly, though inwardly, he resolved to delve deeper into negotiation strategies or perhaps hire an expert. Not every deal would be as amicable as this one. However, I'll need to meet with representatives from Tencent and Ant before giving you my final answer. Very well, I'll consider it, Chen Rui conceded. Knowing such unprecedented terms demanded careful deliberation, Su Yang was confident Chen Rui would agree. After all, the profit margin remained substantial. After escorting Chen Rui to the staff lounge, Su Yang welcomed the joint arrival of Tencent Video and Ant Video's delegates. Their guarded expressions betrayed mutual wariness, hardly surprising, given the fierce rivalry between their parent companies across every sector. Now, in the realm of anime, Su Yang was curious to see what offers they present. I don't know what terms Chen Rui proposed, declared Ant Video's manager Zhang, standing rigidly with an air of superiority, but rest assured, our sincerity is unmatched. Sign an exclusive deal with Ant Video, and we'll pay you 300,000 yuan per episode, a premium far beyond market standards. No one else can match this. Our promotional reach is unparalleled. Access to our channels is a privilege most can only dream of. With a pointed glance at Tencent's manager Ma behind him, he added, besides, collaborating with them would be unwise. The recent suppression you faced? Tencent was undoubtedly behind it. Produced by Yuesher Media, the company under the aegis of Chia Company. They truly possess an audacity that is remarkable. Just recently, they suppressed you, yet now they approach you with proposals of collaboration. Engaging in partnership with them may be akin to courting peril. At this juncture, Manager Zhang let out a disdainful chuckle. However, it is indeed characteristic of the individuals from Chia Company. If they cannot overpower you, they will solicit your allegiance, thereby eliminating competition. Upon hearing this, Manager Ma, the representative from Chia Video, grew agitated, exclaiming, nonsense. Yuesher Media is Yuesher Media, and it bears no relation to Chia Video. Although we are both subsidiaries of Chia Company, we are competitors. He then turned his gaze towards Su Yang, urging him not to heed this individual's fabrications. With a smile, Su Yang remained unfazed by Manager Zhang's one-sided narrative. He inquired, what kind of price can you offer, Manager Ma? Transitioning to the essence of the discussion, Manager Ma adopted a serious demeanor, stating, we can indeed offer a price of 300,000 per episode. However, this must come with exclusive broadcasting rights, and no further segments may be uploaded on any other platforms. Mr. Su Yang, for a work of your caliber, the market typically values it at 250,000 per episode. The 300,000 we propose is contingent upon exclusivity. With Chia Company backing us, Rest assured that your work will not go unnoticed. Collaborating with us is an opportunity that many toil for long to attain. I hope you will cherish it. Upon hearing this, Su-Yang narrowed his eyes. Yet Manager Ma continued, I have heard your company is burdened with a debt of 2.5 million. Should you consent to our collaboration, settling that debt would be a straightforward matter. Other companies would not extend such generous terms. I hope, Mr. Su-Yang, that you will not aspire too high and propose unrealistic prices. With that, he cast a glance at Manager Zhang, seeking affirmation. Manager Zhang scoffed, but did not contest. Su-Yang then posed a question tinged with intrigue. What if I were to choose Ant Video instead? At that moment, Manager Ma replied, then we would have no choice but to regard you as an adversary. Chia Company has never shown mercy to its foes. Trust me, Mr. Su-Yang. We have countless methods to plunge you back into despair, ensuring you never rise again. I urge you not to misjudge your circumstances. In response, Su-Yang looked back at Manager Zhang, calmly stating, so, if I were to opt for Chia Video, you would treat me in a similar manner? Manager Zhang nodded, adding, however, should you truly choose us, we would be delighted, and I would like to kindly inform you of one matter. The price of 300,000 per episode is predicated on the corresponding viewership. Unlike other agreements made by certain subsidiaries of Chia Company, we will provide advance notice to prevent any unpleasantness arising from viewership not meeting expectations, which could lead to drastic reductions in price or even financial losses. Each episode is priced at 300,000, with subsequent viewership averaging 5 million per episode required. Should the viewership fall below 5 million, the price will be reduced to 250,000 per episode. All other conditions remain identical to those of their competitor, including exclusive broadcasting rights, prohibiting the upload of any segments on other platforms without our authorization. Upon hearing this, Su-Yang inquired further, what if I wish to opt for a revenue-sharing model? Upon hearing this, the two individuals replied, in that case, we can only offer you a split of 80-20, with you receiving 20 while we take 80, and it must be an exclusive broadcast. However, such a model demands a higher level of scrutiny. The intricacies involved are profound, and I fear that Mr. Su-Yang may find it challenging to navigate. I advise you, Mr. Su-Yang, to proceed with caution and within your means. Chapter 10, Joyous News. Landing on a small platform, Su-Yang chuckled at their words. Having already made a decision in his mind, he then inquired, what if I choose not to engage with either of your companies? Upon hearing these words, both Manager Zhang and Manager Ma's expressions darkened simultaneously. Regrettably, you shall soon find yourself faced with two formidable adversaries. Believe me, while Pokemon may possess great prowess, it does not yet hold an overwhelming advantage. We, too, have a plethora of remarkable and powerful creations at our disposal. When the time comes, do not blame us for our ruthless tactics, as we will render your works powerless to rise again. Mr. Su-Yang, we shall consider your previous jest as unheard. Now, please, share with us your answer. Upon hearing this, Su-Yang remained unfazed, responding, after conversing with both of you, I believe my stance requires no alteration. Regrettably, I cannot proceed with the collaboration. Upon hearing these words, Manager Ma's tone instantly turned frosty. Very well, in that case, I hope Mr. Su-Yang will not come to regret this decision. Manager Zhang mirrored this sentiment, casting a condescending gaze upon Su-Yang before sweeping away in disdain. Throughout the negotiation, they maintained a posture of superiority over Su-Yang. If they exhibited such disrespect during the discussions, how could one expect any regard in a potential partnership? When the time comes to play, how much autonomy will I truly possess? If that happens, the Pokemon franchise may well be ruined. A corresponding viewership is required to attain the price of 300,000 per episode. Who knows how they will establish this viewership benchmark? Perhaps 5 million? But what if it unexpectedly surges to 10 million once more? This matter is entirely at their discretion to dictate unilaterally. Su-Yang, being inexperienced in worldly affairs, how could he possibly contend with the professional legal teams of these two corporations? In comparison, the collaboration with the smaller platform undoubtedly offers considerable advantages. Not only is there greater room for negotiation, but it also presents fewer complications. One can't help but wonder what Shenrue thinks about this. The 60-40 profit-sharing arrangement is indeed a favorable offer for him, and he is unlikely to decline it. Su-Yang promptly summoned Shenrue once more. As anticipated, upon his arrival and taking a seat, he stated, if Mr. Su-Yang has no further conditions, I believe this collaboration under the 60-40 split is agreeable. He questioned himself whether the small platform could possibly compete with the grand enterprises of Penguin Video and Ant Video. One must not set their expectations too high. A 60-40 revenue share is, for him, a considerable benefit. While it cannot compare to a full buyout, it undoubtedly paves the way for a long-lasting collaboration with Su-Yang. As long as Su-Yang continues to excel, this represents a sound investment. Even though he has paid a hefty price for merely securing exclusive online broadcasting rights, he is grateful for President Chen's support. Upon hearing this, Su-Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Let us discuss the subsequent matters, he proposed. Manager Ma from Penguin Video had just reminded him that in order to command the appropriate price, corresponding viewership numbers are essential. This is a crucial point to bear in mind. One must always remain vigilant against potential pitfalls. Thus, the two exchanged amicable opinions regarding their collaboration until dusk, when their discussions finally concluded. After bidding farewell to Chun Rui, Su-Yang returned to his office, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Although he was uncertain about the performance of Pokemon, he presumed it would not be too disappointing. The burden of debt was no longer the heavy stone pressing down on him, suffocating him. According to the agreement with Chun Rui, the 60-40 revenue split came without viewership requirements. Moreover, Su-Yang could continue to release short videos on Info and, of course, on the lesser-known platform. Chun Rui would send him daily sales data. In a residence within Xiangshui City, a conversation unfolded. "Mom, you say Pokemon is so captivating. Why is it only available on Info? Wouldn't it be wonderful if it could be viewed on film? Then I wouldn't have to divide an episode into 6 parts. It really detracts from the experience," expressed Zhang Zichong. Perplexed. "I am curious too, but perhaps it is simply because a suitable production partner has yet to be found," sighed Huo Lijuan. After all, Pokemon had only just been released. It was unrealistic to expect rapid progress. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Zichong nodded thoughtfully, rising from the sofa. "I will go do my homework. Once I finish, may I go outside to play games with my friends?" Huo Lijuan nodded, reminding him to be cautious. Zhang Zichong agreed and retreated to his room. Observing her child's conscientiousness, Huo Lijuan could not help but smile with satisfaction. She never considered a child's fondness for anime or video games to be a grave offense. While she does not advocate for all mothers to share her views, within her household, she firmly believes that allowing children to unwind with games and anime, while fostering social interactions with peers, is beneficial. She perceives this as a positive aspect. Games and anime are not the root causes of a child's decline. Rather, it is parental negligence that bears responsibility. Through watching anime together, she has gleaned valuable lessons from various shows. In her endeavor to bridge the gap with her son and cultivate a deeper trust, she has become more attuned to his thoughts, avoiding assumptions that might otherwise lead to his resentment. This approach has fostered a delightful rapport between her and Zhang Zichong, as she never imposes her will upon him. Instead, Zhang Zichong consistently completes his responsibilities with conscientiousness, which brings her immense peace of mind. He is receptive to her words, not only maintaining his academic performance, but also acquiring a wealth of extracurricular knowledge. At times, she finds herself impressed by the depth of his insights. However, he has a point. It would be splendid if Pokemon could be streamed on a proper cinematic platform. The experience on short video platforms indeed lacks substance. Huo Lijuan, seeking a moment of relaxation, opened the short video app, only to be taken aback by an astonishing announcement. Pokemon is being aired on a lesser-known site. Just moments ago, she pondered why it wasn't available on mainstream streaming services, and now it's actually happening? Kudos to Su-Yang. At this moment, many others share her astonishment. The comment section of this news exploded with excitement. "Wow, the creator of Pokemon is remarkably swift. Did he overhear our complaints? We just questioned why it wasn't available on major platforms, and now it's streaming on this site. Did you know that Su-Yang, the founder of the studio behind Pokemon, is only 24 this year? Haha, the author truly understands us. I initially thought it would be on platforms like Penguin Video or Ant Video. I even considered downloading Penguin Video just to watch Pokemon. But he surprised us by choosing a niche platform instead. What a relief. Indeed, if it had been on Penguin Video or Ant Video, I would have felt quite put off. Their subscription fees are exorbitant, and the majority of their content is subpar. Paying a hefty fee just to watch an anime seems utterly impractical. What are we waiting for? Let us dive in. At this moment, I can only say, this lesser-known site has truly made strides. Chapter 11. You are quite confused after perusing the comments. Li Juan felt a surge of joy. She believed that launching on this platform was an excellent decision. Not only is it the largest hub for anime enthusiasts in White Rabbit Country, but Pokemon on this site is bound to create an even more immersive viewing experience. Furthermore, the quality of the content on this platform is commendable, ensuring that subscriptions are worthwhile. Most importantly, the membership fees are genuinely affordable. For a mere 20 yuan a month, one can indulge in a plethora of exceptional films, television dramas, and comics. Naturally, if one prefers a more focused experience and wishes to watch a single series, an exclusive membership is also available for 35 yuan a month, allowing unrestricted access to the chosen title. This particular membership is the most prevalent on the platform. Have you seen the latest third episode? I just watched it and was moved to tears. Ash and Pikachu truly embody a mutual journey. Ash bravely confronts the troubles he has caused, ensuring that Pikachu remains unscathed. In the face of the attacking Spearow, he stands alone to defend his companion. Likewise, Pikachu does not abandon Ash, and together they manage to drive away the Spearow, finally achieving genuine understanding and acceptance of one another. Indeed, prior to this, Ash held no affection for Pikachu, and Pikachu, in turn, was indifferent to Ash. Despite its stunning visuals, some critics have deemed the storyline juvenile. I am compelled to ask, dear critics, are your eyes merely ornamental? Although Pikachu's demeanor softens upon accepting Ash, how can he be so irresistibly adorable? I genuinely yearn to have one of my own. The consecutive airing of episodes 2 and 3, coupled with the sustained recommendations on social media, has granted this work a modest yet notable reputation. Viewers familiar with Pokemon have expressed overwhelmingly positive sentiments towards this series. While the art style may initially appear childish, a deeper engagement reveals its charming and rounded aesthetics, captivating audiences with its delightful narrative. Moreover, although the plot is engaging, it does not overwhelm the viewer with relentless intensity. Rather, it offers a refreshing, light-hearted experience. Were this type of series to have emerged a decade or even 5 years ago, it likely would not have garnered such acclaim, possibly achieving only mediocre success. However, in today's fast-paced society, while exhilarating content remains in demand, works like Pokemon, which boast a breezy and clear narrative, resonate more profoundly. After a long day at work, audiences seek out soothing and uplifting content, and Pokemon undoubtedly excels in this regard. Its bright visuals, endearing characters, and lighthearted storytelling have particularly endeared it to female viewers. Furthermore, the decision to release Pokemon on this platform has garnered widespread acclaim from netizens. The platform offers fair pricing and an enjoyable viewing experience, allowing users to connect with like-minded individuals. Importantly, there are no intrusive advertisements or pre-release promotions to detract from the experience. Once a membership is activated, advertisements are entirely absent. This aligns perfectly with the current frustrations of internet users, who have grown weary of overwhelming promotional content. The small platform has excelled in this regard. The collaboration between Pokemon and this small platform has been met with great enthusiasm from netizens. I recall the rumors that initially circulated, suggesting that the small platform, Penguin Video, and Ant Video were all vying for the broadcasting rights to Pokemon. Now that the small platform has secured these rights, one cannot help but wonder if Penguin Video and Ant Video harbor deep resentment towards Pokemon. Oh, could it be that we are on the brink of a fierce competition? Moreover, one might have forgotten about another work, The Wasteland Emperor. How could they allow Pokemon to encroach upon their online market? Is this truly a three-way standoff? I must admit my ignorance. The emergence of this topic immediately sparked fervent discussions among netizens. Indeed, Pokemon appears quite vulnerable, and we must not allow it to be suppressed once more. While it is true that Pokemon now has the backing of the small platform, it pales in comparison to the two colossal economic empires behind Penguin Video and Ant Video. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot permit such a remarkable work to be stifled again. Under the call of Wen Xiaoxia's alternate account, a community dedicated to supporting Pokemon was thus born. Such communities are quite common in the land of the White Rabbit. Meanwhile, at the internal shareholders meeting of the small platform, some expressed dissatisfaction with Chun Rue's recent decision. Chairman, how could you agree to such stringent conditions? Questioned a middle-aged man seated next to Chun Rue. While Pokemon is indeed exceptional, it surely does not warrant such an outrageous price. You acted unilaterally without consulting us. Does your position as chairman exempt you from adhering to company regulations? Would that not lead to chaos within the company? 350,000 per episode? What a joke. Are they engaging in philanthropy? Indeed, Chairman, your decision this time lacks wisdom. Another middle-aged man, to Chun Rui's right, concurred. Never has any work commanded such a high price. I do not believe Pakman is worth it. This sentiment was echoed by many present. In the face of this scene, Chun Rui calmly responded, perhaps I did not clarify adequately. At the conclusion of the negotiations, Su Yang changed his mind and opted for a revenue-sharing model. Upon hearing this, the audience was once again taken aback, with someone asking, what is the revenue-sharing ratio? Chun Rui replied, 60-40. At this revelation, all present were left in astonishment. What? They looked at Chun Rui in disbelief, as if questioning his sanity. Chairman, have you truly lost your mind? A 60-40 split? What a farce. Such a partnership ratio is unheard of. The most favorable market rate is only 70-30. The phenomenon of Pakman has become exceedingly popular. How could one not seize the opportunity to reap substantial profits with an equitable revenue share? A 70-30 split would suffice. Yet, here we are with an unreasonable 60-40 division. What a jest. Such business practices will inevitably lead the entire company to ruin under Chun Rui's leadership. Observing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Chun Rui chuckled and inquired, do you all believe we are at a disadvantage? Without waiting for a reply, he continued, let me propose a wager. If, under this 60-40 arrangement, our first-day subscription does not surpass 2 million tomorrow, I shall willingly relinquish my position as chairman. Upon hearing this, many attendees were taken aback, while some could not suppress their delight. Chairman, this, a middle-aged man seated to Chun Rui's left hesitated, feeling that Chun Rui's arrogance was excessive. You must keep your word. Yet another individual displayed unrestrained joy, as if anticipating Chun Rui's defeat and wishing to take his place. The rest of the group shook their heads in disapproval. I truly believe your decision is unwise. Alas, how could someone as astute as you suddenly become so presumptuous? Sighs of discontent filled the air. In response, Chun Rui merely smiled, thinking it amusing that a group who had not thoroughly analyzed Pakman would make such judgments. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could lead to complications. Thus, he resolved to undertake the necessary promotional efforts. Meanwhile, in a room in Yindu City. How infuriating. I merely expressed a few words. Why must I be subjected to online scrutiny? Gao Xiaoyan glared at the harsh comments on his computer screen, his expression darkening. Ha ha, what nonsense critics. Their so-called truth is laughable. They are nothing but lapdogs of the capital, biting whoever they are commanded to. He guffawed. I've nearly spat out my food. Must they be so graphic? Perhaps we ought to revoke his title of critic to resolve this issue once and for all. It is true they resemble dogs, albeit an insult to canines. But once He Fan raised his voice, did you see anyone else dare to speak up? Pathetic bullies. Nothing more. Faced with these comments, the once respected Gao Xiaoyan could hardly endure. Scoundrels! Scoundrels! He kicked over his computer desk and smashed several items, feeling somewhat relieved after venting for a few minutes. The origin of all this stems precisely from his initial disparagement of Pakman. Some may have forgotten, but as a reviewer, when Xiaoxia certainly hasn't. After Pakman's triumphant resurgence, she immediately mobilized a fan base, directing their collective ire toward those so-called experts who had once made her gnash her teeth in frustration. She could never forget their detestable smugness. To her, allowing them to escape utter ruin would be an act of undeserved mercy. Among those who suffered a fate similar to Gao Xiaoyan was Bai Song. The two were nearly berated into social withdrawal. Humph, daring to call such a masterpiece as Pakman childish? Let them taste the consequences. When Xiaoxia smirked, observing the overwhelming tide of online vitriol drowning the two before finally signaling her followers to ease off, lest the backlash harm Su Yang and Pakman itself. After all, the misdeeds of fans inevitably reflect upon their idol. What terrifying influence! Su Yang, naturally aware of the situation, had Suya managing these affairs, ensuring nothing slipped through the cracks. Yet he recognized this as a double-edged sword. I must guide them carefully, lest they invite public disdain, harming both themselves and me. Now that Pakman was steadily gaining traction, the weight on his shoulders had lightened considerably, granting him greater creative freedom. How will the fourth episode perform? The first 3 episodes had already aired on musical notes, making them freely accessible on the smaller platform. Starting from the 4th, a membership would be required. Though confident in Pakman's appeal, this being his first venture, Su Yang couldn't claim absolute certainty of success. His reputation points had now reached 4 million. enough to exchange for some valuable upgrades. The 3 episodes on musical notes had also earned him a following of millions, further bolstering his system's reputation metrics. Exchange for memory bear biscuits, clarity candy, efficiency boost capsules. Upgrade the dedicated animation workstation. Enhance script refinement capabilities. Acquiring efficiency-boosting items was a necessity. But equally crucial was elevating the script's quality. The better the anime's craftsmanship, the greater his returns. He adored Pokemon. But that didn't mean he considered its narrative flawless. It still bore imperfections. Now, with the system's aid, why not elevate Pokemon to even greater heights? In his past life, he had seen many outstanding Pokemon short stories. Additionally, the narratives of certain theatrical adaptations can fill in the gaps left by the main series. He believes that upon this foundation, the compatibility among these 3 elements can be rendered even more exquisite. It is indeed a formidable endeavor. With a sigh of contemplation, he cast aside all distractions and formally embarked on the production of the animation. Meanwhile, online discussions have intensified following the airing of the 4th episode, with many eagerly awaiting the validation of their predictions. The most significant speculation revolves around the character of the female trainer, Xiaoxia, whom Ash encounters, whether she is merely a passerby or a companion of Ash. Oh, the fervent desire for Xiaoxia to become a partner is palpable. Indeed, if she were merely a bystander, I would be inconsolable. She is so beautiful, so charming. As the saying goes, the more enchanting and adorable a character is, the greater the likelihood they are just a background figure. Ha ha ha, are you a devil up there? In the video discussion forum of the small platform, netizens are fervently engaged in debate. Su-yang has not strictly adhered to the stylistic conventions of his previous life. Xiaoxia serves as a prime example. He has portrayed her debut appearance as utterly delightful, with a figure that captivates the male audience instantly. Her intelligence, in turn, leaves the female viewers yearning, wishing they could embody Xiaoxia themselves. After all, who wouldn't desire a plethora of adorable little Pokemon? On the other hand, at the headquarters of Penguin Video, Manager Ma muttered darkly to himself, "Since you refuse to collaborate with us, we shall show you the consequences of opposing us." A similar scenario is unfolding within Ant Video. Unlike Yuanshire Media, which regards Pokemon merely as a competitor, they perceive Pokemon and its creator, Su-yang, as fierce adversaries. Naturally, they will not overlook such a valuable ally as Yuanshire Media. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They doubt that a small studio like Pokemon could possibly withstand their might. Chapter 13. He will certainly agree to join forces against Pokemon? No. We shall refrain from participation. Having a colossal entity like your company is sufficient. I am confident that the creator of Pokemon would feel honored to be taken down by you. Upon receiving Manager Ma's call, the general manager of Yuanshire Media outrightly rejected the proposal he sought to discuss, leading Manager Ma to curse under his breath. What a cunning fellow. He claims he will not partake, but when the time comes for action, will he truly abstain? Only a fool would think otherwise. Yet, this means that when the repercussions arise, it will be Penguin Video that bears the blame, while these ruffians enjoy the profits. This is what is known as cunning. At this moment, Su-yang remains blissfully unaware of these machinations. Although Suya had some foreknowledge, she merely believed that Manager Ma was contemplating competition, never imagining he would seek to eliminate them entirely. Consequently, under the aggressive maneuvers of Penguin Video, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Nanua City. This region is the economic powerhouse of the White Rabbit Kingdom, bordered by the sea with a thriving port, historically a hub of prosperity. Within its confines lie 3 special economic zones, a sight of unimaginable splendor. In a certain urban village, an elderly man, clad in slippers and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke to a young man. "You foolish lad, if you wish to watch anime, simply watch it. Why purchase a full-site membership? If you adore Pokemon, why not acquire a membership solely for that series? Truly, you show no concern for wasting money." The young man looked up sheepishly and replied, "Grandpa, it's not that I am as astute as you. I simply didn't think of it at the moment. But speaking of which, you enjoy watching too, don't you? You never allowed me to purchase a membership for any anime before." Upon hearing this, the old man grunted dismissively. "Why bother with such details? If it pleases me to let you have a 3 yuan membership, what of it? What? Are you dissatisfied? Then fine, don't subscribe at all." The young man quickly waved his hands and cheerfully activated the membership, promptly playing the 4th episode. "Grandpa, come watch with me." He shifted aside to invite his grandfather to sit down. "Humph, Who cares to watch this childish nonsense? The elder retorted, yet he settled beside the young man, adding, It's not that I want to watch. It's just that watching you alone is rather dull, so I'll accompany you. The young man smiled, choosing not to expose his grandfather's prideful demeanor. At this moment, from the southern reaches of Nanua City to the northernmost icy terrains, countless individuals were engrossed in the same screen. The widespread and rapid circulation of Pokemon might astonish even Su-Yang himself. In the fourth episode, Misty finally became Ash's companion, much to the delight of the viewers. I told you so. How could such a well-crafted character as Misty be merely a bystander? Huh. To think she isn't just a background character, Su-Yang, I scorn you. Such a beautiful character. Are you really going to make her the female lead next? Surely this isn't a romance anime, is it? Is this what children like me should be watching? Moreover, there were others influenced by Su-Yang's creation, those who had once ruthlessly abandoned him during the impending downfall of the Sun Toy Factory, like Zhang Chang, who had stabbed him in the back. Initially, they were quite content with their current wages, which were certainly better than what they earned at the Sun Toy Factory. Now a dead end. However, when they heard that Su-Yang had actually created a wildly popular work, attracting representatives from two industry giants, Penguin Video and Ant Video, to negotiate broadcasting rights, Zhang Chang immediately realized he must return to Sun Toy Factory. Without a doubt, the treatment at Sun Toy Factory would be far superior. Confident in his abilities, he believed he could thrive effortlessly within Sun Toy Factory. Thus, he promptly gathered the group that had followed him when he left and shared his plan. The proposal was met with unanimous approval. Yet, some voiced concerns. Brother Zhang, will Sun Toy Factory really take us back? We left in such a disgraceful manner. To this, Zhang Chang responded with unwavering confidence. Why wouldn't they? With our skills, I refuse to believe Su-Yang would turn us away. Besides, given his indecisive nature, once I lay out the benefits of having us back and make a few empty but sweet promises, he'll reluctantly agree. He thumped his chest and declared, I, Zhang Chang, am the finest mold craftsman at Sun Toy Factory. Without me, what good are their designs? And hiring me is the most cost-effective choice. Anyone with my skills would demand twice my salary. Su-Yang 1T swallow this bitter pill willingly. But for the sake of cost, he'll force it down. Once I grasp the character designs from his latest work, I'll register a new company. With just a few tweaks, it'll become a fresh gold mine. Then, wealth will come pouring in. Envisioning the prosperous future Zhang Chang painted, the group couldn't help but be enticed. Without hesitation, they followed him, betraying their current employer once again. You shameless scoundrels. Mark my words, you'll regret this decision. I'll be waiting to see your downfall. The furious boss of their current company, forced to compensate them with a month's wages, spat venomously. But Zhang Chang paid no heed. He was certain such a fate would never befall him. His brilliant future was already within sight. Meanwhile, at Su-Yang's studio, amid crafting the fifth episode, he was abruptly interrupted by a clamor, faint curses laced within the noise. His brow furrowed in displeasure. The disturbance shattered his inspiration like a punctured balloon, scattering it beyond retrieval. As he stood up, Suya hurried in, her face etched with anxiety. What is going on? Su-Yang demanded, his expression dark. General Manager Su, Zhang Chang, and his group have returned. They wish to rejoin the company. Li Liang and Zhang Yu are currently engaged in a struggle with the security personnel to prevent their entry. Suya spoke with evident fury, expressing her disdain for these shameless individuals who had left the company only recently. They had once scorned the firm, deeming it on the verge of collapse, and departed with ugly contempt. Now, upon witnessing the company's resurgence, they seek to return and exploit its success. General Manager Su, you must not acquiesce to their demands. Upon hearing this, Su-Yang's gaze sharpened, exuding a chilling intensity as he strode towards the entrance. Indeed, the two security guards were valiantly assisting Li Liang and Zhang Yu in obstructing Zhang Chang and his associates. Li Liang, who do you think you are to impede my way? Step aside. Zhang Chang, the ringleader of this unruly faction, exuded arrogance. How laughable. A defeated cur barking here. Li Liang retorted, equally combative. Was it not you who vowed never to return? Have you been cast out for your insolence? Or have you found no employment since leaving our factory, thus shamelessly returning? His expression dripped with scorn. I must regretfully inform you that our factory does not accept stray dogs, especially those devoid of shame and gratitude. Finished your tirade? Then you may leave, Li Liang declared. This provoked an immediate and furious response from Zhang Chang and his companions. Who are you calling a stray dog? Are you seeking death? They shouted, ready to confront Li Liang. Fortunately, the security promptly intervened, showcasing their effectiveness. How close you came to ruining my plans, Zhang Chang muttered, regaining his composure. He pointed at Li Liang haughtily, demanding, hurry and inform General Manager Su that I wish to speak with him. Li Liang, taken aback by such rudeness, was about to retort when he heard Su Yang's voice from behind. Then make it quick, glance at me and leave. As Su Yang approached, he regarded Zhang Chang with palpable disdain. I have no interest in your words. You see me now, so you may depart. Upon seeing Su Yang, Zhang Chang immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor. General Manager Su, please overlook my transgressions this once. I only wish to retain my former salary. You are aware of my skills and how much cost I can save you. He seemed entirely unconcerned by Su Yang's previous contempt. Upon hearing his words, both Li Liang and Su Ya's expressions shifted to one of alarm as they exchanged worried glances with Su Yang. They feared that Su Yang, in an effort to reduce costs, might indeed acquiesce to Zhang Chang's request, which would lead to significant troubles. Zhang Chang was a troublesome individual, and admitting him back would undoubtedly bring endless complications. Hearing this, Su Yang cast a faint glance at Zhang Chang under the concerned gazes of Su Ya and Li Liang, remarking indifferently, apologies, but I beg to differ. Now that you've said your piece, you may take your leave. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without another word. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chang grew frantic. Even with his naivety, he could discern that Sun Toy Factory was no longer the enterprise it once was. Su Yang's animated series Pokemon had premiered on the platform, amassing over 2 million views before his arrival, an astonishing figure. Undoubtedly, this was destined to be an exceptional production, and the ancillary profits it would generate were beyond imagination. For a toy factory reliant on animations and novels, a stellar intellectual property was nothing short of an inexhaustible goldmine. The future of Sun Toy Factory was undeniably radiant. Regret gnawed at him. Had he not been so mercenary, he wouldn't have forsaken such fortune. Had he merely persevered a little longer, he could have rightfully claimed his share, free to depart at will without these humiliating entreaties. Swallowing his pride, Zhang Chang fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Director Su, you cannot be so heartless. Though I erred in the past, my attachment to this place remains sincere. Given your current stature, why trouble yourself with my trifles? If not for merit, then for my toil, allow me to return. With fervent conviction, he vowed, I swear upon my honor, never again shall I falter. Even as a mere assembly line worker, I would serve with utmost devotion. I beg your mercy. His companions, moved by his display, likewise prostrated themselves before Su Yang, weeping and pleading. The spectacle was nothing short of dramatic. Su Ya and Li Liang stood dumbfounded, uncertain how to react, their gazes inevitably shifting towards Su Yang. Yet the man merely observed Zhang Chang and his cohort with an inscrutable smile, devoid of pity or hesitation. Zhang Chang, Su Yang began coolly, when you departed. Did I treat you unjustly? Zhang Chang nodded. And was it not of your own volition that you severed ties with Sun Toy Factory, swearing never to look back? A sense of foreboding crept over Zhang Chang, but he nodded again. Then tell me, Su Yang chuckled mirthlessly, why this sudden remorse? How can I possibly harbor one so fickle in word and deed? Stricken, Zhang Chang gaped at him in disbelief. Is this still the indecisive and easily swayed Su Yang that he remembers? The indifferent figure before him. Is this truly the Su Yang he once knew? Su Ya and Li Liang, upon hearing this, could not help but applaud spontaneously. It was magnificent. This was precisely how it should be, an unequivocal rejection. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. With that, he turned to leave. Zhang Chang, witnessing this, became frantic once more. Mr. Su, I implore you. Seeing that Su Yang had no intention of acquiescing, Zhang Chang panicked. What was happening? Su Yang was not adhering to the expected script at all. Wasn't it supposed to be that after a bit of pleading, Su Yang would graciously agree? But now, he was simply walking away, exhibiting no intention of retaining him. Mr. Su, if you do not offer me refuge, I truly have nowhere else to go. Mr. Su, could you not reconsider? My skills, before Zhang Chang could finish. Su Yang's frigid voice interrupted him. I'm afraid I shall never employ someone like you. I firmly believe that no other employer would either. Get out. Su Yang glanced at the security guards, instructing them to call the police should there be any trouble, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, those who had accompanied Zhang Chong were left bewildered. How was this so entirely different from what Zhang Chong had promised? What had happened to the bright future? What had happened to the happiness? They looked at Zhang Chong, their eyes gradually filled with resentment. Had it not been for Zhang Chong's instigation, would they have committed such folly? To relinquish lucrative salaries only to be humiliated here under Zhang Chong's influence? What a farce. Mr. Zhang, please. Although the two security guards had not experienced the humiliation Su Yang had suffered at the hands of Zhang Chong and his ilk, witnessing Zhang Chong's transition from arrogance to desperation sparked a sense of satisfaction within them. They scoffed inwardly, pathetic fool, reaping what you sow? Seeing Zhang Chong remain unresponsive, the two exchanged glances, lifted him, one on the left, the other on the right, and carried him out. As they walked, they berated the group that had followed Zhang Chong. Disperse. Disperse. There is no spectacle for you here. After unceremoniously tossing the dazed Zhang Chong outside, the two guards resumed their duties at the entrance. The group that had accompanied Zhang Chong immediately surrounded him. They dared not confront Su Yang, but they were bold enough to confront Zhang Chong. Chapter 15. Dog bites dog, you scoundrel. How dare you deceive us into losing our jobs? Did you not say success was guaranteed? Is this the success you spoke of? Zhang Chong, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not blame us for disregarding our brotherhood. Indeed, you must take responsibility for us. The crowd had come to follow him out of belief, yet now they found themselves in such a predicament. If he failed to provide them with an explanation today, they would have no qualms about confronting him. Faced with their accusations, Zhang Chong emerged from his daze, letting out a cold laugh. How absurd. I recall that I did not compel any of you to follow me. You chose to pursue a bargain, and now you claim to have been deceived? Did I force you to resign from your jobs, or did I coerce you into this situation? When you successfully secured your compensation, not one of you expressed gratitude. Now that you have met with failure, you seek to place the blame upon me? I truly must have been blind to have associated with such ungrateful souls. Zhang Chong's mockery left the group flushed with anger, unable to formulate a retort. They conceded, we cannot best you in argument. Your words are too smooth. However, we know that without an explanation, you shall not leave. Indeed, the throng grew increasingly agitated, surrounding Zhang Chong. He, undeterred, scoffed, you seek an explanation? Apologies, but there is none to be had, just a worthless life. He felt utterly forsaken and thus feared nothing. You. Faced with Zhang Chong's blatant disregard, the crowd gritted their teeth, pointing at him, yet rendered speechless. With Zhang Chong so brazenly defiant, what could they possibly do? Could they resort to violence? That would alter the very nature of the confrontation. At that point, it would not be Zhang Chong who owed them an explanation, but rather they who would owe him one. Ultimately, the group had no choice but to resign themselves to their misfortune and depart, harboring resentment. If they were to lay hands on Zhang Chong, the situation would take a different turn. However, Su Ya, who had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Chong, suddenly spoke up. She kindly suggested to the dejected crowd, although you cannot physically confront him to vent your frustrations, you can seek compensation from him. It was under his instigation that you incurred these losses. If not him, whom will you hold accountable? Watching the initially departing crowd turn back towards her with hopeful expressions, her smile became all the more radiant. If you do not mind, I am willing to represent you in a lawsuit. In your circumstances, I believe the judge would render a satisfactory verdict. You are aware of my capabilities. The crowd nodded in agreement. Suya was a university student, undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the law than they were. If she said it was feasible, then it certainly was. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang Chong, who had previously appeared so audacious, suddenly changed his demeanor. He erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming vehemently, "Why do you, venomous vixen, seek to bite me? What have I done to provoke you?" He understood well that Suya's proposal was indeed a very real possibility. The judge will undoubtedly hold him accountable for compensating the losses of these individuals. He was unable to restrain himself from wanting to rush over and teach Suya a lesson. But two security guards stood firm like sentinels, blocking his path. Behind him, those who should have been his allies now gazed at him with malice, their eyes resembling those of ravenous predators rather than that of ordinary individuals. This unsettling scrutiny sent shivers down his spine. "Please, everyone." Suya, observing the drastic change in Zhang Chong's demeanor, his first display of panic, could not help but smile with satisfaction. As the ancients wisely stated, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Today, she would ensure Zhang Chong comprehended this truth. Su Yang, witnessing the unfolding drama, refrained from intervening. He believed the situation was quite favorable. To leave a grudge unavenged is not the mark of a gentleman. Zhang Chong had previously caused him considerable distress, and returning the favor felt justly warranted. In fact, he sensed a newfound clarity in his thoughts. Seeing that Su Yang bore no resentment, Su Ya felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feared that Su Yang might perceive her as a cruel individual, as that would severely tarnish her image in the eyes of her old classmates. Subsequently, Su Yang entrusted the entire matter to Su Ya. Li Liang had also been tasked by Su Yang to carry out some duties. Presently, Li Liang held the position of workshop supervisor, although he had no immediate responsibilities. As for Zhang Yu, Su Yang had recognized his commendable abilities in reception and market research, thus promoting him to market manager, despite the fact that he was currently the sole occupant of the marketing department. In Su Yang's office, he pondered the reception of the 4th episode, calculating the time. He anticipated that the television station would soon take action. Refreshed with inspiration, Su Yang resumed his creative endeavors. The content of the 5th episode would feature Xiao Ji arriving in Nibi City to challenge the local gym trainer, Xiao Gang. Moreover, several intriguing characters would make their debut in this episode, eliciting a chuckle from Su Yang as he imagined the reader's reactions upon encountering them. As he continued to write, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Once the profits from the 4th episode were received, he could contemplate hiring additional staff. Su Yang certainly could not work tirelessly, like an octopus with 8 arms, day and night. Furthermore, while the voice modulation pills were advantageous, allowing him to adeptly manage various character voiceovers with the aid of the system, he was not a machine. Why not recruit some help to alleviate his burdens? The following day, at a high-level meeting within the small platform, all shareholders, including Chen Rui, anxiously awaited the arrival of the meeting's participants. Silence enveloped the conference room, creating an oppressive atmosphere where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The whispers of nervous swallowing echoed throughout the room. Everyone is aware that this meeting is pivotal in determining the future leadership positions of the small platform. In the data statistics department, General Manager Wang Shangji gazed incredulously at the data in his hands and asked, "Are you certain there are no mistakes? Have you verified its accuracy?" The authenticity of this data is not to be taken lightly, especially with the glaring figures of sales revenue before him. In response, a woman responsible for the data analysis pushed up her glasses, revealing the bloodshot eyes that reflected her shock. At first, I too was reluctant to believe it. But after verifying it 10 times, I had no choice but to accept the outcome. I am equally astonished as to how such results came to be. This has never happened in the company before. After a prolonged gaze at the bespectacled woman, Wang Shangji finally nodded, inhaled deeply, and proceeded towards the conference room. His unease was palpable, causing even the straightforward task of connecting his computer to the conference room's display to take an agonizing half-minute. However, no one was concerned with such trivialities at the moment. All eyes were on Wang Shangji, hearts racing with anticipation. Chapter 16, Extraordinary Achievements. Wang Shangji's unsettling demeanor only served to heighten Chen Rui's anxiety, who had initially harbored some confidence. He thought to himself, could it truly have gone awry? As Wang Shangji began to speak, Chen Rui's heart sank further. Esteemed shareholders, the sales figures from yesterday have been compiled. Please take a look. Remarkably composed. Wang Shangji's voice trembled, an unusual occurrence indeed. Did this imply that Chen Rui had truly overstepped, and that the situation was dire? The figure of 2 million in sales was undeniably outrageous. Alas, Chen Rui, how could you have become so overconfident? Now, it seems you may have to relinquish the chairman's position after boasting so boldly. The thought of such an eventuality caused beads of sweat to form on Chen Rui's forehead and filled him with deep regret. Yet, it was too late to turn back. As Wang Shangji pressed a key on the keyboard, a vivid crimson number appeared on the previously blank projection screen. A collective gasp echoed through the room as everyone rose to their feet, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost, utterly astonished with dilating pupils. Chen Rui's countenance transformed spectacularly from initial worry to sheer astonishment, ultimately erupting into a resounding laugh. "Huh, this is wonderful. You have not disappointed me." Chen Rui laughed heartily. Overwhelmed with excitement, his smile stretching from ear to ear, there was no holding back the elation within him. Initially, he believed that 2 million might be unattainable and feared for his reputation. Yet, to his astonishment, the sales figures for the 4th quarter were astonishingly robust, $277,000. This accounts for the profits they earned after excluding Su Yang's 40% share. In other words, disregarding all other factors, the fourth episode actually garnered an impressive $4,620,000 in membership revenue. Given that the subscription price for a single drama is $3.50, it implies that over 130,000 individuals subscribed to gain access to the fourth episode of Pokemon. Such extraordinary achievements are rare for their modest platform. Moreover, each of the works that set these records was acquired at a price exceeding $600,000 per episode. Now, with Chunrui only sharing 40% of the profits, his company has secured such a substantial partnership. Viewed in this light, Chunrui's decision not only reflects his wisdom but also indicates that he did not overestimate Pokemon. Rather, he underestimated the potential of this animated masterpiece. Consequently, he has solidified his image as a sagacious decision-maker, further enhancing his authority. This will facilitate his control over the platform and allow for more favorable development without being constrained by the shareholders. With such advantages, how could Chunrui possibly refrain from smiling? Impossible, this cannot be. One shareholder exclaimed, fixated on the data. Wang Shangji, are you certain this data is accurate? How can this be? Do you genuinely believe that a mere Pokemon possesses such power? He was indignant, having always perceived Chunrui as overly arrogant, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to humiliate him and force his resignation, thereby seizing complete control of the platform to exploit the foundation and credibility Chunrui had established, making a fortune before disappearing. Little did he know that the current results were exceedingly favorable, even surpassing Chunrui's own predictions. How could he possibly confront Chunrui now? Mr. Wang, I regret to inform you that this result has been verified 10 times, Wang Shangji responded. Observing the man who had shouted at him, he reflected, to be honest, I too struggled to accept such remarkable results at first, fearing it was merely a fleeting dream. And my voice trembled. Yet now I must concede that we were short-sighted. And it clearly demonstrates that Director Chunrui has the capability to lead our platform to greater heights. Many shareholders nodded in approval upon hearing this, though some more expressions of discontent. Next, I will report on the recent developments and provide detailed data regarding the fourth episode of Pokemon, Wang Shangji announced as he guided the meeting. Chunrui was basking in the moment, fully engaged. Yet, there were those who appeared restless, their faces ashen. He barely caught Wang Shangji mention that the majority of viewers for Pokemon were not the youth demographic as anticipated, but rather a diverse array of white-collar workers and professionals, comprising 60% of the audience. Among this primary demographic, the level of enthusiasm among male viewers surprisingly surpassed that of female viewers. This has left many among them with an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Could it be that they truly cannot keep pace with the times? When did young men develop such an affection for these endearing things? Were they not all enamored with the thrilling tales of vengeance and valor? At present, the anime Pokemon has garnered nearly 80% of its audience, bestowing it with the highest accolade of 5 stars. Remarkably, the lowest rating is merely 3 stars. A rarity that attests to the unique allure of this anime and the astute foresight of Chairman Chun in securing its production. Consequently, the anime boasts an impressive score of 92, rivaling those classic works that have already become legendary. I believe it is imperative for us to closely monitor the subsequent quality and to broaden the promotion of Pokemon. After concluding his summary, Wang Shangji took his seat at the end of the table. Chunrui then stood, surveying the room before asking, "Is there anything anyone would like to say regarding my recent actions?" Naturally, no one spoke up. Well, since there are no objections, I shall reluctantly continue to serve as chairman. I implore you all to cooperate with me and refrain from making things difficult, lest you find yourselves in an awkward position. I have no desire to expend excessive energy on meaningless disputes, nor do I wish to jeopardize anyone's financial prospects here. Understood? Many nodded in agreement. Chunrui's decisive victory significantly bolstered his authority, and his words now carried considerable weight. Few dared to challenge him any longer. Satisfied with this development, Chunrui promptly began organizing subsequent tasks. In short, his directive was clear: to vigorously enhance the reach of Pokemon. Given the remarkable surprise that Pokemon had afforded him, Chunrui immediately instructed the visual design department to create a comprehensive performance infographic to share the anime's achievements with the online community. He felt an immense gratitude towards Su Yang. Without their collaboration and Su Yang's formidable talents, he could not have achieved such remarkable results. Brothers, Have you seen the performance poster from the little site? Wow, what is going on? The viewers of this adorable, youthful style of work are predominantly young men. Isn't that a bit absurd? Pikachu has raked in over 4 million in membership revenue. Ha ha. I can almost envision a scene where everyone is enchanted by Pikachu. I believe the number of people subscribing for memberships because of this will only continue to rise. I told you, those millions of views weren't fabricated. But I never anticipated such a significant number of brothers would subscribe. Times have truly changed. Even rugged men possess a soft spot for cuteness. Who among us did not harbor dreams of being a girl in our childhood? Chapter 17. Trouble knocks on the door on the internet. Due to this recent initiative from the little site, a new wave of fervent discussion has emerged. In the comments section of Pokemon, various discussions unfolded, leading to an increased awareness of the series among the public. One episode alone generated over 4 million in membership revenue for the platform, a truly astonishing feat. Yi-Fan soon learned of this news and could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. He began to anticipate just how far Suyang might go. The emergence of such a prodigious talent filled him with delight. Meanwhile, the general manager of Yushur Media wore a grim expression, grappling with disbelief. How could the membership revenue for the Emperor of the Desolate Sky on the platform only amount to 380,000? It paled in comparison to Pokemon. He shouted into the phone, demanding confirmation. Did they not realize that on their own site, the revenue for the Emperor of the Desolate Sky had surpassed 5 million? Why? In a space teeming with young individuals, was it unable to outperform Pokemon? He found it incomprehensible. Initially, he had anticipated that with the backing of Penguin Video and Ant Video, he could suppress Pokemon, showcasing the Emperor of the Desolate Sky as the dominant force. Yet, the outcome was utterly unexpected. How could Pokemon, in this realm of youth, overshadow his Emperor of the Desolate Sky? What a farce. He was at a loss. How could the fervent Emperor of the Desolate Sky be outshone by Pokemon? On what grounds? Soon, others began to notice the situation as well. Both series were featured prominently on the homepage, one on the left and the other on the right, each boasting a grand horizontal display. The poster for the Emperor of the Desolate Sky was far more exquisite and stunning than that of Pokemon. Yet, the former's performance failed to match the latter's. This was truly shocking. A work supported by a substantial readership was eclipsed by an original animated series? What was happening? Had Pokemon truly become this formidable? Was it not the case that the Emperor of the Desolate Sky had nearly vanquished Pokemon upon its debut? As a fan of the Emperor of the Desolate Sky, I believed I held some authority to speak on this matter. Nevertheless, I still found Pokemon to be slightly more visually appealing. Initially, such developments would have merely incited a wave of astonishment. However, it did not take long for astute individuals to recognize this as an opportune moment to stir the pot. Thus, the shockwaves reverberated. The renowned novel The Emperor of the Desolate Sky, adapted into an anime, had underperformed compared to the original youth anime Pokemon. With a daily membership revenue exceeding 4 million, Pokemon decisively trampled the Emperor of the Desolate Sky, securing its status as the reigning king of this season's anime. Suyang had previously declared, "What is the Emperor of the Desolate Sky? Without the support of capital, it is not even worthy of holding my shoes." Amidst the myriad of media platforms, an abundance of news suddenly emerged, elevating Pokemon to celestial heights while relegating the sovereign of the wasteland to the depths of obscurity. This is a blatant case of promoting through denigration. Yet, such evident manipulation proves to be remarkably effective. Historically, the simplest approaches often yield the most significant results. The same principle applies to Pokemon. Many ardent fans, upon encountering these media reports, were compelled by their affection to lavish praise upon the work, often disparaging the sovereign of the wasteland to elevate Pokemon. They found immense joy and satisfaction in this. However, this left fans of the sovereign of the wasteland feeling aggrieved. Why should the shortcomings of the sovereign of the wasteland on a minor platform lead to its condemnation? Such a conclusion is undeniably unjust. Moreover, has it not merely achieved temporary success? Is there truly a need for such hubris? Consequently, fans from both sides became embroiled in heated online disputes, escalating in intensity, with neither party able to persuade the other. The discourse gradually devolved into personal attacks, further exacerbating the situation. At this critical juncture, an individual's intervention intensified the quarrel. The author of The Sovereign of the Wasteland, Han Feng, posted a status on his social media. "Pokemon, huh? The underlying tone of indignation and dissatisfaction was unmistakable. This spurred the readers of The Sovereign of the Wasteland to rally further. With the original creator expressing discontent, what hesitation remained? They would champion their beliefs and their revered Han Feng. All were genuine fans, who feared whom. Thus, this dispute escalated to a new level. Despite the presence of numerous rational readers from both sides urging moderation and suggesting a thorough investigation before drawing conclusions, perhaps the media was merely seeking attention and deliberately inciting conflict? The more fervently they argued, the greater the media's profits. Why should they serve as pawns in someone else's game? Yet, such sage counsel was destined to fall on deaf ears from the outset. Instead, those who spoke thus were branded as traitors, subjected to scorn from both factions. This left many who attempted to mediate in silence, watching the situation unfold with bated breath. However, the author of The Emperor of the Desolate Sky, Han Feng, appears to be dissatisfied with the current situation, feeling that it does not adequately address his grievances. Upon witnessing the unwavering support from his readers, he once again expressed his thoughts. He was utterly astounded that his painstakingly crafted masterpiece was overshadowed by the juvenile work Pokemon on a lesser platform. This predicament leaves those of us committed to original creation, striving to rejuvenate the culture of the White Rabbit Kingdom, in a state of dismay. I have begun to question whether this lesser platform has shown favoritism towards certain individuals, resulting in such an outcome. Otherwise, I cannot reconcile myself to this result. It is my belief that the higher-ups of this lesser platform should not exhibit bias towards anyone. I wish to take this opportunity to challenge the creators of Pokemon to a contest on Yuesha Media. If they were to triumph again, I would genuinely concede defeat. His remarks stirred a significant uproar online. Readers of The Emperor of the Desolate Sky, who were already disgruntled by the dominance of Pokemon, seized the moment, rallying to amplify their voices. Chapter 18. Suyong, let us all be amicable and prosper. Indeed, Han Feng is correct. Does Suyong dare to compete with Han Feng on Yuesha Media? I truly doubt they possess the courage, were it not for the favoritism shown by the lesser platform. Could such a trivial work achieve its current acclaim? I find that hard to believe. Indeed, how could such timid souls dare to confront Han Feng? Previously, they may have had numbers, yet lacked justification, making it difficult to best their opponents in argument. However, now the situation has changed. They believe they hold the moral high ground, and thus, their rhetoric has grown increasingly arrogant, vowing to reclaim what they once lost. Naturally, their hubris has incited the ire of Pokemon readers. The audience of Pokemon is not merely composed of youthful boys. It also includes numerous older women and young professionals. Most importantly, a significant portion consists of fervent young male readers who are passionate about literature. When they engage seriously in debate, their fervor can be quite formidable. A group of scoundrels, do they truly claim to have engaged with Pokemon? Here they are, spewing their disdain. To assert that Pokemon is juvenile is to suggest that Han Feng surpasses the esteemed Yi Fan in prowess. Yi Fan himself has openly declared it a remarkable work, far from being trivial. Furthermore, I have not neglected to read The Emperor of the Desolate Sky. While I acknowledge its merits, I reserve my judgment on its adaptation into anime. Can it truly be deemed splendid? I remain unconvinced. Indeed, it is utterly perplexing that the adaptation strays significantly from the original work, diminishing the role of the female protagonist while inexplicably augmenting the presence of a rather effeminate male character. Such choices leave me utterly exasperated. Given the current state of this production, I believe it has managed to garner a measure of recognition purely by the grace of its association with the esteemed author. Do you truly possess no sense of propriety? Yet, here you are boasting. The modifications are so mismatched that, were it not for the illustrious name of the author, I would find it utterly repugnant to even cast a glance at it. I implore the adapters at the media company to consider appointing someone with a more rational perspective, rather than relying on this infatuated female executive who, in her self-serving manner, has distorted a magnificent narrative into a chaotic mess, all while deluding herself into thinking it is splendid. It baffles me that they do not take a moment to peruse online feedback. The overwhelming majority of comments stem from male viewers who are passionately engaged, while older female audiences incessantly resurrect the opinions that have been pushed down. It is nothing short of perfect. Ha ha ha, how delightful it is. Perhaps now you comprehend that the readers of Pokemon are not to be trifled with. As the conflict unfolds with their triumph, when Xiaoxia cannot help but grin with pride, this esteemed author truly seems oblivious to his own shortcomings. while his novels are commendable. The adaptation's disarray cannot yield favorable results. How can he possibly feel aggrieved by being overshadowed by Pokemon? Suddenly, when Xiaoxia finds her admiration for him waning, a sentiment echoed by many others. Meanwhile, in the shadows of this situation, a group of fools has been easily stirred into a fervent quarrel. Manager Ma from Penguin Video observes the online skirmish with a sinister grin. Let them bicker on. The more contentious, the better. He envisions a scenario where they are embroiled in endless disputes, allowing him to clandestinely undermine Pokemon and tarnish its reputation irrevocably. Humph. He scoffs softly, Suyang. I shall make you understand the repercussions of defying us. In this age of capitalism, if one cannot be utilized, then one must be eradicated. Such is the merciless nature of capital. Similarly, the general manager of Ant Video echoes sentiments of a comparable nature. Though he has not conspired with Manager Ma, it does not hinder his covert machinations, taking advantage of the chaos. In their eyes, outside the public sphere, there is nothing they deem untouchable or beyond their reach. With wealth, they believe they can act with impunity. At this moment, Hanfeng gazes upon the torrent of criticism online, his anger boiling over in an uncontainable roar. Why does Pokemon receive such resounding acclaim while he faces relentless disparagement? It is unjust. This is wholly unfair. He concedes that the anime adaptation has its flaws. Yet it is nowhere near as abysmal as the online critiques suggest. Absolutely not. He clearly feels that the anime adaptation is splendid, yet why do netizens perceive it otherwise? Humph. As director Xiao Feng aptly stated, our audience possesses no discernment, failing to distinguish what constitutes an exceptional work. What is undeniably a masterpiece is dismissed as a mediocre film, while they cheer raucously for subpar content. Rubbish remains rubbish. They cannot appreciate delicacies, finding satisfaction only in the refuse. Han Feng, with such prideful thoughts, concluded that it could not be his fault. Thus, the issue must lie with the audience and readers. This notion greatly displeased him, igniting a desire for revenge and an outlet for his frustrations. However, just as he prepared to declare war, Suyang unexpectedly posted a video on the platform. Dear friends, your support is deeply appreciated. I never anticipated such sincerity from you all, and I am immensely grateful. With heartfelt sincerity, Suyang clasped his fists in gratitude and continued. Yet, this online bickering leads only to mutual destruction. We are all enthusiasts of the two-dimensional culture. Why must we harm the camaraderie? Each work possesses its strengths and weaknesses. There is no need to nitpick and challenge one another. Short-term success signifies nothing. Our duty should be to gather feedback for the anime creators, enabling them to craft works that resonate with the audience. This is our obligation as readers, not to create divisions that alienate those outside our circle. How can we expect others to appreciate the works we love if we alienate potential readers? Surely, Han Feng would not wish to witness such a scene. Although merely a minute-long message, the impact was profound. No one anticipated Su Yang would articulate such sentiments. Normally, one would expect a fierce retort akin to Han Feng's. Yet, Su Yang deviated entirely from the norm, not only refraining from anger at Han Feng's provocation, but also urging everyone to transform foes into friends and cultivate harmony for prosperity. Instantly, his elevated perspective became evident. Truly, Su Yang has proven himself. Previously, I regarded his works as commendable, but it seems his remarkable character is precisely what enables him to create such outstanding pieces as Pokemon. Online, accolades poured forth. Behold what it means to have vision. Su Yang has indeed broadened the horizon. In contrast to some who cannot bear temporary setbacks and resort to curses, Su Yang's magnanimity shines through. Alas, the quality of one's work often reflects their character. Ha ha ha. I can only imagine that Han Feng's face must be quite dark now. My sincerest apologies, Han Feng, for any offense. Yet, I cannot help but chuckle at the thought of your expression. The online community is filled with mirth, as Han Feng's reputation has further deteriorated under Su Yang's recent maneuver. This naturally leaves Han Feng quite displeased, as Su Yang has appropriated all the commendations and accolades for himself, leaving Han Feng in a state of disrepute. Humph, such pretense of benevolence. They speak of harmony fostering wealth, but I perceive it merely as an excuse born from cowardice to avoid confrontation. Han Feng responded on his personal social media platform, challenging Su Yang. If you are truly a man, have the courage to duel me outright. Do not cower behind your words to mask your timidity. Should you fear engaging in battle, simply concede your defeat. I shall not make it difficult for a failure such as yourself. Such tricks are outdated. Only the defeated cling to the notion that harmony breeds prosperity. True warriors are those who persistently engage in conflict. It seems you are destined to create only juvenile works for your own amusement. His words ignited yet another uproar online, with Han Feng's readers rallying in support, urging Su Yang to stop acting like a turtle retreating into its shell. They see through the facade of his supposed sincerity, knowing full well that Su Yang is a coward. This inevitably incited the ire of Su Yang's fans, leading to a heated debate between the two factions. The situation diverged entirely from Su Yang's original intent. Alas, observing the escalating discord online, Su Yang could not help but sigh. He had initially hoped to quell the discord and thwart the schemes of those with ulterior motives, to prevent a clash between the two titans that would ultimately benefit a third party. While not particularly astute, he had sensed the scent of conspiracy behind this matter from the outset. How could the media be so timely, with its acerbic commentary, as if deliberately inciting conflict? Thus, he sought to intervene, but it seems he was naive. In this world manipulated by capital, how could he hope to halt such a compelling topic? Very well. If his words fall on deaf ears, then let battle commence. Su Yang neither seeks trouble nor fears it. Even if not for his own sake or for the reputation and accomplishments of Pet Pokemon, he must stand up for his supporters and defend his fans. He cannot allow them to fight alone while he reaps the rewards from the sidelines. On July 15th, the day appeared unremarkable, yet it was destined to be anything but tranquil. The online feud between the readers of the Emperor of Desolation and Pet Pokemon intensified, drawing an ever-growing crowd into the fray. At this critical juncture, Yuesher Media, in harmony with the chilling winds, reached out to Su Yang, expressing a willingness to discuss broadcasting matters. They signaled to Su Yang to upload his works onto their platform, inviting a fair competition to see whose prowess would ultimately prevail. This audacious challenge from the side of the desolate emperor greatly inflated their arrogance. Although Su Yang's fans recognized the brilliance of Pokemon, they were less certain about whether uploading to Yuesher Media would still afford them an advantage. Consequently, their hesitation appeared to their adversaries as a sign of timidity, diminishing their momentum in the ongoing verbal skirmishes and further placing them at a disadvantage. This left them discontented, yet powerless to alter the situation, with no glimmer of hope in sight. At this critical moment, Su Yang received counsel from Chun Rue, who urged him to refrain from impulsive actions, cautioning that entering Yuesher Media would mean stepping onto someone else's turf. The other party had no sense of fairness, and the outcome would merely reflect their preferences. Su Yang would have no control over the situation. A loss in the competition could cost him his reputation, status, and wealth. He needed to exercise caution. Even internally, Suya was advising Su Yang against acquiescing. She understood the character of someone his age all too well, impetuous, self-assured, and resistant to external advice. A slight provocation could lead him to act rashly, resulting in irreparable consequences. Sister Ya, even if I don't consider myself, I must think of my readers. Su Yang, however, appeared resolute in his disregard for advice, intent on facing the chilling winds head-on. Suya, hearing this, grew anxious, but Su Yang interrupted her counsel, declaring that the matter was settled and he had it under control. Upon hearing this, Suya sighed deeply in disappointment. For someone his age to claim he had it under control was as fantastical as a pig climbing a tree or the sun rising in the west. It seemed she had to prepare herself for the prospect of unemployment. Since you are so eager to duel with me, Han Feng, very well, I accept your challenge. Lest you think of me, Su Yang, as a cowardly turtle. My readers need not bear the burden of your grievances. Any dissatisfaction or resentment, let it be directed at me. I shall take upon myself all the consequences and bring it to an end. At noon, he declared, as the ancients say, when the yang energy is at its peak, it is time to battle. Su Yang, at this moment, boldly responded to Han Feng's challenge with renewed determination. Wow, Su Yang, I never realized you held such commanding presence. Truly magnificent. Ah, how can one be so domineering? The weight of countless consequences rests upon your shoulders. Such striking words resonate, as if a celestial sovereign aims to suppress something ominous. Do you hear that, you misguided readers of Coldwind? Our esteemed Su Yang is not one to shrink back like a timid turtle. If you wish to battle, let us engage. Our Su Yang fears no strife. His bold declarations have propelled him to the trending ranks of musical notes, with phrases like the weight of countless consequences rests upon me emerging as trending topics. In an instant, the quarrel between the two opposing factions ceased. Captivated by Su Yang's commanding rhetoric, fans of Cold Wind were left utterly astounded, never anticipating such audacity from Su Yang. Meanwhile, his supporters basked in immense pride and joy. However, whether in the realm of Ushur Media or on that humble platform, I believe neither you nor I will be easily satisfied with the ultimate outcome. Therefore, let us seek a battleground that we can both agree upon. I propose the children's channel of the Rabbit Kingdom as a fitting arena. What do you think? I wonder if the higher-ups at the children's channel would acquiesce to my request? Following Su Yang's formidable pronouncement, he confirmed the venue for the contest. We now await the approval of the channel's executives, and time shall determine the results. Ultimately, let the viewership ratings speak for themselves. Chapter 20. The War of Culture Impressive. Su Yang, to ascend to the children's channel. This not only offers a wave of free publicity, but also provides an opportunity to confront Cold Wind, decisively quelling any dissent. Truly, a double-edged sword. Many, after witnessing Su Yang's developments, couldn't help but exclaim their admiration. How fascinating. A handsome man in Jingzhou City watched the unfolding spectacle with keen anticipation. Both are newcomers who have achieved remarkable success with their respective works. Indeed, this contest between them bears the essence of a dragon and tiger clash. He smiled broadly, noticing that Yi Fan shared his enthusiasm, which he found quite surprising. It was rare for such a farce to pique his interest. Yi Fan chuckled, why not? I am not a deity. Any human would delight in a spectacle, wouldn't they? Don't you think this resembles our own debut? We, too, were strangers turned rivals. Reflecting on their past, he mused, we battled for years, and in the end, I emerged victorious by a narrow margin. It feels as though that was but yesterday. Hearing this, the handsome man shook his head, laughing softly. To compare these two to us seems to elevate them beyond their worth. Yi Fan, with a refined smile, replied, it is merely a metaphor. So, who do you believe will prevail? The handsome man cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, half amused, half annoyed, and remarked, is that even a question? In the short term, it is undoubtedly the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens who holds the advantage, given his vast readership. However, at this juncture, he suddenly sighed and lamented. But who would have thought that such an outstanding work would be squandered by Ushur Media, entrusting a clueless woman as the director, transforming a grand and passionate narrative into a mundane soap opera filled with trivial matters of family and romance, along with introducing nonsensical characters. There's no advantage in that. I have a premonition that even more absurd plotlines will emerge. Alas, the novel brings both triumph and despair. In contrast, the young Su Yang, provided he maintains a steady performance, will only see the unfolding story grow increasingly captivating, with his advantages expanding further. Even if the fans of Han Feng rally to cast votes, it ultimately bears no consequence on the final outcome. It merely amounts to giving money away for nothing. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, recognizing the prevalent state of domestic adaptations of novels into animation. The executives of those media companies have never thoroughly engaged with the novels, nor have the upper echelons of animation production. How can one expect to faithfully reproduce the novel or create a world that rivals the original's depiction? At this point, both men couldn't help but shake their heads in resignation. This is the current reality. Even they are powerless to effect change. Ha ha ha, Su Yang. Since you're so eager to play along, we won't hold back. Manager Ma beamed at Su Yang's response, delighted. His only fear was that Su Yang would refuse. Now that he had acquiesced, matters could proceed smoothly. Even if he had to compete in a children's channel, what of it? There would be no room for behind-the-scenes manipulation here, or so he thought. Regardless of whether one is a national television station, as long as the benefits are substantial enough, there will always be someone willing to assist. He promptly picked up his phone and made a call. Within minutes, a triumphant expression spread across his face. In Jingzhou City, it was intriguing. Su Yang was indeed clever to choose a children's channel as his battleground. He had undoubtedly secured a significant favor from Fang Kuan, who, one would hope, would not shoot himself in the foot. Yet, Su Yang's bold and confident demeanor genuinely commanded a newfound respect. If only there were more individuals like him, capable of flourishing, it would be splendid. In today's White Rabbit Nation, its cultural soft power barely stands on the foundation of its literature. While it is true that novel culture profoundly influences many nations worldwide, it still remains in a vulnerable position. After all, whether in film, music, or comics, it continues to be besieged by cultural works from other countries. The cinematic productions of the Eagle Nation, the captivating comics from Goguryeo, and the music from the Obular Alliance incessantly challenge the cultural barriers of the White Rabbit Nation. It is imperative that the White Rabbit Nation fortifies its cultural defenses without delay. In order to shield against the onslaught of foreign cultures, it is imperative to prevent the subtle influences that could transform the internal populace into adversaries of the White Rabbit Nation, leading to a significant exodus of talent. Alternatively, there exists the peril of obscuring the indigenous values of the White Rabbit Nation, causing its people to repudiate their own culture and fervently idolize others, thus becoming cultural subservients. While their own civilization suffers a devastating fracture, ultimately being supplanted by foreign influences. The White Rabbit Nation boasts a history spanning thousands of years, an unbroken lineage that continues to this day. How could it possibly be severed in this modern era? Such an indictment is one that no one can bear. Why is Yi Fan revered as the Heavenly Emperor? It is not solely due to his astonishing achievements, which have reached an unparalleled zenith. It is also because his 5 works intricately weave together the myriad myths and traditional cultures of the White Rabbit Nation, constructing an expansive cultural realm uniquely reflective of its heritage. This has effectively fortified the nation against the encroachment of external cultures, awakening in its readers the realization of the rich cultural legacy they possess, thereby significantly enhancing their sense of cultural identity and confidence. It is this remarkable contribution from Yi Fan that has earned him the esteemed title of Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, the more talents like Yi Fan, the better. No one would ever lament a shortage of talent. Suyong, however, remains unaware of these matters as he patiently awaits the chilling winds and a response from the Children's channel. At this moment, within the Children's channel, a stir arises. What? Someone has proposed airing the immensely popular anime Pokemon? Who is it? The original creator? Then there is no cause for concern. What do you mean, no concern? Such an incredible opportunity must not be missed. Let us swiftly convene a brief meeting to vote in favor of this suggestion. If we seize this opportunity, our Children's channel may very well experience a revival. Suyong's proposal has ignited a fervent response within the Children's channel. Despite being the official channel of the White Rabbit Nation, the channel has faced daunting challenges over the past decade due to the rise of online platforms and various systemic flaws, among other limitations of the times. Consequently, the situation for the Children's channel has deteriorated significantly. Just days prior, rumors emerged suggesting that the channel might be slated for closure. In the lead-up to this critical juncture, numerous programs within the Children's channel have already been axed. The channel's director, Fong Kuan, has found himself sleepless with worry, yet powerless to effect change. He has sought numerous connections, hoping to introduce captivating works that would help retain viewership and stabilize the channel's ratings. However, he has been unable to secure even one outstanding piece, as no one is willing to showcase their creations on the Children's channel. Due to the Children's channel's inability to offer high prices that would satisfy their demands, coupled with a lack of traffic and popularity, showcasing their works on this platform would serve no promotional purpose. It could be described as entirely unbeneficial, thus dissuading anyone from engaging in such endeavors. Just when Fong Kuan felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, even reaching a state of despair, he suddenly heard the astonishing news that Suyong intended to release the wildly popular work Pokemon on their channel. He was utterly stunned. Fearing he had misheard or misread, he confirmed the information multiple times before ascertaining its authenticity. Consequently, he promptly disseminated this news and convened a meeting with all senior executives. They must overcome all obstacles to ensure the successful launch of Pokemon on the Children's channel. This sentiment was unanimously shared among those present at the meeting. Securing Pokemon would guarantee their employment for at least a year, making it preferable to transferring to another position. They felt a stronger attachment to the familiar environment of the Children's channel. I will personally facilitate the discussions with the Cultural Committee, while the highest review committee will be executed by you, the deputy directors. Suyong, you will be responsible for hosting the representatives from Hanfeng's side. Ensure they are well received to avoid dissatisfaction. Fong Kuan swiftly issued directives during the meeting. This was a critical juncture, leaving no room for hesitation. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately set about their tasks. Initially, they believed these endeavors would pose certain challenges. However, to their surprise, everything progressed remarkably smoothly. Upon learning of Fong Kuan's intentions, the higher-ups of both the Cultural Committee and the highest review committee readily consented. Su Yang also affirmed that even if Han Feng declined the challenge, he would still proceed with the launch of Pokemon on the children's channel. At that moment, Han Feng responded to Su Yang's challenge on his personal social media platform. Since you seek your own demise, very well, I shall oblige. Just remember, should you lose, do not weep. Thus, this duel commenced. The eyes of netizens were suddenly fixated on the children's channel. Both parties appeared unfazed. It remained uncertain whether the children's channel would prove to be a formidable platform. Observing the seamless completion of all arrangements, Fang Kuan promptly issued a statement. We are immensely honored to launch two such exceptional works and are profoundly grateful for Mr. Su Yang's support of our endeavors. We are eternally appreciative. With all tasks accomplished, the battle could commence. As for Han Feng, he scoffed. With my capabilities, why would I resort to disreputable tactics for vote manipulation? Do you, at Usher Media, believe that I, Han Feng, am destined to lose? I caution you not to hinder my progress behind my back. Otherwise, I shall not relent. The words of the general manager of Usher Media, who claimed he would assist in securing votes to ensure a decisive victory over Su Yang, elicited nothing but disdain from Han Feng. How could such a trivial figure as Su Yang possibly pose a challenge? Han Feng was fully capable of overwhelming him through sheer talent alone. Why resort to such underhanded tactics as vote manipulation? Who does he look down upon? Su Yang has never even registered on his radar. Naturally, to secure ultimate triumph, the original author must step into the role of producer and actively engage in the anime's creation. Since the audience believes the director lacks the requisite skill, he shall take matters into his own hands. He is certain that the readers would not disapprove. The notion of it being a frivolous endeavor is utterly unfounded. As for Su Yang, why must you provoke Han Feng? His prowess is formidable, bolstered by the foundation of his novel. Now, as a producer involved in the anime's production, the quality of The Desolate Emperor will undoubtedly soar. Your Pokemon is merely an original work, and the subsequent storylines may lack assurance. Your chances of success in this contest are indeed slim. Observing Su Ya's concern, Su Yang merely chuckled, finding amusement in the challenge. After all, how can one discern strength without a trial? What if he emerges victorious in the end? Su Ya sighed, expressing her anxieties. If you were to lose, the consequences could leave you in dire financial straits. She genuinely felt the weight of the situation. The revenue from the fourth episode exceeded $1.8 million. And after settling $1.5 million in debts, she had spent another $100,000 to secure an office near the city center. Her initial plan was to rely on Pokemon for income, and once her reputation flourished, to venture into toy production. She sought not vast riches, but merely a gradual improvement in her circumstances. However, just as she glimpsed a flicker of hope for the company's revival, the situation with Su Yang arose, leaving her feeling that her aspirations for the company's bright future had become as elusive as the moon reflected in water, merely a dream unattainable. It seems I must double my efforts to avoid defeat, Su Yang jested. If, with the aid of a system and the outstanding foundation of Pokemon, he were to lose to Han Feng, he would accept the outcome. As fellow newcomers, even if Han Feng possessed innate talent, Su Yang had his own advantages. Yet, why did he feel that something remained amiss? It was as if an element had yet to be considered. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he struggled to find clarity, but to no avail. He decided not to dwell on it further. The most pressing matter at hand was to focus intently on the quality of the work. The external world awaited. The challenge posed by the cold wind has ignited excitement among netizens. How delightful it is to witness such a spectacle. The formidable showdown between the two newcomers is bound to be extraordinarily thrilling. It seems that the Children's channel has never experienced such fervor. I eagerly anticipate the final outcome. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Personally, I lean toward the cold wind, though I hesitate to express pessimism. It appears he has the greater chance of triumph. But if Su Yang is aware of this, why does he still choose to engage in the contest? There seems to be no advantage for him in this endeavor. Perhaps Su Yang possesses some hidden strategy. I trust he is not a fool who would willingly enter a battle he knows he cannot win. Chapter 22. The charming yet adorable antagonist as speculation swirled among netizens. Su Yang once again unveiled the specifics of the competition. The average viewership over 3 months would determine the outcome, with a best-of-3 format. The loser must compensate the victor with 1 million and must publicly acknowledge their inferiority, henceforth barred from publishing works on the same platform as the winner. Su Yang's terms left no room for dissent from the cold wind. Su Yang, your demise is imminent. savor your fleeting freedom. For from the moment you agreed to this contest, you have stepped into the realm of your own demise. I shall not merely sabotage you on the Children's channel. Even without trickery, I will ensure you are thoroughly reviled by the world. Manager Ma from Penguin Videos spoke with a glint of malice in his small eyes. To him, eliminating Su Yang was as effortless as squashing an ant. Meanwhile, within the Children's channel, both Su Yang and the Cold Wind were engaged in discussions regarding the upcoming broadcasts, aware of the stakes concerning their reputations and future prospects. Neither side dared to exhibit any negligence. On July 16th, under a full moon, both Su Yang and the Cold Wind successfully launched their works that evening. They shared the coveted primetime slot at 8 o'clock, with the order determined by a draw, alternating every 2 weeks. Currently, Su Yang had drawn the first half, while the Cold Wind occupied the latter segment. Let the competition flourish. I believe there should be even more such contests. Ha ha ha, I concur. This way, I can enjoy 2 exceptional works simultaneously. The director of the Children's channel truly exhibits boldness in allocating prime time to them. Ha ha ha, is that not a reasonable decision? Given the current circumstances of the Children's channel, this is undoubtedly a case of resourceful utilization, maximizing value from what was once deemed waste. Xiangshui City. I never imagined I would once again find myself, like in my childhood, waiting in front of the television at 8 o'clock for the programs to air. Hua Lijuan switched on the LCD television, untouched for years. Indeed, this feeling is rather peculiar. An inexplicable anticipation fills the air. A faint sense of nostalgia lingered within her. Yet, she realized that she could easily watch the show on a certain platform. Nevertheless, she felt an inexplicable urge to witness the clash between Pokemon and Huang Tiandi, curious to see which would emerge superior. She couldn't be bothered to engage in debates with others. Experience reveals true knowledge. Besides, after such prolonged discussions, she was weary. At 8 o'clock, the 5th episode of Pokemon commenced with the opening line, "I have obtained a Pokemon." To her surprise, Holly Wan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is that Brock from Nibby City? Is he a new character? It seemed he would pose a formidable challenge for Ash. Each introduction of a new character typically rendered Ash's journey more arduous. She pondered the nature of this character. Surely, he would be a tall figure of impressive stature and a stern visage. After all, one could hardly expect a character named Brock to be a singer. Apologies, wrong set. The name must reflect its significance, after all. With such anticipation, Holly Wan began to watch. However, she soon found herself perplexed again. She had assumed the episode would showcase Ash embarking on a quest to find Brock and issue a challenge. Instead, the opening scene revealed someone digging in a patch of grass, laboring diligently with each shovel full of earth. Yet, from the pit came the sound of sinister laughter. Questions began to arise in her mind. Who were they? What were they digging for? Then, a woman with a hairstyle resembling a shooting star appeared. Her vibrant red-purple locks contrasting against a flamboyant background as she glided across the screen, earnestly declaring, to prevent the destruction of the world. At that moment, another man with blue hair, a smile gracing his lips and a rose in hand, appeared, exuding an aura of admiration and longing as he proclaimed, to safeguard the peace of the world. They embodied the delightful yet sinister archetype of charming villains. The red-purple-haired woman spoke first, Jesse. The blue-haired man promptly responded, James. Amidst this whimsical scene, a cream-colored Meowth emerged, thrusting its shovel forcefully into the ground, interrupting the duo with evident dissatisfaction. You make me dig while you perform? Is this how you treat your teammates? At this point, Holly Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Who declares themselves as a charming villain? These two were undeniably comedic. Their serious demeanor made it all the more amusing, as if they took great pride in their roles. This portrayal diverged significantly from typical villain representations, leaving Holly Wan with an inexplicable delight, especially with the talking Meowth adding an extra layer of intrigue. However, shortly thereafter, Hua Lijuan could not help but burst into laughter. The trio, who referred to themselves as the Rocket Team, hastily filled in the pit they had dug, seemingly intending to set a trap to capture Ash and his companions. Yet, after completing their task, they astonishingly forgot the boundaries of the very pit they had excavated. Where was it? Was it here? Or perhaps over there? They frantically probed the edges of the trap. Ultimately, they found themselves standing squarely in the middle of it. The ground suddenly gave way. Ah, this is bad. The three instantly recognized the miscalculation, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, They tumbled into the pit they had dug for themselves. Ironically, one of them lamented. How tragic. This remark sent Huolijuan into another fit of laughter. Ha ha, were these three jesters? They had forgotten the pit they had just dug and ended up stepping into it themselves. Moreover, what kind of villain declares their own plight is tragic? The scene then shifted to Ash and his companions. In pursuit of becoming the world's foremost Pokemon trainer, Ash and his friends had finally exited the labyrinthine Tokiwa forest. Arriving at a new city, Nibi City. Nibi, representing the color gray, is renowned for its stone heritage. Under the guidance of a passerby named Wuning, the weary travelers arrived at the Pokemon Center. Just as Misty remarked on Wuning's kindness for leading them to a resting place for Pikachu, he unexpectedly turned around and formally stated, "No need to thank me. Just pay me $50 for the fare." Ash and Misty were taken aback. Huolijuan could not suppress her laughter once more. The quality of this fifth episode was clearly superior to the preceding four, with a plethora of comedic moments that bestowed an inexplicable sense of ease upon the viewer. Chapter 23. Brock's stark contrast during their meal. Ash noticed a poster on the wall of the Pokemon Center announcing the imminent Pokemon Regional League Conference. Such a grand event was not to be missed by Ash, who resolutely decided to participate. However, Misty countered, "Really? But to join, you must defeat several trainers at the town's gyms and earn the corresponding badges, you know. Are you truly capable?" Ash confidently replied, "Of course." Yet, Wuning returned, laughing heartily upon hearing that Ash intended to challenge the Nibi City trainer, Brock, and with a hint of disdain remarked, "You? Challenge him?" He shook his head and walked away. This left Ash and Misty feeling quite disgruntled. Thus, Ash's resolve to challenge Brock only grew stronger. He was determined to discover just how formidable Brock truly was. Holly was also intrigued, thinking to herself that Brock appeared quite powerful. However, she quickly reconsidered, pondering whether Brock had ever truly seen the world. Pikachu, after all, was undeniably strong. Who was truly superior? Ash would soon find out. Before long, Ash sought out Brock to issue his challenge. As expected, Brock's appearance did not disappoint. He was indeed a resolute young man. How strong could he be? Holly mused, her gaze drifting downward. Upon learning of Ash's intentions, Brock naturally accepted the challenge without hesitation. Thus, the match commenced. Brock retrieved a Pokeball and declared, "Go, Onix." Ash, brimming with confidence, called forth Pikachu. However, when the massive form of Onix loomed before Pikachu, the little creature broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling with trepidation, Pikachu hastily retreated to Ash's side, curling up against him and timidly requesting to switch places with Pidgeotto. This left Ash quite displeased as he held Pikachu and urged him to step forward. "Pikachu, how can you act this way? Get out there." Holly nearly spat out her drink upon witnessing this unexpected twist. She had anticipated Pikachu would showcase its might, yet here it was, retreating at a crucial moment. Observing Pikachu's fearful yet reluctant demeanor as it prepared to face its opponent, Holly found the situation utterly amusing. Unfortunately, when Pikachu finally took the stage again, it proved no match for Brock's Onix and was swiftly defeated. Such a trainer, who cannot properly train their Pokemon, is truly wasting a talent like Pikachu, Brock remarked before departing. Ash, cradling his battered Pikachu, left in a state of despondency. Although he felt a deep sense of frustration, the overwhelming power exhibited by Brock only served to deepen his despair. Was he truly this weak? How could he ever aspire to become the greatest Pokemon trainer? Would Ash ultimately triumph over Brock? Holly couldn't help but harbor concerns, pondering this in her heart. Upon returning home, Ash, still disheartened, was met with the words of Misty, who remarked, "Brock is indeed impressive. Being the gym leader of Pewter City is truly a waste of his talents." This comment irked Ash, who thought to himself, "Impressive? He can only bully novices like me. If he were truly remarkable, why has he never participated in the regional league? How can he be considered formidable when he lacks even that qualification?" He did not notice that upon hearing his words, Wunong merely smiled and chose not to elaborate, promptly taking Xiao Ji to a certain location. Inside a nursery, the once lively Xiao Gang was now transformed into the semblance of a housewife. He was chopping vegetables, tending to children, and skillfully mending their clothes. This was far removed from the image of a Pokemon trainer. Xiao Ji could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Gang's reputation is utterly ruined." Even Huolijuan was taken aback by the stark contrast presented by Xiao Gang. Indeed, Suyong never adhered to conventional norms. After a brief moment of astonishment, Huolijuan contemplated that the ensuing narrative might grow increasingly intriguing. It was here that she learned the reason behind Xiao Gang's absence from the regional tournament. He had younger siblings to care for, and his background was quite tragic. His father aspired to become the most formidable trainer, but vanished without a trace after leaving Bai City. His mother, despairing over his father's irresponsibility, also abandoned the family. Consequently, Xiao Gang was left alone to look after his siblings. Hua Lijuan's heart ached for him upon discovering this harrowing past. Suddenly, she felt even more sympathy for Xiao Gang. However, Xiao Ji, initially feeling guilty for Xiao Gang's plight, hesitated to exert his full strength against him. To his surprise, Wu Neng chuckled, asserting that no matter how hard he tried, he would never surpass Xiao Gang. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. This instantaneously ignited Xiao Ji's competitive spirit. He was determined to win. He believed that if he could awaken Pikachu's latent potential, victory was within reach. Wu Neng, who supported this notion, led him to a hydroelectric power plant. By enhancing Pikachu's electric voltage, they could inflict damage on Onyx and secure victory. However, Hua Lijuan found herself pondering a question, which Xiaoji voiced. Why did Wu Neng possess such profound knowledge about Pokemon? Suddenly, he seemed enigmatic to her. She suspected that Su Yang would not introduce a superfluous character to occupy such a significant narrative space. Then, Hua Lijuan had a bold hypothesis. Could it be that this bearded Wu Neng was none other than Xiao Gang's long-lost father? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps Xiao Gang would join Xiao Ji's team, venturing into the broader world. In this scenario, Wu Neng could step in for the absent Xiao Gang, helping to care for the children. This line of reasoning appeared increasingly coherent. For Wu Neng had consistently been guiding Xiao Ji, subtly encouraging him to triumph over Xiao Gang. From a motivational standpoint, her conjecture held considerable merit. After a painful charging session, Pikachu's electric attack surged remarkably, unlocking its potential. At last, Pikachu acquired a formidable new skill, Thunderbolt. Holly, upon hearing the name, couldn't help but nod in approval, sensing its impressive nature. Meanwhile, Ash, who had harnessed Pikachu's potential, sought another challenge against Brock. However, Ash lacked experience as a Pokemon trainer. Faced with Brock's Rock-type Geodude, he inexplicably chose to deploy a Flying-type Pokemon, which proved ineffective against the Rock-type. Consequently, he suffered a swift defeat. This prompted Misty, who was observing from the sidelines, to quip, "Ash is hopelessly inept." Yet, Ash was not one to concede easily. He sent forth the newly empowered Pikachu. Chapter 24, New Skill, Thunderbolt. As Pikachu confidently trotted onto the battlefield, Holly couldn't help but chuckle at the endearing sight. Its little feet pattered adorably, radiating a charming aura. "Pikachu, you are truly exceptional. Go for it." Encouraged by Ash, Pikachu swiftly demonstrated the fruits of its training from the previous day. A single Thunderbolt left Geodude utterly defenseless. Witnessing Pikachu's victorious expression, Holly felt an overwhelming sense of reality. However, despite Pikachu's effortless triumph over its first opponent, apprehension washed over it as Onix emerged, resurrecting memories of its previous defeat. Before Onix could even launch an attack, Pikachu involuntarily released electric currents, yet failed to target Onix, wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. The overhead lights ignited from the electrical assault, and Ash narrowly avoided being struck. "Pikachu, aim carefully," he urged. Momentarily startled by Ash's call, Pikachu was ensnared by Onix's tail before it could react. Pika Pika! It unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, but to no avail against Onix. Instead, it found itself constricted tighter, struggling to breathe. As the pressure mounted, coupled with the fatigue from earlier exertion, Pikachu's ability to sustain the electric discharge faltered, abruptly ceasing. The constriction only intensified, eliciting a pained expression from the little Pokemon. "Pikachu!" Just as Ash feared, Holly's heart clenched in sympathy while watching the scene unfold. "All right, Onix, release him," Brock commanded, promptly retracting Onix. Pikachu then collapsed, disoriented from the ordeal. As Ash gazed at Pikachu's failure, a look of frustration crossed his face. At that moment, the lights ignited due to Pikachu's electric strike, triggering the automatic sprinkler system on the ceiling. The Onix was suddenly drenched in water, which, as a rock-type Pokemon, was its most fatal weakness, especially since Pikachu was an electric type. In conjunction with the water, the power of the attack would be doubled. If Onix were to be struck, it would surely be finished. Beside him, Misty quickly alerted Ash, prompting him to react swiftly. He commanded Pikachu to unleash Thunderbolt without delay. Indeed, Onyx was soon enveloped in electric currents, emitting cries of agony. Seizing the moment, Ash prepared to deliver the finishing blow to Onyx. Will Ash emerge victorious? Holly pondered, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Just moments ago, Brock had shown Ash leniency, yet Ash was now mercilessly targeting the defenseless Onyx. Just as Ash was about to issue the final command for Pikachu to strike the helpless Onyx, Brock's younger siblings burst onto the scene, clinging to him and preventing his movement. "You can't bully our brother's hard-trained Onyx," they cried, igniting a flicker of guilt in Ash's heart. It felt as though he had become the villain, and he protested, "How am I bullying anyone? This is a fair match, is it not?" Brock interjected, "Yes, right. This is a legitimate competition, so you should all stop." However, his siblings refused, insisting, "No, brother, you clearly love Pokemon, right? That's why you showed mercy to Pikachu. Otherwise, you would have already won." Their words struck a chord in Ash. Indeed, Brock had just shown mercy, and to take advantage of that would make him a coward. How could he aspire to be the greatest Pokemon trainer if he acted so dishonorably? Thus, he promptly recalled Pikachu. Brock was left puzzled. They were so close to defeating him. Why stop now? A chance like this might not come again. Addressing Brock's confusion, Ash smiled and said, "The leak in the gym was an unforeseen circumstance. It does not reflect my true abilities. Winning under such conditions would be unjust. Next time, I will defeat you with my genuine skill." With that, he departed with a flourish, leaving Brock with newfound respect for Ash. Such character, Brock thought. Meanwhile, Misty couldn't help but sigh, bewildered. Ash is so foolish. He barely managed to win by luck, yet he chooses to give up like this. He truly loves to play the hero. She was left speechless. By the riverside in the town, Ash walked alongside Pikachu, feeling a sense of guilt as he addressed his companion. "I realize that my actions have truly wronged you. You have worked so hard to enhance yourself, striving for improvement. And yet I abandoned you when you could have proven your worth through victory. Am I a terrible trainer?" Pikachu replied slowly, yet reassuringly, "Pika Pika." Ash, touched by the response, asked, "Are you comforting me?" At that moment, Brock caught up and presented Ash with the badge from his gym, signifying his genuine recognition of Ash. Contrasting sharply with his earlier disdain, believing Ash to be an inadequate trainer, Brock then shared his heartfelt aspiration. He wished to become the world's foremost breeder rather than a trainer. However, due to his responsibilities toward his younger siblings, he felt unable to pursue this dream. He entrusted this ambition to Ash, and the badge symbolized the key to realizing that dream. Naturally, Ash could not refuse. Thus, he finally obtained his very first badge. Yet, just as Holly had speculated, after Brock entrusted his dream to Ash, a man named Wooning suddenly appeared, revealing himself to be Brock's father. Holly couldn't help but smile at this revelation, thinking that Wooning had likely stayed away due to his inability to fulfill his promises, feeling unworthy to return home. While she harbored some criticism toward Wooning's irresponsibility, she pondered that surely he could explain himself to his family. Nevertheless, this time Wooning seemed to have come to a realization, allowing Brock to chase his dreams while he took on the responsibility of caring for the younger siblings. "I have something to say to you," Brock exclaimed, and Wooning braced himself for reprimand. Holly also anticipated this confrontation, believing that Brock had every right to express his anger after Wooning's prolonged absence. However, Brock's true intention left Holly utterly astonished. He did not scold Wooning at all, but instead detailed each child's dietary preferences. The complexity of these habits drove Wooning to the brink of madness. "Slow down. Let me take notes. I haven't finished yet." After a brief moment of shock, Holly shook her head, realizing that this was quintessentially Brock's style. Only he would be so attuned to each sibling's likes and dislikes, without clearly communicating these necessities. How could one feel at ease pursuing their dreams? In this warm and complete atmosphere, Brock officially joined Ash on his journey. Thus, the events of the 5th episode came to a close, leaving Holly eagerly anticipating what awaited Ash and his companions ahead. The enigmatic Team Rocket. Can Ash and his companions handle them? With Ash's current prowess, is he truly capable of advancing to the Regional League tournament? What adversaries will Pikachu encounter next? What is the origin of Team Rocket? Numerous questions linger, awaiting the next installment for answers. It is indeed captivating. The unfolding plot often eludes prediction, truly a testament to Su Yong's brilliance. Holly Wan believes that works like Pokemon may seem somewhat juvenile for adults. Yet for a girl like her, brimming with youthful exuberance, it is perfectly delightful. How wonderful it would be to have such a game. she yearns to experience the joy of nurturing. After watching Pokemon, her greatest disappointment is this longing. Merely observing the characters in the anime possess what she can only dream of. Habitually, she opened the comments section of a certain platform, where the most riveting content often resides, not in the main episode, but in the discussions below. To her surprise, she discovered that Brock, with his striking eyebrows and big eyes, possesses a surprisingly tender side. Speaking of Team Rocket, what is their backstory? And that talking Meowth, what is the mystery behind it? Is it also a Pokemon? How extraordinary, a creature that can speak. Could it be that the ultimate conclusion of this narrative reveals Ash as merely a delusional individual, with all the Pokemon existing solely in his imagination? How dare you disrupt my peace of mind with such a notion? Fantasy? Quite the audacious thought, my friend. But isn't it surprisingly plausible? Observing the myriad of comments from various experts, Holly 1 remained quietly engaged. Time was drawing near, so she urged her friends to proceed and explore the Emperor of the Wasteland to discern its true quality. I suggest you brace yourselves. It may not be as visually appealing as you anticipate. I have already finished the entire serialized content of the Emperor of the Wasteland, so feel free to inquire about anything you find perplexing. What a coincidence. I just happen to want to ask, what color are the protagonist's undergarments? How many white hairs does the female lead have? What aspect of the male lead does she favor the most? Are you trying to make me laugh? Who could possibly know such trivial details? However, it is evident that the female lead favors the male lead's formidable combat prowess. Is this combat prowess serious? I sense you are being suggestive, though I lack evidence. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, they turned their attention to the 7:35 p.m. airing of the Emperor of the Wasteland. In contrast to Pokemon, the Emperor of the Wasteland was airing its third episode. The protagonist, due to his overwhelming talent, incurred the jealousy of his third aunt, who dispatched individuals to cripple his meridians and dantian, rendering him incapacitated. Consequently, he endured relentless humiliation from his family, suffering daily beatings. His mother was also assigned to toil in the most arduous and degrading conditions. This episode narrates the protagonist's journey as he ventures out to dispose of discarded elixirs and stumbles upon a meteor, thus embarking on a path towards physical sanctification through cultivation. At long last, we have arrived at this episode, after 2 frustrating installments. I eagerly anticipate the protagonist's triumphant reversal. I find myself wishing for the swift demise of that insufferable effeminate character, who, in the original narrative, does not appear for several chapters. Upon his entrance, he is merely a bystander. What justification is there for such an extensive plotline? Indeed, in the anime, it is portrayed that his jealousy of the protagonist leads to the patriarch of the protagonist's family incapacitating him. In stark contrast, the novel reveals that it is the patriarch's jealousy, fearing that the protagonist would surpass his own son, that incites such actions. This alteration transforms the once sycophantic patriarch into a figure of apparent virtue. Moreover, it is perplexing that 2 entirely unrelated individuals are suddenly intertwined. The effeminate character is merely a roguish seducer, coveting the protagonist's treasures, only to fall victim to the protagonist's cunning. To suggest that this character is the primary reason for the protagonist's downfall is utterly bewildering. I am curious how the subsequent scenes of the protagonist exacting revenge on the patriarch and delivering a decisive beating will unfold. How will such intense conflict be portrayed? And what sense of catharsis will follow the act of vengeance? Additionally, this is a tale of retribution, yet the anime focuses excessively on the romantic entanglements among the characters. One would think that if changes are to be made, they should not be so frivolous. To make matters worse, the patriarch's daughter harbors affection for the protagonist, while the effeminate character is enamored with her, leading to a baseless vendetta against the protagonist. Such absurdity undermines the very essence of the protagonist's future retribution. Will new plotlines emerge to generate animosity towards the protagonist? The comments section for The Emperor of the Wild is far more animated, given its status as a popular novel, attracting a considerable readership and viewership that Pokemon currently cannot rival. This is precisely why Han Feng does not perceive himself as destined for defeat, and why Suya believes Su Yang is being reckless, as it seems improbable he would have any chance of success. Readers who enjoy Pokemon are likely to appreciate the more fervent The Emperor of the Wild. Yet those who favor the latter may not necessarily be drawn to the former. I cannot help but desire to witness the iconic scenes of martial prowess therein. Why not discuss the psychological toll inflicted by a grand confrontation? I believe the classic imagery of a blade striking the cheek is far more compelling. Today, with nothing pressing, I indulge in melodies from my humble abode. The noble gentleman, the vile scoundrel, Li Shaoer, the embodiment of righteousness, timorousness, Wang Tianzheng. Ha ha. I am bound to die laughing before you all. I think we should add the most unreasonable Su Qian to the mix. It is uncertain how many among the audience are here solely for the anime. Yet, they surely know that when it comes to banter, they are most serious. While Su Yang has increased the effeminate character's role, thereby exonerating the patriarch and causing a complete disconnection from the original plot. It is undeniable that the anime's narrative is indeed captivating, a testament to its status as a trending work. Su Yang, naturally, is also watching the Emperor of the Wild anime. Understanding both oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph in every battle. If the quality continues to be maintained in such a manner, it truly poses a formidable challenge. Su Yang's expression was gravely serious. Pitting Pak Mon against Emperor of the Wasteland indeed seems an unwise decision. At least in this realm, there is one undeniable truth. No one has ever dared to create original anime that competes with adaptations of novels. From the outset, adaptations have established an unassailable position. Chapter 26. I am certain of victory in order to triumph. One must continue to refine the storyline. Su Yang felt the weight of pressure. Yet, this also filled him with motivation. Should he vanquish the Emperor of the Wasteland, Pak Mon would undoubtedly attain resounding fame. At that point, it would yield even greater rewards for him. Thus, he could swiftly settle his debts, and thereafter, begin to relish the splendid life of a proprietor, immersed in revelry. Surrounded by beauty, merely contemplating this prospect stirs excitement within him. Su Yang, in his own way, is quite unambitious. He merely desires to be a carefree soul. On the other side, however, he snorted in disdain, finding the plot utterly juvenile, a laughable game among children, clearly capable of victory. Yet choosing to forfeit out of foolish compassion is laughably absurd. The battle lacked brilliance, the narrative was far from remarkable, and even the character designs offered little of note. Only the creativity held a hint of interest. To think such a work would dare to contend with me is truly laughable. Just as Su Yang understood both himself and his adversary, so too did Han Feng. Having watched the 5th episode of Pak Mon, he maintained a constant sneer, viewing it with utter disdain. I am certain of victory, Han Feng declared with self-satisfaction, convinced that Pak Mon could never be his rival. He could not fathom how his Emperor of the Wasteland could possibly lose. The characters were exquisite, the movements fluid, the battles thrilling, and the plot exceptional. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be defeated? He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next day, when the viewership ratings would reveal the truth of superiority. He firmly believed that victory would be his. Han Feng, however, should not underestimate Pak Mon. Observing his demeanor, a middle-aged man beside him felt compelled to interject. Although the final ratings have yet to be released, the online interest is considerable, which clearly indicates that this work possesses its own merits. Underestimating the enemy could lead to one's downfall. Upon hearing this, Han Feng dismissed the advice entirely. Pak Mon possesses merits? Absurd. He could not see it. Yet, as this middle-aged man was the vice president of the media company and a significant benefactor, Han Feng naturally refrained from offending him. Thus, he merely offered a perfunctory nod. Upon witnessing the scene, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Even if one might consider my words devoid of merit, what of Yi Fan? He is, after all, an authority in the realm of literature. He has acknowledged the merits of Pak Mon. So must we disregard his insights? Upon hearing this, Han Feng adopted a more serious demeanor, nodding earnestly. Yet, internally he scoffed, thinking, how can a mere novelist adequately critique an anime? What accuracy could he possibly possess? It is utterly ludicrous for a seasoned figure in literature to neglect the development of his own works and instead advocate for a juvenile anime. Does he not fear the obliteration of his reputation? Very well, if he chooses to lack self-respect, I shall allow him to remain in that position for a few more years. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the literary world, stepping upon the faces of those antiquated predecessors who merely rode the wave of a favorable era. Han Feng recalled that his debut novel had ignited a fervor across the internet, achieving accolades that rivaled those of Yi Fan in his prime. If that is the case, why should he not aspire to the same heights as Yi Fan? With such talent, it should be a matter of course for him to attain such accomplishments. Although that wretched woman had utterly distorted his novel's adaptation, disrupting his original outline and plot by the third episode, it mattered little. With his prowess, rectifying the tumultuous storyline and weaving it back into coherence with the novel would be a trivial task. Perhaps he could even elevate the narrative to greater perfection. Suyang, do not falter. When Xiaoxia prayed fervently after viewing The Emperor of the Wilderness, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, she resolved to rally all readers daily to boost Su Yang's performance. The ratings must not decline. Meanwhile, within the children's channel, I must make my intentions clear. The two animated series before us are a divine opportunity, regardless of the outcome of their confrontation. Should I discover any manipulation of the results, there will be no mercy. I, Fong Kuan, along with the children's channel, cannot afford to suffer disgrace. Whoever dares tarnish our reputation shall face my unyielding wrath, whether I remain the director or not. In the conference room, Fong Kuan spoke with a chilling demeanor, causing several attendees to shift uneasily. Indeed, there were those who sought to exploit this fortunate circumstance to extort Su Yang and Han Feng. After all, the results would determine victory or defeat. The ratings, it seemed, were entirely at their discretion. Those who wished to win would have to pay tribute. Otherwise, they would devise various means to hinder their opponents, resulting in a significant drop in viewership. Additionally, some had been approached by outside companies, promising a reward of 500,000 should they manipulate the situation to secure a win for the Emperor of the Wilderness. Such a lucrative offer was irresistible to many. After all, the Emperor of the Desolate Sky possesses immense advantages. Now, with just a slight effort, such income can be attained. Why not seize the opportunity? However, it seems that acquiring such money has become increasingly challenging. Fong Kuan stands as their most formidable adversary. How infuriating! They outwardly feign a demeanor of composure and tranquility. Yet internally, they have already cursed Fong Kuan 1,000 times over. To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's own parents. Now that Fong Kuan has obstructed their path to wealth, they harbor an intense hatred for him in their hearts. Yet, they find themselves utterly powerless against him. Mr. Suyang, you absolutely must not lose this battle. Apart from those who genuinely care about Suyang and wish for his victory, the only other person who dreads seeing him defeated is Chun Rue, his business partner. A loss would inevitably lead to a sharp decline in revenue for his modest platform, an outcome he absolutely cannot bear. All he can do is pray that Suyang, despite acting so impulsively, might somehow emerge victorious in the end. But will the heavens truly heed his desperate plea? Time, amidst the intricate thoughts of countless individuals, has ushered in the dawn of a new day. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. The children's channel released its viewership ratings, immediately drawing widespread attention. At the forefront were not only individuals like Su Yang and Han Feng, but also a majority of media personnel. Such significant news could not be ignored by them. Whoever managed to secure the scoop and publish it first would undoubtedly bring immense traffic to their respective companies. Consequently, they had already gathered in front of the children's channel well in advance, solely to obtain first-hand information. Zhang Chao, in the realm of rapid news dissemination, an ordinary journalist has toiled for over a decade without ever having penned a headline story. Yet, this time, as the confrontation between Su Yang and Han Feng approaches, he is resolute in his determination not to miss the opportunity. Thus, he has meticulously prepared for this moment. Chapter 27. It is not too late to surrender now. He had already crafted 2 distinct reports in advance. Whether Su Yang or Han Feng emerges victorious holds no sway over him. His sole task now is to await the viewership ratings. In anticipation of a potential surge in traffic that could cause network congestion, he has even arranged for an exceptionally high-speed internet connection. With all preparations meticulously in place, he now awaits the announcement of the results. At the moment of his arrival at 8 o'clock, it was indeed evident that the Children's Channel's network was experiencing significant lag due to an overwhelming volume of traffic. However, Zhang Chao was not burdened by such troubles. Effortlessly accessing the webpage, he could almost envision his many peers lamenting their misfortunes. Yet, when he beheld the refreshed viewership ratings, he couldn't help but pause in astonishment. He never anticipated such an outcome. The viewership ratings for the Emperor of Chaos stand at 2218, while Pokemon trails with a rating of 1751. The disparity is astonishing, far beyond expectations. One would assume that if both shows were willing to compete, especially with Su Yang's bold declaration of war, they must possess substantial strength. Yet, The final outcome reveals a shocking reality. Was Su Yang merely skilled in rhetoric? After silently mocking Su Yang and his thoughts, he gratefully resumed his work. As a professional media person, he would not allow himself to be distracted at such a critical moment, swiftly transcribing the data. He then exaggerated the title substantially before promptly clicking publish. This time, he was determined to secure the headlines. As for Chen Rui, disbelief washed over him upon seeing the ratings. He sat frozen in his chair, fully prepared for Su Yang's inferiority, but the magnitude of the difference was beyond his imagination. He had anticipated a maximum discrepancy of 2 points. Even that would have been perilous. However, the reality was far harsher, with a staggering difference of 4 points. How could this be deemed a competition? Chen Rui saw no possibility for Su Yang's victory. Despondent, he pondered whether this was truly the end. His heart was heavy with bitterness, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He had just glimpsed the hope of his company's prosperity. Why had reality so cruelly shattered his dreams? Meanwhile, Hanfeng soon received the viewership results from the children's channel and burst into laughter. It was evident that the victor had been determined. He had outperformed Su Yang by several points, and with such a strong start, the future would likely see Su Yang constantly lagging behind. As the gap widened, how could Su Yang ever hope to triumph? Many voices congratulated him, further inflating Han Feng's sense of pride. In his mind, this was a clear indication of his impending victory. Yet, he remained oblivious to the countless individuals who had devoted their time in front of the television, tirelessly contributing to his success. On Su Yang's side, although he had anticipated a gap, he never expected it to be so vast. The moment he beheld the results, a wave of despair washed over him, swiftly followed by an oppressive weight of pressure. If this was the outcome of the first round, how could he possibly hope to win if each subsequent contest saw him falling further behind Han Feng? The internet was inundated with news across all platforms. The greatest joke. Su Yang's bold claims now met with humiliation. Silver gun, wax candle head. At the outset, crushed utterly. How can one speak of ultimate victory? Ultimately, one fears becoming a mere jest. Presumptuous. The flicker of a firefly dares to provoke the brilliance of the full moon. The ramblings of an ant. The greatest jester of this century, Su Yang. The evidence is clear. Adaptations of novels into comics are invincible, while original animations stand no chance whatsoever. Various news stories incessantly inundate the eyes of netizens, all unequivocally aimed at belittling Su Yang to elevate Han Feng. This is, of course, entirely normal. Disparaging the lowly while exalting the lofty has become a routine maneuver for these media professionals. How else could they garner traffic? In any case, should Su Yang achieve victory in the future, they will undoubtedly reduce Han Feng to utter insignificance. Such terrifying media. Look, they are on the verge of painting me as a fool. Su Yang, however, seemed unfazed by the media's condemnation, appearing to take it all in with a curious enjoyment. This was enough to exasperate Suya, who wondered how her boss could remain so unperturbed during such tumultuous times. Shouldn't he be seething with anger? His face darkened by the desire for revenge upon reading such outrageous reports? Yet, no such traces were visible on Su Yang's countenance. Why get worked up? The words of these media people are merely for show. Can they be taken seriously? Are you not aware of their true nature? Besides, to use an inappropriate analogy, a barking dog doesn't bite. If I truly wished for vengeance, would I need to make it publicly known? I shall surpass him in secret, and then strike back fiercely. Does that not seem far more intriguing? Upon hearing this, Suya found Su Yang's reasoning quite sound. However, the outside world did not share this perspective, and your fans may not remain as composed. For both emotional and rational reasons, you must provide them with some reassurance. At the very least, you ought to calm their spirits. With a sigh, Suya presented her tablet to Su Yang, stating, "Look, they are currently embroiled in heated disputes online. Yet, due to your unfavorable position, their words lack conviction." Su Yang accepted the device and observed a screen filled with vitriolic insults, the language brimming with animosity. He clearly discerned that the overarching sentiment was encapsulated in 2 words: worthless. He stroked his chin, realizing that perhaps he should indeed address his readers' concerns. However, before he could compose a message to soothe his audience, Han Feng's taunts and provocations arrived first. "What is the matter, Su Yang? Weren't you rather arrogant before? How is it that you falter in the very first round? TSK, I thought you possessed some real talent, but you have truly disappointed me. I assumed you were a formidable opponent, so I unwittingly exerted a bit more effort. only to find you are nothing but a facade, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffective. Unable to withstand even my modest prowess. I find that the media articulates the truth rather well. Are you not merely a wax candle with a silver gun? Exuding an air of grandeur, yet vulnerable to the slightest touch. Here's the deal. If you concede now and record a video admitting that I surpass you and that I have embarrassed the anime community, I shall grant you leniency, allowing you to continue sharing the same platform as I. Perhaps you might even bask in my glory, thus enhancing the performance of your juvenile work, Pokemon. Haha. As Suya gazed at the triumphant expression on Hanfeng's face in the video, her teeth clenched in frustration, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Suyang had no doubt that if she were to discover Hanfeng's whereabouts, she would indeed confront him physically. Chapter 28. I humble myself to accept. Are you angry? Not at all, Sister Yer. Why allow such a person to provoke your ire? Suyang interjected. He regarded Hanfeng's childish taunts as nothing more than a jest. Why should one be so concerned? In life, one must possess a thick skin. If one can be easily enraged, how can one face the myriad challenges that lie ahead? Sister Yer, let him hurl his insults. As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall. Su Yang's words were aimed at comforting Suya, as if the ongoing contest were between her and Hanfeng, rather than himself. Upon hearing this, Suya couldn't help but chuckle. You maintain such a carefree attitude, remaining unperturbed. However, my dear Su Yang, what if you find yourself unable to gain the upper hand as the competition progresses? What if Hanfeng's arrogance is matched by his formidable skill? Are you not at all concerned about the prospect of defeat? At this, Su Yang shrugged, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. To claim I am completely unconcerned would be a falsehood. After all, the stakes are indeed substantial should I falter. But what purpose does worry serve? Why has Hanfeng taken to mocking me? Is it merely to flaunt his own arrogance, or to humiliate me? Su Yang shook his head. Perhaps that is indeed his intent. But if I were to dwell excessively on it, I would find myself perpetually strategizing on how to best him, leading to a state of impatience. Yet impatience is the bane of creativity. Rushing only diminishes the quality of one's work. The more one rushes, the poorer the quality becomes. Thus, it spirals into a vicious cycle, ultimately resulting in dwindling achievements. Let him say what he will. I shall treat it as mere background noise. I possess an unwavering confidence, impervious to external distractions. Upon hearing Su Yang's analysis, Suya gasped in astonishment. She had never considered the depth of this situation. Were it not for your insight, I would have remained oblivious to the malice in Hanfeng's actions. How insidious of him to wield such underhanded tactics while being so undeniably powerful. Suya exclaimed. Yet, this is a competition. I would expect him to employ any means necessary. Su Yang replied with a nonchalant demeanor. So how do you intend to respond next? You must not fall behind any longer. Suya observed Su Yang with curiosity and concern, inquiring. Learn from the splendid narratives of others to refine your own shortcomings. Indeed, Hanfeng proved to be a formidable rival. I had underestimated him before, and I certainly do not possess full confidence in conquering him. Upon hearing this, Suya's face paled in shock. How could Su Yang lack the confidence to defeat his opponent? What a jest! Yet, Su Yang had already immersed himself in the production of the anime. As per their agreement, he was to release 2 episodes weekly, one on Tuesday and another on Friday. With only 2 days remaining until Friday, the task was undeniably substantial. Naturally, before diving into the anime production, he needed to respond to Hanfeng. Ignoring Hanfeng, while a tempting method to incite his ire, might prove less effective than a nonchalant reply, which could incite even more frustration. It was reminiscent of a previous life when Mr. Kongming sent garments to Zhongda to provoke him, only for Zhongda to graciously accept the gifts and wear them to the battlefield, thus leaving Kongming in a state of vexation. The expectation was to see one's adversary enraged. Yet the outcome was quite the opposite, leaving the provocateur in despair. Thank you, Mr. Hanfeng, for your encouragement. Such sincere words genuinely move me. I shall not betray your high expectations and will strive to create even more exceptional works. As a person of limited talent, I am both honored and apprehensive that Mr. Hanfeng would deign to compete with me, fearing the loss of face should I disappoint him. Hanfeng had anticipated that Su Yang would be thoroughly incensed upon seeing his mocking post. However, as he eagerly awaited a response, he was met with Su Yang's insincerely gracious reply. Reading between the lines of that message, Hanfeng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It seemed all his efforts to provoke had been in vain. Su Yang had hardly paid his mockery any heed. Huh, Su Yang, your audacity is astounding. Even the thickest walls would envy your fortitude. In your attempts to vex others, it seems you have only succeeded in vexing yourself. Is this what they call a case of missing the mark and losing the grain? Such shamelessness. Oh, how shameless indeed. Han Feng, do not stoop to his level. Simply vanquish him with your undeniable strength. It is perplexing how some of the readers of The Defeated have the audacity to mock our esteemed Han Feng. Perhaps they seek to reclaim some dignity. Otherwise, they would risk losing face entirely and must find some semblance of relevance. The readers of Su Yang and Han Feng are destined for discord. Whenever an opportunity arises for conflict, they seize it without hesitation, much to the delight of the onlookers who revel in the spectacle. Numerous media professionals have also joined in, fanning the flames. Ha ha ha, splendid job this time. Zhang Chong. At the headquarters of Shaiwan Express, Zhang Chong's immediate superior is exuberantly praising him. On the other end of the line is Zhang Chong himself. He is equally delighted by his superior's commendation. After over a decade of work, it is the first time he has received such praise. Excellent. You must continue to uphold this commendable conduct, and your rewards will undoubtedly follow. Zhang Chong naturally nods in agreement to his superior's words. No one should ever be at odds with money. After all, money is a powerful ally. It is indeed a wondrous asset. Meanwhile, as Zhang Chong basks in praise, the media professionals from their company's rivals are being mercilessly criticized. Such a valuable opportunity was snatched away by another. What utter incompetence! What a failure in execution! Should anyone dare to question this, they would be met with the retort, why is it that Zhang Chong can achieve what you cannot? Pray tell, has he sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms? Since he has not, what more is there to discuss? This instantly earned Zhang Chong a multitude of adversaries. Countless rivals must have cursed his ancestors in silence. What is the point of such relentless effort? It is truly absurd. Their own failures have led to such dire consequences. Their bonuses have been docked. In this cutthroat environment, it is only a matter of time before the repercussions fall upon him. He has become a malignant tumor within the industry, utterly disrupting the established norms, sacrificing the collective for personal gain. Yet, these individuals seem to have forgotten that their initial level of effort was no less than Zhang Chong's, and perhaps even exceeded it. As long as they could secure the bonuses at hand, they cared little for the detriment to their peers. In pursuit of trending topics, they have indeed exhausted every resource. Some have even sacrificed their own interests for first-hand information. If we speak of industry standards, they have long since been thrown into disarray by each of them. Chapter 29. You're doomed, Su Yang. If one were to cast you off a cliff during your moment of triumph, it would undoubtedly be a most exhilarating affair. But alas, who can blame you for being so utterly inept? I expected you to hold your own against the cold wind, yet your ratings were crushed on the very first day. I had hoped to see you stumble greatly, but it turns out you are so woefully inadequate. Manager Ma from Penguin Video harbors a palpable sense of disappointment. Nonetheless, he is relieved that he did not choose to collaborate with Su Yang after all. Otherwise, with such abysmal capabilities, he would truly have suffered significant losses. The mere thought brings him a sense of smug satisfaction. Chenrue, oh Chenrue, I wonder if you are regretting your decision now. The work you painstakingly signed is nothing but a shoddy product. Ha ha ha, truly you yet so blind. Nevertheless, Manager Ma is not inclined to let Su Yang and his Pokemon pet off the hook so easily. To eradicate the roots of the problem is essential. A spring breeze will only cause them to flourish anew. To strike a drowning dog is a principle he abides by. Now is the opportune moment to deliver a crushing blow. For him, orchestrating the downfall of Pokemon is an exceedingly simple endeavor. A mere accusation will suffice. A trainer challenging others with their pets? Humph, is this not a blatant incitement for youths to engage in brawls? Furthermore, training Pokemon? I refuse to believe that everyone is as virtuous as the protagonist. Is this not a manifestation of animal cruelty? It promotes harmful influences. With these 2 points, I am eager to see how you continue your series. Let me demonstrate the might of my Penguin Video. No one has ever successfully resisted us, save for the deceased. He picked up a business card from the table and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Chong? I have a piece of news I would like to share with you. I wonder if you might be interested. Yes, accusations of fighting and promoting harmful ideologies. Excellent, Mr. Zhang Chong. Since you are intrigued, await our good news. Rest assured, there will be ample benefits for you. What is Zhang Chong thinking at this moment? Delight. Just as he was contemplating a major scoop, news has come knocking at his door, and he stands to gain twice over. How fortuitous. Suyong, oh Suyong, why did you provoke Manager Ma of Penguin Video? Are you unaware that their company operates on the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? Of course, he relishes the unfolding drama. There is profit to be made, and accolades to be earned. Why not revel in it? At Manager Ma's end, he is busy gathering information from parents dissatisfied with Pokemon, particularly those who blame their educational failures entirely on the anime. Indeed, the more, the merrier. It would be best if they could voice their concerns publicly, denouncing the dangers of Pokemon. He is conversing with someone, and his words send shivers down the spine. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, he makes another call. I require an incident involving a youth brawl resulting from imitating Pokemon you have one day. With but one stipulation, it must be utterly authentic. A deep voice responds from the other end. Understood. Ending the call, Manager Ma reveals a satisfied smirk. This time, you shall not escape. Suyong, of course, remains oblivious to Manager Ma's machinations against him. He is wholeheartedly focused on producing the 6th episode. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou City, it appears some individuals are starting to become restless. Yi Fan types away at the keyboard, simultaneously closing a notification window on his desktop. Suyong, I wonder how you will respond. Let me witness your character and capabilities. If necessary, he will undoubtedly intervene to prevent Su Yang from suffering a catastrophic downfall. But the remainder relies on Su Yang's own efforts. He hopes that Su Yang can successfully navigate this ordeal, allowing him to gain another ally to fight alongside him. The viewership ratings are updated daily. However, the figures for the following day remain grim. The Emperor of Desolation continues to maintain an astonishing rating of 2,204. While Pet Pokemon languishes at a mere 1691, it appears there is no semblance of an advantage whatsoever. Ha ha ha, with such results, what is there to struggle against? Suyong, it would be wise to concede swiftly. Indeed, with such meager performance, what is there left to resist? If I were in your position, I would surrender outright. What is the point of continuing with these abysmal figures? Online, the fans of the Emperor of Desolation relentlessly disparage Suyong. His readers feel a sense of suffocation, yet are unable to articulate their frustrations effectively against others. After all, how can they defend their idol when he is performing so poorly? The external criticism, while not directly affecting Suyong, weighs heavily upon his fans. They feel overwhelmed, enduring daily mockery from their adversaries, yet are powerless to counter it. This sense of helplessness is truly unbearable for them. Consequently, many have taken to leaving messages on Su Yang's platform. Suyong, are you truly capable? You once promised with such bravado, yet now, how have you fallen so low? Oh dear, Suyong, please do not lose. I still wish to watch Pet Pokemon. If you have any ace up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal it. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away. Suyong is wholly immersed in the creation of his anime, leaving him no time to peruse the messages. Thus, these matters fall upon Suya. However, Suya is equally uncertain about how to proceed. Suyong appears so nonchalant, but what good is that? Ultimately, it is talent that prevails, and the current data is far from encouraging. No amount of calm demeanor can alleviate the mounting anxiety. She fears that if this continues, Su Yang's fans, after accumulating enough disappointment, may abandon him in favor of the followers of Hanfeng. Who does not desire a victorious idol? Who would idolize a failure? Mom, could it be that Su Yang will truly lose? Zhang Zichong, amidst his homework in Xiangshui City, asked with concern. After pondering the question, Hua Lijuan smiled and replied. Since Su Yang dared to challenge someone of Hanfeng's caliber, he must possess confidence in his victory. Zichong, one must adopt a long-term perspective when evaluating matters. For it is unwise to hastily draw conclusions based solely on immediate facts. Such results are often inaccurate and one-sided. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zichong's eyes immediately sparkled with realization. Does this imply that Su Yang will soon begin to turn the tide? Hua Lijuan nodded, suggesting that if he wished to avoid defeat, he ought to commence his resurgence. Unless, of course, he seeks to engage in something even more exhilarating, such as a desperate gamble for survival. These words were somewhat perplexing to Zhang Zichong. Yet he firmly believed that a person as remarkable as Su Yang would not let him down. Chapter 30, A Great Crisis. At that moment, a broadcast emanated from the neighboring house. We bring you breaking news. This afternoon at 4:12 p.m., a serious incident involving a violent altercation among youths occurred at the Shuguang No. 2 Middle School in Xiangshui City. The conflict reportedly originated after both parties, inspired by the show Pokemon, earnestly crafted corresponding character cards and engaged in duels according to the rules depicted in the anime. Alas, this spirited competition devolved into a chaotic brawl, with neither side willing to concede. Both parties sustained significant injuries, with one individual suffering a severe eye injury due to an accidental strike from a lighter. He has since been transported to the hospital. For further details, we turn to our reporter, Zhang Chao. Upon hearing this, Huali Juan was taken aback. Shuguang no. To middle school? Isn't that your school, Zichong? Zhang Zichong nodded, equally astonished. As he listened to the broadcaster introduce himself, he caught the name of the news channel, Shuwenf, and exclaimed, "Mom, that's the news channel from Shangshui City." Huali Juan promptly switched the television to the appropriate satellite channel. However, when Zhang Zichong saw the names of the injured individuals, he was bewildered. Wait a minute, how are these two involved in a fight related to watching Pokemon? They are notorious troublemakers in school, known for their bad behavior and penchant for pranks. Just yesterday, they were called to school due to a dispute. Yet Huali Juan perceived a deeper implication in the news and remarked, "Son, it appears that your esteemed Su Yang may be in danger." His adversaries are not limited to just Han Feng. It stands to reason that Han Feng would disdain such underhanded tactics. Clearly, someone is plotting against Su Yang. Zhang Zichong was startled by her words and urgently inquired, "Mom, why do you say Su Yang is in trouble?" Huali Juan refrained from providing a direct answer, instead suggesting, "Perhaps you will understand more if you watch the news tonight. I am confident this incident will ignite a backlash among certain parents. Let us hope that Su Yang navigates this perilous situation unscathed. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to enjoy such an outstanding and heartwarming anime in the future." Zhang Zichong grasped only part of her meaning, yet he sincerely wished for the continued existence of Pokemon. Huali Juan chose not to reveal the reasons behind her concerns, as she wished to shield her son from the darker facets of reality for as long as possible. She now teaches her son the harsh realities of life, believing that he can never regain his innocence and kindness thereafter. However, nurturing his childlike spirit and fostering his benevolence for now allows for a gradual introduction to reality in the future. With decades ahead of her, she has ample time to guide her son appropriately. She hopes that when faced with the cruel truths of life, he will remain composed while also preserving his innate kindness. In the realm of the internet, the two opposing factions of fans find themselves taken aback by this sudden news, realizing in an instant the grave implications that lie beneath. A single misstep could potentially trigger a seismic upheaval in the animation industry of the White Rabbit Nation, leading both Su Yang's and Han Feng's fans to fall silent, seemingly no longer inclined to argue. What? Such a thing exists? Why did it have to happen at this moment? Han Feng, of course, received the news immediately, his astonishment palpable. Given his exceptional talent, he is far from foolish and understands the significant crisis lurking behind this situation. A spark igniting the negative emotions of numerous parents has been placed before them, and they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to let it ignite their outrage. 20 years ago, they blamed martial arts novels for corrupting their children. 10 years ago, they attributed the blame to television dramas. 5 years ago, they pointed fingers at video games. And now, they will certainly claim that it is the influence of anime that has led to their children's downfall. There will always be those who, failing in their educational responsibilities, seek to shift the blame onto external factors. Video game consoles, learning machines, mobile phones, computers, internet cafes. There is no shortage of scapegoats. When calamity strikes, the cause will be identified, allowing them to absolve themselves of responsibility. While it is undeniable that some elements indeed pose risks to youth and that oversight should be strengthened, such failures should also prompt introspection. Perhaps the root of the issue lies within their own households. Unhappiness at home deprives children of the security that a nurturing family atmosphere provides. A prolonged lack of psychological support, coupled with oppressive educational methods disguised as familial affection, leads to the misdirected venting of dissatisfaction onto the child. Derision, denial, and humiliation can transform an already tumultuous adolescent journey into even greater turmoil, especially when these young individuals, yearning for validation and self-expression, succumb to external temptations that lead them astray. Why do they become addicted to gaming? Because in that realm, they can assume the roles of kings or deities. In the realm of gaming, individuals can experience adoration, respect, and recognition that often eludes them in reality. Within this virtual universe, They are afforded the opportunity to continually affirm their worth, discovering, to their surprise, the extent of their own prowess. Bound by the rules of the game, they become victors, wielders of power, which engenders a sense of grandiosity and audacity. The more unsatisfactory their real lives become, the deeper their reliance on this illusory world grows. In the midst of this, Su Yang, the creator, became aware of a troubling piece of news, which startled him profoundly. His expression shifted to one of solemnity, for he understood the gravity of the situation at hand. This was not a mere setback akin to falling behind in the popularity of the raging emperor. If not handled with care, he could face catastrophic repercussions. He discerned that the root of this issue lay with his work, Pokemon. The truth of the matter remained elusive to him. He could not ascertain whether his creation had indeed precipitated the violent altercation. However, he was acutely aware that some would undoubtedly draw that conclusion. It would not be long before they directed their ire towards him. The mere thought of such a confrontation made Su Yang's skin crawl, for he lacked the fortitude of Mr. Tree Man, who could withstand the scorn of the masses. "What should we do, Su Yang?" Suya exclaimed, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. It seemed that since the competition, Su Yang had not known a moment of peace. While the mockery from Han Feng's fans was one thing, the recent turmoil surrounding Shuguang No. 2, directly linked to their anime, was another matter entirely. The repercussions of this incident were bound to be severe, leading Suya to believe that they would never be able to produce anime again. After all, how could an animated work captivate audiences without any conflict? It seemed best to retreat to their own corners. Chapter 31. Rising tensions. The immediate course of action was to monitor the unfolding developments closely and to expedite the investigation into the origins of this incident. By doing so, they would be better equipped to respond when the time came, rather than being manipulated by unseen forces. Although Su Yang felt a sense of dread, he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Suya, upon hearing his reasoning, found it compelling and promptly set out to take action. Yet, the speed at which events were escalating online surpassed Su Yang's expectations. Just as he reached a decision, multiple media outlets began publishing articles related to the incident. Notably, the first to report on the situation was the Time News Express, which headlined with "Mental Poison? Examining the ethical justification of Pokemon and distorted values, the impact on youth." Amidst the fervent demands of numerous parents to withdraw the series Pokemon, a clarion call has emerged to safeguard the mental well-being of our youth and to sever all detrimental influences on their physical and psychological health. Were it not for this alarming news, Su Yang might still have found a sliver of opportunity to mediate. However, the situation escalated as the local news outlet preemptively reported the sentiments of the parents involved. They implore the government to deliver justice, lamenting that their child, usually so well-behaved, fell victim to a series that has instigated such unfortunate events. They contend that works which poison the values of our youth must not be allowed to persist. Otherwise, tragedies akin to their child's plight are bound to recur. Parents ask, do you wish to witness your children transformed into delinquents solely due to this one series? Forsaking their studies to engage in brawls, thus squandering your hopes and aspirations for their success? We toil endlessly to provide for our families. Yet this Pokemon series insidiously corrupts our children. Can we simply stand by and endure this? Let us unite our voices and collectively resist this work. The news left Su Yang feeling a chill down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, it was too late. In an instant, the platform saw a surge of users sharing or editing the aforementioned video, accompanied by their own commentary. This ignited a massive wave of dissemination, garnering unprecedented attention. Trending topics and discussions rapidly spread across various social media platforms. The immense traffic attracted countless bloggers, akin to cats drawn to the scent of fish, fervently churning out news. At this juncture, virtually everyone online was aware of the unfolding drama. One user reflected, "I have never deemed anime, such a juvenile form of entertainment, as anything worthwhile. It only serves to distract children from their studies, and the current events clearly validate my perspective." The parents of the involved parties are not mistaken. We, as a collective body of parents, must unite to resist such juvenile and morally misguided anime as Pokemon and restore a healthy, innocent environment for our children. Another user mused, "It is truly chilling to consider that there exists an anime that brazenly promotes animal cruelty and incites youth to engage in violence. How can such a series still thrive? What has become of our society? What thoughts occupy the minds of those who subscribe to watch this series?" What a warped sense of values must they possess? The mere thought of individuals with such distorted perspectives occupying positions across various fields unsettles me. Are we to entrust our future society to them? If so, one must question, is there hope left for our society? User beautiful scenery expressed. As a mother, I deeply feel that the insidious work known as Pokemon should be banned. Its existence serves no positive purpose whatsoever. It must be eradicated. User Thorny Rose remarked, I wondered why my child's grades had recently declined, only to discover it was due to an obsession with such worthless content. User Cool City Blossoms reflected, initially, I believe my child's inability to solve problems stemmed from the difficulty of the questions. Now it appears that the root cause lies in the time squandered on watching Pokemon, leading to a complete neglect of studies and a lack of learning. Hence the inability to tackle any questions. I have invested so much effort, even willing to live in a basement and forego basic necessities, all to provide my child with a good education. Yet, this is the outcome I receive. I am unwilling to accept this. I fervently hope that the relevant authorities will swiftly abolish Pokemon. Online remarks offer no support for Su Yang. It seems as though, suddenly, everyone has turned against Pokemon with malice. There are countless individuals online. What weighs heavily on Su Yang's heart is the professionalism and clarity of these voices, which do not resemble the outcries of ordinary parents fueled by anger. They seem organized, collectively voicing their concerns. Among the myriad of comments, only Thorny Rose appears to be a genuine parent. However, dwelling on this is utterly meaningless. The authorities will not heed his defense. Under public pressure, they are likely to take action soon. Su Yang posted an update, expressing his willingness to undergo investigation and assist in any necessary corrections. He hopes that his readers will patiently await news alongside him and refrain from engaging in disputes or conflicts with others. At another time, perhaps inciting his readers could be beneficial for him, but now he feels entirely manipulated. In this fervent atmosphere, allowing his readers to clash with these irrational parents could escalate the situation beyond control. He believes that the unseen puppeteers are likely waiting for him to act just so. However, if he were to proceed in that manner, it would only stoke the flames and exacerbate the crisis. In such a scenario, even attempts at mediation would be futile. Choosing not to stir trouble may result in mere rectification. Causing a stir could lead to a ban. The astute little fellow remains calm and rational. Most would have succumbed to impulsive emotions in the face of such an unjust plight. The cultural figure. The elder who previously made the call prompting Yi Fan to take action, observed Su Yang's update and nodded in appreciation. Yet, some truly believe that possessing a modicum of wealth grants them the power to manipulate everything in this world, framing others, eliminating rivals, suppressing talent. They may find themselves hitting a brick wall and suffering considerable losses. At his level, discerning the intricacies of a situation is quite straightforward. Chapter 32. Accepting the investigation. Naturally, he would not personally confront these individuals, nor is it necessary. The more formidable their public opinion capabilities become, the more attention they will attract subsequently. The nation requires grassroots public opinion. However, it does not need a company that manipulates public sentiment to eliminate rivals. A single corporation should not wield such immense power. If they dare to use public opinion against other companies or individuals today, then tomorrow they will not hesitate to provoke or even confront more formidable entities. In due course, they will undoubtedly become a malignant tumor within the nation, undermining societal stability. This fellow remains unperturbed. Manager Ma had expected that Su Yang, as the original author, would be quite indignant in the face of such denunciations. After all, this maneuver not only tarnished his reputation but also jeopardized his interests. Under any circumstance, he ought to be enraged. Yet, Su Yang remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of anger whatsoever. He even restrained his readers from causing a commotion. This left Manager Ma at a loss for how to utilize his carefully prepared countermeasures, as if he had struck a punch into cotton. Manager Ma could not help but feel a pang of frustration. He had clearly plotted against Su Yang, and it should have been he who led Su Yang by the nose. How had the tables turned to where he was now being led by Su Yang? This was simply incongruous. Su Yang, of course, remained oblivious to how his unintended calm could cause such turmoil for his adversaries. However, if he were to reflect, he might indeed arrive at this conclusion, just as he had once employed a slight stratagem to infuriate Han Feng, resulting in a fruitless effort. How could this be? Mother, could it be that Su Yang will indeed face a ban? Upon witnessing the multitude of denunciations against Su Yang online, Zhang Zicheng finally grasped the meaning behind his mother's words from the previous day. It now hinges on Su Yang's capabilities. If he falters, he will have no choice but to swallow his resentment. This answer, alas, is beyond what Hua Lijuan could provide, for she is not a specialist. Oh, if Su Yang were to fail, would I no longer be able to enjoy Pokemon? Such a pity, for it has been a rare gem tailored for me. Zhang Zicheng lamented, feeling that Su Yang was likely facing an insurmountable predicament. After all, so many had reported him. Unless Su Yang possessed divine capabilities, the odds seemed grim. In response to the recent significant discussions surrounding the brawl at Shuguang No. 2 Middle School, our city has taken this matter seriously and has dispatched personnel from the Public Security and Cultural Affairs departments to address the situation. We shall decisively address any factors that jeopardize social stability and adversely affect the healthy development of our youth. A resolute commitment to fostering a nurturing environment conducive to their growth is imperative. The relevant authorities acted with remarkable swiftness, issuing a statement almost the very next day. Moreover, Su Yang received a notification from the Cultural Association mandating an immediate halt to updates, requiring him to submit all completed yet unreleased episodes for cultural review. While undergoing an investigation might not pose a significant hindrance, the cessation of updates was nothing short of catastrophic for Su Yang. He pondered whether it would be possible to continue airing episodes alongside the investigation. However, the response from the Cultural Association was unequivocal. No, updates must cease for inspection, and only upon completion of the assessment could broadcasting resume. Fortunately, perhaps out of pity for Su Yang's plight, a member of the investigation team informed him that the review would not take an extended period. Approximately 2 to 3 days would suffice. The reason for such brevity was not disclosed, yet their tone suggested a degree of goodwill toward him, which both puzzled and relieved him. A 10-day delay would be exceedingly detrimental, but a mere 2 to 3 days seemed bearable. Nonetheless, he wondered why this information was shared with him. It seemed implausible that they were motivated by compassion. Reluctantly, he recognized that in order to ensure the uninterrupted airing of his work, he had no choice but to comply with the investigation. The news of the suspension of updates for Pokemon due to the inquiry sent his readers into a frenzy. How could such an uncertain cause warrant a halt in updates? Was this not an injustice toward a diligent creator? Upon further investigation, their outrage intensified upon discovering that while Pokemon was subjected to scrutiny, the Emperor of the Wild Sky faced no repercussions and continued its updates unabated. This blatant disparity was perceived as an affront to Su Yang. The readers collectively argued that if an investigation was necessary, it should encompass all related works, asserting that there must be no oversight regarding potential violent elements in the Emperor of the Wild Sky. They fervently demanded that it too be subjected to scrutiny, deeming it only fair. In light of this inequitable treatment, Su Yang's supporters rallied to the Cultural Association's official social media, eager to leverage the power of public opinion in their favor. Dear friends, I truly appreciate your goodwill. However, attacking national public institutions has already transgressed the law. If any of you were to face legal consequences over such matters, how could I find peace of mind? I implore you to trust that the Cultural Association will deliver a fair outcome. Su Yang is deeply moved by the concern his readers have for him. Such formidable fighting spirit leaves him feeling somewhat ashamed. Yet, he clearly understands that if his readers were to escalate matters, it would undoubtedly complicate what should have been a straightforward situation, ultimately to his detriment. Why, dear Su Yang, have you been so accommodating of late? Might this not lead others to perceive you as easily bullied? The readers, perplexed by Su Yang's attempts to halt their actions, could not restrain their complaints, deeming him excessively timid. Others have already taken advantage of him, yet he remains unfazed. Naturally, the fans of the Emperor of the Wild Sky have caught wind of this situation and would not miss the opportunity to mock. Unfair? That is laughable. Who would dare investigate us? Our Emperor of the Wild Sky is beyond reproach and will not be scrutinized. Indeed, given that your Pokemon has incited such a catastrophic event, is it not only reasonable that you be investigated? If you had perhaps directed your energies toward the Cultural Association's official blog, it might have borne fruit. Alas, your Su Yang's cowardice has thwarted that. How regrettable it is that you, who were destined to lose, are now assured of your defeat. Those who wagered that they would eat their words upon losing should not forget to fulfill their promises. The reality is that you, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, have overestimated your capabilities. The fans of the Emperor of the Wild Sky are currently reveling in their triumph. Look, even the heavens seem to favor their victory. Given this, what chance does Pokemon have? Their chilling winds are the true sovereigns. How unfortunate for you, Suyong. I had hoped you might prove to be a worthy adversary to entertain me. However, it now appears you are far too weak, lacking even the fortune to compete alongside me. Alas, the victory arrived so unexpectedly that it is indeed flavorless. According to my understanding, once under the scrutiny of the Cultural Association, one cannot expect to emerge for at least 10 days or even a month. Yet, after such a delay, what chance does the already feeble Suyong have? I have already prepared the subsequent plot outline. I shall send it to the production team. Since Suyong is now out of the picture, I need not worry about the adaptation of future narratives. After all, I am unlikely to find myself under scrutiny. Even if Suyong were to resume airing, he could not possibly bridge the gap that has developed. In the end, the victor will undoubtedly remain me. Given the circumstances, why not indulge in some merriment over the next few days? It has been far too long since I truly enjoyed myself. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The mere mention of this ignited a fervent reaction within him, a wave of heat surging in his abdomen. With a beautiful jade in his embrace, intoxicated by the beauty at his side, he mused, fine wine in a luminous cup, such is life. In a private booth of a bar, Han Feng, in a state of inebriation, clutched a fiery young lady, grinning with satisfaction. His eyes were already glazed, reeking of alcohol. Hey there, darling, shall we engage in something even more delightful? With that, he scooped her up, and amidst her startled and bashful exclamations, he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. However, just as he was on the brink of experiencing bliss, a sudden phone call interrupted his enthusiasm. Irritated, he fished out his phone. It was his editor. This revelation did little to alleviate his annoyance as he answered curtly, "Hello, what do you want?" Were it anyone else, he would have unleashed a tirade. Yet, due to the relationship with this particular individual, he held back some of his ire. Nevertheless, his tone remained decidedly frosty and impatient. The rivalry between you and Suyong has only just begun. Even though Suyong has been forced to halt his updates, you must not lower your guard. You ought to enhance the quality of your work. Prideful warriors are bound to fail. Do not become complacent. Yet Han Feng, lacking the patience to endure such lecturing, interrupted. Understood, understood. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have pressing matters to attend to. Please, carry on, esteemed editor. With that, he ended the call and rolled his eyes in extreme exasperation. Do I really need your reminder about pride leading to downfall? Am I so unaware? Even with Suyong presently incapacitated, does he pose any threat to me? Besides, I am merely seeking a moment of enjoyment. There is no sign of complacency. After all my hard work, what is wrong with indulging a little? Suyong could never be my rival. Not now, not ever. I shall soar to heights he cannot reach, until he is left entirely in my wake. With a mischievous grin, he pounced once more. Instantly, intoxicating melodies echoed throughout the booth, igniting a thrilling pulse within. Perhaps, in due time, Han Feng would come to regret his nonchalance, regret his careless demeanor. As the editor of a literary platform, Tianya gazed incredulously at the abruptly disconnected call. A bitter smile crept upon his face, having expected to unearth a genius, only to encounter a prideful, uncouth beast. He scoffed softly. Very well, let me see how long you can maintain this bravado. I only hope that when the time comes, you do not find yourself regretting it and pleading for my assistance. As Suyong came under investigation, the updates for Pokemon swiftly came to an abrupt halt. This wager appears to have already determined its victor and, in any case, Suyong seems to have lost all chances of redemption. Consequently, a revolution is currently unfolding within the small platform. Those shareholders who once resented Chun Rue's ascension to power have finally found an opportunity to retaliate. I truly believed you possessed a discerning eye for talent, Chun Rue. Your judgment is profoundly disappointing, having chosen such a farcical anime. It has barely aired for half a month before being shut down. The evidence clearly indicates that your vision is ill-suited for leading the small platform. As I previously remarked, allowing you to continue in your role will inevitably lead to ruin. Shinrue, step down voluntarily. Spare us the discomfort. Indeed, the most pressing matter now is to terminate the contract with Pokemon immediately. We cannot afford to let this crisis spill over into our affairs. It is only right. Even if we must pay a penalty for breach of contract, we must dissolve the partnership. Our small platform should not be associated with a work that has become problematic. Faced with the pressure from the shareholders, Chen Rui's expression darkened considerably. He looked at these individuals, coldly scoffing with indignation. Do you truly relish in kicking someone when they are down? How can you be so certain that Pokemon is irretrievably finished? What if, shortly thereafter, Pokemon is exonerated? Would we not then be losing a golden opportunity? The shareholders chuckled at his words, incredulous. Do you genuinely believe that a work undergoing cultural review could ever be broadcasted again? Even if it were to return, who would be left to watch it? With so many parents uniting in protest, can we expect any profit from it? We are not philanthropists. We are merchants, driven by the pursuit of profit. Furthermore, if it weren't for your exorbitant revenue sharing, how could we face such substantial compensation? Chen Rui, this is all your fault. The shareholders suddenly unified against him, leaving Chen Rui feeling utterly powerless and profoundly saddened. How could these individuals be so short-sighted? Could they not wait and see? Why the urgency? Since Su Yang has already created such a remarkable work as Pokemon, even if it ultimately cannot be aired, it is not inconceivable that he could produce new creations. In that case, would not our small platform still be able to profit? Why resort to such base tactics to thoroughly offend Su Yang? However, observing their grotesque visages, Chen Rui knew with certainty that this group would not heed his counsel. Thus, he rose and declared, "Very well, as you wish. I shall resign from my position as chairman. You may do as you please with the small platform. I only hope that in the future, you do not come to regret this decision." Upon hearing Chen Rui's words, many shareholders could not help but smirk, filled with confidence. "Humph, we assure you, we shall never regret it." Chen Rui shook his head and departed. He then recounted the incident to Su Yang. Chapter 34, When the Wall Falls. Everyone pushes. I truly apologize, Mr. Su Yang. I wish to assist you, but alas, I find myself utterly powerless. Chen Rui had no intention of offending Su Yang. Thus, he sought to absolve himself of any responsibility, although he bore no real culpability. The prospect of incurring the wrath of such a genius as Su Yang was a matter that would undoubtedly cause him considerable distress. Mr. Chen, how forthright of you. I never anticipated that we would both find ourselves as misfortunes in this world. Indeed, Su Yang lamented the loss of his animated works, while Chen Rui mourned the forfeiture of his position as chairman. Were they not akin to brothers in adversity? I have faith in your abilities, Mr. Su Yang. As long as you do not surrender, I am certain that the day of your resurgence is not far off. Chen Rui's words were laden with implication. Su Yang comprehended the underlying message but chose not to reveal his understanding. Instead, he replied, a mere failure. How can one speak of a resurgence? Just the other day, I received a call from debt collectors who threatened that should I fail to repay my debts within a month, they would send someone to deal with me. Chen Rui chuckled at this revelation, saying, those individuals possess quite the audacity. In this day and age, to harass a well-known anime author? Only a fool would dare. Their brief exchange concluded, and the conversation came to an end. Of course, Su Yang's remarks about the debt collectors were mere jest. His debts were owed to the National Bank, and failure to repay would only tarnish his credit. The notion of being harmed was the domain of those who operated in the shadows. Nonetheless, he did notice a marked change in the demeanor of the bank officials when he interacted with them. The respect and courtesy they once extended had diminished significantly. Su Yang remained largely indifferent to this shift. In time, these individuals would come to recognize the folly of their present conduct. Meanwhile, the outside world buzzed with growing public discourse. Many began to direct their ire toward other anime, such as the Emperor of the Wild Sky. However, the moment such sentiments emerged, they were swiftly quelled. Consequently, a wave of condemnation aimed at various anime surfaced, yet the Emperor of the Wild Sky remained untouched. Indeed, the discerning eyes of the internet users were keen. My creations bear no content that corrupts the youth, thus they shall not face parental opposition. How remarkable I am. Hee. Let the resistance continue. It would be splendid if those predecessors were also sidelined, for then I would have the opportunity to advance further. Amidst his revelry, Han Feng took a moment to peruse the online discourse. Upon seeing that other animated works were being resisted by parents, while his own remained unscathed, he felt a surge of joy. He believed this was a testament to the excellence of his own work and a reflection of his foresight in maintaining a prudent balance. Moreover, he had long anticipated such a scenario. Therefore, during the initial adaptation, he had explicitly instructed the director to pay careful attention to the nuances involved. The director, in turn, held his opinions in high regard. Consequently, the adapted work was crafted so meticulously that even the most critical parents could find no fault with it. Suyang. Oh Suyang, do you see? This illustrates the chasm that exists between you and me. To triumph over me, you are still several centuries too early. Of course, Suyang remained oblivious to Han Feng's thoughts. Now that the anime could not be aired temporarily, he found himself with ample time to ponder how to confront various challenges in the future. He might as well take this opportunity to acquire some knowledge in that realm. The external discourse continued to surge with fervor. Numerous critics joined the fray, especially those who held an intense animosity towards Su Yang. Critic Gao Xiaoyan remarked, "I truly do not understand what Su Yang is thinking, daring to challenge someone as formidable as Han Feng. Such audacity is not characteristic of a sensible individual. Initially, I believed he possessed considerable strength, exuding such overwhelming presence. Yet now, it appears to be merely a fade. In reality, he is nothing more than a coward. When others bully him, he retreats like a timid turtle. What exceptional works could possibly emerge from someone like that?" Critic by Song added, "Is it possible? Could Su Yang truly be so feeble? I have waited in vain for his performance, expecting something spectacular, only to be met with this? I fear that I could toss a few sheets of paper on the ground and achieve better results with a dog's paw prints. Such a wretched piece of work, and yet it garners so much affection from the masses. I am at a loss to comprehend the low standards of these individuals. Have they never encountered true beauty? To regard such a lamentable creation as a treasure and defend it so fervently. But trash is still trash, and you must acknowledge that. No amount of debate will alter that reality." Many critics flocked to the scene. While Gao Xiaoyan and Bai Song might have sought revenge, others were merely looking to ride the wave of popularity or simply had too much time on their hands. They sought to join the chorus of derision, aligning themselves with the tide of online sentiment. It can be said that Su Yang had become a laughingstock on the internet. No one was unaware of his name. When his name was mentioned, it was met with scorn and derision. Such hubris, a hollow facade. Even Zhang Chong, who had been outmaneuvered by Su Ya, could not resist mocking him, declaring it to be poetic justice. He wished for Su Yang to remain in his current state indefinitely. This greatly distressed Su Ya. The production company, already small in stature, was now rife with unease following these events. The two security guards were preparing to flee, and many of the collaborators that Li Liang and Zhang Yu had negotiated with departed immediately after the incident. It can be said that it felt as though we had returned to the days of liberation overnight. Perhaps the commotion had reached its peak. Or perhaps the unseen puppeteers feared that the chaos would spiral beyond their control, ultimately backfiring on themselves. Consequently, the multitude of voices denouncing the situation online began to diminish. This alleviated the anxiety of many creators in the anime realm. Moreover, their works were now to undergo scrutiny. It felt akin to a cultural war. However, the remaining creators found solace in the fact that, amidst this conflict, only Su Yang seemed to bear the brunt of the repercussions. For 2 whole days, enveloped in trepidation, they awaited news from the cultural committee regarding the review of their works. They began to believe that perhaps this ordeal had come to a close. On that very day, the 4th episode of The Emperor of the Wasteland premiered. Alas, it truly was a hardship for certain fans, as the disparity was destined to widen further. Was that not to be expected? After all, they were never really rivals. I know some might protest, arguing that had Pokemon not been banned, the true outcome would have been uncertain. The 4th episode, following the original plot, narrated a tale brimming with fervor. After receiving a stroke of fortune, the protagonist embarked on a unique path to transcendence, beginning with a decisive demonstration of his burgeoning prowess. He exacted vengeance upon a cruel servant who had once tormented him by shattering the villain's legs, delivering a well-deserved punishment. At the clan assembly, he showcased his talents, consecutively vanquishing his adversaries and ultimately claiming the championship. Chapter 35, Pride Cometh Before a Fall. At this moment, the reveling Han Feng, intoxicated, remarked upon receiving news of the 4th episode's airing, "I have utterly triumphed." Su Yang had never been a match for him, and now, with this substantial setback, he was even less so. Yet, Su Yang's expression was peculiar, a blend of oddity and confusion. Was the 4th episode truly produced by the same company as the 3rd? It was supposed to depict the protagonist participating in the assembly for the sake of revenge, promising an exhilarating narrative. Instead, it transformed into a tale of the protagonist entering the competition to vie for the chieftain's daughter. while he successfully defeated all his foes. He incurred the jealousy of a delicate rival. Consequently, the chieftain bestowed his daughter upon this effeminate man. The protagonist, unwilling to accept this fate, found that the chieftain's daughter also refused to marry the delicate man, prompting her to elope with the protagonist. The storyline culminated in their flight, pursued by their foes. Suyang found himself utterly bewildered. He was uncertain whether others felt the same, but he certainly did. Was this truly overseen by Han Feng himself? Gazing at the opening line that read personally supervised by the original author Han Feng, Suyang couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Very well. Since you're handing me this opportunity on a silver platter, I won't stand on ceremony. Suyang couldn't be bothered to delve into the reasons behind this bizarre turn of events. Why would a perfectly good storyline devolve into such a state? Yet he knew that to emerge victorious in the end, he must begin gathering his strength. The Cultural Association staff had just informed him that the review was essentially complete. No harmful content had been detected, and he could proceed with updates. By afternoon, he would likely receive the official certification from the Cultural Association. Of course, he would then need to sign a guarantee agreement, pledging that future content would remain uplifting, free from distorted values or problematic themes. But who knew whether those parents would let the matter rest so easily? Online, the fourth episode of Emperor of the Wasteland had also stirred up a storm. What kind of eye-gouging, brain-dead plot is this? Is this still Emperor of the Wasteland? This reads like some cheesy soap opera, the protagonist fighting a powerful rival over a woman, then eloping with her only to be hunted down. Might as well rename it the Love Emperor at this point. This has absolutely nothing to do with the original work. Are we seriously supposed to believe Han Feng personally supervised this? Suyang's readers couldn't hold back their scathing critiques. They refused to accept that Pokemon might ultimately lose to such a travesty. Had it stayed faithful to the source material, fine, but this butchered adaptation? And Pokemon was still expected to lose? They felt Pokemon deserved better. Naturally, their mockery provoked fierce retaliation from Emperor of the Wasteland fans. How pathetic. I can't believe a bunch of losers still have the audacity to yap like rabid dogs in front of the victors. Exactly. What's wrong with this plot? I think it's great. It deepens the protagonist's relationships and sets up the next arc beautifully. Since when must adaptations follow the original word for word? Some creative liberties are perfectly reasonable. If you don't like it, go cry to the Cultural Association. It's not like we have anything to fear. Unlike certain works that actually got investigated by the Cultural Association. TSK. Who knows how long they'll be stuck in limbo. By the time they're cleared, the hype will be long dead. The Emperor of the Wasteland fandom stood united, defending the show with near miraculous fervor, as if they could polish trash into treasure. But at this moment, Han Feng's editor, Tiene, could no longer restrain himself. He dialed Han Feng's number once more. Han Feng, are you serious about this? You're absolutely certain there's nothing wrong with episode 4? The moment Han Feng answered, Tiene unleashed his barrage of questions. Such an attitude immediately soured Han Feng's mood, who was cradling the exquisite beauty like soft jade. Editor, I assure you, I am entirely serious. I see no issues here. How could there be any problems when I am personally overseeing the production? He sighed. Oh, dear editor, must you disturb my dreams so early in the morning? Suyang is long finished. My work is destined to emerge as the ultimate victor. Just wait, and you shall reap the rewards. Perhaps, with the success of my project. A promotion to chief editor might even be within your grasp. Of course, he had not viewed the fourth episode. However, in his estimation, given the outline he provided to the production team and his nominal role as supervisor, there was no way the team could stray off course. Therefore, any minor flaws would be inconsequential. If there are no further matters, I must be on my way. My schedule is quite packed, so I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing Han Feng's dismissive reply, Tianya couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Very well, if you believe there is no issue, I shall refrain from further intrusion. Just remember, I hope you won't regret this decision in the near future. With that, without waiting for Han Feng to respond, he abruptly ended the call. If Han Feng was oblivious to his own peril, then Tianya felt no obligation to save him. Good advice is often wasted on the foolish. Feeling annoyed, Han Feng stared at the disconnected phone, his expression darkening. Was it not a bit excessive for his editor to treat him this way? Did they truly think he was still that inexperienced writer? Humph. He snorted softly, but then recalled Tianya's repeated interruptions. Perhaps there was indeed something pressing at hand. Han Feng extricated himself from the embrace of the soft jade beauty and took out his phone to check the outside world. Naturally, the first thing he opened was his anime work. But upon viewing it, his expression soured even further. Damn it, who authorized these changes? Han Feng glared at the plot that diverged entirely from his outline, fury boiling within him. No wonder Tianya felt compelled to warn him. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. His once vibrant and passionate work had been twisted into something unrecognizable, filled with trivial romantic entanglements, straying far from the essence of his original vision. Such a plot could scarcely rival even Pokemon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly dialed the animation production team. He had no time to question why they had made such alterations. The paramount concern now was to swiftly redirect the storyline back on track. At this rate, would not his protagonist become a mere caricature? A being of flesh seeking immortality and greater strength? Why would one be preoccupied with matters of love and affection all day? What a jest! Isn't it far more intriguing to make such alterations? Yet, the production team, upon hearing the words of Han Feng, responded with this. Chapter 36, a major turnaround. The current audience in the market predominantly comprises young women. If we do not adapt accordingly, how can we cater to the market? Teacher Han Feng, we aim to generate profit, not engage in frivolity. While your prowess in novel writing is indeed commendable, when it comes to market orientation, I undoubtedly surpass you. The director has stated that this episode cannot be altered. At best, we may produce a special edition based on your original outline. In that moment, Han Feng felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration, yet circumstances compelled him to acquiesce. He promptly dialed the general manager of Yuesha Media. Mr. Lin, if you allow that woman to continue her reckless meddling, pandering to female tastes, and drastically altering my work, I assure you, within 10 episodes, my creation will collapse entirely. At that point, I shall have to seek new avenues. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin conveyed an even more shocking piece of news. Just half an hour prior, the Cultural Committee had issued a statement. In a calm tone, Mr. Lin announced, there are no inappropriate values present in Pokemon after thorough discussion and research. We have decided to allow Pokemon to continue its broadcast. We hope Mr. Su Yang will persist in creating even more beloved works. Given the fervent public discourse, we have resolved to initiate a 2-month content review of the anime industry starting today. All existing anime works will undergo scrutiny, and we ask all industry participants for their cooperation. The first batch of reviews begins today, including works such as Emperor of the Wasteland, Emperor Fist, and Flame Emperor, among others. Upon hearing Mr. Lin relay this information, Han Feng felt utterly bewildered. He had only indulged in leisure for 2 days, yet it felt as though an entire century had passed. What was the meaning of this? Why had Pokemon suddenly completed its review? Moreover, it emerged unscathed. It was even certified as an acceptable work. Prepare yourself. This time, I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate that woman. You were right. Allowing her to continue overseeing this project will likely lead Yuesha Media to its demise. After concluding the call, Mr. Lin hung up. Han Feng was left in a state of disarray, devoid of any desire to enjoy himself. He hastily donned his clothes, generously tipping the waitress, and exited in a flurry of confusion and curiosity. Now, Han Feng only wished to return home swiftly and devise a subsequent plan. He couldn't help but feel immense regret for having been so easily swept away by his own pride. Despite having gained a slight advantage, he had become careless and arrogant. This is quite troubling, as it has inadvertently provided Su Yang with an opportunity to pursue. The mere thought of this makes him want to slap himself. Meanwhile, online, the notion that a temporary absence of issues guarantees future safety is laughable. My children have already been led astray. Should we not receive an explanation? I vehemently suggest that the Cultural Committee strictly prohibits children from watching such trivial and worthless anime. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to dedicate that time to their studies? Indeed, numerous parents have also taken notice of this news. Their discontent regarding the safe passage of Pokemon is palpable, rather than their dissatisfaction being solely directed at Pokemon. It is more accurate to say they are frustrated with the entire anime landscape. They stubbornly believe that these shows have corrupted their children. Their educational shortcomings cannot be blamed on themselves. They must attribute this fault to external influences. This way, they can preach with greater comfort. Ha ha ha, splendidly executed. In the review workshop, when Xiaoxia has been laughing at this news for over half an hour, she suddenly feels that all the hardships she previously endured were worth it. Now, Han Feng, it is your turn to be astonished. Just picturing Han Feng's shocked expression brings her immense satisfaction. Let him and his fans bask in their previous arrogance. They should now realize their mistakes. However, the Cultural Committee's discernment is indeed sharp. I said there's no way Pokemon could incite youth violence. Clearly, someone is deliberately using this pretext to target Su Yang. Fortunately, Pokemon stands firm against baseless accusations. Meanwhile, online, Hanfeng's readers are genuinely taken aback. What on earth? Why is the Wasteland Emperor suddenly under investigation as well? Does this mean the Wasteland Emperor will cease updates? How long will this investigation last? Can't they continue to update while investigating? I am eager to see the 5th episode in 3 days. Why should the Wasteland Emperor be subjected to scrutiny when it has caused no negative impact? Hanfeng's fans voice their grievances. To them, this is an utterly unwarranted disaster. How absurd. What is there to object to? If there are no issues, why not comply? Are you hiding something and afraid of being discovered? Indeed, those of good character have nothing to fear. Some fans of Su Yang are displeased with the double standards being displayed and counter with sharp retorts. Yet, are Hanfeng's fans any less treacherous? Huh. A pack of squanderers daring to speak up. They truly do not know their own mortality. Even if your Pokemon passes inspection, it will still lag behind the Wasteland Emperor. I suspect they are merely seeking attention. Some dogs behave just like that, barking to announce their presence. Does our Hanfeng need commentary from such failures? Instead of wasting time, it would be more beneficial to immerse oneself in literature and enhance personal growth. Spending the entire day engrossed in such juvenile works raises concerns about one's intellectual capacity. The incessant bickering online caused Su Yang to shake his head in disbelief. He then turned his attention to the representative from the small, struggling platform before him, whose face was plastered with a forced smile. Is your esteemed company truly considering terminating our agreement? In light of Chairman Chen's reputation, I could easily dismiss your previous comments as mere jest. Faced with Su Yang's ambiguous expression, the representative broke into a cold sweat, feeling as though 1,000 alpacas had stampeded through his mind. He could hardly fathom how he had found himself embroiled in such an absurd situation. When he was dispatched, the fate of Pokemon hung precariously in the balance, and no one within the company believed in Su Yang's potential. They all assumed his project was doomed. So, he had volunteered to confront Su Yang, eager to experience the thrill of striking down a drowning opponent. However, just as he arrived in Shangshui City, he received the unexpected news that Pokemon had passed the review unscathed. This left him in a predicament, neither able to retreat nor advance, forcing him to steel himself and visit the Sun Toy Factory. Chapter 37. Server crash. Mr. Su, would you like me to contact our higher-ups for guidance? The representative suggested awkwardly, trying to maintain composure. I believe that one be necessary. If Chairman Chen resigns, I have reservations about the platform's management. Su Yang replied. Perhaps you should confer with your superiors to appoint Chairman Chen as the person in charge of my anime. I am not entirely comfortable entrusting it to someone else. Upon hearing this, the representative's brow furrowed in concern. I will seek the opinion of the higher-ups and will contact you immediately with any updates. Farewell. The representative felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Observing this scene, Su Yang shook his head, realizing he had done all he could for Chun Rue. The rest depended on Chun Rue's own capabilities. Of course, Su Yang's intentions were not rooted in benevolence or meddling. Rather, it was merely a means to ensure that the anime received the utmost care and maximum benefit. Assigning responsibility to Chun Rue was simply a gesture of goodwill. I knew it. Pokemon is indeed safe. Fong Kuan exclaimed with a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. He had finally discovered an opportunity to delay the demise of the children's channel and was eager to see Pokemon thrive. However, he felt a twinge of regret regarding the review of The Desolate Emperor. Had both anime been released simultaneously, it would have been nothing short of perfection. 3 days later, on Friday, the day has arrived for the broadcast of Pokemon and the Emperor of the Wasteland. However, on such a day, the Cultural Committee unexpectedly released news. Upon review, there were no issues with the content of the Emperor of the Wasteland, but caution was advised against guiding minors towards romantic notions. Nevertheless, investigations revealed suspicions surrounding its viewership ratings. The announcement immediately drew considerable attention, as media outlets flocked like cats sensing a fishy scent, anticipating a substantial scoop. Following a thorough technical investigation, it was discovered that the viewership ratings of the Emperor of the Wasteland had been manipulated, with internal personnel having inflated the results. Our technical team restored the original data, subsequently revealing a comparative graph of the viewership ratings over the past few days on the Cultural Committee's official blog. When the public accessed it, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Could it be? Is this for real? Goodness, Pokemon is indeed that formidable. One could only imagine the frenzy among the fans of the Emperor of the Wasteland. According to the displayed data, the true viewership rating for the Emperor of the Wasteland on its first day should have been 1759, just 0.08 points higher than Pokemon. Although this still represents a significant gap, it is no longer insurmountable. The Emperor of the Wasteland did not maintain a dominant advantage over Pokemon. Furthermore, the subsequent day's data clearly indicated that Pokemon was tightly contesting the ratings, and intriguingly, apart from the day it recorded 1691, its viewership consistently increased in the following days. Indeed, had it not been for the unexpected scrutiny, I surmise that with such an upward trend, Pokemon might have very well surpassed the Emperor of the Wasteland. This revelation is astonishing. The viewership ratings for the Emperor of the Wasteland were as follows: 1759, 1761, 1757, 1752, 1751, 1750, and 1753. In contrast, Pokemon recorded ratings of 1751, 1691, 1712, 1733, 1745, 1749, and 1741. The media erupted in fervor, with a plethora of headlines emerging instantaneously. The fans of the Emperor of the Wasteland were equally in an uproar, struggling to accept this reality. Such a truth was beyond their comprehension. Yet, the one who found it most intolerable was the very creator, Hanfeng. What? My viewership ratings were so inflated? Impossible, utterly impossible. Who on earth has tampered with my numbers? It is utterly infuriating that I was not informed, allowing me to mistakenly regard the inflated scores as genuine, and thus belittling Su Yang. How detestable, how detestable. It is all due to these individuals. Had they not employed such underhanded tactics, I would not have found myself lagging so significantly. The biting cold wind mirrors my fury. Reflecting on my previous arrogance and indulgence, I now find myself steeped in regret. My loathing for those who artificially inflated my scores has intensified. I have completely forgotten how proud I once felt in the face of those inflated results, reveling in the benefits they conferred. Yet, I cannot abide the backlash that such falsified achievements have wrought. However, it is not too late. As long as I can elevate the quality of my work and steer the narrative back on course, I shall ultimately emerge victorious. I shall not dare to be complacent again. Yet, even greater news lies ahead. To celebrate the safety of the Wild Emperor, Pokemon is set to air 2 episodes today. Su Yang posted this announcement on the platform, which instantly ignited a fervor across the internet. Countless curious netizens and media outlets rushed to report on this development. Then came the message: the platform seems to have crashed. Please be patient. Many users stared at their screens in bewilderment. Is it possible? You are the largest short video platform, and just a handful of visitors has caused a meltdown? I am baffled. What is happening? Did you not claim to accommodate 200 million users online simultaneously? I refuse to believe that the number of concurrent users exceeded 200 million in just 1 second. What is going on, platform? Countless users migrated to Loveblog, the once reigning social media platform, to vent their frustrations. However, the message appeared: your request seems to be unresponsive. The Loveblog server has crashed. Users exclaimed in disbelief. Is it truly this terrifying, folks? Hey, Loveblog, why have you also collapsed? I simply wish to understand what is happening. Is there really such a massive influx of traffic? Undeterred, users once again shifted to Penguin Social. This time, stability was finally achieved. The developers of Penguin Social astutely sensed the demand and swiftly launched a discussion platform called Micro World, a diminutive universe. Here, users could engage in various discussions. Upon entering, they were astonished to see the real-time online count, a staggering 18.9 billion users. Goodness, is it truly this astonishing? Can these 2 works attract such an overwhelming viewership? Due to the crash of the platform, when Xiaoxia found herself unexpectedly enjoying a paid respite, she stared incredulously at the number of users on Micro World, experiencing for the first time what it truly meant to be awestruck. Chapter 38. Jealousy, an intense jealousy at this very moment. The staff behind the Penguin dating app were utterly astonished. Could it be that, among the 18.9 billion users, those aged 45 and above constituted a staggering 12? What a jest! When did this demographic become so intrigued by the spectacle? They felt the world had suddenly turned quite mad. Equally taken aback was the instigator of this grand event, Su Yang. How could it be that a spontaneous celebration had spiraled into such chaos? He could comprehend the server crash of the blog, but what was this about the audio notes? They had promised a capacity to support 200 million users online simultaneously. How could they fail to deliver on their commitments? As Su Yang was reeling in disbelief, his phone abruptly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, an exceedingly urgent voice erupted from the other end. Mr. Su Yang, we have acquiesced to your request. Chen Rui will take full charge of all operations regarding your animation. I am Lu Renjia, the chairman of the small platform. Please disregard my previous remarks. They were but an idle whim. I implore you, do not terminate our collaboration. Forgive our previous lack of discernment. Listening to the man's frenzied tone, a smirk unfurled on Su Yang's lips. Wasn't this the way it should have been? Why make matters so tense? Wouldn't you agree, Chairman Lu? Lu Renjia, merely a passerby. It seemed he would not hold on to this chairman position for long. His implications were simply inadequate. Very well, I appreciate your understanding. I shall not intrude further, Su Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia promptly ended the call. A man adept at sensing the winds of change, indeed. Su Yang understood that Lu Renjia had recognized the immense traffic he had generated and, seeing a potential profit, had hastily altered his stance to continue their partnership. Truly, as an actor once remarked, when one is powerful, the world around them is filled with allies. Now, with a brisk wind at his back, Su Yang could confidently commence the competition. He uploaded the original episodes onto the small platform. He was oblivious to how much traffic would remain after this tempest passed and the media and onlookers departed. However, he was acutely aware that seizing this opportunity to garner more attention was paramount. My heavens, Su Yang, you are truly relentless. 2 episodes streamed at once. The viewers refreshing the small platform were left utterly astounded. What? Pokemon just dropped 2 episodes at once? Why haven't I seen this on the children's channel? Those who diligently watched the children's programming were left in a state of confusion upon hearing the news. After thorough discussion and research, it has been determined that the 7th episode of Pokemon will commence airing at 8 o'clock in the evening. As if anticipating the concerns of the online community, the announcement from the children's channel appeared promptly. What a delightful surprise. My anticipation is growing exponentially, for Pokemon is on the verge of entering the regional league competition. Consequently, an array of diverse Pokemon has begun to emerge within the current storyline. Perhaps they have heard the external feedback regarding the lack of excitement in the battle scenes of Pokemon. Thus, Su Yang made specific amendments in the 6th episode, rendering the battles of the Pokemon more vigorous and exhilarating, possessing a visual impact that is truly stunning. Having watched so many works in a past life, he is acutely aware of how to enhance the thrill of combat scenes. The meticulous framing, character series, and the design of corresponding actions will undoubtedly showcase an array of spectacular battles during the regional league competition. The charming characters and the powerful, awe-inspiring battle sequences are not at odds with each other. How audacious of Su Yang to release 2 episodes simultaneously, believing himself to be exceptionally clever. As for Su Yang's decision to unveil 2 episodes at once, Han Feng was decidedly displeased, for he could not achieve the same feat and thus felt an intense jealousy. This time, he diligently watched the 6th episode of Pokemon, and his expression grew serious. It was evident that from the 6th episode onward, both the visuals and the narrative had significantly improved, enhancing the overall viewing experience. Moreover, Su Yang's control over the plot is remarkably adept, skillfully injecting humor at just the right moments, rendering the viewing quite enjoyable. Even Han Feng himself suddenly realized, as he neared the end of the episode, how he had become so engrossed in it, having watched for such an extended period. When did Pokemon become so formidable? Had it adhered to the narrative of his original novel, he might have believed that Su Yang would not pose a challenge. Yet now, due to that woman, his storyline outline had been compromised from the very beginning. The revisions he attempted to restore were disregarded by her, as she insisted on following her own vision, mistakenly transforming it into what nearly resembles a fantasy romance drama. He is uncertain how many female fans adore it, but he is well aware that few male fans appreciate such a narrative. This has resulted in an inexplicable loss of a significant audience segment, which weighs heavily on his heart. However, at this moment, Han Feng's greatest concern is not this loss, but rather that he is struggling to restore the storyline. Indeed, in merely 5 episodes, under the whimsical vision of the female director, the narrative of the anime has deviated significantly from its original storyline. What was meant to be a tale of the male protagonist shining within his family, only to be envied by the clan leader and subsequently pursued in a deadly chase, has transformed into an inexplicable plot where he elopes with the clan leader's daughter. It is infuriating. It seems utterly impossible to reconcile this with the original tale. Restoring coherence is no simple feat, as every thread woven into the narrative impacts the entirety of the story. The earlier plot points are intricately linked to the unfolding events, creating a chain of cause and effect. Several subsequent chapters are reliant upon the initial storyline. Now that the narrative has completely unraveled, re-establishing continuity appears daunting. Yet, the premiere is imminent. Han Feng is determined to prevent the airing of this episode, for once it airs, the plot will veer even further into chaos. The difficulty of restoring coherence will escalate dramatically. However, to intervene would undoubtedly lead to dismal viewership ratings. Reluctant to face defeat, he feels compelled to allow the episode to air, caught in a dilemma. Han Feng feels as if his head might explode. He cannot fathom how things have spiraled into this state. Why does Su Yang seem unfazed by all this? How fortunate he is. Han Feng feels an unusual jealousy towards Su Yang. Chapter 39. Utter disappointment at 7 in the evening. Pokemon is set to air on schedule. Numerous viewers promptly gather before their televisions, as do various media outlets. The current situation is crystal clear. Attention must turn towards Pokemon. Perhaps this episode holds the potential for a triumphant turnaround. Whether the storyline is engaging remains uncertain, but all that matters to them is the viewership ratings, supplemented by capturing moments they deem thrilling for tomorrow's headlines. At this moment, within the management of Info, the general manager is in a furious uproar. Pray tell, how could you once assure me that our servers could support 200 million simultaneous users online? Yet today, this is the reality. Clearly, we have not exceeded 200 million, so why has the server crashed? Do you understand the magnitude of this traffic? And now we are to relinquish such traffic without a fight? What tremendous losses do you think this will entail? The general manager's voice booms like thunder, inciting concern over how outsiders perceive them. As a laughingstock, no one dares to raise their head. Among them, those responsible for managing the servers are the most terrified, for this is their duty. Not only have they failed in their responsibilities, but they have also caused significant losses. It is evident that the general manager will not let them off lightly. Meanwhile, the higher-ups at AI Blog express, brothers, why must your celestial conflicts ensnare the innocent? Your platform possesses a substantial capacity, thus it is not daunted by the multitude of users online simultaneously. However, I am merely a modest social platform, and the sudden influx of users has caused my servers to crash, which is quite embarrassing. Undoubtedly, the experience from this event will prompt the higher-ups at Loveblog to promptly enhance the server's capacity. Who wouldn't desire such a significant influx of traffic? The delightful 30-minute viewing experience swiftly passed, leaving many viewers yearning for more. The quality of this episode has undeniably reached new heights, and I find myself wanting for additional content. Indeed, the narrative of this episode is commendable, suggesting the potential for direct connections between humans and the little spirits, and the possibility of amicable coexistence. Just as humanity ought to foster harmonious relationships with other living beings, we should grant them ample space to thrive, rather than incessantly compromising their habitats for our own interests. Cherishing the little spirits and treating them as our closest companions will naturally elicit friendly reciprocation from them. How wonderful it would be if I had a little spirit of my own. That would surely be a remarkable experience. The familiar essence and comforting formula remain unchanged, providing a sense of tranquility to the soul upon completion. Following the delightful experience of watching Pokemon, many viewers, after a few minutes of advertisements, eagerly anticipated the airing of The Emperor of the Wild. They reasoned that if the competition between the two shows was so fierce, the quality must be comparably excellent as well, promising another splendid viewing experience. However, as the saying goes, greater hope often leads to greater disappointment. As numerous viewers tuned into The Emperor of the Wild, a growing sense of unease began to permeate their experience. User Tion D. Quan questioned, "Is this segment even in the original work? Am I watching a counterfeit version of The Emperor of the Wild?" User 1592 remarked, "This segment appears to be original, doesn't it? Where in the original novel does this occur? We have been shown so much original content. Can we not progress to the storyline of the novel?" User Green Wilderness lamented, "I am appalled. I came to watch the original story of The Emperor of the Wild, not this trashy adaptation." User Father is here expressed frustration. Can we not continue with the original? A couple of episodes of original content is bearable, but 3 is pushing it. Can we not be presented with something worthwhile? Han Feng, it's time for you to take action. Everyone has come to support your Emperor of the Wild because of your reputation. User Han Shui declared, negative review. It must be a negative review. Just as Han Feng anticipated, upon the release of the 5th episode, it was met with a wave of unfavorable reviews. However, Han Feng did not foresee the sheer volume of criticism. User Wolf Smoke North remarked, Han Feng, I am profoundly disappointed in you. In this case, I might as well watch Pokemon instead. At least there, the stories are genuinely substantial. User Strong Youth. Indeed, watching Pokemon offers some solace, while engaging with this content only serves to incite my frustration. Consequently, amidst this tide of negative reviews, the rating of the Emperor of the Wild plummeted from its previously stellar score of 91 to a dismal 71. Furthermore, it shows signs of continuing its downward trajectory. The fans of the Emperor of the Wild had immense expectations for the new episode, and upon its release, their disappointment was equally profound. Under the influence of affection for the show, criticism of the Emperor of the Wild has become particularly harsh. This is precisely what one might call a backlash. It is indeed somewhat unreasonable. Su Yang is, of course, acutely aware of the situation regarding his rival. However, compared to its initial airing, the quality of this episode has substantially declined. The plot has begun to meander into incoherence. This presents a splendid opportunity for surpassing the competition, one that cannot be overlooked. Su Yang cannot afford to lower his guard, nor can he assume that Han Feng is not his match and thus relax his efforts. On the contrary, he perceives this as an even greater opportunity. Once he gains the upper hand, it is imperative to maintain that advantage. It seems a turning point has emerged. One wonders how this young man, Su Yang, will respond. Yi Fan, observing the exceedingly negative reviews of the Emperor of the Wild online, remarked, as he had previously discussed with his friends, that the adaptation was inherently flawed. Under normal circumstances, it would likely have reached parity with Pokemon. However, Yi Fan did not anticipate that Han Feng would indulge in arrogance after gaining some advantage, resulting in the current state of the plot. He is curious to see if Su Yang will follow in Han Feng's misguided footsteps. Should Su Yang do so, it would merely affirm Yi Fan's misjudgment of character. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the latest episode of The Emperor of the Wild finally concluded. Yet, the audience present had dwindled by half, and among those remaining, 30% were utterly disenchanted with the narrative of The Emperor of the Wild. Unless it returns to form, they would not continue to watch it. Just as the 7th episode of Pokemon was about to air, the results of the investigation into the brawl at Shuguang No. 2 Middle School were also released. Chapter 40. Vindication. According to our investigation, it has been confirmed that the altercation bore little significant relation to Pokemon. The individuals involved have exhibited exceptionally unruly behavior within the school, frequently clashing with others, and have, at a tender age, already taken to smoking and drinking. They have also extorted their classmates for pocket money, amassing a total of 5,551 coins. We have contacted the relevant juvenile education institutions and informed the school authorities, suggesting that the 2 individuals be sent for a 2-year educational program before re-entering the academic environment. We will mandate the school to rectify its management approach, fostering a harmonious and stable campus atmosphere to prevent such incidents from reoccurring. Furthermore, we hope that Pokemon and all anime works can incorporate appropriate reminders and segments that might incite imitation among the youth. A harmonious society is a collective endeavor of us all. This statement may be regarded as quite stern. However, it undeniably clears Pokemon of any suspicion, ensuring it will no longer face blame for such matters. It remains uncertain whether we can silence the voices of certain parents who tend to attribute every issue to others. Nevertheless, it is evident that Pokemon is not the influence corrupting their children. I assert that how could such an exemplary work as Pokemon lead astray the youth? It is truly amusing that some individuals fail to fulfill their responsibilities as parents, yet cast blame upon anime. I wonder if anyone still dares to speak against this. Some should genuinely reflect on their qualifications as parents. After Pokemon was vindicated, many readers experienced a sense of vindication themselves, promptly responding to the criticisms they had recently faced. They cannot be unjustly maligned. Of course, many have retaliated, but the opposing voices have notably diminished. It seems the situation is returning to its rightful course. The competition between Pokemon and the Emperor of the Wild has reverted to a comparison of their merits. With all external disturbances having dissipated, the following day, the viewership ratings were released anew, and the server issues have been resolved. The Emperor of the Wild achieved a rating of 1601, while Pokemon soared to 2012, a staggering difference of 4. Pokemon far surpasses the Emperor of the Wild, a true powerhouse. Pokemon breaks the 20 mark, leaving the Emperor of the Wild in its wake. The strongest anime newcomer. Pokemon is poised to seize the title of Anime Newcomer King, a futile endeavor. Su Yang boldly claims, the Emperor of the Wild is nothing remarkable. The ultimate champion belongs to him. Various media outlets once again showcased their literary prowess, transforming the results into captivating headlines. As Su Yang surveyed these articles, he felt somewhat speechless. When did he ever claim that the championship belonged to him? The author of this news piece is truly deserving of condemnation. Such unwarranted elevation could create countless adversaries for him, as he would never dare to boast in such a manner. This is not merely inciting hatred against him. Su Yang is well aware of the consequences of drawing attention. I wonder how the ratings for today's 2 episodes fared? After focusing on matters of personal interest, Su Yang redirected his attention to the creation of the anime. In stark contrast, one individual is feeling exceptionally dejected, Hanfeng. Since the 6th episode, he has been ridiculed online to the point of humiliation. Many of his former supporters have expressed their disappointment, which has dealt a significant blow to his morale, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. If only he had not been so arrogant and had relaxed his vigilance earlier, would it have come to this? Had he placed greater importance on the adaptation's content and insisted that the production team adhere strictly to the storyline, perhaps today's calamity could have been averted. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. What has transpired cannot be undone, no matter how much one laments. Furthermore, what troubles him most is that the current plot seems irretrievable without external assistance. The best course of action would be to reach out to his editor, Tianya. However, how could he muster the courage to do so? He had treated Tianya with such arrogance that others might have already been thoroughly disillusioned with him. Nevertheless, for the sake of his future, he gritted his teeth and resolved to take the plunge. Being criticized is a lesser evil compared to allowing the Emperor of the Wild to descend into irretrievable chaos. That would render his painstaking efforts utterly futile. If the overall plot collapses, the losses would ultimately fall upon him. He believes Tianya will not be so heartless. Who could this be? A busy person like him actually found time to call me today? What is up? Are you not busy today? Upon answering the phone, he heard Tianya's teasing voice, prompting Hanfeng to quickly apologize and ingratiate himself. Tianya, you jest. How could I dare to be arrogant before you? I was foolish the other day. I beg your forgiveness. Hearing this, Tianya's tone softened slightly as he said, All right, I assume you have something important to discuss with me. Likely concerning the plot of the Emperor of the Wild. You re somewhat astute for realizing you needed to consult me. Alas, who else could bear the burden of editing you? Although, truth be told, this anime is of no concern to me. Grateful for Tianya's willingness to assist, Hanfeng expressed his heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Tianya. I will forever remember your kindness. Tianya replied, There is no need for such formality. I merely hope that when you recall this matter in the future, you won't curse my name. Hanfeng repeatedly assured him he would not. During this time, I have also been studying the relevant plot lines. Initially, I thought my ideas would be disregarded, but now it seems they may indeed hold some merit. Hearing this from Tianya, Hanfeng felt a sense of relief. With Tianya's support, he could finally feel at ease. As the protagonists of the tale venture forth, they are determined to steer the narrative of the anime The Emperor of the Wasteland back on course, ensuring a harmonious alignment with subsequent developments. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Penguin Video, Manager Ma wore a grim expression, his countenance darkened with foreboding. What do you mean to say? Are you implying that several of our productions, which have been in circulation for years, are now under investigation for issues? He exclaimed incredulously. Furthermore, my insights regarding Pokemon have prompted the Cultural Committee to extend its scrutiny to the entire animation industry, adversely affecting not only Penguin Video, but also multiple platforms, including at Video. Manager Ma felt a surge of dread. The ramifications of this situation could lead to widespread animosity towards him. It could be said that he had inadvertently offended countless colleagues within the industry. Even with the formidable strength of Penguin Company, the burden of this crisis could prove overwhelming. The tangled web of interests involved was likely vast. The mere thought of inciting such profound resentment from rival companies sent shivers down his spine. To jeopardize someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents, he mused, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 41. The Consequences of Your Actions. Accursed Cultural Committee. Manager Ma seethed, his teeth clenched, yet he found himself devoid of any viable solution. Instead, he was compelled to contemplate how to navigate the impending challenges. You can't seriously believe that we would allow ourselves to be used as pawns by you? A senior member of the Cultural Committee remarked coldly, seemingly attuned to Manager Ma's current turmoil. If they were unaware of Penguin Video's machinations to undermine Pokemon in favor of the Emperor of the Wasteland, they would not have ascended to their lofty positions. However, they were not mere instruments in the hands of Penguin Company. If they were to be utilized, the consequences of such an alliance must be prepared for as well. They would ensure that Penguin Company, once basking in pride, would now be drenched in regret. Should they wish to wield them as weapons, they must be prepared for the inevitable repercussions. Without administering a lesson to Penguin Video, it would be naive to think they had established themselves as the industry's overlord. Dismissing all others, one senior official expressed this sentiment with palpable irritation. In light of this, let us demonstrate our authority and let them witness the true majesty of our nation's public sector. Another senior official concurred. This proposal quickly garnered support, with ample justification for reprimanding Penguin Video. The presence of problematic content on their platform, coupled with the continuation of normal broadcasts, highlighted Penguin Video's negligence in maintaining quality oversight in animation. The solution was straightforward. Penguin Video was to be ordered to shut down their entire website for an internal review lasting 1 month. They were to promptly report any issues to the Cultural Committee, ensuring that no excessively violent or gory content was present, lest it adversely affect the healthy development of youth and promote misguided values. Any recurrence of similar issues would be met with severe consequences. The implication is clear. I have afforded you an opportunity. Should you choose not to conduct yourselves with dignity, allow our cultural association to assist you in maintaining it. No. This notification should indeed be disseminated to all companies implicated in the recent issues. It is reasonable, indeed. They promptly relayed this information to the various animation companies involved in the incident. At the headquarters of Penguin Company, the CEO calmly expressed gratitude before hanging up the phone. However, his demeanor swiftly transformed into one of icy severity, his expression darkening with an ominous intensity. He ground his teeth, his breath heavy and thunderous, exuding a terrifying aura. He opened his mobile device and dialed a number. Once connected, he stated, "Ma Yuming, you truly know how to create trouble for me." Very well. Though his voice was deceptively tranquil, it sent a chill down the spine. Upon hearing these words, Manager Ma Yuming, who had previously harbored a deep resentment towards the Cultural Association, broke into a cold sweat. "Chairman, please listen to me." The chairman, however, had no desire to hear explanations. Did he believe that mere justification could persuade the Cultural Association to reconsider? If only a few of our Penguin Video productions faced a month-long suspension, that would be one matter. But you have provoked the entire animation industry. He could no longer contain his ire, cursing vehemently. Because of your foolish maneuver, the Cultural Association has effortlessly seized upon your blunder, and now those companies suffering losses will lay the blame squarely at my feet. How many heads do you think I possess for them to target? Or do you think I am endowed with boundless wealth to squander at will? The thought made him feel as though he might bleed from frustration. What was Ma Yuming thinking, inserting himself into this chaos? The rivalry between the Emperor of the Wild and Pokemon has nothing to do with you. Had you succeeded, it might have been another story. Yet here we are, embroiled in this disastrous situation. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake, Chairman. I should not have engaged in such foolishness. Ma Yuming hastily admitted his fault, refusing to argue further. Fully aware of the chairman's temperament, any defense would only intensify his inquiries. Knowing your folly, why commit it in the first place? What were you thinking? As general manager, to possess such a narrow-minded perspective, was it merely because others declined your invitation to feature on Penguin Video that you sought revenge? Even so, you could have been more discreet. You will rectify this matter yourself, and you alone shall bear the company's losses, understood? Should any further troubles arise, do not expect my leniency. With that, he severed the call. Setting down his phone and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Ma Yuming's expression darkened once more. Cursed Suyong, he fumed, convinced that all of this turmoil was instigated by him. In both sentiment and reason, he ought to harbor a grudge against Suyong. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he is simultaneously the target of animosity from countless others. The blunder he has committed has led many to lose their means of livelihood. It is uncertain how many individuals have found themselves unemployed because of him. Many harbor thoughts of vengeance. Naturally, Su Yang is oblivious to these matters. He remains unaware of the resentment directed toward him. However, he does sense something amiss regarding the sudden investigation into Pokemon and the ensuing brawls. He simply cannot pinpoint the culprit. Su, we have uncovered the truth. The puppet master is indeed Penguin Video. At this moment, Suya enters. Bringing the answers Su Yang yearns to know. Is it that manager Ma from Penguin Video? Indeed. Su Yang's eyes narrow slightly upon hearing this. Is it because I chose not to collaborate with them that they harbor such resentment? Since they cannot attain what they desire, they seek to ruin me instead? Suya nods affirmatively. I believe that is likely the case. Su Yang cannot help but shake his head, pondering, what merit do I possess that warrants such attention? Yet, he finds himself clenching his fists involuntarily. He yearns to grow stronger. Initially, his ambition was merely to settle his debts and live as a wealthy gentleman. Now, however, his aspirations have transformed. If Penguin Video wishes to target him, so be it. He has only just begun to grasp the situation. The feeling of vulnerability is truly stifling. Only by becoming formidable will he deter others from scheming against him and prevent such treatment. The mere production of Pokemon is insufficient to empower him. Yet it marks the beginning of his journey. Who among us does not harbor the ambition to become a powerful figure? The following day, the viewership ratings are released. Major media outlets rush to seize the first-hand information. These ratings are quite intriguing. As Su Yang examines the data sent directly from the children's channel, a smile involuntarily graces his lips. He wonders what expression Han Feng will wear upon learning of these results, composure, or perhaps dissatisfaction. Pokemon garners a viewership rating of 1932, while the Emperor of the Wild achieves a rating of 1306. The results are commendable, yet insufficient. I believe there is room for improvement. Who would be content with the status quo, especially when it benefits them? Chapter 42. Su Yang begins to recruit Ah. I recall someone once proclaiming that the Emperor of the Wild would crush Pokemon. Ha ha ha, how the tables have turned. Who was it that boasted so boldly? Eager to declare to the world that their Emperor of the Wild was the mightiest? What now? The outcome has left them deflated. Finally, the readers of Pokemon can vent their frustrations. Just as the readers of the Emperor of the Wild once disparaged them, they now return the favor. Humph. What are they so proud of? Who knows when their fortunes might shift? Ah, once the chill of winter has thoroughly revitalized the narrative, everything shall be resolved. However, when that time arrives, do not expect mercy. Fans of the Emperor of the Desolate Sky are naturally displeased. In response to the derision from readers of Pokemon, they have swiftly retaliated. Amidst their quarrels, various sensational headlines have emerged from the media. Major drought. Is the true caliber of the Emperor of the Desolate Sky truly this feeble? 3 seconds of true manhood. Is the Emperor of the Desolate Sky truly destined for defeat? The Frosty Wind candidly admits, I have never considered myself a rival to Su Yang. The media has always thrived on sensationalism, and a verbal battle only enhances their allure. What audacity these unscrupulous outlets have, presuming the Frosty Wind is assured of failure. I refuse to believe it. The Frosty Wind is indeed formidable. The final outcome has yet to be determined. What gives you the confidence to declare a verdict? Perhaps there lies a prophet among them? Indeed, the current situation seems quite apparent, does it not? The Frosty Wind is destined to lose. Alas, he once held great promise for victory. His strength was undeniable. Yet, in the presence of Su Yang, he appears rather diminished. The online bickering does not concern Su Yang. It is time to expand his team. One cannot single-handedly produce anime indefinitely. With the crisis averted, Pokemon has returned to its rightful path. Thus, he promptly posted an announcement on his platform. Due to the company's growth needs, 3 anime creators are required to join the team. The remuneration is generous. I assure you that those who join us with integrity will not be disappointed. Interested parties should send their works and resumes to our company email, 137. We eagerly await the contributions of talented individuals. Following this competition, Su Yang's fanbase has surged by over 1 million. Consequently, his announcement quickly garnered attention. Goodness, Su Yang's company is hiring. What? Is that true? Where did you hear this? Haha, I thought it was a hoax, but upon checking, it's genuine. 3 anime creators? Is Su Yang about to unveil something grand? What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go. Just as I have been searching for a desirable job. This is a perfect opportunity. Su Yang's readers erupted with enthusiasm. Many among them are professionals in the industry, including quite a few seasoned veterans. Without hesitation, they flocked to the email of the Sun Toy Factory, inundating it with resumes. They now await Su Yang's selection in silence. Su Yang has set up an automatic reply in his email, containing a link. The content requests a drawing of a scene from any episode, ranging from the first episode of Pokemon to the current 7th episode. Su Yang will determine the final candidate based on the ultimate presentation of results. Within this context, there exists an entire chapter's worth of reference illustrations. Essentially, Su Yang has transformed a particular episode of Pokemon into a comic format. My goodness, Su Yang's artistic prowess is astonishing. The characters appear so lifelike. The imagery is utterly breathtaking, almost too beautiful to desecrate. One cannot help but be amazed. Perhaps you should consider a career as a manga artist, as the production of anime truly limits your extraordinary talent. To speak candidly, all candidates who received the reference illustrations expressed similar sentiments. The effects rendered in anime simply cannot compare to this comic reference art. It is as exquisite as a work of art. Pikachu is so vividly portrayed that it seems ready to leap from the page at any moment. Each movement exudes a delightful charm. Most importantly, Ash and the other protagonists appear far more enriched. However, an overly rich portrayal can often seem inconsistent with the artistic style. Yet, Su Yang's depiction of Ash completely avoids this pitfall, aligning perfectly with Pikachu's adorable aesthetic. Despite the characters being robustly characterized, the sense of cuteness remains unblemished. The depth of skill required for such artistry is not lost on the candidates, who find themselves harboring a greater admiration for Su Yang. An undeniable pressure mounts within them. Will they truly be able to secure a position? What kind of results will they ultimately produce? Su Yang smiled, filled with anticipation. This individual possesses remarkable artistic talent. Han Feng then beheld Su Yang's reference illustrations, his countenance grave. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. In terms of narrative composition, Su Yang was his equal, yet in artistry, Su Yang surpassed him by leaps and bounds. How could he have underestimated such a rival? Regret washed over him. The revisions had altered the essence of the work considerably, but fortunately, it was merely the beginning. Though it intertwined significantly with the subsequent plot, it could still be reconciled. Tinya's expression was somber. However, the only drawback was that the protagonist's portrayal could not embody the early resilience and later valor depicted in the novel. The anime rendered the protagonist as a rather petty character, and the ensuing climactic plot involving revenge against the family and the patriarch would lose much of its rationality. Alas, if the patriarch's daughter were to be altered in such a way, she would inevitably become the female lead. Abandoning him would only lead to a severe decline in the show's reputation. Listening to Tinya's words, Han Feng nodded, increasingly filled with regret. He even lamented his initial provocation of Su Yang, questioning why he had chosen to meddle. If he were to lose to Su Yang, it would be the end for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved not to concede. The biting cold tightened its grip, reminding oneself to take each step as it comes. The horizon seemed devoid of optimism. The concept of Pokemon is remarkably unique, a theme never before explored in the realm of animation. Its novelty captivates audiences, igniting their interest. Furthermore, Pikachu has been exceptionally well-crafted from the outset. With Su Yang's prudent approach, the narrative has steadily progressed to a more refined state. Given the current storyline, the regional league competition is poised to arrive swiftly, creating a minor climax. Unless the Wasteland Emperor can swiftly conjure a similar peak, it might find itself overshadowed. A sigh escaped Tinya's lips. There was little time left to mend the plot, let alone innovate a new climax. Chapter 43, Rarely Stepping Out Your Account, ending in 5588, received an income of 500,000 yuan on July 23 at 1521, leaving a balance of 535,366, 431 yuan. A new day dawned, and the earnings from Su Yang's modest platform had once again been credited. The results of the recent review had significantly bolstered the reputation of Pokemon, attracting a larger audience. Su Yang promptly transferred the 500,000 yuan to the bank. Regardless of the stipulation of monthly payments, wealth affords certain privileges. Who would refuse such a substantial sum? Mr. Su Yang, thank you for your support of our services. Your remaining debt stands at 500,000 yuan. Please continue to meet the payment schedule. The customer service representative's sweet yet emotionless voice echoed in his ears. Yang could only exclaim, another 500,000. What a long and arduous road. Moreover, it was curious that several works had been abruptly removed from Penguin Video. Could this be poetic justice? Yang was certainly no saint. He could not simply overlook the underhanded tactics employed by Penguin Video against him. However, he was not yet equipped to confront them directly, leaving him to orchestrate covert actions from the shadows. For instance, he might create a pseudonymous account online to mock the situation. Oh dear, what has happened to Penguin Video? Why have several notable works been taken down? I recall those titles being quite impressive. The management must be in disarray. Yang believed that the discontented viewers of Penguin Video would undoubtedly gather in droves to voice their grievances. After all, the platform's premature releases and membership advertisements had severely inconvenienced the audience. As for Yang himself, he promptly deleted his account and prepared to step out for a leisurely stroll. With recruitment underway, it was time to prepare for the company's new location. Remaining in this dilapidated remote area was hardly a viable option. Once the factory is firmly established under his industry, he will officially send orders after the conclusion of this competition, allowing the toy factory to commence operations. It is a rare occasion for Yang to venture out. To his astonishment, he discovered that he possessed not a single suitable garment. It is rather disheartening for a company owner like him to have only one formal suit to his name, lacking any casual attire of note. Consequently, a trip to the mall became imperative. With a resigned sigh, he bid farewell to Yang and embarked on his first journey beyond familiar confines. Encumbered by debts, Yang did not have a vehicle at his disposal. Fortunately, the economy of Shanshui City is quite robust. After walking a kilometer or two, he rented a shared bicycle and rode towards the commercial center, which was a mere 4 kilometers away. Fushin District, Iwu Plaza. This location boasts the largest commercial exchange center and the most significant transport interchange in Shanshui City. Yang held modest expectations for his attire. After browsing a few stores, he casually entered a clothing shop called Blue Sky House. Hello, welcome to Blue Sky House. Please feel free to browse, and if you find something you like, do not hesitate to try it on. Would you like me to recommend anything? Despite Yang's somewhat unfashionable and even slightly rustic appearance, the attendant exhibited no hint of disdain, greeting him with warmth. Thank you, I can manage on my own, he replied with a smile, politely declining the attendant's enthusiastic assistance. Stepping into this mall truly immersed him in a feeling that belonged to this world, evoking a sense of nostalgia. His previous shopping experiences had never been so gratifying. The concept of personal service was commonplace in clothing stores of his former life. Moreover, the joy of roaming freely without a mask and engaging in spontaneous conversations was delightful. As he observed the bustling crowd outside, Yang couldn't help but express his feelings of liberation. There was no fear of being suddenly surrounded and unable to leave, nor the anxiety of restricted access to certain places. The sensation of unrestricted movement was indeed wonderful. After quickly selecting 2 fashionable and well-fitting garments, complemented by 2 pairs of clean, figure-flattering jeans, Yang joyfully concluded his shopping spree. He donned his new attire immediately. Hello, that will be a total of 516 won. However, I'll charge you just 500 won, the cashier stated courteously. Upon hearing this, Yang jokingly remarked, is it really acceptable to round down like that? Won't your boss be upset if they find out? The cashier chuckled at his remark, while the attendant exchanged glances that left Yang feeling perplexed. Please forgive her. She did not intend to mock you. As Yang furrowed his brow, the cashier, mistaking his expression for anger, hurriedly clarified, actually, I am the owner. Just 16 coins to make a friend. If you find our clothes appealing, we would be delighted to welcome you back next time. Realizing he had made a humorous blunder, Yang replied, all right, should the need arise, I shall return. He then departed amidst the courteous farewells of the staff. How amusing. Yang glanced back at the store, feeling quite favorable towards it. Come, take a look. The latest ice dumplings are on sale. Large and fragrant candied hawthorns. Handsome sir, would you like a skewer? Delicious and affordable, the classic stinky tofu from an esteemed old brand is a treasure worth possessing. The streets were bustling with countless shops vying for attention. A scene of vibrant commotion. As evening approached, pedestrians flowed in and out, and many licensed performers sang live. After listening for a while, Yang found it to his liking and generously tipped several coins. He then purchased a serving of black legendary stinky tofu. There is a saying, to visit Shanshui without tasting stinky tofu is akin to having never been. Suddenly, a shout caught his attention. It wasn't he that the call was particularly captivating. Rather, it was due to the obstruction of the path. The stall ahead was bustling with activity. Honestly, who could possibly draw that? It's utterly impossible. One voice protested. Indeed, as an art major, I can't even manage it. I refuse to believe anyone else can. Another interjected. Boss, are you simply here to swindle us? Faced with the disgruntled protestations of the participants, the owner chuckled slyly and retorted, That's not quite fair. It's clearly your skills that are lacking. How can you blame me for presenting a challenge? You claim to be art students, yet your techniques seem rather underdeveloped. What a pity. The owner's smug demeanor only served to irritate the protesters further. Chapter 44. The bet sighing to himself, one lamented. How foolish of me to be swayed by the owner's flattering words. I actually agreed to his wager of 1 to 10. In a moment of impulsiveness, I placed 100 coins down. Now, I regret it deeply. How could I possibly accomplish such a difficult task? I can't even muster 1,000 coins. Nearby, a young man wearing a dejected expression bore the weight of regret. Many onlookers began to voice their criticisms towards the owner. Yet, the owner, with an unabashed grin, replied, Well, you've all agreed, so there's no turning back, is there? I didn't force you to participate, nor did I steal or cheat, right? His prideful declaration only made him appear more cunning. Suyang couldn't help but glance over, momentarily taken aback. On the owner's stall hung a drawing of Pikachu, but it required just a single stroke to complete the line art. This is fundamentally impossible. He couldn't help but exclaim, If I am not mistaken, this seems to be a character from the recent sensation, Pokemon. The proprietor, noticing another enthusiastic patron, rubbed his hands together with a grin and nodded. Indeed, indeed. You have a keen eye, handsome. How about giving it a try? Upon hearing this, one couldn't help but intervene. Suyang chuckled, If my memory serves me correctly. Profiting from a copyrighted character seems to require the original creator's consent, doesn't it? I wonder if you have obtained Su Yang's permission, dear proprietor? Otherwise, this could violate the copyright laws stipulated in the Copyright Act. Upon hearing this, the owner's expression shifted, and without waiting for further inquiries from the passers-by, he quickly replied with a smile, Of course, I have secured the original creator's consent. Otherwise, I would never dare to engage in such activities. To be honest, I am the cousin of his second uncle, and when I mentioned it, he readily agreed. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with him. Suyang couldn't help but burst into laughter at this revelation. Is that so? Then I wonder what the conditions are to participate here. I don't recall having a second uncle, let alone a cousin of his. Nevertheless, with nothing else to do, indulging in a bit of amusement wouldn't hurt. And it would serve as a valuable lesson for this proprietor. First, be honest. Second, be fair. All right, 20 yuan for each attempt. If you fail, you only need to leave a 50 yuan failure fee. Should you succeed, all the money here is yours. He deliberately showed Suyang, revealing a stack of red bills. Suyang, upon seeing this, began to understand why so many people were willing to take on the challenge. Everyone harbors a sense of hope. Yet, ultimately, they realize their limitations and become disheartened, which leads to protests. If the owner had used a different image, perhaps he wouldn't have raised any objections. However, having utilized his labor's output without prior consultation, he felt compelled to remind the owner that this is unacceptable. Suyang did not require him to pay copyright fees. Yet, at the very least, the original creator should be informed that such a matter exists. To use it without even a word of acknowledgement was somewhat disconcerting. So, you must keep your word, dear proprietor, Suyang said with a smile, to which the owner readily agreed, not believing that Suyang could accomplish it. After all, it seemed utterly impossible for anyone to achieve such a feat. Pikachu may appear simple, but to truly draw it in one stroke. He believed that even the original creator would find it unfeasible. The others sighed in resignation. Yet another impulsive individual ready to part with their money for the proprietor. Why bother? They'll discover their inability and protest later. Stubborn as they were. In the face of the skepticism from the onlookers, Suyang merely smiled. Did others not recognize Pikachu? Was he not familiar with it as well? He closed his eyes, and amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, he picked up his brush and began to create with a fluidity akin to flowing clouds and rushing waters. The sound of the brush gliding across the paper filled the air. In merely a few moments, an adorable and endearing Pikachu sprang to life on the page. Executed without a single pause, an effortless masterpiece. Moreover, It was far more captivating and dynamic than the reference image provided by the proprietor. The owner, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, could hardly believe what he was witnessing, staring incredulously at Su Yang. The bystanders, equally bewildered, wondered what had just transpired. How had Su Yang so effortlessly accomplished what seemed an impossible challenge? Gasp. The individuals who had previously failed the challenge could only inhale sharply at the sight before them. Incredible. My friend, you are truly remarkable. You've achieved it. One exclaimed, utterly at a loss for words. I can hardly express my admiration, my brother. You are phenomenal. I bow in reverence to your prowess. Listening to the accolades, Su Yang couldn't help but smile, then teasingly raised the paper in his hand towards the owner, inquiring, I wonder, does what you just said still hold true? The proprietor, faced with the beaming Su Yang, felt a pang of regret wash over him. He should never have agreed to let Su Yang participate. Now, under the watchful eyes of so many, there was no escaping his commitment. His throat felt dry. The smile he forced was painfully strained, and he found himself unable to smile genuinely, ultimately wearing a woeful expression. Of course it counts, he uttered, his heart bleeding at the thought. After all, he had just managed to earn a couple of thousand, and now it was all slipping away. Upon hearing this, Su Yang had no intention of making things difficult for him. Very well, why don't you refund these gentlemen? He suggested, pointing to those who had protested and to the one who had initiated the tenfold wager. As for the remaining sum, I shall forego it, considering it merely a playful endeavor. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the owner felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders and eagerly nodded, yes. Yes, of course. He hurriedly refunded the money to those involved, earning himself a round of applause from the crowd. Moreover, Su Yang leaned closer to the owner and whispered, I do not recall having a cousin on my mother's side. Please refrain from mentioning such matters in the future. If you encounter someone knowledgeable, you might find yourself facing copyright infringement and identity fraud charges. The owner's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg inside. He was overwhelmed with emotions, wanting to respond, but Su Yang quickly gestured for him to remain silent and turned to leave. The owner gazed after Su Yang's retreating figure, as if he were watching a walking treasure trove. Then, his gaze fell upon the Pikachu that Su Yang had personally drawn. A grin spread across his face, reaching from ear to ear, as he seized the artwork and erupted into joyous laughter. I'm rich. I'm truly rich. As he spoke, he kissed the paper several times, utterly nauseating the passers-by. They speculated whether he had suffered a significant loss, leading to his apparent mental instability. However, the proprietor paid no heed to their judgments. After all, they lacked understanding. This was the authentic masterpiece of Su Yang, the sole original. Haha. Once Su Yang attains fame, this piece of paper will be worth an astronomical sum, ensuring his financial security for the rest of his life. Chapter 45. The Internet Celebrity Effect at that moment. He wished fervently to frame this paper, fearing that the wind might ruin it. Today, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. No wonder his left eye was twitching so vigorously. What he initially perceived as misfortune turned out to be the arrival of the god of wealth. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, in the following year, this authentic Pikachu artwork would make a shrewd businessman a millionaire who would go on to marry a fated starlet. Moreover, Su Yang had no idea that someone had captured his artistic process on video and shared it online. Shortly after, it caught the attention of Zhang Chong, igniting a fervor across the internet and indirectly boosting the business of the clothing store Su Yang had visited. In a bustling economic zone outside the Yiwu Plaza, Su Yang gazed at the enormous banner fluttering from an upper floor. He promptly retrieved his phone and made a call, succinctly conveying his intentions. After arranging a meeting time, he awaited the other party at the designated location. As the other individual was occupied with another client, Su Yang sought refuge in a nearby bubble tea shop, ordering a watermelon iced tea and a small portion of peanuts, settling into a spot near the air conditioning. Before long, the man arrived. Hello, Mr. Su Yang. When you called, I thought it was a case of mistaken identity. I never expected it to be you. It is truly an honor that you wish to rent my property. The newcomer, a man in his 30s, introduced himself with great enthusiasm. Forgive my rudeness. My name is Zhang Bowen. Surprised, Su Yang pondered how Zhang Bowen could possibly know him. Sensing Su Yang's confusion, Zhang Bowen clarified, I have seen you before. Back when you were still a university student. I have also met your father on a few occasions. Upon hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Zhang Bowen's claim. Yet, if this could bridge the gap between them, it might not be such a bad thing. Since you wish to rent, I shall ensure you receive the finest accommodations at the most favorable price, Zhang Bowen offered. Su-yang, however, waved his hand dismissively. Brother Zhang, you are being overly polite. If you do not mind, I shall call you Brother Zhang, and you may simply address me as Su-yang. The price should remain as it is. I would not want you to incur any losses. Owing a favor to someone is undoubtedly a burdensome obligation, particularly when it comes to a shrewd and eloquent individual like Zhang Bowen. Su-yang, a straightforward young man, decided to heed your advice. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Bowen's eyes, yet he maintained a remarkably generous demeanor and promptly took Su-yang to the location he wished to see. The place spanned over 130 square meters, situated on the right-hand side of the third room upon exiting the elevator. It comprised two distinct areas, a 90-square-meter office space, a 20-square-meter office, and a 20-square-meter conference room. The lighting was excellent, ventilation satisfactory, and sound insulation commendable. The only drawback was the somewhat monotonous interior decor. Very well, this will do. Su-yang deemed the space quite satisfactory and made an immediate decision. Subsequently, the two signed a contract for a monthly rent of $3,000, securing it for an initial 6-month period, and completed the necessary registration with the relevant authorities. The entire process took approximately 3 hours to finalize. Upon returning to the Sun Toy factory, Suyo approached him with a peculiar expression, remarking, "My dear President Su, how is it that you can turn a simple shopping trip into a viral sensation on social media? Your recent display has captivated the attention of netizens everywhere." Su-yang was taken aback by her words. However, upon receiving the tablet from Suya and reviewing its contents, everything became clear. The footage depicted his reprimanding of that unscrupulous boss. The final shot, a silhouette departing gracefully, evoked a sense of understated elegance and humility. "Isn't this splendid? Look how effortlessly graceful it appears," Su-yang exclaimed with self-satisfaction. In response, Suya rolled her eyes and said, "President Su, you might want to check your notifications. I suspect they are about to overflow." Reflecting on her words, Su-yang realized that as a prominent figure with a substantial following, receiving a flurry of messages was to be expected. Yet, when he accessed his notifications, he was astounded. "Is this truly the volume of responses?" he exclaimed, overwhelmed. The sheer number of messages was beyond what could be conveyed by the number 999. It took him over half an hour of scrolling just to reach the midpoint of the messages. "Su-yang, you really visited 15 Square? If I had known, I would have sought a chance encounter with you. I was right across from you, yet I failed to recognize you. Had I known, I could have asked for an autograph. Please respond. I would do anything for a reply. Did you actually leave behind a handwritten note for that unscrupulous boss? Su-yang, you're surprisingly handsome. May I become your friend? A genuine friendship, or even something more, if you desire." The influx of messages was indeed overwhelming. Su-yang found it challenging to even slide through the content, let alone finish it. With a wry smile, he turned off his phone and switched to his computer to review the submitted assessment works. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the staff at the Blue Sky House in Iwu Plaza were utterly bewildered. They watched as a steady stream of customers entered the store, some taking photos, others buying clothes, and some inquiring about him. Normally, this would be quite ordinary, just a few individuals asking questions. However, when 10 or 8 people did the same, it became something entirely different. What on earth was happening? Who was this young man that so many girls were inquiring about? The staff were puzzled, while the young man was indeed somewhat handsome. It seemed improbable that he could attract such a multitude of admirers simultaneously. Could he possibly have the stamina for it? Moreover, these young ladies did not appear to be anyone's girlfriends. They seemed more like fervent fans. Could it be that a celebrity had visited their small shop? The thought was quickly dismissed by the staff. Impossible. She was familiar with all the popular stars, and there had been no news of any variety shows filming in that area recently. Yet, witnessing the bustling business, she felt a surge of joy. If only Su-yang could patronize their little shop, surely his impact would rival that of any celebrity. She entertained this thought while serving customers. But it remained just a fleeting fantasy. After all, someone like Su-yang would never step foot in their humble establishment. Chapter 46. Relocating to a new company. As the owner reveled in the unexpected prosperity, she began to speculate. This sudden influx of business might be linked to the young man who visited earlier that morning. He was the only one who had come in. Yet he hardly appeared to be a celebrity, dressed in such worn attire. Could he truly be famous? Even an internet sensation seemed unlikely. What then? was his identity that could incite such fervor among these young women? She decided to inquire with a girl who approached the register. Sister, did you come here because of a boy? The girl looked at the owner with a bemused expression, as if surprised by the question. You don't know his true identity? The owner shook her head. The girl then expressed her disappointment. You've missed a golden opportunity. That is Su Yang, the renowned author of Pokemon and a massive internet influencer with 4 to 5 million followers. If only you had recognized him, you might have secured a free advertisement. Upon hearing this, the owner was struck with astonishment. What? Su Yang? Her face fell into a deep expression of regret, as if she had let go of a fortune worth millions. She actually failed to recognize him. Such a splendid opportunity lay right before her. Yet she did not seize it. Oh, how regretful she felt. However, upon reflection, a sense of relief washed over her. Fortunately, the staff at her establishment exhibited commendable service awareness and maintained an amiable demeanor. She reassured herself that she had provided Su Yang with the most satisfactory experience throughout. Thus, she would undoubtedly evade any negative reviews. As long as she preserved this cordial atmosphere of transaction, she firmly believed that with the promotion from Su Yang's fans, her business would flourish increasingly. Contemplating this, her regret for not recognizing Su Yang seemed to diminish in intensity. The waitress, having overheard their conversation, widened her eyes in astonishment. Could it be that she had personally served the illustrious Su Yang? A wave of profound joy engulfed her, leaving her feeling almost dizzy. Su Yang was undeniably one of her most cherished anime authors. His work, Pokemon, served as her daily sustenance after work. Merely obtaining a signature from Su Yang would bring her immeasurable happiness. Now, having had the privilege of personally serving him and engaging in conversation for an extended period, she wished she could never wash her hands again, lest she disturb the lingering essence of Su Yang upon them. Oh, she recalled that she had taken photos yesterday. Stealthily, she retreated to a corner and opened her phone. Indeed, those precious photos were still there. Oh my, how splendid! Was she truly this fortunate? The waitress felt nearly faint with joy, her excitement causing her to stomp her feet in delight. She had captured private photographs of Su Yang. This was an invaluable treasure unique to her, one she could proudly flaunt among her friends. She could already envision the envy in her friends' eyes upon learning this news. Just the thought of it made her chuckle aloud, to the point where she could laugh herself awake. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, the news of his appearance at the 15th Plaza continued to spread through the airwaves, maintaining its fervor. Numerous anecdotes mimicking Su Yang began to circulate, though few could replicate his effortless charm and the air of mystery surrounding him. Nevertheless, he still attracted considerable attention and traffic. After all, this fellow was undeniably a handsome young man. Her admiration for him only grew. When Xiaoxia, like a lovesick fool, replayed Su Yang's video repeatedly. Who could possibly resist a man so dashing and talented? Her colleagues were similarly entranced, often erupting into fits of infatuated laughter that sent shivers down the spine. Su Yang found it somewhat intriguing, though it still lacked a certain depth. He decided to hold on to it for the time being. If there were a shortage of talent, it could be nurtured and developed. He was currently reviewing the submitted test pieces, and the first submission had already impressed him. His confidence in the quality of the forthcoming works only grew stronger. However, it seems I have truly rejoiced too soon. The subsequent works, unfortunately, did not meet her psychological expectations in terms of quality. This left him feeling slightly apprehensive. Despite several submissions, none could rival the caliber of the first piece. This left Su Yang feeling somewhat helpless. But this one possesses a hint of intrigue. After perusing a dozen lackluster works, Su Yang had begun to feel disheartened. Yet suddenly, upon unveiling the 20-second submission, his eyes sparkled with delight. It resembled my style so closely, were it not for the revelation. Who could tell it wasn't my creation? As he gazed upon the delightful vibrancy radiating from the artwork, Su Yang's spirits soared. He was determined to recruit this artist. Upon further inspection, he discovered the creator was named Zhao Mengjia, surprisingly a male. He had initially assumed it would be a female. Beyond the captivating imagery, the handling of color, line work, character dynamics, and scene composition was commendable. The only divergence from Su Yang's work lay in the proportional representation of the characters. In his hands, the Pokemon resembled beings that had stepped out of a fairy tale. The synergy with the work Pokemon was simply remarkable. Zhao Mengjia. He noted this individual and continued to review the remaining submissions, as he intended to recruit 3 artists. To have found such an outstanding talent was exhilarating. Yet, He felt there was still something lacking. If only it were a touch more perfect, it would indeed be splendid. Perhaps Zhao Mingjie had raised Su Yang's expectations too high, elevating his aesthetic standards. Even after sifting through the final 3 submissions, he had yet to find a piece that resonated with him. With only 3 left, could he truly discover the remaining 2? He needed to recruit 3 animators, yet he had only secured 1 thus far. The disparity between reality and expectation was indeed a slight disappointment. However, upon opening the last submission, he was momentarily taken aback. This artist presented something intriguing. The imagery before him did not align closely with Pokemon. Yet, the spatial perspective and background construction were so compelling that Su Yang couldn't help but marvel. They complemented Zhao Mingjie splendidly. It felt as if fate had conspired to bring this artist forth to collaborate with Zhao Mingjie. He glanced at the name, Meng Ziki. He noted this name down. With these 2 individuals, he felt that even if he failed to find a third, he would still be well equipped to complete the animation project. Indeed, as fate would have it, the last 2 submissions were rather unsatisfactory. Su Yang shook his head and circled the first artist's name as well, Li Hua. The reason for selecting him was that Su Yang sensed, albeit faintly, that he possessed a remarkable ability for crafting narratives. Out of 100 submissions, only he had undertaken a reorganization of the plot, and Su Yang found it rather impressive. He promptly sent the names of these 3 individuals to Suya, informing her of the relocation of the new company. Chapter 47. Enduring hardship to enjoy sweetness at that time. The affairs here would be entrusted to Li Liang and Zhang Yu. Subsequently, they would simply send the corresponding orders for toy production to them. Both were quite pleased with such a significant responsibility. Su Yang's departure signified that they would directly assume the role of the highest decision-makers in this locale. How delightful. However, I shall not expose your little schemes. I forgot to mention that you will still heed my guidance in the future. Suya coldly conveyed this message to the 2. In this manner, Li Liang and Zhang Yu sighed, but then smiled with a sense of relief. This is for the best. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. With 2 highest executives in one base, whom would the subordinates listen to? Over time, conflicts are inevitable. Neither Li Liang nor Zhang Yu wish to fall out with each other. Xiangshui City, Tianlu District, known for the ancient Tianlu Mountain, which has stood for 1,000 years. At the foot of the mountain lies a normal university that has produced several great figures. Within the institution, 2 young men exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of anxiety. Xiaoqi, do you think we can both be selected? Inquired a young man with a buzz cut and a few freckles, glancing at the fashionable youth opposite him. Ajia, rest assured, with your capabilities, you will definitely be chosen. Even if I am not selected, it matters not. Perhaps I will enter your competing company. At that time, I will show no mercy. The fashionable youth smiled, appearing quite relaxed. Yet the way he involuntarily clenched his fists revealed that he was not entirely at ease. The freckled youth was named Zhao Mingjie, while the fashionable youth was called Meng Ziki. They were indeed the 2 individuals chosen by Su Yang. However, Su Yang likely did not anticipate that they were classmates. He was concerned that these 2 prodigies might clash due to their competitive spirits. Ajia, overthinking serves no purpose. Su Yang's grand reply has already arrived. Come, let us see if we have been selected. Meng Ziki opened his computer and addressed Zhao Mingjie. Zhao Mingjie nodded and simultaneously opened his computer, accessing his email to click on the reply. I. In beautiful Mandarin. Meng Ziki suddenly exclaimed, his face immediately transforming into one of ecstatic joy. I have been accepted. Ajia, what about you? He looked over eagerly, only to see his old friend wearing a despondent expression, causing his heart to skip a beat. You truly were not selected? He watched as Zhao Mingjie closed his computer with a sigh. The meaning is already quite evident. Meng Ziki, however, frowned in confusion. It shouldn't be so, Ajia. Your abilities surpass mine. And if I can be selected, why not you? He had witnessed Zhao Mingjie's test work, which was vividly lifelike, as if painted by Su Yang himself. Such quality should surely pass. Yet, at that moment, he noticed Zhao Mingjie's strenuous efforts to stifle laughter and immediately reacted, delivering a playful slap. Ajia, you scoundrel, how could you impersonate me? It was clear that Zhao Mingjie was genuinely elated, having undoubtedly passed. Ha ha ha, Xiaoqi, I simply wish to give you a surprise. Please, no, it hurts. No pinching. I made a mistake. 7th brother, show mercy, spare my life. After their playful banter, the 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Heaven has eyes. Our 4 years of hard work have finally borne fruit in victory. Meng Ziki spoke, tears unexpectedly streaming down his face, yet he continued to smile joyously. Who could have imagined that we would step into such a prestigious company right after graduation? Now, what could those who once mocked us possibly say? Who claimed we were aimless? When they initially chose their majors, they selected fields with great prospects. However, the industry collapsed 2 years ago, prompting their shift to the art specialization. After careful consideration, they opted for animation. Yet, this decision drew ridicule from many in their dormitory. Although their school was prestigious, it lacked a branch focused on animation. The professor's capabilities were, therefore, questionable. Choosing this path seemed akin to walking into a dead end. It would have been wiser to pursue painting steadily like others, ensuring better job prospects upon graduation. Nevertheless, the two remained resolute in their pursuit of animation. For this reason, they had not taken a single day off in 3 years. When materials were unavailable in class, they sought them online. Their footprints could be found in every place conducive to learning painting. The practice sketches filled an entire room. The achievements they now celebrated were the fruits of countless nights of arduous training. Zhao Mingjie nodded in agreement. Indeed, not only could they participate in the creation of Pokemon, but they also had the opportunity to interact with the esteemed Su Yang daily. Just the thought of it brought joy. At that moment, someone entered, casting a teasing glance at the two. "Oh, why are you two not attending the campus recruitment? Oh, how forgetful of me. There is not a single company in the recruitment that caters to your major." The insinuation was unmistakable. Yet, this individual seemed unwilling to conclude there, producing an acceptance letter from within their coat and waving it before the two. "Do you see this? An employment notification from a renowned tech company. 9 to 6. Occasional overtime, weekends off, a salary of 8,000, a full attendance bonus of 500, along with various performance incentives and accommodation allowances. Dedicated to crafting game backgrounds. How enviable. Isn't it?" Meng Ziki and his companion exchanged glances and queried, "What is there to envy? Is it your meager salary of 8,000? Or perhaps your acceptance by a renowned company?" Upon hearing this, the individual burst into a derisive laugh, exuding utmost disdain. "Indeed, it's true. Those who cannot reach the grapes claim they are sour. Of course, you two failures would feel no envy, considering your inability to even secure employment. Tell me, have you been rejected by the official Pokemon team? Alas, why must you overestimate your own capabilities? Was that opportunity ever within your grasp? Yet, it is for the best. I shall no longer endure the misfortune of cohabiting with two inept individuals." Upon hearing this, Meng Ziki's demeanor darkened as he bellowed, "Zhang Fan, who do you call a failure?" Zhang Fan, upon hearing this, smirked and scrutinized Meng Ziki from head to toe, retorting, "Am I mistaken? Are you not?" As Meng Ziki appeared ready to strike, he hastily adopted a cowardly tone. "Don't even think about laying a hand on me. I assure you, should you do so, your graduation will be jeopardized." Zhao Mingjie scoffed dismissively. "What are you, that we would bother to lift a finger?" With that, he opened his email and presented the employment notification sent by Su Yang to Zhang Fan. "I'm terribly sorry, but our salaries as so-called failures surpass yours, albeit just slightly." Zhang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he read aloud. "Standard hours, 9 to 6, salary 10,000, overtime on weekends at 15 times the rate. Pokemon revenue share at 0.1 monthly, plus a living stipend of 1,500. Chapter 48. Newcomers. While he disregarded the other details, the mere sight of the words Pokemon ignited a fierce sense of resentment within him. "This cannot be. It is impossible that you were selected." At this moment, Meng Ziki mockingly raised his phone, displaying the identical content before Zhang Fan. The latter crumbled under the weight of despair. "No, this cannot be. How is it that both of you failures were chosen?" He clutched his head, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have applied as well. I refuse to believe my abilities wouldn't have secured me a position." Meng Ziki chuckled. "Perhaps you, who are inferior even to us, are not even worthy of the label failure?" Unbeknownst to Su Yang, he had entrusted Suya with the procurement of several high-performance computers. The arrival of Zhao Mingjie and the others necessitated these devices, while Suya handled personnel registration and administrative tasks that also required computers. Time swiftly passed, and Friday arrived. Su Yang and Suya relocated to the new company, efficiently setting up computers in various locations. Zhao Mingjie, Meng Ziki, and Li Hua also arrived at the office. "As for my identity, I believe no introduction is necessary," Su Yang stated with a smile, as he regarded the three young individuals before him. Thus, Zhao Mingjie and Meng Ziki each took turns introducing themselves to Li Hua. It was then that Su Yang realized that Zhao Mingjie and Meng Ziki shared the same dormitory. How splendid! The task at hand, as observed by the three individuals, involves sketching illustrations and subsequently transforming them into animation. Over the course of these 3 days, everyone will have the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the relevant visuals and the production process. After this period, the three will officially engage in the creation process. Noticing the slight tension and lack of confidence among them, Su Yang remarked, "Do not burden yourselves with psychological pressure or doubt your competence. Your sole responsibility is to create illustrations, which is undoubtedly your forte. Surely, you cannot lack confidence in your own abilities?" He continued to praise Zhao Mingjie and Meng Ziki's work, stating, "I find your creations to be exceptionally splendid. I dare say I might not surpass the beauty of your illustrations. The collaboration between the two of you will undoubtedly yield results far superior to my solitary efforts." Hearing such commendation from Su Yang left Meng Ziki and Zhao Mingjie astonished, prompting them to humbly respond, "You flatter us too much, Mr. Su." This created an awkward moment for Li Hua, who felt somewhat out of place. "Of course, Li Hua, your skills are commendable as well," Su Yang said, observing Li Hua's slightly troubled expression. "You know, I initially had no intention of recruiting you." This statement left Li Hua astonished, leading to a surge of discouragement as he realized he might merely be a filler in the group. However, Su Yang clarified, "What I value in you is not your artistic ability. Among those I eliminated, several possess superior artistic skills. Mingjie and Ziki are incomparable in that regard." Li Hua's spirits dimmed, engulfed by a sense of defeat. "But why select you? Was it merely to fill the 3 positions?" Su Yang's tone fluctuated, almost theatrical, as he engaged their emotions, making them eager to discern the reason. "It is because I recognized your potential in narrative development," Su Yang stated with admiration. "You are the only one who crafted a new story arrangement, and I believe this new narrative is excellent. With your exceptional storytelling skills, alongside Ziki and Mingjie's artistic prowess, I am confident that Pakman will become even more remarkable. Each of you is indispensable." Upon hearing this, Li Hua felt a warmth envelop his heart, filled with excitement and a sense of belonging. He was eager to commence work immediately and showcase his abilities. Meng Ziki and Zhao Mingjie looked at Li Hua with newfound respect, no longer daring to underestimate him. "However, it is remarkable that before our arrival, Mr. Su managed all the illustrations and production single-handedly. That is truly impressive," one remarked. "Indeed, it is hard to fathom the speed at which he worked. Producing 2 episodes a week while maintaining such quality, he is nothing short of extraordinary." After Su Yang departed, Meng Ziki, Li Hua, and Zhao Mingjie engaged in conversation, expressing their genuine admiration for Su Yang, who single-handedly handled all tasks while consistently delivering 2 high-quality episodes each week. In their eyes, such feats seemed achievable only by a celestial being. They cannot fathom the prowess required to achieve such feats. Thus, they are apprehensive about potentially hindering Su Yang during actual combat. They hastily familiarize themselves with their craft to avoid lagging behind when the moment arrives. Friday, the 8th episode of Pakman is airing. The 6th episode of The Wasteland Emperor is also being updated simultaneously. Here it comes. Ash is about to embark on a series of challenging encounters. The anticipation for the upcoming Regional League competition is palpable. Go, Ash. Haha. I wonder what kind of adversaries Ash will face this time. If only they could be as enchanting as the lovely sister from episode 7. 3 of them, no less. Those legs. Oh, I mean, that innocent beauty. Hee, Su Yang truly understands us men. However, I was taken aback to discover that the trainer at the Flower Basket City Gym is actually Misty's sister. Even more surprising is Ash's remarkable progress, as he has managed to defeat Misty head-on. At the beginning of the 8th episode, Ash, now in a new city, triumphs over 10 trainers in succession, achieving what is termed a 10-win streak. He then encounters a formidable-looking trainer, the Beastmaster Xiaoming. While I recognize that the narrative is tailored for a youthful audience, Su Yang, might you consider bestowing upon this character a more imposing name? Indeed, Beastmaster Xiaoming. Does that sound appealing to you? Finally, someone has voiced this concern. Yet, I find the contrast to be rather amusing, don't you think? What drew us to this show in the first place? It was the charming and heartwarming art style, along with its light-hearted plot. As the story unfolds, following his 10 consecutive victories, Ash begins to boast. in front of his opponents. He proudly showcases the badges he has earned, reminiscent of the character Usopp, or rather, Pinocchio, whose nose grows longer with every boast. The more he revels in his triumph, the longer his nose seems to grow. However, Xiaoming retorts, for someone of your caliber to win 10 matches, it seems the badges you received are from second-rate gyms. This disdainful remark immediately incites anger in Ash and his companions. He vows to show Xiaoming what he is made of. Confronted with Xiaoming's Sandshrew, he confidently asserts that victory is assured, especially since he has 2 flying-type Pokemon that can counter the ground-type Sandshrew. The outcome should undeniably favor him. Yet, the results are disheartening. Pidgey falters. Butterfree falters. Reluctantly, Ash sends forth Pikachu, only to be shocked in the process. Chapter 49. Pikachu, the unexpected protagonist. 3 consecutive defeats. Ash's Pinocchio-like nose of pride has now sagged in dismay. Misty, watching from the sidelines, scoffs, "Fool." However, Xiaoming exuberantly announces, "Success. I've finally achieved a 99-match winning streak. Just one more victory, and I can participate in the regional league competition." The audience is instantly enlightened. No wonder Xiaoming's Pokemon are so formidable. He has already amassed an impressive 99 victories. It is evident that Ash, who has achieved an impressive streak of 10 consecutive victories, cannot possibly be matched by his opponents. Meanwhile, from a distance, Team Rocket secretly admires Xiaoming's Pokemon, acknowledging its remarkable strength. Consequently, Kojiro expresses a desire to capture Xiaoming's Sandshrew, as they believe that to realize their ambition of conquering the world, they must enhance their arsenal with more powerful Pokemon. However, Meowth cannot help but mock them, stating that they cannot even capture a tiny Pikachu. Yet they boast of grand intentions. This instantaneously provokes a playful retaliation from Kojiro, who delivers a love tap that sends Meowth tumbling down. The audience chuckles, recognizing the comedic element that Meowth consistently brings to the scene. In stark contrast, Ash is overwhelmed with frustration, lamenting, "Why should the one who earns the badge not be me?" He clutches Xiaoming's hand, pleading for a rematch, but Xiaoming resolutely declines. This leaves Ash feeling somewhat ungracious in defeat, as he vocally questions, "There must be something amiss. I have fought countless battles and emerged victorious each time. Why would I falter upon stepping into your arena?" He suspects that Xiaoming has tampered with the arena. Thus, he laments his inability to defeat a ground-type Sandshrew with his flying-type Pokemon. Such an unreasonable claim leaves not only Xiaoming speechless, but also evokes a sarcastic remark from Misty, who comments on Ash's lack of shame. It is painfully obvious to everyone that Xiaoming's victory is a testament to his genuine skill and prowess. Many spectators resonate with this sentiment, feeling that Ash's behavior is rather unbecoming. Fortunately, in the ensuing narrative, Ash redeems himself by acknowledging Xiaoming's superior abilities and humbly seeking his guidance. Xiaoming graciously invites them into his gym, where, from Ash's perspective, viewers are introduced to the fascinating process of Pokemon training. Astonishingly, Xiaoming has developed an extraordinary training regimen, demonstrating his strict approach. He articulates a valid point. The significance of training is lost if one does not approach it earnestly. As the narrative progresses, one wonders if Team Rocket will soon disrupt the proceedings, as the progress bar indicates that they have surpassed the halfway mark. Thank you for the reminder, Hero, for letting me know that the progress bar has indeed crossed the midpoint. As anticipated, the storyline unfolds as the audience predicted, with Team Rocket sneaking into the training facility, intent on capturing Xiaoming's formidable Sandshrew. However, why did they initially express a desire to see Sandshrew, only to shift their focus to Pikachu upon spotting it? Hilariously, Team Rocket has mistakenly taken Sandshrew for Pikachu. Truly, Su Yang's unpredictable twists never cease to surprise. Perhaps they opted for Pikachu, considering it would be easier to capture. The audience has begun to acclimate to the peculiarities of the situation. Su Yang's thought processes cannot be measured by conventional standards. Meanwhile, the obstinate Xiaoji engaged in a verbal spar with Xiaoming, inadvertently tumbling into the water. Amidst their quarrel, they failed to notice that Team Rocket had seized the opportunity to infiltrate and abscond with a small Pokemon. Ha ha ha. I cannot help but chuckle at the sight of Pikachu ensnared in that battle attire. How delightfully charming, coupled with its innocent gaze and diminutive limbs. There is an inexplicable humor to the scene. Yet it was the Sandshrew's antics, mimicking Pikachu and becoming ensnared, that led to its mistaken abduction by Team Rocket. Subsequently, Xiao Ming liberated the innocent Pikachu from its confines, only to discover that his Sandshrew had vanished. I suspect Xiao Ji is about to boast once more, claiming that Xiao Ming's brutality drove the Sandshrew to flee. Spoiler alert. I have something intriguing to share with you. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Just as Xiao Ji was basking in his perceived triumph, the elusive Sandshrew re-emerged from the ground. To his surprise, a Meowth was also brought forth. However, Xiao Ji then realized that both the Sandshrew and Xiao Ming's other Pokémon held deep affection for him, contrary to his belief that they were treated harshly. Brock chimed in, stating that their fondness for Xiao Ming meant they bore no resentment, even under rigorous training. Many in the audience resonated with this sentiment. It seems the saying "a strict teacher produces outstanding students" holds some truth, although such ethical mentors are becoming increasingly rare. Under Pikachu's guidance, Xiao Ji and his companions finally located Meowth and understood that it was indeed Team Rocket who had taken the Sandshrew. Next, it was time for the grand entrance of Team Rocket. Who would have thought that the antagonists would display such loyalty? I can't shake the feeling that they simply lacked sufficient manpower and returned to rescue Meowth instead. With a flourish, Team Rocket made their appearance, and the battle between Xiao Ming and Team Rocket commenced. When Xiao Ming confronted them about the abduction of the Sandshrew, they calmly and elegantly responded that it was merely a minor blunder. They had intended to capture Pikachu, but mistakenly took the Sandshrew instead, dismissing the other lesser Pokémon as unworthy of their attention. Only Pikachu piqued their interest. This remark ignited Xiao Ming's fury. His meticulously trained Pokémon were deemed inferior to Pikachu, a creature that had fallen to him in battle. This was intolerable, yet the audience noted that, despite their comedic facade, Team Rocket displayed considerable cunning. Their use of provocation was truly masterful. Indeed, Xiao Ming resolved to confront them alone. However, at this moment, the audience's focus shifted away from Xiao Ming, landing instead on Pikachu, who was enthusiastically cheering on the sidelines with a fan in hand. Uncertain of how many female viewers were cheering, I found myself yearning for a Pikachu to cradle in my arms. The fluidity of the battle was astonishing. The Sandshrew demonstrated remarkable prowess. Faced with the Rocket Team's Arbok and Weezing, the Sandshrew effortlessly triumphed in no time. The entire combat sequence flowed seamlessly, with dynamic movements and impressive cinematography. Despite its charming art style, the exhilarating and passionate battle could not be overshadowed. Coupled with the stirring background music, many were swept into a fervor of excitement. Some had even commenced editing relevant clips for upload. In Chapter 50, short pain is preferable to long pain. The Rocket Team was splendidly defeated, reminiscent of their grand entrance. Ash finally achieved 100 consecutive victories, moved to tears of joy as he embraced his Sandshrew in gratitude, ready to embark on his journey to earn badges. In conclusion, Ash made a pact with Gary, vowing that upon their next return to this gym, it would be the moment he emerged as a top trainer. Gary too looked forward to their encounter at the Pokémon League, confident that he would not suffer defeat at Ash's hands again. As the episode concluded, many viewers felt a lingering desire for more. The narrative was uncomplicated, yet inexplicably. Smiles adorned their faces. I find myself less inclined to watch The Emperor of the Wasteland. Do you share this sentiment? I too once felt remorse for the creator. Yet the current storyline has depleted my motivation to continue watching. I wonder what the ratings for The Emperor of the Wasteland are this time. Not all Pokémon fans refrain from watching The Emperor of the Wasteland. No one has ever prohibited it. Suyong has never explicitly stated that his audience should avoid The Emperor of the Wasteland. However, what began as a serious discussion inexplicably devolved into an attack on The Emperor of the Wasteland. Fear not, for our Emperor of the Wasteland has our unwavering support. Your presence does not affect us. Indeed, the Emperor of the Wasteland remains unparalleled in my heart. Do not presume that its current decline grants you the right to boast. As a devoted fan, I shall not contribute a single rating to Pokémon in light of this situation. What could Pokémon viewers do but fight back? It would be a pity to let such an opportunity for confrontation slip away. Amidst this quarrel, the president of a top 10 university in the Rabbit Kingdom unexpectedly shared a post. Recently, he casually watched an anime titled Pokémon with his grandson and was pleasantly surprised, highly recommending it to everyone. The author of the post, Zhang Qinghua, is a renowned expert in the educational field of the Rabbit Kingdom, having published numerous professional articles with acclaim abroad. It is important to clarify that I am not motivated by monetary gain. In the words of contemporary youth, engaging with this work evokes a sense of tranquility, alleviating the weariness accumulated throughout the day. I find this assertion to be quite valid. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the creators predominantly employed warm and soothing color palettes, coupled with a gentle stylistic expression. This alone has the potential to awaken the innate purity nestled within our souls, fostering a serene state of mind, which explains the relaxation many experience. Moreover, while I refrained from delving too deeply into the plot, deemed rather conventional, the background music employed is commendable. The timely incorporation of appropriate melodies bestows a soft and natural ambience upon the entire work, eschewing any sense of artificiality. It enriches the narrative with depth and atmosphere, a testament to the author's profound expertise. In terms of storyline, the themes are refreshingly original, as the adventures of trainers and their Pokémon portray various interactions between humanity and nature, highlighting both harmonious and discordant elements that provoke contemplation. Of course, such insights are perhaps beyond my purview to comment upon. I inadvertently found myself writing more than intended. My apologies. The emergence of this article has certainly stirred considerable attention and sparked significant media interest, particularly given Zhang Qinghua's esteemed position. Such accolades directed towards Pokémon are indeed remarkable. A deeper analysis suggests that this could be a response to the recent backlash from parents who felt that the anime negatively influenced their children. The media landscape offers ample room for speculation and diverse analytical perspectives, with any chosen angle capable of yielding a headline-worthy article. Yet, it seems Zhang Qinghua anticipated the ramifications of his commentary. Moments later, he shared another post addressing the claim that anime corrupts children. I maintain a neutral stance on this matter. While I do not deny that quality anime can impart positive influences, we must not overlook the negative elements some may contain. I believe it is imperative for the state to continue strengthening its focus on the ideological aspects of anime. Only by cultivating a sound cultural environment with stringent oversight can we enhance our cultural prowess and achieve more efficient progress. This recent post clarifies Zhang's true intentions. It is perplexing, perhaps even infuriating, to witness someone of his stature express admiration for such a juvenile work as Pokémon. The character Han Feng, with a sullen demeanor, begrudgingly gazes at his phone, lamenting the emergence of yet another figure like Zhang Qinghua. What merits do they see in Pokémon that warrants such praise? Why not extend similar commendation to his own work, the Emperor of the Desolate Sky? He feels envious and discontented, acutely aware that his capabilities far surpass those of Pokémon. The elevated opinions from high-ranking individuals are surely justified in their own right. Tianya gently patted the shoulder of Cold Wind, sighing, "Do not blame me for my lack of assistance. The current narrative is the utmost I can manage." Upon hearing this, Cold Wind's countenance contorted further, a fierce fist striking the table. "Wretched woman, it is all your fault." Tianya could only shake his head, pondering who truly led him to his present predicament. Was it the female director from the production team? No. The blame lay squarely on Cold Wind himself. Had he been a tad more vigilant, had he approached the matter with greater seriousness, he would not have found himself in such a dire situation. The recent episodes of The Emperor of the Wild have been drastically altered. Although merely 3 episodes, they have significantly impacted numerous pivotal plot points to come. One option is to continue modifying the story, adapting it to align with the anime, thereby altering the original narrative. This would result in prolonged suffering. Alternatively, one could sever the existing modified plot at the relevant nodes, risking backlash and potential trouble from the anime production team. However, this approach would preserve the integrity of the original storyline and gradually regain the audience's favor, albeit at the cost of immediate discomfort. Cold Wind, of course, opted for the latter. In the latest episode, the protagonist, while eloping, stumbled upon a powerful cave, acquiring treasures that exponentially enhanced his strength. He vanquished all pursuers, even turning the tables on a sinister male who had come to kill him. Yet, another formidable adversary appeared, claiming the treasures and causing the clan leader's daughter to perish while defending the protagonist. In a bid to curry favor with this powerful figure, the clan leader arranged a posthumous marriage for his deceased daughter, though readers may chastise the protagonist for his cowardice. This deepened the motive for his future vengeance against the clan leader. I understand. Cold Wind clenched his fist. Thank you, Tianya, for your invaluable guidance. Without your insight, I would be utterly lost regarding the future. Cold Wind recognized that the recent plot twist was the furthest Tianya could go in his assistance, and he felt immense gratitude. In his efforts to aid him, Tianya had even taken a 3-day leave of absence. How much would this cost the author? The depth of this friendship left Coldwind at a loss for how he could ever repay it. Chapter 51. The commencement of toy sales. No need for thanks. I simply cannot bear to witness such a remarkable work be ruined. Tiene reassured Coldwind, patting his shoulder. You must ensure the quality of the forthcoming narrative remains uncompromised. Should such a situation arise again, I fear I may be at a loss. As for whether Coldwind could triumph over that adversary, it was best not to hold on to false hope. The implication was clear. Tiene held little faith in Coldwind's chances of victory. If it had been anyone else, Coldwind would have surely bristled with anger. However, facing Tiene, he could only relent. But I refuse to accept defeat, Coldwind declared, tightening his fist, and subsequently engaged in a serious discussion with the chairman of the media company. In the end, he agreed to relinquish a portion of his earnings for a year, shifting from a 70-30 split to an 80-20 split, resulting in the dismissal of the female director from the production team of The Emperor of the Wild. However, when the ratings for the next day were released, his previously slightly elevated mood plummeted drastically. The ratings for Pokémon stood at 2012, while The Emperor of the Wild lagged at 1304. The gap had widened significantly. While Pokémon seemed to be gaining momentum, his fortunes had taken a steep decline. The disparity was astonishing. When Su Yang had initially eclipsed him by a margin of 4 points, he felt certain of Su Yang's inevitable victory. How much more daunting was the current 7-point deficit? In fact, when these ratings were published online, they sparked a remarkable uproar. My goodness, could it be? A staggering 7-point difference. Has Pokémon become this formidable? If memory serves, the Emperor of the Wild had a considerable advantage not long ago. Goodness gracious, with such ratings, Pokémon would undoubtedly rank among the top tier of all animations. Have you not seen the viewership for Pokémon? The streaming site has already surpassed 30 million views, whereas the viewership for the Emperor of the Wild remains below 20 million. Each member accounts for a single view, so this data should be accurate. Moreover, on various platforms, any snippet of Pokémon consistently garners over 50,000 views. If expertly edited, achieving 1 million views is not merely a dream. I have witnessed several individuals rapidly amass 500,000 followers simply by editing clips of Pokémon. At this moment, netizens were astonished to realize that Pokémon had quietly ascended to such heights of power. Does this mean that Han Feng is destined to lose? Perhaps not. It has only been a little over half a month, with 2 months still remaining, so there is no need to rush. I am genuinely curious about who will ultimately emerge victorious. Monitoring the battle between the two has become a daily ritual for netizens. After all, a compensation of 1 million is one thing, but the loser will forever be unable to share the same platform as the victor. Should the victor be overly ambitious and dominate the mainstream platforms, the defeated individual may find themselves relegated to the second tier, unable to hold their head high for a lifetime. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Unsurprisingly, Han Feng was violently thrashing about in a fit of rage. He now deeply regretted his earlier carelessness and arrogance, realizing how far he had fallen behind. How long would it take to catch up? Meanwhile, Su Yang marveled at the terrifying ratings. Indeed, such ratings were only paralleled by past works like The Legend of Di Qing and The Seven Heroes. I never anticipated witnessing the emergence of such a formidable piece of work in this era. Li Hua, Zhao Mingjie, and Meng Ziqing expressed their heartfelt admiration. While they had believed that Pokémon was impressive, they never imagined it would be this extraordinary. Thus, those selected to become artists for Pokémon felt an immense honor. How prestigious would it be to share this achievement? With a smile, Su Yang declared, "Let us all strive together to create even greater brilliance." He was certainly pleased that Pokémon had surpassed the Emperor of the Wasteland in popularity. However, he would not allow himself to relax like Han Feng. In his view, although the Emperor of the Wasteland was currently in a poor state, that did not preclude future success. The novel upon which it was based provided substantial support. It would not be easily toppled. Naturally, he was taken by surprise when Zhang Qinghua wrote a recommendation for his work. He promptly responded online, expressing his deep gratitude and overwhelming trepidation. It was evident that his career was indeed on a steady ascent, a fact he could palpably sense. On this day, a topic caught Su Yang's attention. A user named Zongheng Tianxia initiated a discussion. "Dear Su Yang, I have heard that you own a toy factory. Could you possibly manufacture plush toys of Pokémon, or perhaps pillows and cushions? I believe such products would attract numerous buyers." This topic immediately garnered significant support and approval. Many young women expressed their fervent desire for a large Pikachu plushie, perfect for daytime viewing and nighttime cuddling. It would be splendid if you could also create some educational toys. My son adores the sand shrew and the poison gas from Pokemon. They chimed in. The topic's popularity surged, escalating from an initial 10,000 to a staggering million within just a few hours. This rapid rise captured the attention of platforms like Yinfuz and iBook, which eagerly shared the discussion, amplifying its online traction. This development alerted numerous toy manufacturers, who swiftly reached out to Su Yang, eager to undertake this venture. Visionary retailers had already anticipated the potential and contacted him ahead of time, while some larger companies, belatedly recognizing the opportunity, found themselves unable to get through by phone. The moment had arrived. Su Yang's eyes sparkled. His initial purpose in creating the anime was to sell toys. He quickly responded to the topic, stating, "I am grateful for your support. I will immediately commence the development of relevant products, and I will make all processes transparent for everyone to see." Alas, I cannot resist being such a passionate person. I never refuse my readers' reasonable requests. As soon as this response was posted, a flurry of messages filled his Yinfuz account. Su Yang is magnificent. Su Yang is formidable. Countless such words abound. Of course, there are those who label him as shameless. Yet, it is precisely this audacity that endears him to many. The initial templates for toy dimensions have been exchanged. In today's world, reputation points are plentiful, and Su Yang, engrossed in anime production, has found himself bereft of time to utilize them. However, an opportunity has now arisen. Soon enough, several toy-sized templates he required were delivered into his hands. The ability to sense materials for exchange. The myriad capabilities within the system are more than sufficient to fulfill the majority of Su Yang's needs. Chapter 52. What can be endured, cannot be endured any longer. The ability to sense materials for exchange is intended to ensure that the toys he creates are crafted precisely according to his vision. He will not tolerate anyone cutting corners in the production of his toys. Such negligence would not only tarnish his reputation, but also that of the work Pokemon. He must remain vigilant, for he cannot allow such matters to jeopardize his grand ambitions. This is also the reason he had not sold his toy factory. He simply could not trust others to handle it. Thus, it is better to retain control over the production of toys himself. However, his current funds do not yet match his aspirations. Once this batch of toys sells, he will be able to hire personnel to reinvigorate the factory and resume operations. How infuriating it is that this fellow enjoys such popularity. Han Feng learned that Su Yang was about to commence selling toys, and he was filled with a triumphant glee. Anger and regret swirled within him. If only he had exerted himself fully from the beginning, perhaps the situation would have unfolded differently. 3 days later, Meng Ziki and Zhao Mingjie, after receiving guidance from Su Yang and practicing diligently, managed to impress even Su Yang, who is notoriously demanding regarding the quality of work. He had underestimated the three of them. The quality of the pieces they produced even surpassed that of the original creator. "Well, I thought I had high expectations for you three, yet I still underestimated your capabilities," Su Yang praised. "From now on, I shall entrust the visual aspects to you. Just submit the final products for my review. Do not be anxious. Your skills are undoubtedly top tier within the industry." After encouraging them with a pat on the shoulder, Su Yang set off toward a toy factory in Judin City, neighboring Xiangshui City. As Su Yang departed, Meng Ziki and the others were about to assume the role of illustrators, which was promptly shared online through Su Yang's personal account. This immediately garnered substantial attention on the internet. As expected, Su Yang's maneuver sent Han Feng into a frenzy. "Su Yang, do not take advantage of me." Han Feng was practically seething with rage. Not long ago, his own careless oversight had resulted in a significant setback against Su Yang. This was something Han Feng had found intolerable. As a result, Su Yang now openly looks down upon him, shamelessly appointing 3 newcomers as the heads of the visual team. Is this not a blatant contempt for him? Such an affront is intolerable. Furthermore, if the ratings are released soon and he finds himself lagging behind, where will he hide his aged face? Does he not care for his dignity? Yet, it is highly probable that such an unfortunate scenario might indeed occur. This is the most terrifying aspect. Han Feng can scarcely imagine how embarrassing it will be when he, a celebrated novelist, ultimately succumbs to a mere toy factory owner. His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. For him, this would be nothing short of catastrophic. However, Han Feng's fury inevitably attracted the attention of the media. Han Feng enraged. Is he worried about losing to 3 newcomers, fearing total humiliation? Your presence no longer commands my respect. Su Yang's unwavering confidence. A complete reversal of fortunes. Su Yang declares, Han Feng, you are no longer worthy to contend with me. Go amuse yourself with the newcomers. A stark disparity. Su Yang, could it be, Han Feng, that you cannot even surpass the newcomers? Such sensational headlines flooded the internet. Han Feng's fans were indignant. Damn it. What kind of foolish media assumes that Han Feng would automatically be at a disadvantage? Han Feng, do not give up. We will always support you. And we believe you will ultimately emerge victorious. Su Yang, you are truly a despicable character, unable to rival Han Feng. You resort to such petty tactics to undermine his morale. Fear not, Han Feng, for we shall let our absolute prowess silence them in due course. Of course, the most audacious response came from a graphic artist at Yuesher Media. I do not deny Su Yang's exceptional talent in painting. However, this time he has truly made a baffling decision. Appointing 3 newcomers as artists? Ha ha, what a farce. I will ensure he understands the shortcomings of the 3 novices he has chosen in the face of our industry-leading standards. It is not a matter of looking down upon anyone. I simply mean that all present are inferior. This statement naturally incited the ire of many of Su Yang's readers. Humph, industry-leading? How laughable it is to hear him boast. Let us wait for the final results before passing judgment. Indeed, where does this misplaced sense of superiority come from? Claiming to be the industry leader? While they disapproved of the Yuesher Media artist's arrogance, they also felt that Su Yang had been recklessly bold in this instance. 3 newcomers to handle animation? What a joke. It is likely to end in disaster. At that moment, Su Yang received a phone call from Chen Rue. Teacher Su Yang, I must say, this time you have really, your enterprise is vast, and you may feel invincible. But could you consider my position? I am currently relying solely on Pet Pokemon to sustain myself. I truly cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake. Moreover, does engaging in such antics benefit you in any way? If this venture falters, it would ruin such an exceptional work of yours. Can't you simply focus on producing the anime steadily? After its completion, you can pursue toy production just the same. Why be so greedy as to abandon your post at this moment, allowing 3 newcomers to shoulder the burden? This is exceedingly perilous. Listening to Chen Rue's complaints, Su Yang could not help but shake his head. He offered an apology, though he found it quite remarkable that the chairman, Chen Rue, would express astonishment at being ousted by shareholders. Yet, that matter did not concern him. He then remarked, Chairman Chen, do you truly believe I am the kind of reckless individual who cannot discern the gravity of a situation? Chen Rue shook his head, certainly not. Su Yang smiled and continued, if that is the case, then my decision to depart is grounded in utmost confidence. Here's the deal. If my viewership ratings fall short of Han Feng's, I shall personally apologize and compensate for all the losses incurred by your small platform. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Chen Rue was taken aback. Could Su Yang really be so self-assured? I believe you may have misunderstood my intentions regarding this operation, Su Yang remarked, seemingly envisioning Chen Rue's astonished expression. I merely entrusted the visuals to the 3 newcomers. However, both the narrative and post-production are still under my control. Their influence extends solely to the imagery. Yet their artistic capabilities are hardly inferior to mine. Under these circumstances, I do not believe the final product will be of lesser quality. Chen Rue pondered this for a moment. Indeed, it seemed they had all misconstrued the situation, assuming Su Yang had delegated the editing entirely to the newcomers. Chapter 53. Truly remarkable, Teacher Su Yang. So it was. I must admit my presumption. Chen Rue conveyed his apologies, while Su Yang laughed heartily. However, I must confess my anticipation. When the viewership ratings are released, what expressions will those who currently criticize me wear? Chen Rue chuckled in response. I cannot say what their expressions will be, but they will undoubtedly be quite swollen. Is this how you underestimate me? Su Yang mused, observing the online chatter which continued to proliferate and was beginning to reflect a pessimistic outlook on his endeavors. He felt it necessary to stoke the flames further. Thus, he published a statement. Humph, underestimate me, will you? Let us await the final outcome. This declaration naturally ignited even more fervor across the already bustling internet. No one had anticipated that Su Yang would suddenly voice his stance, and with such audacity. Let them argue, let them dispute. The more fervently they clash now, the more splendid the moment of vindication will be. The mere thought of the scene in a few days brought a smile to his face. In this venture of toy production, Su Yang chose 3 toy manufacturers, one for crafting large dolls, another for producing educational toys. and a third for developing comic books based on his work. Indeed, the comic books were also widely sought after by readers. They hoped that Su Yang would personally illustrate an exquisite album, transforming it into a collectible comic book. Thus, Su Yang undertook the task of crafting the first chapter, encompassing a total of 24 pages. Jutan City, Whirlwind Toy Manufacturing Company. Hello, Teacher Su Yang. Upon his arrival at the airport, an individual was already waiting to welcome him. This person appeared quite astute, wearing a professional smile. Hello, Manager Zhang. Without further ado, let us proceed to the factory to discuss the pertinent matters. With a grand gesture, Su Yang addressed the reception staff. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang quickly responded, Teacher Su Yang, you jest. It is not customary for you, our esteemed guest, to host us. Please, let us head to the factory to negotiate our collaboration. Su Yang's candidness was something Manager Zhang greatly appreciated, especially since their factory was already grappling with a financial crisis. A partnership was precisely what they needed to alleviate their troubles, and the opportunity to produce this small sprite toy was serendipitous. Thus, they were eager to sign the contract and commence toy production to remedy their fiscal woes. Their current predicament stemmed from others delaying payments, which had led to their financial difficulties. The financial distress of Whirlwind Toy Factory was also Su Yang's rationale for approaching them. Collaborating with such a factory typically proved far more straightforward, with ample room for negotiation on pricing, thus benefiting himself. Moreover, their urgent need for collaboration would ensure a more diligent approach to production, thereby guaranteeing quality. Teacher Su Yang, it is truly an honor to have you here in person. The owner of Whirlwind Toy Factory, an elderly gentleman nearing 60, exhibited exceptional enthusiasm upon Su Yang's arrival. Haha, Manager Zhang, you are too kind. Su Yang replied with a smile as he took a seat. I am quite forthright. I have brought the collaboration contract for your review. If there are no issues, we can commence our partnership. Should there be any concerns, we can discuss them on the spot. As long as we maintain civility, any discussion is welcome. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Manager Zhang nodded and promptly picked up the contract. After approximately an hour of perusal, he could not help but exclaim, Teacher Su Yang, you are indeed magnanimous. I see no problems here. This response took Su Yang by surprise, as it deviated from his expectations. Magnanimous? He did not share that sentiment. The profit-sharing ratio stipulated in the contract was a striking 70-30 in his favor. He had assumed such terms would be unacceptable to the other party. Furthermore, he had set forth stringent review requirements within the contract, mandating the use of specified materials and adherence to his craftsmanship standards. He must attain the desired specifications for the final product, which include strict regulations concerning appearance, color, weight, and more. Within each batch of products, if 2 items are found to be defective, the counterpart is deemed to have breached the contract and must compensate for the entirety of the batch. Such stringent requirements abound. He had anticipated a thorough discussion with the other party, having prepared himself for such an engagement. However, the outcome was akin to striking a fist into cotton. Teacher Su Yang, do not harbor doubts. If our factory remains idle, it could truly face closure. Moreover, I trust in your credibility. If consumers come to know that such exquisitely crafted toys are produced by our factory, it would serve as a monumental advertisement at no cost to you, for which I am already immensely grateful. How could I deem the 70-30 profit-sharing model as harsh? Upon hearing these words, Su Yang stared blankly at General Zhang for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a wry smile, feeling enlightened. He mused inwardly. Indeed, this individual is astute, possessing experiences and insights that far surpass my own. There is still much for me to learn. Observing Su Yang lost in contemplation, General Zhang refrained from interrupting him. Once Su Yang regained his focus, General Zhang said, Teacher Su Yang, since there are no issues with the contract, let us take a look at the materials and the prototype samples. This will allow you to witness our capabilities firsthand. At this juncture, he sheepishly smiled and eagerly added, if similar orders arise in the future, I sincerely hope you will consider us. Rest assured, our pricing will be exceedingly fair. Su Yang found this request entirely reasonable. Everyone seeks a long-term, stable partnership. Should the quality of this batch garner consumer approval, I believe it is worth considering. Su Yang did not provide a definitive response. Yet that was sufficient. General Zhang, elated, led Su Yang to the factory. Teacher Su Yang, behold, our craftsmen have created molds based on the specifications you provided. While I cannot speak for other aspects, the margin of error will not exceed 1 millimeter, General Zhang indicated, pointing to a Pikachu mold. In the past, Suyang would have been unable to assess it. However, with the abilities bestowed by the system, he examined it, made a quick calculation, and confidently stated, to be precise, it should not exceed 0.085 millimeters. 1 millimeter equals 100 microns. The craftsmanship of your company's artisans is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the accompanying craftsman could not help but exclaim, Mr. Su, you are indeed extraordinary. We have measured, and the maximum error is merely 0.082 millimeters, with a minimum of 0.079 millimeters. Even within our team, aside from our seasoned teachers, no one can ascertain precise measurements with just a touch. Chapter 54. Frantic upon hearing these words, Suyang smiled, observing the astonished expression on General Manager Zhang's face. He humbly remarked, I merely possess some understanding. I believe you are aware that I previously worked in a toy factory, so I certainly have some competence in this area. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for my employees. At this moment, General Manager Zhang regained his composure and expressed his admiration. I never expected that Teacher Su would be so knowledgeable. I truly fall short in comparison. His concern for quality control intensified. The group then proceeded to the raw materials factory. The accompanying craftsman introduced, this is the type 321 plastic specified in your contract. Please examine it. We guarantee our integrity and will not deceive you with any substandard materials. Suyang took the initiative to feel and tap on the material, which caused General Manager Zhang to ponder, could it be that Suyang can even discern raw materials? Indeed, it was the material I requested, but it seems this batch has been procured for over a year. If possible, I would prefer to use newly sourced materials for production. General Manager Zhang immediately glanced at the nearby craftsman, who wore an expression of astonishment and disbelief. The craftsman was astounded, thinking, how could he know this? He curiously asked, Mr. Su, there is no date of production or our procurement date written on this. Moreover, this is merely a sample. How did you determine it has been procured for over a year? He felt as if Suyang were some sort of deity. To be clear, the master craftsman would typically need to use tools to cut a piece and conduct tests to ascertain its age. Yet Suyang could deduce it simply by touch and sound? How extraordinary! Forgive me for my modesty. I often played in toy factories as a child, which allowed me to learn a little about it. Upon hearing this response, the others were utterly stunned. Such an extraordinary ability is considered mere trivial knowledge? It was an overwhelming display of humility. This surpassed human capability. The group's esteem for Suyang rose even further. He was not someone to be trifled with. General Manager Zhang then guided Suyang through the production workshops, including painting, packaging, and sealing sections, before presenting the relevant samples to Suyang to assess the quality of the products. Overall, I have no objections, but the Pikachu's form could be slightly smoother. As you can see here, Suyang articulated all his observations clearly and methodically, leaving the accompanying craftsman with a sense of newfound clarity. Initially, he believed his work to be flawless. However, after hearing Suyang's insights, he realized it was still far from perfect. After making the necessary adjustments, the overall quality of the product significantly improved. His admiration for Suyang only deepened. An animator possessing such profound knowledge of the production process was remarkable. Were it not for Suyang being the owner of the collaborating firm, he would have genuinely wished to become his apprentice and learn diligently. In his presence, one feels like an inexperienced novice. Teacher Suyang, please take care. Ultimately, after a sumptuous meal, Mr. Zhang graciously bid farewell to Suyang. With increasing dedication to this collaboration, the prospects for their whirlwind toy factory seemed poised for a remarkable revival. After departing from Zhuten City, Suyang traveled to Wuzhou City and Yen City, engaging in discussions regarding pertinent business partnerships with local proprietors. They, too, were taken aback by Suyang's formidable ability to discern materials. Consequently, they dared not exhibit any negligence, rigorously ensuring the quality of their products to protect their reputation. Indeed, he is a formidable man, possessing an astonishing breadth of knowledge. This sentiment resonated among the executives of the three collaborating companies. It is already impressive to create animated works. To produce such remarkable animations is another feat altogether. Furthermore, his expertise in materials is nothing short of exceptional. Most importantly, Suyang demonstrated remarkable generosity, bestowing a deposit of 150,000 yuan to each individual. This gesture instilled a profound sense of security in them, as few partners ever provide such substantial deposits. Even a sum of 100,000 yuan is considered commendable. In light of this generous deposit, they felt compelled to uphold their reputation. 2 days later, upon returning to Shangshui City, Su Yang was on the road, reviewing the data for Episode 9 of Pokemon. Viewership ratings, 2021. As the league conference approached, the pacing had quickened. Since the series aimed to embody a light-hearted and endearing style, Su Yang, after discussions with Li Hua, decided to incorporate additional comedic elements, enriching the character of Team Rocket and enhancing the overall humor. The collective effort resulted in a product of superior quality compared to previous episodes. Maintaining such standards felt entirely reasonable to him. Naturally, one cannot overlook the contributions of Zhao Mingjie and Meng Ziki, whose artistry significantly enhanced the visuals. In summary, through the concerted efforts of the three newcomers and Su Yang, the quality of Pokemon continued to ascend. In a noteworthy moment during the middle segment of Episode 9, Su Yang took a brief 10 seconds to introduce the news of Meng Ziki and Zhao Mingjie joining the production team. Consequently, following the airing of this episode, the trio garnered immense attention. It was evident to all that their visual work was in no way inferior to that of Su Yang. Such a revelation was astonishing, particularly given that they had only recently graduated. Their remarkable abilities at such an early stage in their careers left many wondering what they would achieve in the future. In no time, the trio was dubbed geniuses by netizens. Their alma mater quickly seized the opportunity to bask in the limelight, proudly proclaiming that it was an honor to nurture such talent. Despite the considerable resources expended, this is the duty of educators who bear the responsibility of nurturing minds. Concurrently, they hope that Meng Ziqi will remember to express gratitude and give back to his alma mater, aiding in its development and fostering more talents. Alas, the detestable Su Yang has gone too far. The biting cold wind nearly distorts Han Feng's nose in fury. How could Su Yang dismiss him so brazenly? To challenge him with 3 fresh graduates? The crux of the matter is that Han Feng finds himself unable to surpass the creations of these 3 newcomers. The Emperor of the Wild boasts a viewership rating of 1604. Although there has been a slight recovery, it is utterly insignificant compared to the vast chasm that has emerged. To achieve ultimate victory, he must elevate his ratings to over 25, a feat that few can currently accomplish. Even Han Feng, in his arrogance, dares not entertain such delusions. Even the man known as the Emperor Yi has only managed to adapt a single work into a television series that surpassed a rating of 25. Han Feng does not believe his current prowess exceeds that of Yi Fan. However, at this moment, the one in a frenzy is not merely Han Feng. The general manager of Yushur Media is seething with rage, chastising the production team. Chapter 55. What use are you to me? I had thought you were formidable, paying you over 1 million annually. Yet your visual quality pales in comparison to that of 3 recent graduates? Tell me, what use are you to me? The production team stands in stunned silence, none daring to utter a word, heads bowed in shame. I did not ask you to compete in narrative, cinematography, or visual spatiality. Yet you cannot even match a single image. Is that all you self-proclaimed elites from prestigious universities are worth? A mere impressive resume? Were you not once so vociferous in your derision? What has caused your silence now? Let me tell you, if your visuals do not improve in the next episode, you can all pack your bags and leave. Yushur Media does not need your kind of ineptitude. Meanwhile, online, oh dear, where are those who once claimed that Su Yang's use of newcomers would lead to his downfall? Did not someone assert that the Emperor of the Wild was the pinnacle of visual artistry? Why are they now silent? I recall someone vehemently stating that newcomers could never produce quality visuals. What happened? Are they now pretending not to see? This is a retort from the readers of Pokemon. Now, no one dares to speak out. Sisters, a little birdie has whispered a juicy piece of gossip. A netizen named Tian D. Quan has suddenly brought forth some scandalous news. It is said that the artists at Yushur Media have been thoroughly lambasted. Their general manager's scolding rendered them utterly speechless. Hilarious. It cracked me up. I once believed this person claimed to be the best in the industry, boasting remarkable prowess. Yet even the 3 newcomers recruited by teacher Su Yang surpassed him. This news swiftly went viral online, accompanied by a video showcasing the manager berating the illustrators to the point where they dared not lift their heads. Delightful. What a stark portrayal of reality. Ha ha. Wasn't there someone who proclaimed to be the industry's finest? Why are they silent now? Little do you know, that self-proclaimed leader has hastily deactivated all their social media accounts overnight. How swift their retreat. I had intended to leave a mocking comment for them. However, their focus was soon diverted by another piece of news. The negotiations for the production of little elf toys, dolls, and comic books have been successfully concluded. In just a day or two, everyone will be able to find them on mainstream shopping platforms. Please ensure you purchase from the official account of our Sun Toy Factory. As a gesture of gratitude for your unwavering support of Pet Pokemon, all users who purchase a membership from the small station will receive a 30% discount on all shopping. Additionally, a randomly signed postcard from me will be included. Should any quality issues arise, including but not limited to discrepancies in appearance, incorrect colors, or unpleasant odors, we pledge to refund and compensate tenfold. After purchase, you may scan the QR code on the product to verify its authenticity. If you receive any counterfeit goods, we similarly promise a tenfold compensation. We hope for your continued support in the future. Thank you, Suyong. The moment this announcement was made, it instantly ignited the internet. Goodness gracious. Suyong, is your speed always this rapid? It's only been a few days, and you've accomplished so much? Ha ha ha. Suyong, I truly admire your efficiency. Seriously, Suyong, are you that bold? A tenfold compensation? Aren't you afraid of those with ulterior motives? I want your autograph. Please commence sales soon, Suyong. The online community erupted. Who knows how long they have awaited this day? A tenfold compensation? How audacious. Both Penguin Company and Ant Company were quite displeased, as if their business practices were being questioned. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have incurred such losses. And now I'm being held accountable by Ant Company. Suyong, I must exact my revenge. Ma Yuming from Penguin Videos said with a dark expression. He immediately called someone, stating, yes, I want them to be deeply mired in a quality crisis this time. If you can tarnish their reputation, I will not hesitate to reward you handsomely. Individuals like him, with ample resources, disdain to resort to underhanded tactics. They prefer straightforward, overt strategies. Since you claim that a false product will result in a tenfold compensation, he is quite curious to see how you would respond should a genuine quality issue arise. Ma Yuming is skeptical. Can the mere Suyong truly maintain stringent control over product quality? Just him? This is not a matter of Ma Yuming underestimating Suyong. Even their esteemed Penguin Company, under the rigorous scrutiny of quality regulatory bodies, cannot guarantee flawless quality. They still encounter issues such as material forgery and incomplete craftsmanship. What can a mere novice like Suyong possibly understand to manage these complexities? He is unconvinced. When quality issues emerge, he eagerly anticipates how Suyong will navigate the crisis. To him, Suyong is merely courting disaster by making such grandiose claims. Even the Penguin Company would not dare to do so. Rest assured, Manager Ma, since he insists on offering me money with such confidence, I shall not be polite. A rather lewd voice echoed from the other end of the line. Just don't mess it up for me. Although Ma Yuming perceives Suyong's actions as a reckless gamble, he cannot help but feel a lingering psychological shadow from a previous failed attempt to retaliate against Suyong, which had backfired on himself. Thus, he involuntarily added, when have I ever messed things up? The person on the other end laughed, their voice still lewd yet brimming with confidence. Mr. Su, you might be exaggerating this time. Upon returning to the company, Suyong had barely settled in before being met with a barrage of discontent from Suya. Sister Yer, rest assured. You will soon discover whether I am exaggerating. I would never jeopardize the future of the company. Let us not forget, I am still burdened with a debt of 500,000. Do I dare to act recklessly? Upon hearing Suyong's nonchalant response, Suya was somewhat incredulous. Really? Suyong nodded earnestly, asserting, I cannot possibly seek my own destruction, can I? Although many outside may indeed think so. Only then did Suya depart. Somewhat convinced, yet still skeptical. Production team, how is it? I told you, the animation process is not as daunting as it seems. Suyong remarked with a smile at the excited faces of Meng Ziki and the others. Honestly, before the production began, I was genuinely afraid that I might ruin everything due to my own shortcomings, Zhao Mingjie admitted, scratching his head. But once we got started, I found it was not as complicated as I had imagined. I don't need to think about anything else. I just need to ensure the visuals are well executed. Meng Ziki exclaimed with a sense of vigor. And my only task is to convey the complete narrative to the two of them. With the story outline provided by Teacher Su, there won't be any significant discrepancies in the plot. Li Hua echoed the sentiment with equal confidence. Listening to the three of them, Suyong couldn't help but laugh heartily, patting their shoulders and saying, isn't that precisely the case? Well, Now you surely won't lack self-confidence, right? The three of them shook their heads in unison. If that is the case, they must continue to believe in themselves, consistently providing the audience with aesthetic enjoyment. Now, let us embark on our creative journey. I firmly believe that ultimate victory shall belong to us. The three wholeheartedly accepted Su Yang's words. Returning to his office, Su Yang opened the e-commerce account that Suya had registered for him days prior. He began adding various sample images sent by the three collaborating companies, uploaded the details, and included all necessary precautions. After establishing the pricing, discount incentives, and ensuring price and payment protections, he contacted Fengshan Express to facilitate faster delivery for customers purchasing his products. At that point, he would merely need to forward the orders to the partner companies for shipment. Throughout this process, his task was simply to create a platform. Holding such power is indeed gratifying. One might wonder how to exploit the loophole of a tenfold compensation for a counterfeit. Su Yang smiled broadly, knowing that they would soon realize they had underestimated him. He composed a post on AI blog. Given that this is my first product launch, my experience may be lacking. Thus, I have decided to hold a product evaluation meeting to directly address any issues. Anyone who receives a problematic product is warmly invited to attend this evaluation. We will address all concerns right there, under the watchful eyes of the participants. He refrained from posting it immediately, as doing so would allow those with ulterior motives to prepare. He planned to release it only after sales commenced. At that time, those seeking to cause him trouble would find themselves with two choices: either participate unprepared or abstain and forfeit compensation, rendering their efforts in producing flawed products futile. On the internet, many eagerly awaited updates on Su Yang's post, congregating early at the official flagship store of Toxic's Sun Toy Factory. They were seasoned buyers. And with the sudden product release coupled with such significant traffic, a frenzy of purchasing was inevitable. They were determined not to let carelessness lead them to pay inflated prices to scalpers. They hoped that Su Yang would effectively combat scalper behavior and safeguard their interests. No one harbors affection for scalpers, except for the scalpers themselves, of course. Simultaneously, Su Yang received a call from the head of Info, expressing gratitude for the immense traffic he had brought them. "Thank you, President Chun," Su Yang replied. Su Yang responded with a smile, indifferent to the question of endorsement. However, the increase in the conversion rate of views to earnings meant that he would earn more from his future videos. Even the smallest of gains counts. Moreover, with his average viewership exceeding 900,000, after the enhancement, a single video could indeed yield a profit of 1 or 2,000. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Mr. Su, the team at Taoshi, she has also prepared everything. They have assured us that they are ready for potential server overload. Suya entered, reporting on the online shopping arrangements for the following day. Excellent. How is the effort to suppress scalpers progressing? This matter was of utmost importance. Su Yang did not wish for his meticulously organized sale to be disrupted by scalpers. It has been completed. Each individual can purchase a maximum of 3 items. And to successfully buy, the identity must be consistent, including shipping address, phone number, and other details. Suya adjusted her glasses. Having enlisted the relevant departments to make necessary preparations, which should significantly curtail scalper activities, Su Yang nodded, indicating that they would await the commencement. Time passed as the online community eagerly anticipated the event, culminating in a day's wait. They're coming. They're coming. A voice rang out in the micro-community, instantly attracting a throng of onlookers. They quickly discovered that the Solar Toy Factory had launched various product details along with purchasing links. Quick, it's happening too fast. Hurry, place your orders. Ha ha ha, it's really a 30% discount. Long live Su Yang. Wait, did you manage to buy something? Oh no, why is my internet crashing? No. As soon as it went live, countless lamentations echoed from netizens. Ha ha ha, I knew this would happen, so I upgraded my internet early. Unbelievable. Is everyone really this crazy? Just look at the number of online users. Unbeknownst to many, the numbers were indeed staggering. Within just a minute, over 100,000 users had logged in. With such a sudden influx, how could it not be congested? At that moment, the staff at Taoshi gazed in astonishment at the overwhelming traffic. A writer who had only recently risen to prominence online possessed such remarkable influence? They promptly submitted the current data to their CEO. 100,000 in just 1 minute? The CEO initially thought he had misread the figures, wiping his glasses and counting again. 10,000. Indeed, 100,000. This individual had truly accomplished the seemingly impossible. When Su Yang had previously mentioned that the server might experience lag, The CEO had dismissed the concern. Nonsense. It withstood the Double 11 shopping festival. How could a mere author's launch cause issues? Now, it appeared he had indeed underestimated the situation. Currently, we are merely showcasing an ordinary server, capable of handling a mere 150,000 requests per minute. Should this pre-sale event become even more formidable, it may necessitate the activation of their robust servers in preparation for the Double 11 shopping festival. The backend team must remain vigilant. Should there be any signs of overload on the servers, the alert protocol must be initiated immediately. President Tao Cici promptly recognized Su Yang's immense commercial potential. It is quite amusing that the product has only recently emerged in the market, and it has already garnered such attention. Once he overcomes the challenges ahead and establishes a firm foothold in the market, his commercial value will undoubtedly soar. Such talent must be nurtured and cultivated. Chapter 57. Promising data here at Su Yang's headquarters. Mr. Su, the number of completed transactions has surpassed 10,000, exclaimed Suya, her face alight with excitement as she delivered the good news. Is the first batch of orders truly this astonishing? Su Yang was equally taken aback. He had anticipated that 5,000 would be a commendable figure, given his current popularity, which he believed would yield similar results. Let us maintain this momentum and forward the first batch of orders to our 3 primary suppliers. As for the fact that the Whirlwind Toy Factory accounted for 60% of the orders, he was not surprised. After all, toys are far more appealing to children. While adults may purchase them, they lack the fervor exhibited by the younger demographic. Meanwhile, at the Whirlwind Toy Factory, the sales department gathered, with Manager Zhang present among them. Tension filled the air, and no one dared to utter a word. How many orders do you think we will receive from the first batch? Manager Zhang inquired. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, the general manager of the sales department responded, honestly, I would consider it a success if we receive 3,000 orders. Though 5,000 would be a dream. Another individual shook his head, asserting, let us not even entertain the notion of 3,000, 2,000 would suffice. Although Su Yang has gained considerable recognition online, his market appeal remains untested, so we must not be overly confident. I estimate that, given Su Yang's current popularity, the first batch of orders will likely hover around 2,000 to 3,000. Even a celebrated author like Han Feng, who had a significant following, managed only 9,000 total orders at his own sales event, with the first batch barely exceeding 2,700. Manager Zhang nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed plausible. Let us hope for at least 3,000 orders. He remained unaware of how many of the 150,000 online viewers, currently engaged in real time, would place an order. He could only hope that more individuals would choose to purchase the toys they produced. His faith in Su Yang stemmed from a desire not to be let down. Chairman, the results for our first batch of orders are in. At that moment, the announcement came forth. A female sales representative burst through the door, breathless, her ample figure capturing countless gazes. How many? Mr. Zhang instinctively held his breath, clenching his fists in anticipation. The results she was about to present would determine their mood and the prospects for future development. Her voice trembled with excitement as she announced that the first batch consisted of 6,002 orders. Mr. Zhang, this far exceeds our internal estimates. More than double what we anticipated. Our internal expectation was just over 2,000 orders. Yet now, the reality before them revealed an astonishing 6,000 orders. Oh, 6,000. Well, that's not too much, Mr. Zhang murmured instinctively, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He stood up in shock, staring at the female sales representative, exclaiming, "Did you just say 6,000? She nodded, and Mr. Zhang's pupils constricted, trembling violently. He felt his throat dry up instantly. 6,000. 6,000. Ha ha. Truly, Mr. Su Yang is remarkable. What incredible enthusiasm. Mr. Zhang threw his head back in laughter, while the other salespeople exchanged astonished glances. 6,000, far beyond their expectations. If this trend continues, there's no doubt their total orders will surpass 10,000. 10,000, an elusive figure they had yearned for over the years. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't achieve such production levels even in a month. Excellent. This figure was undoubtedly the sweetest Mr. Zhang had heard in years. Maintaining quality is crucial. We must establish a long-term partnership with Mr. Su Yang. He understood that the revival of his toy factory depended entirely on Mr. Su. As long as Mr. Su doesn't falter in the narrative of his works, and if he diligently develops the Pokemon franchise, he would undoubtedly be able to thrive on it for a lifetime. The same goes for all related production companies. A share of Mr. Su's success means a share of their fortune. Yes, everyone was exceedingly excited. Meanwhile, outside, many scalpers were cursing in frustration. That detestable Mr. Su Yang. It seems he has no intention of leaving us any room to breathe. Identity verification was one thing, but now they also required matching addresses, purchase histories, and phone numbers. Moreover, one could purchase a maximum of only 3. This effectively severed their purchasing channels, leaving them unable to stockpile goods. Naturally, they couldn't hoard and sell at inflated prices for profit. Yet, at this moment, a considerable number of individuals were immensely pleased. Mr. Su Yang, your end is nigh, someone sneered, brimming with cunning. Once the product is in their hands, what is there that cannot be fabricated? At that juncture, in order to preserve his reputation, Su Yang will have no choice but to bear the bitter consequences. Therefore, they will undoubtedly not let Su Yang off easily. They will surely demand exorbitant compensation. Unless they can extract a substantial sum from him, they will not relent. After all, if Su Yang is already inclined to line their pockets, what hesitation could they possibly have? Meanwhile, the media is rife with speculation regarding Su Yang's forthcoming sales performance. How much do you think Su Yang will manage to sell this time? Given the current real-time figures, the final transaction volume is evidently poised to be significant. Surely it won't exceed 50,000 orders, right? How could that be? 50,000 orders, just based on him? I concede he has a modicum of fame online, but to reach a level of 50,000 orders seems utterly implausible. Why do I have a feeling he just might? Shall we place a wager? Very well. Let us wager. The loser must wash socks for a month. Such bets are proliferating among the media. A bunch of childish individuals. I fail to understand what is so appealing about this. Indeed, it's merely childish play. What are a group of adults doing joining in on this frivolity? Utterly shameless. This cannot stand. Cold Wind, you two have begun selling products? How can you allow Su Yang to overshadow your prominence? Cold Wind's fans observe the online fervor with growing concern. Ha ha ha. What is the matter, feeling anxious now? Were you not once so haughty? Su Yang, keep pushing forward. Create an even greater buzz to attract more viewers to your work. Still using such a ludicrous term as childish. You truly have no memory. Just wait until 2 months from now when our Su Yang has triumphed over you. How will you then bear the shame? That image. Just thinking about it is delightful. You cannot even compete with a childish work. How much more must you falter to face defeat? Where there are fans of Cold Wind, there are naturally dear readers of Su Yang. And now it seems that Cold Wind's fans are evidently no match for Su Yang's readers. Chapter 58. Caught off guard as expected. This infuriates me. Such egregious bullying. Scoundrel, what are you so arrogant about? You merely possess a slight advantage. Watching Cold Wind's fans go into a frenzy, Su Yang's readers feel a profound sense of satisfaction. Su Yang, enjoy your moment of triumph. Hey, when you are branded with labels of substandard quality and shoddy workmanship, let us see who will still support you. I have a plethora of contingencies waiting for you. Major illnesses stemming from toy quality issues, injuries caused by defective toys, a renowned author resorting to shoddy work, showing negligence towards consumers. Titles like these, he believes, will undoubtedly ensnare Su Yang in a web of dire predicaments. To bring down Su Yang is, in his view, a trivial matter. He believes that his previous failure was merely a misstep, which is why he has summoned the Cultural Association for revenge. While he cannot triumph over the Cultural Association, how could he possibly be thwarted by a mere Su Yang? It is inconceivable. The Music Note Review Department. Oh, what a dreadful network this company has. This is already the second batch, and I still haven't secured a single item. Please, no? I desperately desire the Pikachu cushion and plush toy, as well as the Pokemon comic books. The lamentations of Wen Xiaoxia echoed incessantly. The greatest suffering in the world does not stem from the pain of separation or loss, but from the agony of wanting something that lies just within reach, yet remains unattainable. It is unbearable. I got it. Ha ha, sisters. I managed to snag the Pikachu Autumn Edition cushion. Suddenly, a plump girl beside Wen Xiaoxia jumped up in ecstatic surprise. On her screen, a large notification boldly declared that she had successfully made a purchase. This instantly incited a wave of envy among many, including Wen Xiaoxia. Why? You succeeded while I failed. This is so unfair. Oh, great one, allow me to bask in your luck. I too wish to experience the thrill of being fortunate. Wen Xiaoxia felt this deeply. She longed to be the lucky one. She truly did not want to be the unfortunate one any longer. If only Su Yang were to host a live stream selling items on Music Note, just imagine the immense traffic it would generate. As when Xiaoxia waited for the third batch, she glanced at the current online viewer count for Tao CC and contemplated. 261 people. Indeed, it had already surpassed 100,000 views. She had no idea how many would make purchases, but she was certain she would not be among them. She was astonished by the fervent desire of netizens to buy these items. At Sun Media Production Company, when the excited Su Ye shared the sales data with Su Yang, even he was taken aback. The numbers she provided were indeed staggering. 67,899 orders. This was unprecedented, far exceeding Su Yang's initial predictions. Recalling his past life, when Pokemon was released in his country, it garnered only 57,000 orders in a single day, and that was when the franchise was already on the brink of becoming a nationwide sensation. Were the people in this world truly wealthier? As these thoughts occupied Su Yang's mind, he realized it was time to release the news. He promptly published the announcement for the upcoming appreciation meeting. Instantly, this post sparked a significant uproar online. What does this mean? Is Su Yang implying that someone might intentionally stir up trouble? I must say, the promise made by Su Yang, where he guarantees tenfold compensation for any deceit, will undoubtedly attract some unscrupulous individuals. The netizens are not naive. They quickly discern the intricacies involved. Had this fellow anticipated all of this from the outset? Ma Yuming, watching Su Yang's latest update on Penguin Video, wore an expression so grim it was almost terrifying. Did he intentionally release this information at such a moment to leave us unprepared? Ma Yuming is no fool. He understands perfectly that if Su Yang had only recently realized the implications, he would not have been so composed in his announcement. This realization left him utterly disheartened, as the strategies he had meticulously prepared suddenly lost their potency. Infuriating. The mere thought of Su Yang's nonchalant, ever-smiling visage made Ma Yuming feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. Here he is, the general manager of Penguin Company, utterly unable to handle a mere anime creator. Yet, who has time to dwell on such matters now? The media, alerted by Su Yang, went into a frenzy. This was undoubtedly a major news story. Consequently, countless media outlets eagerly sought to secure participation in this appreciation event. Ultimately, however, Su Yang selected only three: the local Xiangshui TV station, Penguin News under the Penguin Company, and AI Blog. This decision left numerous envious media outlets, who were unable to gain access, in utter dismay. Mr. Su, you are truly wicked, fully aware that the people at Penguin Company might be infuriated. Yet you intentionally provoke them. Aren't you afraid they might retaliate? Suya remarked, observing the three media outlets chosen by Su Yang with a sense of resignation. Oh, sister, you're being overly absolute. How could the people at Penguin Company be that furious? My toy sales do not impede them in any way, Su Yang replied, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. All right, it's time to prepare for tomorrow's appreciation event. I shan't indulge in idle chatter any longer. If Suya were to believe Su Yang's words, that would truly be questionable. From what she knew, the general manager of Penguin Company was preparing to take this opportunity to exact revenge on them. Knowing this, Su Yang still chose them as one of the on-site media outlets. To claim that he harbored no intention of annoying the Penguin Company would be something Suya could not believe. The location for the appreciation event was selected near the area Su Yang favored, specifically at the Huanglong Sports Center. Lacking experience in hosting such events, Su Yang sought assistance from relevant personnel, specifically from the Xiangshui city government. Hence, the involvement of Xiangshui TV station came to be. Essentially, it was still a transaction. However, this appreciation event posed a dilemma for certain individuals, such as the professional fraud fighter who had already conspired with Ma Yuming to find fault. What? Su Yang is actually holding an appreciation event tomorrow? Wang Bing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Just as he had devised a scheme to extort Su Yang, leveraging product quality as his battleground, Su Yang unexpectedly countered with a shocking move that left him utterly unprepared. Manager Ma, what should we do? Should I attend tomorrow? Wang Bing was acutely aware that since Su Yang dared to host an appraisal meeting, he must be thoroughly prepared. His tactics were unlikely to deceive anyone, especially since Su Yang had also invited relevant appraisers, a fatal misstep for Wang Bing. However, if he chose not to attend, then his efforts over the past few days would have been in vain. This predicament left him in a state of profound conflict. Chapter 59. The appraisal meeting begins. Why not go? Ma Yuming was truly infuriated. He knew full well that success was unlikely, Yet he could not swallow his pride. All of you will attend the appraisal meeting as planned. I refuse to believe that Su Yang can manage everything flawlessly, even if the appraisal meeting doesn't succeed tomorrow. Once the products arrive in a few days, you will stir up a commotion. In this day and age, as long as it garners attention, Su Yang's reputation will inevitably suffer. If he mishandles this process, he is doomed. Upon hearing Ma Yoming's declaration, Wang Bing felt reassured. As long as they could secure the funds, success was secondary. Have you heard? That scoundrel Su Yang plans to live stream the appraisal meeting. Ha ha. I've heard that a beautiful reporter from Xiangshui television will be present. What? A beauty? Where? Let me have a look. The waters were too murky, and he feared that the online community might not grasp the situation. Speaking of which, was Su Yang truly at ease? Had he forgotten he was in a competition with the cold winds? Many people had failed to secure the items they desired. Yet he would not permit an increase in production, simply instructing them to patiently await the next sale. Consequently, those who were unable to purchase immediately vented their frustrations, labeling Su Yang as a scoundrel. The last individual to bear such a title was none other than the previous one. Brothers, hurry, hurry. The scoundrel has suddenly registered on Love Blog. Rush to his profile. There are good things appearing, and they'll be gone if you're slow. The account of the scoundrel on Love Blog was simply his name. Suddenly, a user named King of the World emerged in the micro-community, bringing forth this news, which immediately piqued the curiosity of many netizens. What was happening? When Xiaoxia was among them, as she promptly logged onto Love Blog and searched for Su Yang's account. She indeed found a new post. Dear readers, greetings. I know many of you might be cursing me right now. To mend the wounds of your innocent hearts, I have decided to personally create 5 distinct posters, each with my signature, and randomly select 50 readers who were unable to purchase the products to receive them. How does that sound? Am I not exceedingly perceptive? Hee hee, I know you are all praising me, so do not hesitate to shower me with compliments in the comments section. Signed, the universally adorable and charming Su Yang. How shameless. This was when Xiaoxia's first impression after reading. Yet, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. This version of Su Yang seemed to resonate more with the common folk. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly left a comment beneath the post. User overcoming all. May the Bodhisattva of the 3 pure ones bless me. I must be chosen by the venerable Su Yang. User the Queen. I offer my 30 years of singlehood in exchange for a signed portrait from the esteemed one. User your unruly wind. Venerable one. I advise you to be wise and bestow upon me a signed photo. Otherwise, I shall commence to blast music at the village square. The netizens displayed their unique talents. And naturally, when Xiaoxia also joined in the fray. As for which user she was, well, that is left to your imagination. The fervent traffic delighted the CEO of AI Blog, who felt his decision to invite Su Yang to join was indeed astute. Look, the initial invitations to top celebrities yielded similar results, yet the cost was several times greater than inviting Su Yang. He even berated himself for not realizing this sooner. Had he done so, he would not have squandered so much. He considered it a wise investment to invite such a popular writer, as long as his popularity endured. AI Blog would never lack for traffic. His only obligation was to promote Su Yang's works and relay information about his company's creations. He deemed this transaction far more advantageous than inviting celebrities. This young man possesses quite the business acumen. In Jingzhou City, Yi Fan observed the lively happenings online. Astonished by the spectacle. Well, it's only natural for a businessman to possess a sharp business mind, remarked his close friend beside him. By the way, the current score is quite evident. It seems Han Feng is destined to lose. Hearing this, Yi Fan clicked his tongue, expressing a tinge of disappointment. Alas! Who would have thought that Han Feng would be so careless in the face of such formidable opponents? When he attempted to catch up, Su Yang offered him no chance whatsoever. To be fair, according to his initial predictions, even if Han Feng were to lose, it shouldn't have been by such a large margin. Yet now, Su Yang had even begun recruiting newcomers to share the burden. Nevertheless, even with this, Su Yang still maintained the upper hand. But why dwell on that? What do you think about Su Yang's upcoming appreciation meeting? Do you think it will be a success? After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan replied, this fellow is indeed somewhat inscrutable in his endeavors. Yet since he dares to host such an event, he must have made preparations. Of course, even if we wished to assist him, we would find ourselves unable to intervene. Wouldn't we? Just watch, this is his trial. Once he overcomes it, his influence will only grow stronger. Despite the challenges, one can still carve out a niche through the medium of animation. On the day of the appreciation event, a voice greeted, "Hello, sir, here is your ticket. Please keep it safe. Additionally, here is a guide for the event. Please take good care of it." The guide outlines the event processes and highlights nearby dining and entertainment options. Wang Bing gazed at the ticket and guide in his hands, feeling a sense of admiration. He had never encountered such attentive service at any event he had attended before. The provision of local dining and entertainment options seemed a tad excessive, as if they assumed he would certainly indulge in leisure activities. However, upon glancing at the elegant and charming attendant at the entrance, he pondered that perhaps enjoying the experience was not a bad idea after all. "Brothers, I am currently at the appreciation event, and you can imagine my excitement. I have never seen an event that offers a guide." Su Yang certainly breaks the mold, treating this appreciation event as a playful outing. Though peculiar, I find it rather delightful. I believe some public exhibitions could take a cue from this. Behind Wang Bing, a live streamer wielding a selfie stick enthusiastically introduced the event to his audience. Zhao Xian felt that attending this appreciation event was indeed a wise choice. Initially, having 100 viewers was already impressive, but now, less than 2 minutes into the stream, 2,000 viewers had joined. "Brothers, don't forget to follow and like. If we surpass 10,000 likes, I'll take everyone to see the live event," Zhao Xian exclaimed. Almost immediately, he noticed the number of likes skyrocketing. "Wow, thank you, legendary brother, for the rocket donation." He aimed to provide a clear explanation of the scene. "Sure thing, my friend. With the power of cash, one rocket can be exchanged for 300 to 400. I'm feeling motivated." At that moment, the likes surged past 10,000. "All right, everyone, thank you for your support. Let us head to the live event right away." As Zhao Xian continued his stream, he felt invigorated. "If another big rocket comes in, can we capture some beautiful ladies on camera?" "Absolutely, my friend. We must arrange for some perks." He planned to interact with passers-by, playfully calling one of them Dad. "Is that too forward? We don't know each other, after all. But thanks to the 5 gentle rockets, I'll make it happen." Su Yang observed Zhao Xian live streaming, finding it somewhat peculiar, but chose not to comment, embracing cultural diversity. Just as he was about to leave, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. A sense of unease washed over him as he turned his gaze and beheld Zhao Xian's anxious, yet resolute visage. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. Wait, could it be Dad? Upon hearing Zhao Xian's spontaneous declaration, Su Yang's expression darkened instantly. "Ha, this streamer is quite amusing. Just 5 rockets, and he immediately transforms into a devoted son, recognizing another father. Look at that bystander's face. It has turned utterly grim." When Xiaoxia couldn't help but burst into laughter, but suddenly, she froze, pondering, "Wait, why does this bystander seem somewhat familiar?" As she focused her gaze, her pupils dilated in surprise. "Goodness, is that not the infamous Su Yang?" Astonished, she hurriedly sought to share this delightful revelation with the viewers in the live stream. However, she found that others had beat her to it. "Brothers and sisters, this bystander is none other than the notorious Su Yang. Oh my, it truly is him." The excitement surged as viewers exclaimed, "What luck! It's really Su Yang. Ha. Doesn't that scoundrel look as grim as Judge Bao?" The sudden commotion within the live stream left Zhao Xian utterly bewildered. In the brief moment it took to call out Dad, the viewership skyrocketed from 500 to an astounding 50,000. He couldn't help but wonder if calling out Dad had some hidden effect. Yet, upon discerning the content of the live stream, he nearly lost his composure as he stammered, "As Su Yang, I truly did not expect to encounter you here. I shall take my leave." How fortunate that Zhao Xian's luck led him to cross paths with Su Yang. Who is Su Yang, you ask? He is one of the organizers of this appreciation event. Should anyone find him displeasing and report him for disturbing the peace, his entire day would be rendered futile. Su Yang watched Zhao Xian flee in a panic, shaking his head in resignation. Was he truly that terrifying? He had intended to greet the viewers in the live stream. Despite being a minor streamer, Zhao Xian surely had some following. Attracting a random bystander to become one of his readers would indeed be an unexpected delight. He was not one to be choosy. How many people would seek him out next? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yang took a deep breath. Though prepared, he still felt a tinge of uncertainty, which he deemed entirely normal. After ensuring that Su Ye and the others were ready with the necessary livestream preparations, Su Yang settled down backstage at the appreciation event. "Esteemed guests, we are truly honored that you could take time out of your busy schedules to join us. The entire staff of the Sun Toy Factory is delighted. This opening remark was articulated by Suya. Originally, this was to be Su Yang's task, but he reasoned that, given the nature of online viewers, the impact of a poised, professionally attired woman would undoubtedly surpass that of a rugged man like himself. Indeed, once the livestream commenced, the audience was captivated upon discovering that the one delivering the opening remarks was a woman of grace, elegantly clad in professional attire and black stockings. The netizens have all succumbed to temptation, inundated with a flurry of infatuated comments. The barrage of remarks about long legs and black stockings nearly obscured the screen. This left the host of the streaming platform, a small yet ambitious site, utterly bewildered. What was happening? They were witnessing the highest attendance figures in the platform's history, astonishingly generated by an appreciation event. Was this not a disruption? Yet, they could not deny the unique charm of Suya, whose intellectual elegance and poised demeanor were indeed hard to replicate. Not to mention her strikingly long legs, which dominated the visual landscape. While he could not speak for others, the host himself found his gaze irresistibly drawn to those beautiful legs. Without further ado, let us welcome the star of this appreciation event, the author of Pokemon, Suyang. Suya's opening remarks were succinct, comprising only a few words. Yet her charisma ensured that she lingered in the hearts of many netizens as an ethereal muse for a long time to come. Despite numerous other beauties attempting to imitate her, none could capture her essence. I am Suyang, and I trust that all guests are well aware of the purpose of this appreciation event. Suyang casually took a seat, exuding an air of tranquility. The viewers in the livestream felt that if he were handed a fan, he would truly embody the spirit of Zhuge Liang. However, this demeanor left many in the audience perplexed. Brother, we are here to challenge you. Is your calmness not a tad disrespectful towards us? Wang Bing, reluctant to be the first to speak out, glanced around but saw no one willing to take the plunge. Recalling Ma Yoming's words, he decided that regardless of the outcome, he would receive compensation. Therefore, he stood up, eager to finish quickly and leave, addressing Su Yang with a tone that brooked no nonsense. Mr. Su Yang, you once stated that for every falsehood, you would compensate tenfold. Are you prepared to honor this promise? Su Yang turned to Wang Bing, smiling as he replied, When I, Su Yang, speak, my words are like nails hammered into wood. What I say shall be fulfilled. Now, let us have a cup of tea to soothe our throats, thus making it easier for you to pose your inquiries. This unexpected gesture left Wang Bing utterly flabbergasted. Brother, I came to confront you. Isn't your courtesy somewhat misplaced? Shouldn't you be serious, awaiting my challenge, and ready to respond? His relaxed composure seemed to Wang Bing a touch disrespectful. Nevertheless, he did not refuse the tea presented by the sweet-smiling etiquette officer. Yet, this diversion caused Wang Bing's originally prepared arguments to evaporate. After finishing the tea and seeing Su Yang's eager expression, waiting for his questions, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Chapter 61. Distinguishing Truth from Falsehood. What was the question he intended to ask? How had he forgotten? In the midst of a scrutinizing crowd, Wang Bing felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. What had happened to his friend? Why had he suddenly fallen silent? Had he not yet gathered his thoughts? Su Yang, observing Wang Bing's demeanor, found himself stifling a laugh, though he maintained an appearance of genuine concern. Perhaps it was for the best that Su Yang refrained from pressuring him. The more he urged, the more anxious Wang Bing became, and the more his words eluded him. In a moment of desperation, Wang Bing turned to Su Yang, seeking a way to extricate himself from the situation. Su Yang, noticing his plight, chuckled and addressed the camera, saying, Oh dear, my apologies everyone. To liven up the atmosphere, I invited a guest performer, but it seems his skills are rather disappointing, wouldn't you agree? At this revelation, Wang Bing was utterly bewildered. He was merely a performer invited by Su Yang? What a jest! He was about to clarify, but Su Yang waved his hand, signaling him to remain calm, assuring him that the agreed-upon remuneration would still be provided. Please take a seat now. Let others have their turn to speak. Feeling cornered, Wang Bing glanced around. Realizing that the audience had concluded he was indeed a performer hired by Su Yang, which deepened his confusion. Ultimately, he sat down. Ha ha ha, old rascal, you truly are amusing. Who claims to have hired their own performer? Look at the bewildered expression on this performer's face. It's simply delightful. Goodness, are we certain this is a showcase and not a comedy skit? The viewers in the live stream were perplexed, genuinely believing Su Yang's words to be true. Although they found it odd, There was an inexplicable sense of novelty in the experience. It seemed that this contrarian approach was rather entertaining. Useless, utterly useless. Ma Yuming had initially hoped that Wang Bing would at least provide Su Yang with some measure of difficulty. Yet, this fool had simply fallen into Su Yang's scheme. One misstep led to another. Well then, let us invite other guests to speak. Let us ascertain what issues may arise during the production of our product, Su Yang said with a beaming smile as he surveyed the other guests in attendance. This left many who had come with the intent to cause trouble feeling a bit anxious. Wang Bing was somewhat known to them, and with Su Yang's earlier declaration that he was merely a performer, who knew whether they too would face the same fate when it was their turn. If they were to embarrass themselves even more than Wang Bing, it would be a tarnish on their reputations. Consequently, no one dared to act recklessly. Should they fail to speak well of Su Yang, they could miss out on the promised tenfold compensation for any grievances, ultimately jeopardizing their livelihoods. Thus, these professional troublemakers remained still, indicating a recognition of the quality of our product. With no one stepping forward, Su Yang's smile grew ever wider. In light of this, let us momentarily set aside other matters and delve into the intricate process behind the creation of our product. Should this appreciation event prove successful, it will undoubtedly establish a foothold for it in the market. Consequently, the presentation of the production process is approached with utmost diligence. From the very outset, we prioritize two critical concerns: pollution and potential harm to human health, thus opting for the state-of-the-art 321 plastic as our primary material. The advantages include a pleasing tactile sensation, a certain softness and resilience, a rapid degradation rate, and minimal risk to human health. However, one might observe a notable drawback. The weight is relatively substantial, and the material is somewhat softer than expected. At this juncture, many attendees could not help but weigh the product in their hands, and indeed, it is as stated. So, how can one discern the authenticity of our product? The first distinction lies in its weight. Products of identical dimensions will reveal that ours is approximately 20% heavier and possesses a softer touch. Here, Su Yang cast a glance at the audience, and with a sudden smile, inquired whether any guest would be willing to lend him one of their products for demonstration. Initially, the audience was engrossed, contemplating potential flaws in Su Yang's presentation. However, his unexpected request left them momentarily bewildered, and they quickly sensed the gravity of the situation, resulting in a profound silence. It appears that everyone values the product they possess, which is commendable, as it signifies their acknowledgement of our creation. With this sentiment, Su Yang approached Wang Bing, requesting the sample specifically designed to distinguish counterfeits. Rest assured, I shall not damage your hard work. I only require it for a brief demonstration. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Wang Bing was taken aback. Why must it be him again? Faced with the multitude of viewers, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Refusing was not an option. Hence, almost instinctively, he produced the counterfeit he had meticulously crafted to challenge Su Yang. "Behold," Su Yang exclaimed, presenting the product and signaling for the camera to zoom in. Judging solely by appearance, do we not all agree that this product appears to be genuine? After all, its weight aligns with that of the authentic item, and it feels delightfully soft and resilient. As he spoke, he retrieved a precise weighing scale, and indeed, the counterfeit weighed identically to the original. Curiosity piqued among the audience. How, under such circumstances, can one differentiate between authenticity and imitation? Clearly, the counterfeit's material mirrors that of our authentic product. However, it seems some have overlooked a crucial detail: the dye applied to the finished product. Su Yang again placed the two versions side by side, inviting the audience to discern any discrepancies. He then showcased the items to several attendees before returning to the camera. It was not long before someone identified the discrepancy. The dye on the genuine product exhibited a much smoother and more uniform surface, while the counterfeit's dye appeared notably rougher. The crowd on site immediately recognized the matter. Su Yang promptly acknowledged the keen observation of a netizen with a nod of approval, then chuckled and stated, "Indeed, we have utilized a specially formulated dye. It is resistant to fading, adheres well, possesses low toxicity, is non-irritating, and is not easily volatile. Most importantly, the color is utterly unique." This constitutes the second method of identification. If one detects a pungent odor upon approach, it is unequivocally a counterfeit. Upon hearing this, many attendees inquired further. As he had indicated, while the product does possess a plastic scent, there is no irritating aroma present. Then, moving to the third point, Su Yang compared the product to that of Wang Bing. Beneath our product, there exists an inscription visible only under ultraviolet light. Chapter 62 concludes here. Both the font and the color are patented, rendering them nearly impossible to replicate. This inscription is visible both day and night. In the future, as we expand our stores, we will provide the necessary equipment for verification. Online orders will also come with this edition. Upon hearing this, numerous netizens attempted to verify it and were pleased to confirm its authenticity, flooding the live chat with comments. Seeing this, Su Yang smiled and added, "Furthermore, there exists an even more conspicuous and straightforward method of identification." With a grin, he continued, "I believe you have all noticed that each product bears a QR code." The crowd immediately turned their attention, and indeed, it was so. A simple scan with a mobile device would reveal the product's dimensions, weight, production date, creator, and manufacturing company, along with a 13-digit code. At the very bottom of the scanned information, there is an input field. Simply entering the code will automatically relay it to our marketing department's mainframe. This will correspond with the code registered in the system, and you shall receive a message confirming the product's authenticity. Su Yang held up the product, likening it to how each of us possesses an identity number. Every product has its own unique identifier. Each day, we will randomly generate corresponding codes based on production volume and input them into the system. Thus, if after scanning the QR code you do not see a code, or if the code does not validate, it is undoubtedly a counterfeit. If purchased from our store, simply present the relevant shopping list or other information, and we guarantee a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. After hearing these words, the netizens felt a surge of admiration. Although they could not quite grasp how Su Yang accomplished this, they were undeniably impressed. No wonder the old rogue exuded such confidence. It all made sense now. Goodness. Those in the know are aware that you run a toy store and specialize in anime. Those unfamiliar might think you are involved in a secretive profession. The excitement in the live stream soared, much to the delight of the small platform's administrator. Clearly, Chen Rue had an eye for talent, as he had chosen exceptionally well. It seems we must indeed acknowledge Chen Rue's capabilities. Now, let us shift our conversation to other matters. After Su Yang elucidated the distinction between genuine and counterfeit items, he continued, "Now, let us delve into the issue of product safety." With a constant smile adorning his face, he sat comfortably and spoke eloquently. He began discussing various aspects, from size concerns to preventing accidental ingestion by children and addressing potential injuries to young ones. He articulated the meticulous thought invested in this seemingly small product. Both the online audience and those present listened with rapt attention. This captivated even the professionals, who were originally invited to lighten the atmosphere, leaving them with no opportunity to intervene. This young man truly exhibited a remarkable intellect. The entire appreciation event was entirely under his control, impressive indeed. Initially, I anticipated encountering some critics, but it became evident that he had taken substantial precautions against such scrutiny, foreseeing the likelihood of such occurrences. Several professionals watching the live stream also offered commendable feedback. His persuasive discourse even sparked my interest in purchasing one to examine for myself. This indicates that Su Yang possesses commendable salesmanship. Naturally, the more proficiently he spoke, the more uncomfortable the critics became. Gradually, they found themselves devoid of any intentions to disrupt. Su Yang's explanations effectively obstructed their chances of finding fault. Should they have taken the stage at that moment, it would have merely signaled to the live audience and others present that they were there to stir trouble. Phew, it seems this event concluded splendidly. 3 hours later, Su Yang felt as though his face no longer belonged to him. Maintaining a smile proved to be quite a taxing endeavor. However, the good news was that this appreciation event had come to a close. He had successfully mitigated the disruptive individuals, resulting in a relatively smooth overall experience. In order to provide the appraisers an opportunity to take the stage, Su Yang diligently created chances for them to showcase their expertise. After all, he had prepared the relevant production processes and the workshop's appearance, which provided an ideal backdrop for their presentations. The results were undoubtedly harmonious. Attendees appreciated the aesthetic aspects of the product's designs while gaining significant confidence in their quality. With such transparency and accompanying inspection reports, how could the products be anything less than exceptional? Of course, those who attended this appreciation event were not solely critics, but also included many who were simply there to observe. Among them was the host, Zhao Xian. Su Yang had to concede that this young man was quite astute. Upon witnessing the success of the appreciation event, When it was the audience's turn to speak, he promptly praised Su Yang and inquired about the release date of the next batch of whimsical products. Regarding the design and sale of the next generation of little spirits, there are various imaginative concepts and perhaps some delightful surprises in store. This revelation instantly elevated the excitement within the entire livestream. Su Yang, seizing the moment, extended an invitation for him to be one of the early experience testers for the upcoming product. He would be privy to insider information and was requested to promote it during the livestream. Really, Teacher Su Yang? Can I truly be a part of this? Faced with the gaze of countless online viewers, Zhao Xian was momentarily stunned by this unexpected joy. Of course, everyone here can serve as a witness. Su Yang affirmed with a smile. In this age of the internet, anyone has the potential to achieve overnight fame. And Su Yang was willing to offer Zhao Xian this opportunity. I promise I will not disappoint you, Teacher Su Yang. Once Zhao Xian regained his senses, he exclaimed with immense excitement. Oh my goodness, I can hardly believe such fortune has befallen me. He felt incredibly fortunate to have attended the event in person, unlike other streamers who deemed the appreciation meeting dull and chose to stay away. Otherwise, how could he have seized such an opportunity? Ah, Zhao Xian's luck is simply unbelievable. Why didn't I go? I've missed my chance, cried another, lamenting. Once, an opportunity lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only after it was snatched away did I realize my regret. If only I could relive that moment. I wish to be the fortunate one. As the appreciation meeting concluded, the event itself came to an end. However, for those who had participated, it was not merely an ending. They suddenly discovered that with their event tickets, they could enjoy a 40% discount at various shopping malls in Changshui City's Wuguang Plaza. The guide even thoughtfully provided them with a list of exciting attractions. This prompted many to exclaim praise for Su Yang's consideration, recognizing how remarkably beneficial this event had been. Chapter 63. I have one I will certainly participate in next time, thought Wen Xiaoxia, her eyes ablaze with determination. On Saturday, the viewership ratings for the Emperor of the Wild and Pet Spirits were updated yet again. However, by now, few were concerned about these figures, as the suspense had largely dissipated. No matter how much the Emperor of the Wild improved, it could not rival Pet Spirits. The Emperor of the Wild garnered a rating of 1841, while Pet Spirits achieved a rating of 2014. Even though the Emperor of the Wild had returned to its normal storyline, it was of little consequence. Pet Spirits had already established a significant advantage in the early phase. Now, Han Feng could only hope for one miraculous solution, to pray for Su Yang to make an error. Perhaps then, there might still be a chance to turn the tide. Yet, even Han Feng understood how unrealistic such hopes were. To wish for the misfortune of others is far less beneficial than to strive for personal improvement. Alas, must the esteemed Han Feng ultimately face defeat? His devoted fans have finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Please, Han Feng, I do not wish to witness your downfall. Oh, let us beseech the benevolent Su Yang to grant Han Feng clemency. Surely, with his kindness, he would acquiesce. They are truly unwilling to see Han Feng bested by Su Yang. Given Su Yang's current prowess, what future remains for Han Feng? All mainstream platforms would be inaccessible to him, and a popular author like Han Feng, devoid of platform support, would suffer tremendous losses. How ironic it is that they now seek Su Yang's favor. Why did they lack this awareness earlier? It seems they only scramble for assistance now that Han Feng is on the brink of defeat. Is it not a game they cannot afford to lose? If they had no intention of playing, they should have refrained from participating altogether. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. I wonder, if Su Yang were in a precarious position, would they agree to spare him? The two fan bases have long been adversaries, making it implausible for anyone to consent to such a notion, unless Su Yang himself were to utter such words. How disheartening! Is there truly no hope left? Han Feng gazed at the data on the screen, overwhelmed with despair for the first time. He had risen to fame, believing himself on par with any of his contemporaries. To his astonishment, he found himself outmatched by Su Yang, who had debuted later and whom he had previously disregarded. He lamented the folly of underestimating him. Han Feng had often pondered the what-ifs, yet sadly, in this world, the most daunting concept is that of if, for there are no alternatives. At the Sun Animation Production Company, Su Yang received the day's sales report, which had surpassed 20,000 orders. He was taken aback by the figures. Su Yu observed his surprise and remarked, "Do you not recall your own actions a few days ago, my good President Su? The appreciation event you hosted has significantly elevated the perception of our toys among netizens, establishing a reputation for quality. Now, many believe that apart from our factory's products, all other toys are inferior. Surprised by this revelation, Su-Yang scratched his head, astonished. I merely aim to address those seeking to provoke us. I never intended to offend my peers. Suya rolled her eyes. Who would believe such a claim? You cannot even convince me. Su-Yang chuckled awkwardly. Am I truly that powerless? With a sigh, Suya expressed her concerns. I wonder how you plan to handle matters a month from now. Are you truly unwilling to let Hanfeng go? At this, Su-Yang smiled. Not at all. After all, harmony breeds prosperity. There is no need to force a strong opponent into a corner. Suya nodded. Now that resembles the Su-Yang I know. Very well, I understand. Watching Suya rush in and out with such fervor, one couldn't help but shake their head, noticing her increasingly prominent managerial demeanor. Well, now that profits have been secured, it is indeed time to resume operations at the toy factory under her command. If large toys cannot be produced, small toys can certainly be made. He is well aware of the capabilities of the Sun Toy Factory. Moreover, there is no immediate need to expand production. Simply creating some small trinkets will suffice, making the Sun Toy Factory entirely adequate for the task. He promptly informed Li Liang and Zhang Yu of this news, enabling them to commence preparations. Currently, relying solely on toy sales, they are generating tens of thousands daily. Additionally, considering the animation broadcast fees that are settled every few days by the end of the month, after deducting various expenses, the net income would amount to no less than 2 million, possibly even surpassing 1 million. Congratulations, Mr. Su-Yang. Your debts have been officially cleared today. Wishing you a delightful life, a new month dawns. The competition with Hanfeng is nearing its conclusion, and Su-Yang has finally repaid his loans, with several million still remaining in his account. The feeling of wealth is truly delightful. Su-Yang mused. As for Pokemon, I can now completely delegate the responsibilities, focusing solely on the script while the post-production will be handled by others. However, it is time to recruit several new voice actors, as the current storyline features an increasing number of characters. Su-Yang alone cannot manage all the voiceovers, and Suya is also insufficient for the task. It is indeed time to expand the team and enrich the roster of voice actors. The first step is to enlarge the workspace. After discussing with Zhang Bowen, he arranged to rent an adjacent room. Sister Ye, this will serve as the voice acting studio. You take the lead on the relevant project proposals. I need it ready for use within half a month. The budget is around 2 million, including the purchase of necessary equipment. Upon being summoned by Su-Yang and receiving such a multitude of tasks, Suya immediately retorted, I knew it. My dear CEO wouldn't call me over without any ulterior motives. This heavy burden is going to crush me. No, I must hire an assistant. Su-Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems prudent. Thus, he allocated an additional 200,000 for Suya's budget. When CEO Su makes a move, he truly is generous. All right then, I await your good news. Upon hearing the ample budget, Suya joyfully bounced away. The competition has concluded. Su-Yang turned back to the computer screen, reflecting on how swiftly the past 2 months have flown by. Now, Pokemon has reached its 20th episode. His success has consistently overshadowed Hanfeng, leaving no room for him to surpass. With today's results revealed, Hanfeng trailed behind by 34 points. There was no doubt that Su-Yang emerged victorious. He opened the dynamic editing box of Loveblog and typed, under the cold wind. The results of the competition have been announced. I have emerged victorious, and I graciously accept your concession. Chapter 64, Voice Acting Recruitment. However, a writer of your caliber should continue to shine brightly. These past 2 months, spent in your company, have been filled with creative fervor and considerable pressure, and I hope to continue in this manner in the future. The previously established wager is hereby rendered void. As for the matter of the million compensation, I propose you donate it to those truly in need in impoverished regions. What do you think? Upon clicking send, Su-Yang anticipated the stir that would erupt online. Nevertheless, he felt that this approach was quite prudent. It preserved the dignity of the esteemed Cold Wind while exacting a price from him. As for whether Cold Wind would harbor resentment or gratitude, that was no longer his concern. Yet, one could surmise that even if Cold Wind felt ungrateful, he would still have to acknowledge it. At the very least, his fans would be delighted. Indeed, just as he had envisioned, once his post on Loveblog was published, it instantly ignited a frenzy among Cold Wind's supporters. Thank you so much, Su-Yang. Su-Yang, you are a good person. Woohoo! Cold Wind doesn't have to leave. This is wonderful. Cold Wind's fans had finally witnessed what they longed to see. In that moment, they experienced an inexplicable sense of achievement, as if their sincerity had moved Su Yang, prompting him to change his mind and spare Cold Wind from hardship. Humph. Now you see the goodness of Su Yang. Although they were somewhat reluctant to see Su Yang let him off the hook so easily, ultimately, it was Su Yang's decision. And they had no objections. Having one more friend and one less enemy is a wise choice. The readers of Su Yang did not express much dissent. This was something many had already anticipated. What a pretender. Upon seeing this post, Cold Wind felt rather displeased. All the goodwill was attributed to Su Yang, and he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, he would appear ungrateful. Congratulations, Su Yang. He promptly published a response on Love Blog, acknowledging Su Yang's gesture. Reluctantly, he had to concede that this development would alleviate many of his burdens. He would only need to part with $1 million, rather than leaving the mainstream platform, which would involve penalties that would leave him utterly exasperated. For even if he were to sell himself, he could not afford such a cost. That said, he truly ought to express his gratitude. But that is where it ends. Moving forward, he would no longer underestimate anyone. He was confident in his ability to triumph over any opponent through his own strength. With this matter settled, he could now devote his attention to voice acting. With the wager with Cold Wind concluded, Su Yang could breathe a sigh of relief. He could begin to tackle voice acting and related tasks, entering the relevant information into Love Blog and sending it out. The same information has been entered on the musical notes as well. What? Is Su Yang recruiting voice actors? Many netizens were utterly astonished upon hearing this news. How could this be? Hasn't the voice acting been proceeding smoothly all along? Could there be some unforeseen circumstances? They were perplexed, especially since there hadn't been any recent news regarding the Sun Toy Factory. Meanwhile, the media found themselves in a quandary. Should they publish news about Su Yang reconciling with Han Feng, or should they report on Su Yang's sudden recruitment of voice actors? Was there some hidden agenda behind this? It was truly a dilemma, difficult to decide. However, the netizens were not as contemplative. They simply wanted to understand why Su Yang had suddenly sought voice actors. Everything had seemed fine before. Countless episodes of Pet Little Spirits had proceeded without issue. This abrupt recruitment, was there a problem with the voice acting? Please no. They truly did not wish to witness such a scenario. An anime without suitable voice acting would lack soul. They had grown accustomed to the current voices, and a sudden change would leave them quite disoriented. A multitude of people flocked to the comments section of Su Yang's blog, inquiring about what had transpired and how such astonishing news had emerged. Could it be that everyone has misunderstood something? When did I ever say there was an issue with our voice acting? Wipe sweat. Upon seeing the flood of comments, Su Yang felt a sense of exasperation. Since everyone was asking, he decided to provide a unified response. Currently, the voice acting is solely managed by him and Suya. However, as the number of characters in the storyline continues to grow, the two of them are finding it increasingly challenging to manage. Thus, they are recruiting new voice actors to take on additional roles. Rest assured, the voices of the characters you have grown accustomed to will not change. Of course, you can also take a guess at which roles I have voiced. This revelation left the initially worried netizens utterly astounded, as if they had just stumbled upon a juicy piece of gossip. Did I just read that correctly? The old rascal is telling me that among all these characters, there are only 2 voice actors. The old rascal is voicing characters himself? Hey, old rascal, don't tell me you have too many talents? You can voice act too? Isn't that a bit surprising? Aren't you just the owner of a toy company? My goodness. Has your company fallen into such dire straits that you even have to take on voice acting yourself? Among the astonished netizens was Wen Xiaoxia, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to participate in this voice acting recruitment. Since Su Yang is accepting part-time roles, it is simply perfect for her. She has always enjoyed voice acting, thinking it would remain a mere hobby throughout her life. But now, she has the chance to let her voice be heard by all netizens. How could she resist such temptation, especially within her favorite anime? The mere thought that her name would grace the list of voice actors after each episode's conclusion filled her with exhilaration. Participation. With swift determination. When Xiaoxia opened the registration channel, diligently filled out the required information, and scheduled an interview for the role. To be candid, the character she yearned to audition for the most was undoubtedly Pikachu, the true protagonist. Yet, upon reflection, she doubted that such a role would be within her reach. Even if she applied, she likely wouldn't be selected. She wondered, could I have a chance, given that my voice is often likened to Xiaoxia's by friends. Though she herself did not share that sentiment, nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. At that moment, a multitude of individuals were registering, particularly many girls who were resolutely determined not to miss this opportunity, even if they were not chosen. Merely catching a glimpse of Su Yang would be exhilarating enough to sustain their excitement for an entire year. Recently, a sales attendant from a clothing store at Iwu Plaza garnered immense envy from fellow peers in their circle after she captured a photo with Su Yang. After all, such candid shots are rare, and once Su Yang achieves fame, they will be even more valuable. Chapter 65. Why are you so lucky? Hee Su. It seems you are quite popular among the girls, Suya remarked as she handed her registration information to Su Yang, teasingly. Well, it's merely because I created a popular anime. Otherwise, with my looks, I wouldn't even be able to find a wife in our village, Su Yang chuckled. Acknowledging his appearance was merely passable. How modest of you, my dear Su. While your looks may not be exceptionally handsome, they certainly have the charm to captivate many young girls. If I were to give you a makeover, you wouldn't fall short of those so-called popular young idols. Suya giggled, leaving Su Yang speechless. It seemed Suya had taken to teasing him more frequently of late. As Su Yang was preparing for the voice acting matters, a sudden phone call interrupted him. Director Fong, what brings you here today? Su Yang greeted cheerfully upon answering the call. Teacher Su, you jest. I wouldn't dare to be so casual in your presence. Just call me Brother Fong, replied Fong Kuan, the director of the children's channel. Haha, I forgot. Please forgive me. So what brings you to seek me out today, Brother Fong? As the conversation turned serious, Fong Kuan's tone shifted to one of gravity, tinged with a hint of apprehension. Teacher Su, your Pokemon series will continue to air on our children's channel, won't it? Upon hearing this, Su Yang instantly grasped the intent of Fong Kuan's inquiry, chuckling softly. Brother Fong, why would you think otherwise? It's airing quite well on the children's channel. Why would we suddenly stop? Do you think I'm out of my mind, abandoning something that works so well? Upon hearing these words, Fong Kuan felt an immediate sense of reassurance and jokingly replied, indeed, Teacher Su Yang is exceedingly wise and would never engage in such behavior. I shall not disturb you any longer, Teacher Su Yang. With that, he ended the call. As he set down the phone, Fong Kuan exhaled deeply, a smile naturally gracing his face. These past 2 months had truly felt like a dream, and he was grateful for the favor of fate. Originally, Fong Kuan believed that last month marked the end of his professional career. However, to his astonishment, a delightful surprise descended from the heavens. Su Yang had chosen their children's channel as the venue for the competition and brought along 2 popular animated series. Consequently, he watched as the ratings for his channel gradually ascended. Both the results and the buzz surged rapidly, propelling them from the last position to surpass their competitors, ultimately stabilizing their standing. Now, with the robust Pokemon showing no signs of departure, he felt it was time to introduce even more exceptional animations. He was confident that his superiors would endorse this notion. What ranking might we achieve? If we could break into the top 5, my justification for requesting funding would be even stronger. Over the past 2 months, the most frequently uttered words directed at Fong Kuan were expressions of envy regarding his fortuitous circumstances. How could they not share in such serendipity? With a brilliant animation falling into his lap? It was infuriating. As Fong Kuan pondered this, a man resembling a secretary entered, exclaiming joyfully, Director, the national television rankings have been released. We are ranked 6th. There's no need to worry about being caught. He continued, our superiors have instructed us to expedite the diversification of animation genres, striving to introduce more outstanding works to enrich our programming and cultivate a diverse cultural landscape. As he spoke, he handed a document to Fong Kuan. Upon opening it, Fong Kuan immediately burst into laughter. Ha, splendid. Although we did not secure 5th place, 6th is still quite impressive. I'll treat everyone tonight. Let us meet at Shuiyun Pavilion at 7:30. Upon hearing this, the secretary joyfully exclaimed, Director, you're magnificent. Fong Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Do not thank me. We owe our gratitude to Teacher Su Yang. Without him, we would not have achieved this today. The secretary nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Time swiftly passed, and another half-month flew by. My dear General Manager Su, next time you embark on such a grand project, do let me know in advance. Otherwise, it might truly be overwhelming. Suya, visibly fatigued, handed the completed documents from the voiceover studio to Su Yang, who was accompanied by a middle-aged woman. General Manager, allow me to introduce my new assistant, Hua Lijuan. Su Yang turned to see Hua Lijuan, who appeared gentle and elegant, nodding at him with a serene expression. Hello, General Manager Su. Su Yang mused inwardly. It seems she is not an ordinary individual. With a cheerful greeting, she said, Hello, I look forward to your assistance with Sister Yer. Hua Lijuan nodded, assuring, I will certainly not let you or Manager Su down. Su Yang acknowledged her with a nod, and then Suya led Hua Lijuan away. In the newly completed dubbing studio, the first user, Su Yang, made his entrance. Pika Pika, Pika Pika, Pika. Various voices of Pikachu, distinguishing different characters, emanated from Su Yang's lips. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. We, the legendary rockets of the galaxy, Meow, are just like this. Indeed, the entire Team Rocket was voiced by Su Yang alone. Should this come to light, it would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment. Impressive as always, Mr. Su. Your skills are becoming increasingly refined. Yet, I have always been curious. It seems you have never formally studied voice acting. So how can you so effortlessly produce such a variety of sounds? Suya questioned, gazing at Su Yang with skepticism until he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Finally, he replied, Could it be that true talent exists in this world? Su Yang smirked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Of course, we are precisely such individuals. Suya then inquired, Mr. Su, the candidates for the voice acting auditions will be arriving this afternoon. Are you prepared? There are quite a few professionals among them, and I believe we may discover several outstanding voice actors this time. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am eager to see how many will be successfully selected. The anticipation thrilled him. With all these professionals, the competition would surely be fierce. Outside the building housing Sunlight Animation Media, a girl with a few freckles timidly asked, Achio, do you think I will really be selected? Hearing this, a tall and polished girl beside her exclaimed, Xiaoxia, you silly goose. You've made it this far. Why doubt yourself now? Where is your usual brave and cheerful spirit? Are you so intimidated by your idol, Su Yang? How will you ever catch his eye like this? Upon hearing the tall girl's words, Xiaoxia reflected and realized her folly. Why should she be so timid? At worst, she simply wouldn't be chosen. The girl named Achio nodded in agreement. Exactly. Who is afraid of whom? Perhaps even the professionals may not secure a spot. Xiaoxia, believe in yourself. You are the best. Such sentiments echoed outside the building, where an array of handsome men and beautiful women gathered, all eager to head towards the same destination. Naturally, they were sizing each other up, speculating who might emerge as their rival. However, the nuances of their competition remained imperceptible to them. Hello, Su. Teacher Su Yang. Despite having reassured herself countless times to remain calm, she found the nerves creeping back in. However, when standing before Su Yang, when Xiaoxia found herself momentarily bereft of words, utterly at a loss as to what she should convey. Do not be anxious. Simply embrace your chosen character and prepare your emotions, and you may begin. Su Yang observed the girl before him, adorned with faint freckles, and perceived no remarkable distinction in her. If one were to pinpoint a singular feature, it would undoubtedly be her bright, expressive eyes, which lent her an air of vitality. I can commence now. After several minutes of preparation, when Xiaoxia signaled to Su Yang that she was ready to begin, she had chosen Pikachu and a newly released female character. Naturally, Su Yang felt no discontent regarding her selection of the character Xiaoxia. It was indeed beneficial to explore various options. Would there be a chance of being chosen? When Xiaoxia was the 30th to audition, having witnessed several professional voice actors perform before her, she felt dwarfed by their talent, causing her self-doubt to swell. Yet, despite her trepidation, she resolved to press on. However, as she began to speak, she noticed Su Yang's furrowed brow, which instantly chilled her spirit. It was evident that Su Yang was dissatisfied with her performance, further diminishing her confidence for what was to follow. After attempting several characters, she became acutely aware of her own deficiencies, leading her to a deeper sense of discouragement. Thank you for your audition. Su Yang maintained his customary politeness. Yet when Xiaoxia was engulfed in despair, she inquired, Teacher Su Yang, did I perform terribly? Su Yang shook his head. No, it wasn't that bad. But there is certainly room for improvement. Of course, as a non-professional, you will naturally fall short when compared to seasoned voice actors. However, from the perspective of an ordinary person, your abilities are commendable. Alas, it seems your vocal tone does not align well with this cute character. Should I have other projects in the future, perhaps you could audition again. Upon hearing this, when Xiaoxia's heart sank completely, there was no ambiguity in Su Yang's words. She had not been selected. Her abilities were simply not on par with those of the professional voice actors. Being personally rejected by her idol intensified her despondency. As for Su Yong's suggestion of auditioning for future projects, she dismissed it entirely as mere politeness. If she were to take that seriously, it would indeed render her existence futile thus far. How did it go, Xiaoxia? Were you selected? At the entrance, her friend, a girl named Chiu, eagerly inquired. However, upon catching sight of Xiaoxia's expression, she tentatively asked, "You weren't chosen, were you?" When Xiaoxia nodded, overwhelmed with frustration. "Chiu, am I truly lacking in ability?" She lamented, her face a mask of despair. How could I possibly compete with those professionals? Teacher Su Yang had consoled her, suggesting that there would be other opportunities in the future for her to try again. Chiu, upon hearing this, gently patted her shoulder. "Don't lose heart. What if, in the end, you were chosen?" When Xiaoxia's despondency deepened. Chiu, you're teasing me. With those professional voice actors around, how could I possibly stand a chance? When Xiaoxia's rejection did not leave a significant impression on Su Yang. To him, she was merely a transient figure they had crossed paths with. Future collaborations would be a matter for another time, should fate allow it. Sister Yer, which individuals do you think we should select from this list? Upon returning to the office, Su Yang summoned Su Ye to help him make a decision. That will depend on what our general manager thinks. Su Ye replied with a grin. If Su Yang only desires strong talent, regardless of looks, then we should choose those with robust abilities. However, if he wishes to balance both charm and capability, then we should initially hire those who possess both qualities, and seek out the lacking talents from those who were not selected. Su Yang nodded in agreement. It made sense. In that case, we shall opt for those who embody both beauty and strength. As the company progresses, perhaps corresponding plans could be devised, treating voice actors as stars to nurture, ultimately allowing them to transition freely between the limelight and behind the scenes. Su Ye was taken aback by Su Yang's words. This was a path she had never contemplated. Truly, General Manager, you come up with such brilliant ideas. It seems it could spark quite a sensation. If developed fully, it might even create a new industry. Although Su Ye felt her capabilities were somewhat limited, she could already envision the promising prospects such a vision could bring. However, this might lead others to misunderstand, thinking that Su Yang was merely a lecher, choosing only those with high beauty standards. Sighing, Su Yang shook his head, hoping his reputation would not suffer too severely. As he had anticipated, when the list of approved candidates was released, it immediately sparked considerable debate online. The uproar arose from those who, despite their evident talent, were overlooked due to insufficient looks. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Su Yang's selections were predominantly female, resulting in a significant reduction of male voice actors in the mix. Seriously, Su Yang, I thought you would be different. Who knew you were just another face value person? The comments continued. Why is this happening? Su Yang, you are selecting voice actors, not concubines. Why must beauty be a criterion for selection? We demand an explanation. Though I believe it's natural for someone like you to want attractive ladies, it genuinely leaves me feeling disheartened. Is it impossible for those without looks to rise in this world? Many individuals online have expressed their discontent regarding Su Yang's recent actions, which have significantly tarnished his image. In Chapter 67, Bewildering Behavior, the unexpected leverage against him was entirely unforeseen by Ma Yuming and his associates. Initially, Ma Yuming had exerted considerable effort to undermine Su Yang, but to no avail. Now, however, the opportunity to exploit his own missteps presents itself. Thrilled by this turn of events, Ma Yuming promptly invested in trending topics to vilify Su Yang through public opinion. Furthermore, if Su Yang indeed prioritized looks, dismissing so many talented voice actors, then it would be fortuitous for him to recruit these individuals for his own video platform, thereby cultivating an image of humility and respect within his company. In due course, those he welcomes will likely assist in dismantling Su Yang's reputation. Su Yang, you have truly miscalculated this time, Ma Yuming mused, recognizing the validity of his thoughts. Young and impetuous, Su Yang, now wealthy, would naturally indulge in life's pleasures, reveling in the company of attractive individuals. It seems entirely reasonable. After all, Su Yang is merely a talented upstart, is he not? Su Yang, could it be that you were dismissed due to a lack of physical appeal? Meanwhile, at the music note review department, when Xiaoxia remained disheartened, yet, she pondered that Su Yang should not be perceived as a mere lecher. She recalled his demeanor during the interview, where he displayed no signs of being captivated by the tall, attractive candidates, treating everyone with the same respect regardless of appearance. Why then did he opt for those with striking looks? Although it is true that beauty can be a considerable asset, the online community may misconstrue his intentions. As she suspected, numerous users on the Music Note platform soon began to question Su Yang, expressing their disappointment and joining the chorus of criticism. Ironically, Su Yang refrained from issuing any clarifications, which only heightened her anxiety. Despite the disappointment of the unselected voice actors, her fondness for Pokemon compelled her to support Su Yang. In no time, major news outlets began publishing headlines regarding the situation. Penguin News declared, "Beauty above all." Su Yang ultimately reveals his true nature. Today's quick news question: voice actor selection? In reality, a search for a concubine. The decline of popular author Su Yang. Imagination daily pondered, with a multitude of beautiful women at his disposal. Does Su Yang intend to change careers? Such sensationalist headlines quickly captured the attention of netizens, given the existing resentment among those who felt overlooked. The media's coverage only exacerbated the situation, stirring public sentiment against Su Yang and demanding an explanation from him. Sunshine Animation Media Company. Mr. Su, have you seen the overwhelming public sentiment outside? Should you not address the concerns of the online community? Suya presented the intelligence she had gathered, showing Su Yang the news circulating in mainstream media. Among the reports, several provocative topics had unexpectedly emerged, and he was one of the sources. If this continued, it could lead to trouble. Clearly, there were individuals behind the scenes aiming to tarnish his reputation. Listening to Su Ya's words, Su Yang nodded in agreement. It was indeed necessary for him to clarify the situation. Otherwise, people might genuinely perceive him as a lecher. If the voice actors selected began to think this way, it would create even more complications. Su Yang certainly did not wish for these talented individuals to resort to unscrupulous means in pursuit of greater gain. Consequently, he decided to publish a post on his blog. Dear netizens, the reason for selecting voice actors with striking appearances is intrinsically linked to our future operational strategies. How should I illustrate this? It is akin to a beautifully crafted dish requiring an exquisite packaging. Please trust me, I, Su Yang, am far from a lecher. If I were indeed such, I could simply disregard capability and choose solely based on looks and physique. As for the specific purpose of selecting these visually appealing voice actors, I am confident that you will soon discover the answer. Stay tuned for the announcement of our forthcoming product. Regarding whether netizens would accept his explanation, he believed that there would still be discerning individuals online. Moreover, time would eventually heal all wounds, and most spectators would habitually forget such matters, just as Su Yang anticipated. Following the release of his post, the outcry against him on the internet significantly diminished. Numerous individuals expressed curiosity about the operational methods he mentioned. Naturally, there was heightened anticipation regarding the connection between this and the upcoming product launch. It felt as though the cunning trickster was concocting something grand, sparking a wave of curiosity. I too found myself intrigued, wondering what innovative approach the trickster would employ in the realm of voice acting. With this thought, my anticipation for the imminent product unveiling intensified. Penguin Video. What tricks was this fellow up to? The selection of attractive voice actors was linked to his forthcoming operational strategy. Ma Yuming was perplexed, pondering the correlation. He mused that if this strategy proved effective, given Penguin's financial capabilities, promoting it would be a matter of moments. At that point, Su Yang, do not blame me for borrowing your techniques. Originally, he had hoped to see Su Yang's reputation severely damaged through this incident. However, Su Yang's post had considerably diminished the online uproar. He had to concede that Su Yang maintained a commendable image in this regard. Netizens were indeed receptive to his narrative. Of course, this did not hinder him from recruiting those talented voice actors who had been overlooked by Su Yang. He felt it was a lucrative opportunity to acquire such exceptional employees without expending any effort. Nevertheless, I too wish to ascertain the true abilities of these chosen voice actors. I hope they possess more than mere looks. He soon became aware of the imminent airing of a new episode of Pokemon. It was evident that Su Yang was not a person of superficiality. Upon seeing Su Yang's recent post, when Xiaoxia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, what could this new operational method entail? Why was it related to appearance? When Xiaoxia was quite curious about this connection, what possible correlation could exist between the two? No matter how she pondered, she could not discern any relationship. After all, voice acting is not a performance that takes place on stage. Why should appearance matter? Isn't it sufficient for a voice actor to possess a perfect voice? Surely, Voice actors cannot be expected to resemble actors in glamour. What kind of innovation could Soo-young possibly introduce this time? When Xiaoxia expressed her keen anticipation, naturally, such matters attracted the attention of critics. A critic named Gao Xiaoyan took to social media to voice his thoughts. I do not comprehend Soo-young's reasoning. Must voice actors also be judged on their looks? Does he believe that those with higher attractiveness perform better? Or does he think that voice actors ought to possess the qualities of actors? I deem this behavior perplexing. Could it be that the voice actors he trains might eventually encroach upon the realm of acting? Will he soon establish a voice actor training institution? Chapter 68. The photographic project sparks online excitement despite having been publicly contradicted by Soo-young on numerous occasions. Gao Xiaoyan remained undeterred, continuing to engage without fear. After all, having faced embarrassment so many times, what was one more instance? Yet this time, Soo-young surprisingly responded to him, stating, "Indeed, that is precisely how I think." This revelation immediately captured the attention of many. Was Soo-young genuinely planning to train voice actors as if they were actors? How would this align with reality? Would he send a group of individuals with no acting experience into performance? Wasn't he that absurd? Surely, being Soo-young would not exempt him from the norms of the industry. This was bound to incite a wave of criticism. The mere thought of such developments thrilled numerous media outlets. They eagerly anticipated this occurrence, as it would provide ample material for their reporting. They were enamored with Soo-young, as the news was abundant. Though they were perplexed about Soo-young's true intentions, this did not deter their enthusiasm. However, these discussions online significantly impacted the newly recruited voice actors. "Sister Soo, what exactly does teacher Soo-young want us to do? Is it merely voice acting?" One asked. "Yes. Sister Soo, I came here solely for voice acting. I am not cut out for acting," another chimed in. Faced with the chatter of these young women, Suya felt a headache coming on. Rest assured, you need not concern yourselves with those online rumors. Things will not be as outrageous as they suggest. You are now the voice actors, and as for the future developments, we shall keep you informed at the earliest opportunity, ensuring complete transparency. The remuneration you receive will correspond directly to the work you undertake. Suya reassured this group of young women, asking, "If you do not trust me, can you not place your faith in teacher Soo-young?" She continued, "If teacher Soo-young were seeking women, would he not find those more beautiful than you? I believe you are all aware of Soo-young's current reputation. It is inconceivable that any exploitative practices akin to a heartless factory would occur." With Suya's assurances, the group felt at ease. A few days later, a new episode was released. Following its airing, the online criticisms of Soo-young significantly diminished. It became evident to any discerning viewer that the skills of these voice actors were indeed formidable. Undoubtedly, their performances resonated perfectly with the characters, creating a delightful auditory experience. Soo-young did not merely prioritize looks. While the individuals he selected were indeed attractive, their talents were equally remarkable. Given this, what further doubts could remain? Initially, the skepticism centered around the notion that Soo-young had chosen a mere assembly of pretty faces. However, the evidence now proved otherwise. Astonished, the audience exclaimed, "Brothers, you must see the voice actor list." Pikachu was voiced by the renowned Lao Tse himself. A user under the moniker Tsang Hai Yisheng Xiao suddenly initiated a discussion on Weijia. Many netizens, upon seeing the post, widened their eyes in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. "No way, Lao Tse can voice act too? My heavens, he can even do this?" It dawned on them that prior to recruiting others, Lao Tse had voiced the majority of the characters himself. As they gazed at the densely packed list of Soo-young's name among the voice actors, the netizens were truly taken aback. It was unfathomable that a single person could portray so many distinct characters, each with their own unique personalities. My word, how many more surprises does Soo-young have in store for us? The netizens were genuinely flabbergasted. They had never anticipated that an anime creator could also be a voice actor, and moreover, do so with such finesse, exhibiting no sense of incongruity. Suddenly, they found themselves envious of these voice actors. It was the first time they had seen someone meticulously list the names of voice actors. Once again, Tsang Hai Yisheng Xiao shared his sentiments, which garnered widespread agreement. "Indeed, I have only now realized this. Most anime merely disclose the names of the creators and artists, while the voice actors remain overlooked. It stands to reason that the voice actors at Taiyang Animation Media must feel immense pride in their contributions, knowing that netizens acknowledge each of their roles. Surely, this is a matter of great pride, one that could not occur elsewhere." Su-young could not have anticipated that simply including the names of the voice actors would spark such a significant uproar online. Is it possible that people in this world lack such a custom? Observing the commotion he inadvertently caused, Su-young was left utterly bewildered. He expressed that his actions were genuinely driven by his heart, without any intention to win over people's affections through deceitful means. However, the external perception was decidedly different. How audacious it was to boast about such a crude method of garnering goodwill. It seemed as though anyone could achieve the same, and besides, what merit was there in adding the voice actor's name? The audience cherished the characters, not the voices behind them. Many owners of anime production companies were quite displeased with this. Now, it appeared as if Su-young were some kind-hearted benefactor. After all, they were all capitalists. Why should Su-young earn money and gain a favorable reputation? Regrettably, such an easy way to win hearts was something they were unwilling to pursue. Yet, after someone else had done it, they were left feeling disgruntled. You are quite something, President Su. You effortlessly secured the public's trust and established a distinctive image for our company. Suya greatly admired Su-young's actions. Oh, really? That sounds wonderful. Su-young replied with a grin, then turned serious. How is the photo shoot project we discussed a few days ago coming along? Upon hearing the matter at hand, Suya also became earnest. It should be nearly ready. I imagine your readers will be thrilled. No one has ever attempted this model before. But you must find a reliable filming team. I do not wish to see these young ladies fall into any predicaments. In response to Suya's caution, Su-young nodded. Rest assured, Sister Yair, you know me well enough. I am not a heartless boss. Moreover, this is aimed at all internet users. I cannot afford to be reckless. Hearing this, Suya nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. However, when Suya conveyed this news to the voice actors, they instantly expressed significant dissent. What? A photo shoot? Are you joking? Absolutely not. I cannot accept this. I came here to voice characters, not to sell myself. The term photo shoot sounded utterly vulgar to them. How could they accept such a notion? Would they be perceived as akin to those women online? Did they intend to sacrifice their reputations? Witnessing the intense reactions from the crowd, Suya could not help but smile wryly. Ladies, you are completely misunderstanding the concept. This photo shoot is not what you envision. We only need you to wear different outfits and take some stylized photographs. Chapter 69. Let us have a passionate drama. Suya looked at everyone with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, there will absolutely be no revealing clothing. And the filming location will be within the company premises. I will accompany you throughout the process. Should you have any grievances, feel free to voice them. I will never evade responsibility. Upon hearing Suya's assurances, the crowd remained somewhat skeptical. Really? Suya placed her hands on her hips. Am I capable of deceiving you? We are not a scam company intending to exploit you through these photographs and then extort you. You are aware of teacher Su-young's works, right? What kind of popularity and income should you have in mind? It is simply inconceivable that one would resort to deceit. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. It was previously established that no revealing photographs were to be taken. Someone sought further confirmation. Suya nodded, exhibiting remarkable patience, of course. We will also be conducting popularity voting. Those with higher acclaim and more favored photos will garner greater resources and income. However, let me make it clear. Suya's expression turned stern, warning that should anyone stray down a dubious path, they should not expect her to be lenient. The crowd nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. While some may have harbored such intentions, they were swiftly dissuaded. Within the company, Suya is their superior. Her authority surpasses that of Su-young. Defying her will is a serious matter, and they fully comprehend the potential consequences. Online, what exactly is the new operational method that the old rogue has proposed? Aren't you curious, my friends? How could one not be? Yet, curiosity yields little, as it remains utterly inscrutable. Regarding the recent stir caused by Su-young's recruitment of new voice actors, netizens have not forgotten so quickly. Thus, when Su-young announced that the influx of attractive voice actors was part of the company's new operational strategy, expectations soared. What could this new approach entail? Moreover, Su-young hinted that it is related to the upcoming new product. This undoubtedly heightened curiosity further. What connection could there possibly be? Could it involve exclusive toys for the voice actors? That seems improbable. Consequently, anticipation for Su-young's next product launch has intensified. Mr. Su, please confirm. This is the company for our photo shoot. Suya swiftly selected the appropriate firm, and upon reviewing the details, Su-young found it to be the Viewing Photo Art Gallery. After perusing the pertinent reviews, the shop's decor, and the photographer's portfolios, he nodded in approval, deeming it satisfactory. He felt assured with Suya's choices. "How is it going, Mr. Su? Have you thought of the new plot for the work?" Suya inquired, as it was the season of the regional alliance competition, to create a more outstanding piece. Suyang had recently found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Suya felt for him, yet as she was not a writer, she could only strive to alleviate his stress in any way possible. Fortunately, the recent plot ideas had been relatively promising, and he had not encountered any particularly daunting challenges. However, Su Yang's recent state appeared to be somewhat lacking. This is related to the sudden increase in his recent activities. The ease of creation he once experienced has slightly diminished of late. He often encounters creative blocks and frequently finds himself dissatisfied with the unfolding narrative. Even after numerous revisions, the storyline remains less than ideal, never reaching that enchanting state of effortless creation. It feels akin to squeezing toothpaste, which leaves Su Yang feeling rather distressed. Fortunately, the narrative does not entirely stall. With the original work in his mind as a reference, the accelerated plot still maintains a commendable quality. Is it perhaps due to a lack of exercise lately? Su Yang speculates about his recent lack of vigor. Perhaps it is time to enhance his physical regimen. Over the past 2 months, he has scarcely engaged in any meaningful exercise. His constitution has never been particularly robust. If he does not bolster his fitness, he fears he may struggle to manage the increasingly demanding workload ahead. It is indeed a laborious task, yet he feels he has no right to complain of fatigue. Reflecting humorously, he thinks, earning several $100,000 a month, what is there to be tired about? It has become a habit. For the next piece, perhaps he could craft something more mature and fervent. Although Pokemon has garnered substantial affection from online audiences, many still hope Su Yang will create a work brimming with passion and intensity, as Yejin had anticipated. They indeed seek solace, yet upon reflection, they discover a deep-seated yearning for fervor. This may very well explain why the market for passionate themes has thrived for so long, as it resonates with humanity's intrinsic desires for such narratives. However, he might opt for an unconventional take on the passionate theme, considering that many perceive him as someone who consistently defies conventions. Perhaps a work that is passionate yet not entirely so, melancholic yet not fully healing, akin to Akame Ga Kill, Guilty Crown, or A Silent Voice. He chuckles to himself, pondering the possibility of delivering a piece reminiscent of Akame Ga Kill. Yejin suddenly recalls watching this anime, initially expecting it to be a typical monster-slaying story, only to discover it was profoundly healing. He was moved to tears, taking quite some time to regain his composure. Indeed, the narrative is brief, well-received, and not overly mainstream. Yet, everyone who has been recommended to watch it has praised it, making it easily accessible to audiences. After all, it is short enough to finish in one sitting. Well, it's decided then, Akame Ga Kill it is. Entering the system, he exchanged 5 million reputation points for the corresponding items. He then opened his computer and began to draw, once dreaming of gallivanting with a sword. Who would have thought he would perish just outside the village? While humming, Su Yang's focus was particularly sharp. Unlike Pokemon, this work is an exquisite masterpiece, flawless in its narrative, visuals, and overall aesthetic. Su Yang, fully aware of the gravity of the task at hand, diligently elevated his artistic abilities to an impressive level within the system. He knew that failing to perfect this piece would lead to his own relentless self-criticism. The Night Raid organization, Generalist Death, the decaying empire, and the reformist heroes. While painting, Su Yang reminisced about the related plot, anticipating that it would undoubtedly ignite considerable discussion online. In his previous life, this work was available online for only a few years before being taken down. And what was the reason for its removal? Excessive violence, breaching the regulations for the construction of a harmonious society, inciting minors to engage in fights, fomenting class antagonism, detrimental to unity. Whenever there is a desire to ban an anime, a plethora of justifications can always be unearthed. The only reason Su Yang acknowledged from his past life was the graphic violence. This anime was undeniably brutal, with an array of gruesome deaths depicted, among which decapitation emerged as particularly chilling. When this work was first introduced in his previous life, the absence of a comprehensive rating system indeed led to significant issues and challenges, ultimately resulting in its prohibition. However, in the present day, if the rating system is implemented effectively, it could be broadcasted flawlessly without inciting major controversies. With the experience from his past life, Su Yang was determined not to repeat such mistakes. First and foremost, there was Tazumi. When he watched Akame kill, he found it to be profoundly healing. Yet he could not help but envy Tazumi. After all, to be surrounded by beautiful women in the night raid organization, and to be favored by the stunning and iciest death, what man wouldn't he feel envious? Nonetheless, how many would mistakenly believe Tazumi to be the protagonist? This thought brought a smirk to his lips. It was likely that everyone would think so. After all, appearing prominently in the first act and dressing in a manner distinct from the ordinary surely indicated a central character. Yet, who would have anticipated that Tazumi would ultimately meet his demise? When he first witnessed this plot twist, he was utterly astonished, left in a state of bewilderment, clinging to the hope that some miracle would occur. Alas, it concluded as such. Tazumi truly perished. There was no grand resolution or happy ending. It was then that he realized the true protagonist was Akame, as the title Akame Kill suggested, with a staggering frequency of characters meeting their end, one per episode. Sometimes two. He wondered how many viewers could truly accept this. At least Soo-young, in his earlier experience, could not bear it. After watching 8 episodes, he found himself unable to continue, taking a break for several months before finally returning to watch the series from the beginning once it concluded. Ultimately, I watched the conclusion with tears streaming down my face. As a result, I sank into a deep melancholy for several days, scarcely managing to extricate myself from the oppressive despair of that ending. I cannot be the only one engulfed in such gloom. It is precisely because I have once danced in the rain that I now feel compelled to tear apart the umbrellas of others with fervor. You have felt the evening breeze I have felt. You have endured the rain I have endured. Thus, our lives are rendered complete. Soo-young, humming with satisfaction, was entirely oblivious to Soo-ya's arrival behind him, as she observed him, humming proudly while crafting characters on the computer that bore no resemblance to those from Pokemon. Curiosity tugged at her. On the screen, Soo-young had meticulously organized the plot for the first episode. Yet, it was this very plot that captivated Soo-ya, drawing her into its depths. It was as if the decaying imperial society had materialized before her, where the upper echelons indulged in hedonism, utterly devoid of ambition. Meanwhile, the nation brewed various crises, while the oppressed lower classes suffered in abject misery. The stark emotional dissonance within the narrative rendered Soo-ya unable to maintain her composure. A singular thought surged in her mind: overthrow it, establish a new government. But was the fate of Tazmi's companions not too tragic? Soo-ya involuntarily voiced her concern, only to immediately sense a misstep. She turned to see Soo-young looking at her, a smile gracing his lips. How about it, sister Yer? This plot is quite unique, isn't it? Having just seen it, what do you think of the story? Does it captivate you? Without a moment's hesitation, Soo-ya replied, it is an excellent tale. From the very beginning, I felt an intense sense of suffocation, a strong sense of immersion. However, such a story may not necessarily pass censorship, so you must be prepared for that. If it fails to clear the review, all your efforts will be in vain. Hearing Soo-ya's words, Soo-young chuckled. That is indeed a concern, but life is about taking risks. I have the resources to experiment now. After all, there is no rush to release it. Once he has completed the segments for Pokemon, he will draw whenever time permits, and refrain when it does not. Yet, if it passes review, it could become a truly remarkable anime. Adjusting her glasses, Soo-ya, as a devoted anime enthusiast, expressed her fondness for such narratives. If there were more unconventional plot twists and dazzling world building, along with captivating abilities, it would be even more alluring. Soo-young responded with a grin. Perhaps with the right voice actors, this anime could gain considerable merit. In his past life, the voice acting for this anime was truly exceptional, allowing characters' personalities to be fully realized, rendering them more vibrant. Among the most popular clips from his previous life, there existed a scene from this very series. The cry of being ensnared by malevolent spirits, paired with Tazmi's resolute expression, truly exuded an overwhelming masculinity. Indeed, I wonder how you intend to allocate the voice actors when the time comes. Soo-ya gazed at Soo-young, never having anticipated that he could breathe new life into the Sun Toy Factory. Initially, she thought Soo-young was merely being reckless. Yet now the company's business was thriving more than ever. Furthermore, she sensed that Soo-young had undergone a significant transformation. In the past, while he treated her with a modicum of politeness, there was never such respect nor trust as he exhibited now. The current Soo-young seemed almost like a different person altogether. His demeanor, behavior, and conversational habits had all changed remarkably. Could it be that epiphanies truly exist in this world? Contemplating this, Her eyes remained fixed on Su Yang, eager to discern his response. Whoever is suitable for a role shall take it, Su Yang shrugged, although he recognized that the demands for this anime might be quite high, leaving him uncertain if the individuals would indeed be a good fit. After saving the recently drawn characters and creating a new folder, he turned to Suya, inquiring what brought her to him. Suya would not approach him without a purpose. There must be a reason for her visit. Look at this, she said, placing a news article before him. I never imagined we would receive such overwhelming support. The article announced the opening of online voting for the Newcomer Anime Award, encouraging netizens to thoughtfully select their favorite anime from the past year and provide their reasons and ratings on a scale of 5. Each person could only choose one work per day, urging them to make a careful selection. Chapter 71. Old Thief, Are You Mad? After reading the title, Su Yang was taken aback, and as he scrolled down, he quickly understood Suya's earlier excitement. His work, Pet Pokemon, ranked 6th on the extensive list, while The Emperor of the Wild, by Han Feng, was in 10th place. Currently, he had amassed 541 votes. Su Yang did not feel that his ranking was low at all. It is worth noting that this list encompassed all works from last November to this November. His Pet Pokemon had only been released for 3 to 4 months, yet it had already reached such a formidable position. An astonishing achievement, indeed. How long has this been going on? Su Yang inquired curiously, having not paid attention to this aspect before. Suya, brimming with joy, replied, It just began today, Mr. Su. Your popularity is truly remarkable. I believe you have a strong chance of winning. The top 5 would be eligible for selection, and entering the top 3 would significantly increase the likelihood of receiving an award. Each year, the Newcomer Award competition offers only 3 spots, and if you were to win, it would further validate the strength of Pet Pokemon, wouldn't it? Su Yang was utterly astonished by Suya's response. What? It just started today? Over 30,000 netizens have already voted for me. He was both surprised by the speed of the netizens and delighted by their affection for this work. Indeed, exceptional works transcend borders and garner admiration from all. With this thought in mind, I acquiesced to Suya's words, resolving to exert myself and strive to secure an award for our company. The mere thought of it brings a sense of pride, does it not? The outcome now rests in your hands, Su General. Suya departed with satisfaction, firmly believing that Su Yang would undoubtedly achieve recognition. Meanwhile, on the internet, Su Yang's readers began to spread the news fervently. What? Such an occurrence? Ha ha ha, let us go vote. We must elevate Pokemon to greater heights, ensuring that more individuals become acquainted with this masterpiece. I am confident they shall fall in love with it. What accolades might the old thief receive? The Newcomer Award has 3 slots available, but the specific titles will be determined by the judges based on the unique characteristics of the works, such as the Most Imaginative Award or the Best Style Award. As Su Yang's readers diligently promoted and voted for him, he opened his blog, typing in gratitude. Thank you all for your unwavering support. I am genuinely overwhelmed. In the future, I shall endeavor to create even more outstanding works to repay your trust in me. Subsequently, he distributed several red envelopes, such as his humble nature. Gratitude cannot merely be spoken. It must be demonstrated through action. When others assist you, it is only right to reciprocate, fostering a positive environment of exchange. What on earth? Old thief, did your phone get stolen? $16.06? My goodness, I have never received such a large red envelope on this blog. Old thief, are you serious? No way, old thief. While expressing gratitude, you also distributed red envelopes? Su Yang's readers were utterly astonished. Is such a thing even possible? At that moment, in the music review section, when Xiaoxia gazed at the amount she had claimed, falling into deep contemplation. $109.09. That was the majority of her salary. How much did you all receive? $18.08? $36.06? Oh, why is there someone with $68.08? Am I the only one with just $9.09? This is unfair. Is my luck truly this poor? Beside when Xiaoxia, a colleague lamented. Then, glancing at her, the colleague asked, Xiaoxia, how much did you receive? It can't be more than mine, right? The others turned their attention to her as well, urging, yes, Xiaoxia, how much did you get? Share with us, so we can all enjoy. Among them, the one who received the $68 envelope patted when Xiaoxia on the shoulder, boasting, don't worry, even if it's small. We won team mock your bad luck. Hearing this and witnessing her smug demeanor, when Xiaoxia felt compelled to give her a gentle reprimand. So with calmness, She opened her red envelope. Alas, it is merely 10 yuan and 80 cents. At first glance, when she noticed the leading digit was 1, she thought it was just a trivial sum. However, upon seeing the total amount, she was instantly rendered speechless, her voice trembling in disbelief as she exclaimed, 108 yuan and 80 cents. Impossible. How could there be such a generous red envelope? Her astonished cry left those around her in shock. Over 100? No way. Ah, Xiaoxia, how could you be so fortunate? Countless individuals transformed into envious spectators, gazing at Wen Xiaoxia with starry eyes. Moreover, beneath Wen Xiaoxia's amount, a resplendent emblem of fortune gleamed brightly. Truly, Su Yang the Cunning One is exceedingly generous with his red envelopes. I nearly expected him to employ the same old tricks as other celebrities, requiring likes and comments, only to end up with a meager 2 cents. By my calculations, these 5 envelopes must total a staggering 500,000, right? Such a lavish spender. I am utterly enamored. Su Yang's sudden generosity left the online community in awe. They had never witnessed such authenticity, actual money being given without pretense. In the past, when celebrities and internet personalities claimed to offer benefits, they often concealed various schemes. Previously, it seemed unremarkable, but now, in contrast to the usual facades, Yi Jian appeared refreshingly straightforward and utterly sincere. I feel compelled to support Pet Pokemon now, despite my initial reluctance. Indeed, I truly did not wish to support it. Yet the generosity is overwhelming. Inform the Emperor of the Wasteland. I shall refrain from voting today. One cannot be too greedy. With such lavish gifts from Su Yang, they naturally feel inclined to reciprocate. Ah, but I never intended to solicit votes from you. Observing his soaring vote count, Su Yang felt an unexpected delight. Initially, he merely wished to share a moment of joy with his followers and had not contemplated using money to sway them into voting. To his surprise, they were so amiable, voting after receiving the red envelopes, and even encouraging friends to do the same. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted individuals in this world. With a sigh of gratitude, Su Yang returned to crafting sleigh. Crimson eyes. His affection for this work grew deeper, and the time devoted to it increased significantly. Chapter 72. Are you engaging in such matters? A strong desire surged within him to present this creation to his audience, allowing them to experience the captivating plot and the profound impact it would leave upon conclusion. Am I becoming somewhat obsessed? Su Yang pondered inwardly, shaking his head in dismissal. Surely, that cannot be the case. He immersed himself in an increasingly busy and fulfilling production. Beautiful character designs, scene illustrations, and perspective drawings emerged from his hands, exquisite in every detail. The arrangement of the storyline, spatial visual effects design, sound effects, and other planned content were meticulously documented. If approved, a promotional poster could also be arranged. Yes, that will do. When Pokemon first aired, he had no funds to create this. Subsequently, he found himself embroiled in a battle against the biting cold, leaving him without the time or energy to pursue this endeavor. Now, however, it seemed rather too late. Pokemon had long since become a household name across the internet. With the show's popularity, there was no longer a need for such efforts. Indeed, the younger generation tends to receive more affection. With a sigh of nostalgia, Su Yang continued to draw. Meanwhile, just a wall away in the voice acting studio, the photographic plans for various voice actors were concurrently underway, under the vigilant supervision of Suya. No unauthorized photos, information, or updates were permitted to leak. Violation of this rule would naturally result in substantial penalties. Initially, Suya had set the penalty at 5 million, but Su Yang raised it to 10 million. This change decisively curtailed the photographer's intentions of secretly leaking information. If he adhered to his duties, all would be well. However, should he entertain any devious thoughts, not only would he suffer consequences, but his entire company would face ruin. Thus, even though the individuals before him, once adorned in makeup, looked like celestial beings, he dared not harbor any thoughts. Not to mention, the icy presence of Suya loomed nearby. He pondered the significance of capturing such artistic photographs. Was it merely to commemorate these employees? According to the contractual stipulations, each voice actor was to have 3 outfits, with 20 poses per outfit, resulting in 20 images. Each voice actor would thus contribute 60 stunning original photos. With 12 voice actors, that amounted to 720 images. Capturing a single exquisite and satisfactory photograph required several minutes. Consequently, after a long day of labor, he had managed to complete just 2. Fortunately, They had anticipated this, allowing 5 or 6 photographers to work simultaneously. Meanwhile, online, fans were casting votes to support Soo Young in his bid for the Newcomer Award when they suddenly noticed an update from him. The voice actor popularity voting was underway, allowing each person to cast 1 vote daily for their favorite voice actor. The top 5 ranked voice actors would have the opportunity to publish a photo collection alongside the new product release. The actor ranked first would receive the chance to sell an exclusive photo album, also accompanying the new product launch. As the fans clicked to view, they were greeted by the announcement of this voting event. The implication is that during the next product launch, purchasing the product would also grant us exquisite photographs of voice actors. Goodness, is such a benefit truly available? Oh, you clever one, you truly understand us. But really, do you not fear the scrutiny of the authorities? Is this even permissible for sale? Photographs. The mere mention of this conjures up a plethora of unsavory thoughts in the minds of many netizens. They question whether such a risque offering could possibly pass inspection, particularly for a creator of delightful anime works. Is this transformation not rather drastic? What is the situation with Soo Young? Even if funds are low, one cannot resort to such measures. Moreover, how would those voice actors be willing to cooperate? With a multitude of inquiries, many netizens have left comments. They are curious about what Soo Young is truly up to. Is his new operational strategy merely to sell risque content? What significance does this hold? It seems rather vulgar and could tarnish his reputation. Naturally, this has sparked considerable controversy online. The capability of Soo Young to generate topics of discussion has become rather unsurprising to the public. However, the decision to sell photographs has left many feeling a complete lack of goodwill toward him, especially among female readers. This is utterly distasteful. To appease readers through such means? What was he thinking? Why would a respectable author suddenly engage in such questionable antics? Ha ha ha. This is your so-called new operational strategy? Soo Young, are you jesting? Surely you do not believe this approach will please your audience and facilitate your entry into the Newcomer Awards? I wonder, how does this differ from producing adult animations? Is your next step to pursue this avenue? Humanity must remain grounded, sincerely considering the audience's interests. Producing quality works is the foundation for garnering their affection. Rather than diverting attention to such dubious paths, one should devote effort to refining the quality of their creations. The mockery from Ma Yuming, the general manager of Penguin Video, swiftly ascended the trending charts. Although netizens are not fond of the chaotic membership system instituted by Penguin Video, they find Ma Yuming's remarks quite reasonable in this instance. Indeed, with that time, it would be far better to diligently explore ways to enhance the quality of one's work. Who would have thought this would garner such attention? Observing the tumult online, Soo Young could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Why has this situation deviated so drastically from his expectations? Is it merely a matter of releasing photographs? He is not engaged in any wrongdoing. So why the criticism? Has he misjudged, or have others misconstrued? Are photographs not a commonplace phenomenon? Is my understanding of this world's photographic norms flawed? Soo Young pondered this, but seeing the escalating uproar, he felt compelled to clarify the matter. Otherwise, his esteemed reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, he composed a message on the blog. Dear friends, there has been a grave misunderstanding. I have never contemplated resorting to unscrupulous means. Our endeavor involves artistic photography, capturing scenic images adorned with various styles of attire. There shall be no indecent gestures or suggestive angles, nor any inappropriate themes. This is a vital strategy for our company's operations. Would I willingly invite misinterpretation and transform our brand into a disreputable entity? Consequently, he attached a photograph of Suya, captured perfectly, to dispel any notions of impropriety. Upon the release of Soo Young's update, it immediately attracted considerable attention, as many were eager to comprehend his perspective. What exactly is the nature of this photography? Chapter 73. A frenzy of coins not indecent? No suggestive undertones? Upon reading Soo Young's opening statement, many netizens furrowed their brows, questioning the veracity of his claims. They continued to read, discovering that the photography represented a new operational strategy for their company, devoid of any lascivious actions or angles. Is that truly the case? Without such elements, what could be termed photography? Many puzzled netizens pressed on. Soo Young asserted that he would not invite suffering upon himself. Thus, what exactly is this photography he speaks of? Curiosity piqued. They yearned to witness the essence of the photography Soo Young described. Their desires were soon fulfilled. Could it be that this was the photography he referred to? Exquisite, utterly enchanting, exuding both grace and beauty. Was this indeed Suya, the esteemed housekeeper of Sun Animation Production Company? The so-called starlets paled in comparison to her presence. In the photographs, Suya's captivating gaze and flawless complexion radiated an aura of commanding elegance. This sense of authority emanating from her, as a woman, held an extraordinary allure. Coupled with her alluring figure, long legs, and the silky sheen of her stockings, it was impossible not to be entranced, even lost in reverie. This was far beyond the role of a mere housekeeper. She embodied the essence of a formidable woman. Many girls suddenly found themselves envisioning the archetype of the dominant female lead from novels, personified by Suya. Youthful, charismatic, and unmistakably formidable. Ah, dear old thief, how we misjudged you. It turns out your photography is of this caliber. Such artistry should be abundant, for I wish to be enraptured by the grace of Sister Suya. Oh, is Sister in need of a younger sister? I can be easily supported. With the release of this update, the netizens' attitudes toward him transformed instantaneously. Ma Yuming nearly spat blood upon reading this post. He understood that Yi Jian had no intention of targeting him. As he gazed upon the dynamic unfolding before him, he felt that his previous remarks were akin to playing a lute to a cow. He had completely misunderstood the direction. He had initially believed that his statements could inflict damage upon Su Yang's company. Yet now, it was evident that his efforts were utterly in vain. Su Yang's trajectory was far from what he had imagined. The release of such stylistic imagery, still tied to the voice-acting realm, elicited a greedy glint in Ma Yoming's eyes as he scanned Su Ya's photograph. Did he truly aspire to elevate voice actors to stardom? But how could this be achieved? Through acting? Or singing? How could one ensure that voice actors did not tarnish their reputation while simultaneously garnering widespread acclaim from fans and netizens, all while appearing innovative? He found himself at a loss for answers. Had he truly become disconnected from society? As the general manager of Penguin Video, a significant figure within the company, his vision and understanding were undoubtedly substantial. Yet, in the face of Su Yang's novel operational approach, he found himself utterly perplexed, casting doubt upon his own capabilities. Never mind. He would wait and see what Su Yang ultimately concocted. If, upon reflection, he deemed it feasible and aligned with Penguin's development strategy, then adopting it would certainly be permissible. After all, in the business world, one does not label copying as theft. Such a term is far too unrefined for their dealings. Oh, grant me a sliver of opportunity to voice my thoughts. Damn it, Su Yang, could you not allow for a path of survival? Gao Xiaoyan, witnessing the online discourse spiral out of control, felt utterly despondent. After all his painstaking research, he had crafted an article condemning Su Yang for his alleged downfall, believing he could leverage this moment to gain attention. However, what unfolded in the morning was swiftly clarified by Su Yang by afternoon. Couldn't the topic have been allowed to simmer for a few days, inciting public outrage and garnering widespread societal attention before a clarification was issued? Wouldn't that maximize the heat of the discussion? Truly, what a dense mind, utterly oblivious to the abundant traffic right before him. If it were him, he would never squander such an excellent opportunity for publicity. It was incomprehensible how someone so inept at navigating online trends could achieve such fame. Here he was, a professional well-versed in guiding, shifting, and amplifying online topics, yet his own circumstances were so dire. Life, it seemed, was profoundly unjust. Gao Xiaoyan grumbled in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, in the studio of Solar Animation, as Su Yang was illustrating the members of the Night Raid organization, he sneezed, inadvertently skewing the depiction of Qi Tong's eyes. Quickly, Su Yang retracted the stroke, apologizing profusely. Would this poster manage to captivate the reader's attention? Beneath the pale moonlight, the blood-red night shrouded the surroundings in desolation. Atop the towering castle, the protagonist gazed upward in horror at a figure seemingly cloaked in luminescence, their icy gaze piercing through the darkness. Standing upon a slender steel wire, as if they were the sole sovereign of this realm, even rendering sound motionless in their presence. They were the only true deities in this world. Is this the poster you designed for the new anime? It's exquisite. Suya appeared suddenly behind Su Yang, as she often did, a habit to which he had grown accustomed. Like a work of art, it was so delicately crafted that it evoked admiration. Every addition or subtraction would be an affront to the piece. In response to her praise, Su Yang smiled modestly. It's nice, but perhaps not to such an extent. Suya was being overly dramatic. Clearly, She did not wish to elaborate further. Beauty was beauty, and in her eyes, it was indeed exquisite. By the way, why did you choose to send out my least flattering photo? Suya remarked playfully. You could have at least picked one where I looked better. Su Yang scratched his head at her words, pondering whether that particular photo wasn't actually the most appealing. Could it be that there truly existed a disparity in aesthetic appreciation between men and women? He had believed his choice was indeed the finest. All right, I concede. You've bested me. Upon hearing this, Suya let out a resigned sigh. But, Su Yang, could you refrain from sending such a large red envelope next time? She struggled to comprehend Su Yang's extravagant gifting of 500,000. Ha ha ha, sister, I want to do it again. He saw nothing amiss with his actions, of course. This was predicated on the condition that their company's finances were sufficient for operations. It seems Suya had voiced her concerns with this in mind. Chapter 74. Creating history. The new product had finally arrived, with samples provided by the three major manufacturers. Suya placed a bag of even more exquisite doll figurines before Su Yang. Please inspect these. If everything is satisfactory, I shall inform them to commence mass production. Su Yang nodded. Please give me a moment. Suya promptly departed, as she still needed to prepare for the voice actor voting and the upcoming product launch, among other tasks. Interestingly enough, she had once thought herself merely a small woman, incapable of managing such complex affairs. However, as the company expanded, she discovered that she could handle various issues quite adeptly. Perhaps it was true, as Huo Lijuan had suggested, that some tasks only appeared daunting at first glance. Once one delved into the intricacies and grasped the related processes, they became manageable. Reflecting on this, she smiled in relief. However, Huo Lijuan was indeed exceptionally capable. Had she not joined recently, Suya would have considered promoting her to oversee the pertinent affairs directly. Suya had to acknowledge that without her association with Su Yang and her status as an elder, she would have felt somewhat inferior in front of Huo Lijuan. Huo Lijuan was a graduate student with a master's degree in economic management from a prestigious university and had obtained the relevant certifications, being recognized as a professional talent in Shanshui City. Although she was now devoted to caring for her child and had become a stay-at-home mother, her capabilities remained undeniable and unchanged by her current role. Given the recent multitude of challenges, Suya truly felt that without Huo Lijuan's assistance, she might have been overwhelmed. This assistant was indeed a fortuitous choice. Suya was generous with her salary, initially offering Huo Lijuan 8,000 a month when she was hired. However, starting today, she intended to raise the standard to 12,000. Who says women are inferior to men? General Manager Su, I will strive even harder. Upon learning of this decision, Huo Lijuan graciously expressed her gratitude. This is what you deserve. Without your help, how could the company have operated so smoothly in recent matters? Suya remarked, looking at Huo Lijuan. Once the company expands further, I plan to promote you to a supervisor, bringing in additional assistants for you to manage and assist in handling more affairs. Huo Lijuan nodded, appreciating General Manager Su's trust. Yet, she mused internally. I never anticipated I would have such a connection with Pokemon. She and her son were fans of this franchise, and now she had become a part of the very company that produced it. What a marvelous experience. Huo Lijuan smiled and shook her head, thinking, then let me work even harder. When I return home, I will have so much more to share with my son about my experiences at the company. He would surely be even happier to know that I am a supervisor at a company associated with his beloved anime. On December 1st, a new month began. That morning, the seldom active children's channel unexpectedly released a piece of astonishing news that left netizens in shock. Pokemon's viewership rating has successfully surpassed 25. Congratulations. It was a simple celebratory announcement, yet it instantly garnered immense attention online. What was happening? How did the viewership suddenly exceed 25? Surely, this must be a deception. I acknowledge that Pokemon is remarkable, but isn't this a bit too remarkable? Do not blame the netizens for their disbelief. A viewership rating of 25 is simply staggering. For many years, countless anime works have emerged from White Rabbit Country, yet fewer than 50 have ever achieved a viewership surpassing 25. Each of those has become a classic, regarded as a timeless treasure. In the minds of the netizens, Pokemon clearly had not yet reached such extraordinary heights. However, shortly thereafter, the specialized official organization responsible for monitoring viewership ratings, New Century, released a statement. The data collected was unequivocally accurate, having been verified internally numerous times, ultimately settling on the lowest figure. The highest viewership rating for Pokemon is likely much greater than this. Upon hearing this, netizens who had harbored doubts were left utterly astonished. What? The data they were currently observing was merely the minimum? Was such a revelation not rather startling? Simultaneously, teacher Su Yang received congratulations from Fong Kuan, who was on the phone, exclaiming that the viewership had successfully surpassed 25. That is commendable, Director Fong. Achieving such a result is to be expected, Su Yang replied with an air of nonchalance. However, is breaking through 25 truly remarkable? You seem almost exhilarated to the point of flight. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Fong Kuan was immediately puzzled and cautiously inquired, "Isn't surpassing a viewership of 25 impressive? In the entire history of animation in White Rabbit Country, only 48 works have achieved this feat. It is undeniably an extraordinary accomplishment." He was genuinely bewildered, wanting to convey to Su Yang that he felt he was being overly modest, and he had evidence to back that sentiment. "So that is how it is. I once thought such results were easily attainable. My apologies." Fong Kuan was rendered speechless by his words. "Hey, do you even realize what you're saying? This is a result that isn't simply within reach. If other animators were to learn of this, they would swiftly enlighten you on the harsh realities of the industry." Perhaps for teacher Su Yang, this was indeed the case. He possessed such exceptional talent. Fong Kuan wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." With that, Fong Kuan felt thoroughly defeated by Su Yang. He truly wished to ask, must one feign modesty to the point of self-detriment? Why must his tender psyche endure such blows? "Teacher Su Yang, should you have new works in the future, please do consider us." Fong Kuan concluded with his customary plea. "Ha ha ha, that is certainly a given." Su Yang replied with a smile, enjoying a pleasant collaboration with Fong Kuan. In the future, should an opportunity arise on the children's channel, he would undoubtedly prioritize them. What? This fellow actually surpassed a viewership of 25? When Han Feng learned of this news, he gazed at Su Yang's achievement, unable to comprehend it for quite some time. Then, at a certain moment, he suddenly smiled and resignedly remarked, "Well, it makes sense. For someone as steady and diligent as him, such results should not be surprising. Unlike myself, who tends to become overly elated with even the slightest success." Su Yang's work surpassing a viewership rating of 25 not only shocked netizens, but also left a profound impact on numerous industry professionals. If they previously dismissed this work, failing to recognize its charm, it has now become impossible for them to overlook it. Chapter 75, Collaborate with Me. Such a terrifying revelation has only amplified the impact of Pokemon beyond mere horror. Not only does it significantly bolster its chances of securing one of the 3 coveted newcomer awards, but it also enhances the reputation of Pokemon, allowing it to reach broader audiences and even extend overseas. Furthermore, a viewership rating exceeding 25 clearly attests to the exceptional quality of this work. It is not merely suitable for children, rather, it appeals to a vast demographic. While the innocent charm of a light-hearted anime may attract younger audiences, yielding a market presence, it is inconceivable for such a work to achieve such staggering viewership ratings. Attaining an 18 rating is already remarkable. Yet, Su Yang's Pokemon has soared to an unprecedented level of 25. This serves as undeniable evidence that it is not merely a simplistic children's anime. Many animators, reluctant to acknowledge this, must concede that there are valuable lessons to be learned within. Numerous industry professionals immediately commenced their studies, eager to unravel the secrets behind its immense popularity in today's market, where dominance and traffic reign supreme. Who says only those in animation can conduct such studies? Can we not, within the literary realm, engage in similar analyses? Many web novel authors suddenly recalled fans' earlier assertion that Pokemon had pioneered a new genre. If one were to adeptly analyze and apply these insights to novels, a new genre could indeed emerge. As the first to venture into uncharted territory often reaps the greatest rewards, Lu Ming found himself contemplating this notion. As a member of the 108 silver authors at Penguin Literature, he had previously penned several works, each earning an average of over 5 million. However, he now found himself in a creative rut, feeling weary of the familiar fantasy genre and yearning for a stylistic shift. Then, upon encountering this news, inspiration struck. Why not explore and study the Pokemon phenomenon? After all, he possessed both the time and resources. Nevertheless, embarking on such a study of another's work and potentially establishing a new genre warranted a discussion with the original creator. Lu Ming believed that selecting Su Yang's work for this endeavor was indeed a splendid idea. given that it was the sole work of Su Yang and the copyright resided with him. Securing Su Yang's consent would mitigate any concerns of being accused of plagiarism later on, as long as Su Yang does not pursue the matter. Penguin Literature will not impose any sanctions on him, especially since they have observed that his works yield profits. Suddenly, Su Yang received a call from an unfamiliar number, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, upon hearing the caller introduce himself, Su Yang's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Ah, it is an honor to speak with the esteemed Lu Ming." While Su Yang may not have personally known Lu Ming, he was certainly familiar with the pen name associated with Penguin Literature, as this body had once indulged in his works. "I am indeed a fan of yours. I thoroughly enjoyed your novel, Wandering the World. Such polite exchanges are essential for a businessman." Lu Ming, taken aback by the compliment, responded with a humble tone, "I am flattered. How could I dare to call myself esteemed in front of teacher Su Yang? It is truly an honor that my work is appreciated by you." After the pleasantries, Lu Ming proceeded to outline his intentions. "Oh, you wish to explore pet monsters and transform it into a new genre of novel? Concerned about potential copyright issues, you thought it best to consult me first?" Su Yang stroked his chin, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied, "Of course, that is perfectly acceptable." After exchanging a few more courteous remarks, he ended the call. Transforming pet monsters into a novel. Wasn't this akin to the beast-taming genre from my past life? Could it be that this world has yet to embrace such a concept? Su Yang pondered, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he contemplated the idea. Rather than allowing someone else to pioneer this genre, I shall undertake the endeavor myself. With the system's assistance, I won't find it overwhelming. Recalling the impressive writing skills of Li Hua, coupled with his adeptness at plot construction, Su Yang decided, yes, he will do perfectly. With his eyes closed, Su Yang mentally revisited the beast-taming novels he had read in his previous life, recalling the overarching themes and frameworks before he began crafting the corresponding plot outline. "Li Hua, come here for a moment." Su Yang called out to Li Hua, his face devoid of emotion, which caused a flutter of anxiety within Li Hua. Did his recent lackluster performance result in dissatisfaction from Su Yang regarding his stories? "Sit," Su Yang instructed, and once Li Hua was seated, he handed over the freshly penned plot outline. "Take a look at this." Initially, Li Hua, glancing at the document, feared it might be disciplinary action or even a termination notice, causing his face to pale. However, upon realizing the nature of the document, he was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Su, is this a novel outline?" Su Yang nodded in affirmation. "Do you think this style of novel would attract attention if published?" Without hesitation, Li Hua excitedly replied, "Mr. Su, this has immense market potential. It represents an entirely new genre, a refreshing departure from the conventional styles currently dominating the market. It will undoubtedly capture immediate interest. The concept of beast combat is indeed a novel and creative idea. Merely envisioning it brings forth a sense of perfection. The individual who conceived this genre is nothing short of a genius. It is reminiscent of our beloved Pokemon." At this juncture, Li Hua suddenly had a revelation and, glancing at Su Yang, cautiously inquired, "Mr. Su, could this possibly be your creation?" Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, what is there to question?" Li Hua gasped slightly, then nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was not surprising for someone as talented as Su Yang to achieve such a feat. "So, what is the purpose of your summoning me?" Li Hua queried, somewhat perplexed. Was it merely to ascertain whether this style of novel could become popular? Su Yang regarded Li Hua and stated, "Your ability to plan plots is nearly on par with my own, and your writing skills are commendable. Thus, I wonder if you might be interested in becoming the founding master of this genre and co-authoring this novel with me. The proceeds will be split equally between us." Upon hearing Su Yang's proposition, Li Hua could not help but swallow hard. "Is it truly possible for me, Mr. Su? What if I fail?" Observing Li Hua's lack of confidence, Su Yang shook his head in exasperation. "Did you not express similar doubts when I initially approached you about creating animation? Have you forgotten how I encouraged you back then?" Li Hua responded, "However, creating anime is my area of expertise." A look of profound hesitation crossed his face. "But when it comes to writing novels, I possess no experience. Am I truly capable of producing quality work?" He was acutely aware of the significance of Su Yang's project, especially since it was a pioneering work from him, establishing a new genre. The weight of such responsibility was daunting. "You tend to overthink matters," Su Yang remarked, shaking his head. "Since I have sought you out, it is evident that I recognize your capabilities. If you lack faith in yourself, at least have faith in me." "Write with ease." Even if it does not turn out well, it is of no consequence. He gave Li Hua a reassuring pat on the shoulder and added, "So, are you interested in embarking on this endeavor with me?" Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Hua nodded emphatically. The prospect of sharing profits, especially with an invitation from Su Yang himself, left little room for hesitation. "Very well, I shall provide you with a rough outline of the plot by tomorrow. You can then structure it into a story," Su Yang continued, before suddenly stating, "Oh, by the way, let us choose Penguin Literature as the platform for publication. If, after your analysis, you find a better option, we can certainly consider it." Li Hua nodded in understanding. He reflected on the available platforms and realized that none could quite rival Penguin Literature, which caters to both new and established authors with a relatively sound system, though their profit sharing is somewhat steep. Other sites typically divide profits on a 60-40 basis, while Penguin Literature operates on a 50-50 split. Nevertheless, considering Penguin Literature's extensive reach and greater recognition, it was an acceptable arrangement. The concept of beast combat is truly an innovative idea. The following day, Li Hua received the plot of the first 10 chapters from Su Yang. A system? It seemed to be quite a novel concept. Coupled with the beast-taming genre, it truly appeared to be a groundbreaking creation. Li Hua was in awe, utterly perplexed about how Su Yang conceived such an innovative idea. After organizing the text a bit, he began to draft the main narrative according to Su Yang's storyline. Although it was his first encounter with such a concept, he found himself remarkably adept at it. Perhaps due to the clarity of Su Yang's outline or the fact that this genre was essentially derived from Pokemon. In less than 6 hours, he had composed a substantial 10,000 words, precisely meeting the submission requirements for Penguin Literature. Excellent, time to submit. After reviewing the story Li Hua had penned, Su Yang was thoroughly impressed. "You still claim you lack ability? Look at what you've produced. It's remarkable," he exclaimed. "Young man, you must have faith in your own capabilities. By fully harnessing the subjective initiative of conscious entities and engaging their enthusiasm, one can often achieve commendable results and accomplishments." Su Yang held this belief firmly. At the Penguin Literature editorial office, Qing Long rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of fatigue as he opened a new email. "The recent submissions have seen a decline in quality," he remarked. "It's not as if we can always expect outstanding manuscripts," one of his fellow editors comforted him. With a nostalgic expression, he added, "The golden age of prolific masters and divine battles has long since passed. Nowadays, even the works of those great authors have seen a significant drop in quality. How can we expect newcomers to produce anything of high caliber? If we occasionally receive 1 or 2 excellent pieces, that is already quite commendable." Qing Long nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in those words. Upon opening an email titled Confident Life, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, muttering aloud, "The beast-taming system. The unique supremacy of beast tamers? What sort of new genre is this? Am I truly so uninformed?" Having served as an editor at Penguin Literature for 7 or 8 years, Qing Long had progressed from an intern editor to a formal editor, then to a senior editor, and ultimately to the position of chief editor. He was intimately familiar with various genres of online literature. Regardless of how obscure a subject might be, he could instantly grasp its meaning. Yet, this particular genre left him feeling as if faced with a blank slate. He turned to his good friend and rival, editor Feng Huang, and inquired, "Take a look at this. Why does it seem that I have little impression of this genre?" "Oh," Feng Huang, intrigued by Qing Long's uncertainty, glanced over. It was a rare occurrence for Qing Long to express such bewilderment. Beast taming? Upon reading the name, Feng Huang found himself equally perplexed. He shook his head. But as the astute editor he was, an inkling told him that this might be something quite novel. "I haven't heard of it either. If you don't mind, we could explore it together. Who knows? We might even give rise to a new genre and perhaps discover a remarkable author in the process." Upon hearing this, Qing Long nodded in agreement and immediately opened the document. "Beast Mastery, a system?" Qing Long and Feng Huang exchanged glances, realizing that this indeed seemed to be a rather innovative concept. They could see joy reflected in each other's eyes. Perhaps they had truly stumbled upon a new genre. As they delved deeper, they learned about the manipulation of fierce beasts, fostering emotional bonds with them, and how all power enhancement stemmed from one's own spirit beast. The narrative required various treasures to upgrade the pets, with the upgrading process managed by a sophisticated system, akin to an incarnation of the heavenly path. Any inconsistencies were rationalized by the system, rendering everything plausible. The more they read, the more they sensed the potential of this genre's works. Given the current popularity of Pokemon, this narrative could swiftly gain traction. Who wouldn't desire a pet beast? Adorably soft and cute in everyday life, yet ferociously powerful in battle, it offered a profound sense of security. Moreover, the story was told from a female perspective, intensifying the appeal. Thus, what exactly was the origin of the protagonist's pet? As Qinglong followed the unfolding plot, he pondered this question, only to find the next page stating, "You've reached the end." Both Qinglong and Feng Huang instinctively felt an expletive rising to their lips, realizing they had unwittingly consumed 10,000 words. Qinglong queried, "What do you think?" "Remarkable. It's bound to be a sensational hit," Feng Huang remarked, impressed by the writing style and plot, which seemed far beyond that of an inexperienced author. "I can't recall any writer this skilled." Qinglong chuckled, "Who knows? When the time comes to sign the contract and submit the materials, we'll find out." Feng Huang agreed, adding, "Congratulations on discovering such an excellent piece. If this work wins an award this year, you must treat me to a meal." Qinglong laughed heartily, "Of course. You know me. I could never indulge alone." Chapter 77. The existential crisis of Lu Ming. Naturally, he felt elated to have acquired such a fine piece. He promptly replied via email, "The work is intriguing, with a fresh design. I wonder if you have any interest in signing a contract. We can offer you a silver author status, a 60 to 40 revenue split, and a full attendance rate of 25 yuan per 1,000 words. If you are interested in signing, please contact me." Qinglong found this offer to be quite reasonable. The contractual benefits within Penguin literature range from novice writers to signed authors, silver writers, gold writers, and master writers. The elevation to silver writer status has already positioned this work above 70 other authors from the very outset. In addition to a remarkably high remuneration of 25 per 1,000 words, silver writers enjoy a 60% revenue share, alongside 65% from channel and tip income. Various festive and team-building benefits are also generously provided. Notably, the revenue share for signed authors is merely 55%, with a 50-50 split on income. The higher the tier, the more favorable the benefits. Having just resolved this matter, one of his silver writers, Qingyuan, Lu Ming, sent him a message. "Qingyuan, dear Qinglong, I have a new idea, but I am somewhat uncertain about it. My thoughts are rather disordered, and I am unsure how to begin, so I wish to consult with you." As a silver writer, Qinglong could not afford to be dismissive. The benefits accorded to silver writers include the expectation that they are taken seriously when discussing plot lines. Moreover, as the chief editor, the silver writers represent a vital resource. Should a silver writer achieve remarkable success, the bonuses they can earn will be significantly enhanced. Qinglong replied, "Do share. Let us analyze it together and clarify your thoughts." Lu Ming is regarded as one of his most consistently performing silver writers, thus Qinglong treated him with considerable respect. Qingyuan continued, "Dear Qinglong, you must be aware that the recent sensation, Pokemon, is quite popular. Therefore, I wish to conceive a work inspired by that." Seeing this message before him, Qinglong was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Do you know a Penguin account called Confident Life?" He found the coincidence rather striking. Just moments ago, he had read a piece from the beast-taming genre, and now Lu Ming was inquiring about a similar theme. It seemed too coincidental. Could it be that Confident Life was Lu Ming? Qinglong stared at the chat interface, awaiting Lu Ming's response. Qingyuan replied, "I don't know that account." "Why do you ask?" Qinglong was bewildered. He confirmed once more, "You truly don't know?" Qingyuan insisted, "I really don't know." "What is the matter?" Qinglong, in disbelief, muttered to himself, "Who on earth is this Confident Life? The writing is so sophisticated, and the plot so well developed, it cannot possibly be a novice. Yet, if it were a newcomer, I should recognize them." Qinglong responded, "It's nothing significant. I might have some insights regarding what you mentioned. I will send you something shortly that may prove beneficial. However, do refrain from becoming overly excited upon reading it." Qingyuan replied, Of course. How could I be overly excited? I knew you would be able to assist me." "Dear Qinglong, truly, you understand everything." Upon reading Qinglong's message, Lu Ming felt an immense sense of relief. Before long, the document from Qinglong arrived, and he eagerly accepted it, unable to contain his excitement as he opened it. But how could this be possible? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion paling. No, this cannot be. How could someone have compiled a narrative and worldview of this genre so swiftly and comprehensively, surpassing me? Lu Ming shook his head, reluctant to accept the reality displayed on the screen before him. The words, at that moment, appeared glaringly bright and searingly hot, ruthlessly shattering all his hopes in an instant. Qinglong, is this the work by the individual known as Confident Life? Lu Ming instantly deduced that this piece originated from the author previously mentioned by Qinglong. Moments later, Qinglong confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, the creator of this work was none other than the one named Confident Life. Who is this person? Lu Ming clenched his teeth, realizing that someone could outpace him so easily. Could this be a pseudonym of a renowned author? How infuriating to have been preempted. A sense of loss enveloped him, akin to having something he eagerly awaited snatched away. No, I must engage with this person. I must forge a friendship. Lu Ming soon came to a resolution. Since Confident Life claimed the title of the founding master, so be it. He would become the second to venture into this realm. After all, it could still be profitable. Moreover, he could draw inspiration from Confident Life's ideas without expending excessive effort. This was not a bad outcome. Although it might lack prestige, who cares? Earning money is never shameful. He promptly inquired with Qinglong for Confident Life's contact details and added him. At Su Yang's end, Li Hua swiftly relayed the good news. Mr. Su, it's done. They offered me the status of a silver-level author. Truly impressive. Is that so? Excellent. You never disappoint, Li Hua. You are indeed remarkable, Su Yang praised. Let us prepare for the contract then. Perhaps the Penguin Literature editorial team is already discussing your work. Such a polished writing style, yet relatively unknown. Could this be the pseudonym of a master author? Su Yang mused with an unusual expression, pondering how their reactions would unfold upon discovering that such a talented individual was an unknown newcomer to them. Li Hua chuckled, imagining how amusing it would be. A silver-level author, huh? That means at least 500,000 a month, a substantial, unexpected income. Su Yang laughed heartily. Indeed, once the work gains popularity, we can adapt it into an anime ourselves. Just envisioning it is delightful. The author adapting their own work, readers would surely find that fascinating. However, I wonder if your envisioned scenes will align with theirs. Li Hua shrugged in response, stating that he was uncertain. In the eyes of 100 individuals, there exists 100 interpretations of a certain subject. His thoughts may not necessarily reflect theirs. Upon hearing this, Su Yang shook his head, suggesting that Li Hua focus on creating the anime, and later simply update the chapters for the following day. As for the contract matters, those should be entrusted to Sister Yer, as she and her team are the experts in that field. It is prudent to leave professional matters to professionals. Li Hua nodded in agreement and departed. Naturally, this development elicited a wave of envy from Zhao Mingjie and another companion. With this, Li Hua had ascended to become the highest earner among the trio, with a monthly income exceeding 100,000. As his novels gained popularity, the figures could potentially soar even higher, multiplying exponentially. Of course, Zhao Mingjie and his companion could only admire from afar, both firmly believing that one day they too would reach such heights. Chapter 78. Is there something wrong with this person? While Li Hua and Su Yang were busy crafting their work in the Beastmaster genre, professionals across the anime industry had immersed themselves in the study of Pokemon. A sudden influx of specialists dedicated to researching Pokemon appeared, reminiscent of Su Yang's previous scholarly endeavors in literature. Su Yang also found himself joining one of the research groups. It must be said, the lecturers involved possessed commendable expertise, and their insights often resonated with Su Yang's thoughts. However, there were instances of interpretative discrepancies, akin to a literary question from his past life. What does the eerie glimmer in the fish's eye signify? And what emotions does it convey from the author? Similarly, some plot elements in the research were merely manifestations of Su Yang's quirky sense of humor, contributing little to the narrative progression. Yet, in terms of atmosphere, one could argue they held some value. Regardless of his whimsical inclinations, there were always lecturers capable of rationalizing his designs. Su Yang merely observed and smiled in response. Naturally, if the analyses became excessively absurd, he would occasionally interject with a few retorts, adding, "While it is true that teacher Su Yang is quite remarkable, there is no need to deify him. What purpose does that serve? He is merely a mortal, and elevating him to mythic status brings no benefit to you, me, or him." His remarks garnered considerable support from some, while others viewed him as a disruptor, leading to his unpopularity. Many lecturers considered him a nuisance and promptly expelled him from the group. With a shake of his head, Su Yang chuckled helplessly, bemused that as a genuine author, he was being instructed on how to conduct his craft by a group analyzing his works. Let them be, he thought, as long as they find joy in their endeavors. What does it matter if one conducts research? If one cannot integrate knowledge, it merely amounts to imitation, forever living in another's shadow. Sister Yer, could you assist me in acquiring this from Penguin Literature? Su Yang summoned Su Ye and divulged the entire story regarding the novel he co-wrote with Li Hua. I asked, Mr. Su, what exactly are your intentions? Upon hearing this, Su Ye shot Su Yang a disapproving glance, reminding him, let us not forget that your primary role is in animation. Must you pursue yet another novel on a whim? She gazed at Su Yang, feeling an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. They were already in the midst of preparing the anime adaptation of Akame ga Kill, which had significantly increased their workload. She had hoped that Su Yang would focus solely on these two projects. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was proposing another novel. Hey. At this rate, will there even be time or energy left to ensure the quality of the animation? All right, Sister Yer, I acknowledge my mistake. Su Yang quickly assured her, I shall never engage in such endeavors again, and I promise not to burden you further. Su Ye, shaking her head in resignation, sighed, well, who can argue with the boss? What can we mere employees do? With all of Li Hua's information in hand, she proceeded to help him register the necessary details. Meanwhile, on Li Hua's side, he was engrossed in the plot for Pokemon, completely oblivious to the friend request from Lu Ming. On this day, he scoffed. To think that a children's work could garner such accolades, it's merely a testament to the abundance of talented youth in our country. The renowned anime writer Luo Qiuyue expressed his sentiments, stating, without this piece, you are nothing. I fail to understand why so many are fixated on such trivial pursuits. What is there to study? It is unlikely that anything substantial will emerge from it. His words conveyed considerable dissatisfaction. Su Yang, if you truly possess talent, then create a more mature work. In that case, I would have no objections to your current accolades. This post sparked a wave of agreement among many in the anime industry, who felt that Su Yang had merely exploited an opportunity. They challenged him to produce another exemplary work to validate his ability to achieve such a classic status. Su Yang stared at the post from this writer named Luo Qiuyue. Utterly perplexed, he truly wished to inquire, are you all right? Are you really okay? He pondered why he should have to justify his achievements. Having attained a viewership rating exceeding 25 with Pokemon, who had he offended? Why must he prove himself? Did they not find this amusing? What reason did he have to validate his worth? Who did they believe themselves to be? The achievements of Pokemon were neither stolen nor unfairly obtained. Why should one feel compelled to validate oneself? Su Yang chose to disregard it entirely. What is it, Su Yang? Have you lost even the courage to respond? However, upon receiving no reply from Su Yang, Luo Qiuyue only grew more audacious, believing that Su Yang's silence was a sign of guilt. Thus, he intensified his provocations. Su Yang, speak up. Do not pretend to be mute. Do you think your silence will serve you? Luo Qiuyue became increasingly brazen in his online taunts directed at Su Yang, adopting a stance that suggested he would continue to assail Su Yang until he received a response. Su Yang, come out. Don't you feel suffocated? Indeed, Su Yang. Come forth and speak. If you are not guilty, what is there to fear? Oh, this is truly exasperating. While Su Yang remained unperturbed, his readers grew anxious. They could not tolerate the slander directed at him and began to tag Su Yang, urging him to respond. Little did they realize that they were unwittingly falling into Luo Qiuyue's trap. What he sought was precisely for Su Yang to step forward. If Su Yang was pressured out by his fans, Luo Qiuyue would have succeeded. I refuse to believe that after dedicating my life to my craft, my ratings are merely stuck at 20, while you, a mere child, have achieved such success through cunning. If you were to create another work, your true abilities would be revealed. You do not deserve your current fame. Luo Qiuyue bore no personal grudge against Su Yang. He simply could not abide Su Yang's unearned accolades. He resented that someone so young could achieve such acclaim and viewership, which others had to toil for years to attain, achievements that they struggled their entire lives to reach. Is Luo Qiuyue unwell? Su Yang initially intended to ignore the situation. Yet the relentless barrage of provocations had already garnered immense attention online. Various media outlets and platforms began to capitalize on the controversy. Chapter 79. Can we not stir the pot? This compelled Su Yang to emerge, as his readers clamored for him to respond. Even if he wished to remain silent, it was no longer an option. Failing to address the matter could jeopardize his ability to continue creating. Do I have a personal vendetta against Luo Qiuyue? Have I offended him in any way? Su Yang was utterly baffled by the sudden emergence of someone intent on troubling him. Reluctantly, he decided to confront Luo Qiuyue directly. Questioning, Senior, Have I wronged you in some manner to warrant your relentless pursuit? Would it not be better to devote this time to creating your own works? Su Yang expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting, I require time to create a peaceful environment. Could you refrain from such odious antics? Furthermore, why must I prove my achievements, which I have earned through my own efforts? Moreover, from a different perspective, allow me to express my dissatisfaction with the story you have crafted. What merit is there in taking pride in your achievements derived from such a widely embraced theme as passion? If you possess true talent, I challenge you to create a work of a different style. Should it prove equally commendable, I would concede that you indeed possess genuine prowess. Do you find this reasoning justifiable? Does it not seem rather exasperating? Su Yang's response swiftly intensified an already widely scrutinized situation. It is no jest. Su Yang's present reputation ensures that any of his actions can be transformed into news by those with ulterior motives, inevitably drawing a modicum of attention. Ha ha. Su Yang remains as unflinching and straightforward as ever. We are in for an intriguing spectacle, for I recall that Luo Qiuyue is not one to possess a magnanimous spirit. He has always believed that he alone is entitled to deride others, while he will not tolerate any insult directed towards himself. Otherwise, it is tantamount to a slap in the face, a deliberate affront. Many within the anime community observed Su Yang's retort, instantly becoming spectators to this unfolding drama. This spectacle promises to be far more riveting than the previous contest between Han Feng and Su Yang. Su Yang, are you truly this audacious? Wow, this is indeed the Su Yang I have come to know. Precisely. One should strike directly without hesitation. What is there to fear? Su Yang's readership was thoroughly pleased upon witnessing his direct response to Luo Qiuyue's provocation. In their eyes, remaining silent in the face of insult was simply unacceptable. Naturally, they also hoped that Su Yang would seize this opportunity to unveil a new work. Many believe that while Pokemon is undoubtedly captivating, a piece of a different style would be even more delightful. They are confident in Su Yang's ability to craft an equally exceptional work in a different genre. One wonders if the old master will indeed consent to produce a new creation this time. Although aware that this demand may be somewhat excessive, I implore you, Su Yang, to grace us with a new work, preferably something charged with fervor. I shall certainly subscribe. Indeed, if Su Yang the old master were to release a new piece, I would undoubtedly lend my support. Unsurprisingly, Su Yang's retort incensed Luo Qiuyue. In Luo Qiuyue's eyes, he deemed it permissible to provoke Su Yang, as he is the senior. No matter how exceptional a junior may be, respect must be accorded to him. Yet, Su Yang's blatant disregard for his authority was utterly intolerable. It is profoundly disrespectful for a junior to challenge a senior. Humph, he is indeed a barbarian, ignorant of etiquette. Luo Qiuyue promptly issued a statement. I may overlook your disrespect towards me, but if you truly possess talent, then why not create a new work? Why waste words? In essence, it is merely an admission of fear, is it not? Since you neither possess the courage nor the ability to craft an exceptional work, I cannot simply overlook the offense you have caused me. Here is what I propose. You should film a video in which you apologize, acknowledging your inadequacy and admitting that aside from Pokemon, you are utterly lacking in talent. In the realm of anime, one must understand the rules to navigate successfully. Upon witnessing Luo Qiuyue's response, Su Yang nearly spat out his drink. Who does this Luo Qiuyue think he is? With an air of superiority, he dares to demand an apology video? It almost seems as if he intends to undermine Su Yang's standing in the anime community. How utterly ridiculous. Su Yang could only respond with exasperation. It was baffling that such absurdity existed in the anime world. Is this not a provocative challenge from Su Yang? Indeed, it appears to be. The audience eagerly anticipates the unfolding drama. The atmosphere among netizens is thick with anticipation. Undoubtedly, Luo Qiuyue will not let this matter rest. Thus, an intriguing spectacle is bound to transpire. Ah, the audacity. Su Yang, what are you? If you possess the skill, let your work speak for itself. Luo Qiuyue, incensed, officially issues a challenge to Su Yang. If you fail to produce an outstanding work, you must apologize to me. Conversely, if you succeed, I shall apologize to you on my knees. Do you dare, you cowardly turtle? In the face of Luo Qiuyue's provocation, many anticipated a delayed response from Su Yang. Yet, contrary to expectations, he responded immediately, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Is it just me, or does this remind anyone of the time Han Feng provoked Su Yang? Indeed, the resemblance is striking. Su Yang, unwilling to tolerate the incessant buzzing of a fly in his ear, is averse to complications. Therefore, he resolved to settle this once and for all. With that came GA Kill. Already released, it aligns perfectly with the audience's anticipation. They desire a thrilling work. And he shall deliver. I eagerly await the results. If the viewership does not exceed 20, be prepared to kneel. He does not even demand a threshold of 25, considering that unlikely. Should Soo-young casually produce a work that achieves such ratings, what hope would there be for those seasoned veterans in the anime industry? Oh, it has truly begun. Come on, Soo-young, let us witness your new creation. The netizens, seeing the impending conflict, are filled with excitement. I must say, Soo, I thought we agreed to pursue anime quietly. You have just begun this novel, and now you are serializing slashing the Crimson Eye. Until when do you intend to be so reckless? Soo-ya stood before Soo-young, gazing at him in utter disbelief. Chapter 80. The gentlemen have gone mad. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Sister Yar, you must believe me. As Soo-ya arrived almost precisely at the moment he had agreed to the contest, Soo-young chuckled, exclaiming that he had no intention of being capricious. It was merely that scoundrel Luokyu had gone too far. Just think about it. If I refuse to battle, wouldn't I be seen as a coward, a turtle withdrawing into its shell? How could that be acceptable? What would the netizens think of me? How would my peers perceive me? Hearing Soo-young's words, Soo-ya could only shake her head in resignation, conceding that they would never win an argument against him. You are the boss. Do as you wish. What else could she do? She could only comply with Soo-young's decisions and clean up after him. She wondered if it would pass the review. If not, there would be no choice but to switch to another work. Soo-young felt uncertain about whether slashing the Crimson Eye would be approved. After all, despite his transmigration, he remained in a nation remarkably similar to the one from his previous life. He had no idea how the higher-ups would perceive such matters. If it were to fail the review, he would simply have to accept his fate and move on to another anime. Once the words were spoken, there was no turning back, was there? Online, the Sun Toy Company has once again launched a new product. This time, because Yi Jian had previously mentioned that it would come with photo booklets, netizens were filled with anticipation. Thus, when the official website released it at midnight, a fierce competition ensued among the netizens. They were eager to see just how captivating the photo booklets would be. They certainly were not merely interested in studying how Soo-young's photography differed from the gaudy offerings available in the market. Alas, I wonder if any kind-hearted soul will share a glimpse of what these photographs truly look like once they arrive. Add one. But is this really the right time to discuss this? By the way, shouldn't you all be worried about whether you can actually secure one? Oh, how could I forget this? I might miss the opportunity. My new product. Many netizens, preoccupied with speculation about the contents of the new product's photo booklet, overlooked a crucial point. They first needed to secure it. I got one. It will arrive this afternoon. Naturally, there were those eager to incite envy. A netizen known as the Wind Chaser immediately shared his transaction record, showcasing several new products. This instantly sparked a wave of envy and jealousy among the onlookers. He has acquired nearly every newly released item, and astonishingly, he resides not far from the origin of these toys. Oh, could it be that you are an employee of the toy factory, being so close? I must report this. There seems to be insider participation in this competition. It is unjust that I was unable to secure any items, and I believe such events should occur again. Netizens are fervently posting about their experiences. Speaking of which, Soo-young is truly putting in tremendous effort this time. The array of new product models is utterly mesmerizing. A message from a user named Drinking Horse in the Jianghu quickly captured everyone's attention, as this individual had already received their goods. Let me clarify. I am not an insider. I merely happen to live near the Whirlwind Toy Factory. Thus, once the products were dispatched, my address was directly delivered to. It appears that Soo-young has established a special protocol wherein buyers within a 10-kilometer radius are directly served by the factory's staff. Shortly after Drinking Horse in the Jianghu posted an update, they initiated a live stream. Upon seeing this, many realized that this was not just any influencer, but someone named Zhao Xian, who had previously been appointed by Soo-young as a product experience officer. The first product showcased was the Meow Meow commemorative figurine. Zhao Xian meticulously detailed the various parameters and aesthetics of the new product. Naturally, the price was also a focal point of discussion. For just an additional 10 yuan, one could acquire a product accompanied by a photo shoot. He watched in amazement as the viewer count in his stream skyrocketed from a few hundred to millions. leaving him utterly flabbergasted. He had never encountered such a grand spectacle before, and his gratitude towards Su Yang was beyond words, compelling him to earnestly present the product. However, the audience was less interested in his commentary and eagerly urged him to reveal the photo shoot. Yes, that's right, we want to see the photos. Let me behold the distinctiveness of the photos captured by the old rogue. Responding to the enthusiastic calls from the live audience, Zhao Xian was more than willing to oblige. His own curiosity piqued. Yet, when he unveiled the photo, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness, everyone, I have never seen such a beautiful image. Zhao Xian wiped away the drool, utterly awestruck, exclaiming that he felt he was defiling the photograph. This only heightened the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream. Just how exquisite could it be? They urged Zhao Xian to show them immediately. Without hesitation, Zhao Xian displayed the photo to the audience, and the viewers collectively gasped in admiration, their eyes widening in delight. Ah, how can there be such a charming girl in this world? It struck a chord in my heart. I think I have fallen in love. Oh no, it seems I am utterly captivated. The girl in the photograph appeared shy and demure. Her eyes are as pure as the sky, her teeth as white as seashells, and her skin as delicate as that of an infant, with rosy cheeks and dimples that reveal her small canines when she smiles. Her hair glimmers in the sunlight, and her petite figure pouts adorably, mimicking the stance of a hungry tiger. Clad in a charming pink dress, she gazes at the world with innocent, wide-eyed wonder. One could almost hear her sweet, babyish coos. A loli. Indeed, she is undoubtedly a loli. Countless young men are utterly enchanted. They are certainly not loli enthusiasts. Yet they find themselves utterly powerless in her presence. Although there is nothing risque about her, she strikes directly at their hearts. Quickly, let us see more of her photos. Ah, this is the first time I have realized such breathtaking beauty exists in the world. Goodness, how fortunate is the old rascal. Meeting so many lovely girls every day. Just the thought of it is immensely satisfying. This time, the theme is different. Zhao Xian opened the second product. Good heavens. This time she is dressed as a little devil, devoid of malice, yet brimming with cuteness. Take me in. I long for a deep exchange with this charming warden. I would gladly welcome 100 of such wardens. Howl. Su Yang, you truly understand us. If this image embodies a demon, then the previous one is undoubtedly an angel. The young men went wild. Please, do introduce the warden to me. I hope you, old rascal Su Yang, will swiftly develop corresponding plush pillows. Do not be unappreciative. Having lived for so long, I have never known such exhilaration. Chapter 81. The voice actor project. Zhao Xian promptly unboxed the remaining products one by one. The audience in the live stream truly experienced what it meant to receive an imperial-level treatment. From elegant ladies to fragile beauties, from office workers to secretaries. There were countless outfits. Only the imagination was the limit. They discovered for the first time that photo shoots could be this playful. Of course, what thrilled them the most was that these costumes were related to characters from Pokemon. Each outfit corresponded to a character they were responsible for portraying. The styles were distinct, making them easily recognizable. So, voice actors can engage in such creative endeavors? The viewers were not merely casual internet users. There were also many entrepreneurs from internet companies. They initially tuned in to see what Su Yang's photos were all about, expecting mere entertainment. To their astonishment, they found themselves immensely surprised. They realized that their previous notions had been so narrow-minded. Can voice actors only provide voiceovers? Why not venture into other industries? They could be crafted into something more as well. Through their respective fame, they can mutually achieve success, while their company could also generate new channels for traffic. Eventually, when the time is right, entering the entertainment and music industries would be entirely feasible. Ma Yuming is one of the many bosses who have recognized this potential. He smacked his forehead in realization. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? The model employed by Su Yang is one that they could easily replicate. As Zhao Xian's live stream drew to a close, Su Yang unexpectedly released a new announcement, sending the already excited netizens into a frenzy. By collecting any 10 complete photo sets of a voice actor, one could receive a high-definition signed poster of the corresponding voice actor, along with a personally recorded good morning and good night greeting and a life-sized body pillow. While some netizens might not have cared, the allure of the body pillow was utterly irresistible. What a splendid opportunity. No one should stand in my way. I must obtain that pillow. I long for a poster. Is that too much to ask? If I manage to collect complete photo sets from 2 different voice actors, would that grant me double the joy? Naturally. Netizens are adept at uncovering loopholes. Thus, a frenzy of purchases ensued, prompting Su Yang to urgently increase inventory, which was swiftly sold out. Meanwhile, within the Sun Toy factory, Su Yang gathered all the voice actors to announce a significant matter. They would collect feedback from every episode regarding the voice acting and assign scores. A monthly evaluation would determine rewards for those with the highest scores. Conversely, those who ranked at the bottom for 3 consecutive months would lose their current voice acting positions, with future arrangements to be reconsidered. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly became tense, a palpable sense of crisis enveloping the room. Additionally, the more popular one became in the market, the more their corresponding value would be recognized, granting them access to greater resources, involvement in more voice acting roles, opportunities for exclusive photo shoots, and even the chance to be integrated as original characters within anime storylines. Indeed, while a firm hand was necessary, rewards would follow. Immediately, the handsome men and beautiful women displayed excitement, their competitive spirits ignited. "All right, let us all give it our best," Su Yang declared as the meeting adjourned. He pondered the review results for slashing crimson eyes. The feeling of anticipation was quite peculiar, an anxious yet hopeful wait for good news. However, he mused that the photo set concept he had just launched would soon be emulated by other companies. It was likely that some would think the next step was to propel them into the entertainment industry. Su Yang smiled broadly, but regrettably, he had no intention of proceeding in that manner. Allowing this group to perform voiceovers was a task better suited for professionals. However, whether it be acting or singing, neither was currently viable. Although Su Yang's next undertaking was indeed related to music, he was resolute in his decision not to thrust them into the entertainment industry. He firmly believed he could create a stage ample enough for these individuals to showcase their talents. "Sister Yer, how prepared are you regarding the voice actor training I mentioned?" he inquired. To have voice actors sing, training was, of course, essential. Voice actors were, after all, singers as well. This was Yi Jin's notion, akin to the voice actors from a certain small, sunlit country in his previous life. They could embody the roles of two-dimensional voice actors or evolve into more multifaceted two-dimensional songstresses, with pleasing appearances, commendable skills, and formidable works. He was convinced that their prospects would not pale in comparison to those in the entertainment realm. This was not a daunting task. Preparations were nearly complete. Suya adjusted her glasses, acknowledging, "At last, you've accomplished something relatively credible." Yi Jin chuckled in response, "Of course. As the company president, I must ensure I don't recklessly jeopardize our enterprise." Suya shot him a disapproving glance. "You've managed to finalize the contract for Li Hua's novel, and the results are commendable. On its first day of release, it garnered thousands of views. Based on the current momentum, if Chapter 10 were to be set as a paid chapter, the subscription numbers would likely be favorable." Su Yang grinned again. "Indeed, this is my idea, so it surely cannot falter." He was intent on adapting this work into an anime. Suya nodded, recognizing his capability in this endeavor. At that moment, many in the literary world were astonished by the sudden emergence of this dark horse. Within just half a day of its release, it attracted thousands of views. Only a renowned golden author could achieve such a feat, they mused. Speculations arose regarding which esteemed figure had donned a new persona. The writing style and narrative structure bore no resemblance to that of a novice. The ideas were indeed imaginative. How had they not considered this? The ingenuity was remarkable. Such a novel creation must have been in preparation for quite some time. They were all immensely curious about the author's intriguing life. Who could this remarkable individual be? Writers within Penguin literature were abuzz with excitement. Newcomers, seasoned authors, and established luminaries alike were riveted by this work, as its statistics were truly impressive. Amidst their discussions, the view count had already surged to 5,000, without any recommendations or promotions. If such endorsements were to be initiated, the results would be unimaginable. They dared not even speculate on the potential outcome. Some, quick to act, had already begun contemplating how to ride the wave of this success. After all, if they couldn't partake in the feast, at least they could savor the broth. As long as one can earn money, that suffices. Chapter 82, Tiered Viewing. At this moment, within the Cultural Review Committee, in a particular examination room, several spirited and dignified elders sat together, their gazes fixed on the screen ahead. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on this work?" inquired a Mediterranean elder, surveying the room with an authoritative glance. "I find no issues. If one must insist on a reflection of reality, I believe that is the most commendable aspect of this piece," stated a sharply observant elder in a suit, expressing his approval. While the narrative is sound, the visuals are excessively bloody and violent. I am concerned that it will face significant backlash from parents. We must implement corresponding regulations and establish a rating system to ensure that viewers are mentally sound and possess a degree of critical thinking, at the very least. It should be suitable for high school students, offered another elder clad in traditional Tang attire. I can hardly believe that such a work could emerge from a creator known for a charming style. It is truly profound and classic. Whether in terms of plot, pacing, or visual impact, I deem it exceptionally outstanding. The existence of such a piece gives me hope for the cultural renaissance of the White Rabbit Nation. Indeed, Yi Fan has a worthy successor, praised a bald elder. Since everyone unanimously agrees that this work poses no issues, I shall proceed to issue a response, declared the elder seated at the head of the meeting. Agreed. The others nodded in affirmation, harboring no objections. In the eyes of Su Yang, the elder at the forefront, a glimmer of brilliance flashed. What a remarkable prodigy. He had once thought that Su Yang's ability to create a Pokemon-like work was already quite impressive. At that time, he had assisted Su Yang, sparing him from an early demise in his career. He had believed that Su Yang's surprises were limited to Pokemon. Little did he expect that this new creation would astonish them to such an extent. Who would have thought that Su Yang possessed such formidable creative prowess? After producing a work like Pokemon, he was capable of crafting another piece of such high quality. Prominently displayed on the screen behind him was the illustration of the entire Night Raid organization, unmistakably showcasing Su Yang's artistry. Undoubtedly, the work they had just discussed was Su Yang's new creation, Crimson Eye of the Slaughter. This young man truly embodies a semblance of Yi Fan. Yi Fan had also grown in a similar manner. Initially, it was believed that such talent would not be encountered again. Yet, unexpectedly, after several years, amid the current uncertain circumstances of the White Rabbit Nation, the Cultural Review Committee encountered a new star of such caliber in Su Yang. With such support, Yi Fan would likely not have felt so isolated. They have been exceedingly anxious, as the cultural security of the White Rabbit Kingdom faces a significant threat. Yet, the sole guardian of this security appears to be Yi Fan, who is desperately lacking in assistance to resist the cultural invasion spearheaded by the Great Beauty faction from the White Eagle Kingdom. Consequently, the Cultural Review Committee has been tirelessly seeking such talents, though with little success. However, at present, they believe they have discovered a formidable ally, Su Yang, who could undoubtedly serve as one of Yi Fan's assistants. It is hoped that he will consistently maintain this level of prowess. Should Su Yang's capabilities falter, they would have no choice but to replace him with a newly selected individual. Such occurrences and processes have been repeated countless times. In Su Yang's world, the knight did not grant him a pair of ebony eyes. While diligently creating his work, Pokemon, his phone suddenly rang. He refrained from answering immediately, opting instead to complete his tasks before finally picking up just as the call was about to disconnect. Hello? Su Yang glanced at the caller ID, his heart racing with excitement. It was no ordinary number. It was one he had longed to see. Indeed, it was the very number he yearned for, the one from the Cultural Review Committee. His heart raced with anticipation. The outcome hinged upon this call. Is this Su Yang? A steady voice, that of an elderly gentleman, resonated from the other end, causing Su Yang's heart to soar. What was happening? Hadn't he merely submitted a work for review? Why was he now receiving a call from such a distinguished voice? Did it mean his work had encountered issues? Would he be apprehended? May I ask who you are? Su Yang inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. Haha, no need to worry or be anxious. The elder, perhaps sensing Su Yang's trepidation, chuckled and assured him. My name is of little consequence. Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you. Hearing that the elder still had the humor to jest with him, Su Yang relaxed. Responding, I am curious as to why you seek me. Does a small fry like me warrant such personal attention from a leader? The elder chuckled in response. A clever lad you are. I am here to inform you that your new work has passed the review. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was immediately filled with joy. Really? The elder replied. Indeed, is there any doubt? Su Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. That is splendid news. I feared it might not pass. The elder continued. Haha. You are aware that this piece was quite challenging to get through. I must say, you have indeed been treading along the edge of the red line. Nevertheless, your work's exceptional quality has compelled us all to unanimously approve it. He earnestly remarked, young man. I hope you can continue to uphold your current level of excellence and produce more remarkable works in the future. Although Su Yang did not fully comprehend the meaning behind his words, he nodded repeatedly, affirming, "I understand, and I will consistently create outstanding pieces." He believed the elder was advising him to refrain from crafting works as gruesome and violent as Akmga Kill. Thus, he responded with utmost seriousness, feeling a twinge of regret. It seemed that some exceptional yet excessively violent creations would no longer be feasible. "You may have misunderstood my intent." The elder seemed to read Su Yang's thoughts. "You can continue to create works like Akmga Kill, as long as they do not violate national laws or incite division." His true wish was simply for Su Yang to maintain his current high standards, without overthinking it. The elder then proceeded to discuss the arrangements regarding Akmga Kill with Su Yang. Rating system? Understood. This was not a particularly daunting task for Su Yang. Such functionalities already existed on certain platforms. Moreover, he believed that Chun Rue, who had risen from the world of pirated videos, was quite adept at identifying target demographics. The most direct and effective method would be to implement identity verification alongside facial recognition, to prevent children from using their parents' IDs to bypass the system. An additional step could be introduced: parental confirmation. This would ensure that all registered viewers were at least 18 years old or had parental consent if they were younger. Thus, even if there were any oversights in the future, they would not find themselves in a precarious position. Chapter 83. Yi Fan was taken aback. He never expected the review to be approved. It was truly unexpected. Su Yang thought happily, now that the review had passed. He could contact Chun Rue to initiate the broadcast. This time, he hoped that all the viewers would find strength and healing in it. A mischievous smile crept across his face. He had once been profoundly healed himself. Now, it was time for him to dismantle others' umbrellas. Good things are meant to be shared with everyone. Today, he would present a classic legendary anime work. His grin grew increasingly sinister. He had submitted only one episode for review this time, mainly to avoid wasting time and effort if it did not pass. Now, while contacting Chun Rue for the broadcast, he naturally needed to produce the first 3 episodes and send them to the review committee for filing. However, he pondered why they hoped he could consistently maintain such a standard. This question puzzled Su Yang, and for the moment, he chose not to dwell on it. He believed that in due time, someone would reach out to him. He immediately posted on his social media, "On the 1st of next month, I will release a new work. I hope everyone will continue to support me as always." This time, the piece promises to be absolutely exhilarating and thrilling. Moreover, it is undoubtedly quite healing. I assure you with my character. As he read these words, a mischievous grin could not be concealed from Su Yang's face. Indeed, it was exhilarating, but it was also healing, albeit in a manner that might differ from the audience's conventional understanding of healing. He also uploaded the specially designed poster for this work. Just as he was about to send it, a pop-up caught his attention. Normally, he would ignore other news regardless of how flamboyant their headlines might be. However, the protagonist of this particular piece of news was none other than himself, cowardly Su Yang. Despite the prolonged silence regarding his new work, Luo Chua boldly states, "If you cannot create, you may as well concede." The view count had already reached 128, and upon checking the publication time, he noted it had only been an hour since it went live. This trending topic was indeed impressive. Su Yang narrowed his eyes and scoffed. He scrolled through, discovering that various platforms, including AI Blog, Music Notes, and Today as Quick News, as well as some local news outlets, had already published this article. Regardless of the platform, the view counts were all upwards of 500,000. Clearly, netizens were extremely interested in this news. However, he had already intended to announce his new work, and since someone decided to play the fool, he would gladly let them experience the feeling of embarrassment. Su Yang was utterly speechless regarding Luo Chiuyue. He had not provoked him, yet here he was, creating disturbances. Luo Chiuyue likely thought that even if he lost this time, his magnanimity would prevent any consequences. Unfortunately for him, this time, Su Yang would not be so generous. For him, this was merely a competition of anime works. Even though Han Feng was arrogant, at least he wouldn't act like a mad dog, provoking trouble. Outside, what do you think Su Yang will do this time? As for those upstairs, I cannot predict his response, but I am confident he will not disappoint us. Indeed, let us engage in idle chatter while we await news from the old thief. Unlike before, many netizens were notably calm this time, as they had considerable faith in Su Yang's abilities. Additionally, the excitement surrounding Su Yang's upcoming release left them with little energy to focus on anything else. After all, They were all currently captivated by the allure of the new work. Yet, this phenomenon left Luo Qiuyue utterly baffled. It shouldn't be like this. Why was it so different from the scenario he had envisioned? It should be that after everyone reads this satirical article mocking Su Yang, they would either vehemently oppose him or support him, thus elevating his popularity. In such a scenario, Su Yang would find himself unable to retreat into a shell. He must respond. Otherwise, he would truly become that turtle hiding in its shell. To put it plainly, his sole intention is to deprive Su Yang of any peaceful moments for creation. He firmly believes that Su Yang cannot possibly produce any remarkable work within such a short span of time. It is utterly impossible. Yet, although there is indeed considerable attention from netizens, the discussions surrounding it are far from fervent. Despite nearly 2 million in popularity, the discourse barely amounts to a few thousand comments, the majority of which are in support of Su Yang. This is entirely contrary to his expectations. He has failed to achieve his goal of pressuring Su Yang. Yi Fan mused, Su Yang, I truly did not misjudge you. Your potential is certainly not confined to a single work like Pokemon. As he beheld the piece sent from the Cultural Review Committee, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. The work in question is, of course, Akame Ga Kill. Although it consists of only one episode, the narrative within left him utterly astonished. The artistry, the storyline, the spatial arrangement, and the visual dynamics, all were executed with remarkable finesse. From the framing to the pacing, even the frame rate. Not a single aspect was lacking in Su Yang's execution. He felt that if Pokemon showcased Su Yang's impressive creative capabilities, then this work, Akame Ga Kill, unequivocally demonstrated to all that he, Su Yang, possesses all the qualities of a top-tier anime creator. Aside from a slight deficiency in age and experience, he has no flaws whatsoever. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for our nation to have such a talented individual. He watched the first episode of Akame Ga Kill repeatedly, finding himself increasingly enamored with it, unable to tear himself away. When he shared this work with his closest friend, he exclaimed, "Is this your new creation? It's astonishingly brilliant." When he humbly replied that it was not his work but that of the well-known junior, Su Yang, his friend was left utterly astonished. "You mean to say?" His friend immediately initiated a video call, his expression one of disbelief. How could such a near-perfect piece emerge from the hands of that young lad? He was unwilling to accept this reality. He conceded that Su Yang's creation of Pokemon was indeed impressive. However, he believed that as a newcomer, achieving this was already the pinnacle of his capabilities. In a short span of time, it was unlikely that he could produce something even more remarkable. At the very least, Pokemon would be his most extraordinary work in recent years, if not for a lifetime. Chapter 84. The poster released, netizens astonished. Yet now, reality revealed a different truth to him. No, Su Yang's talent surpassed their wildest imaginings. Pokemon was merely a preliminary endeavor. His true masterpiece should be this work, titled Akame Ga Kill. It was unimaginable, this prodigy. Yi Fan's closest friend understood all too well the level of skill required to create a work as exceptional as Akame Ga Kill. To speak candidly, 90% of anime authors could never possess such depth. They lacked the talent and the requisite skill. Only those endowed with both talent and profound knowledge could achieve this. In his view, only Yi Fan could accomplish such a feat. Hence, he instinctively felt that this work belonged to Yi Fan, and was utterly astonished to learn it was created by Su Yang. Because it was indeed astonishing. Su Yang had only debuted for a little over 6 months. Yet he possessed such terrifying abilities. Nevertheless, this was a relief. Finally, there was someone to alleviate my burden. It was exhausting to bear the brunt of the White Eagle Nation's machinations alone. Hearing his closest friend express this, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile and replied, "Indeed. At last, someone is here to assist me." Over the years, they had truly borne a heavy load. Yet, this was their duty. As exceptional individuals, it was their national obligation to uphold. Standing upon this yellow earth, they would not tolerate anyone undermining or usurping their 5,000 years of heritage. Yi Fan had acted unilaterally for so many years, fearing he would fade into obscurity. Yet now, it seemed there were successors. He felt an increasingly strong premonition that Su Yang would inherit his mantle, becoming the new guardian of the cultural bastion of the White Rabbit Nation. Moreover, he would soar to heights surpassing his own, looking down upon all. Luo Qiuyue, this time you have provoked the wrong person. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled upward, subtly tinged with mockery. In the past, Luo Qiuyue could bully those inexperienced newcomers by virtue of his seniority. But this time, Su Yang, the newly debuted artist, was frightfully formidable. If Luo Qiuyue still believed he was like those before him, he was in for a rude awakening. One wondered how Su Yang would respond this time. Last time, when Han Feng provoked him, Su Yang generously spared Han Feng at the pleas of his fans. What would happen this time? Uncertain whether fans of Luo Qiuyue would plead for him, one wonders if Su Yang would truly acquiesce to such appeals. The anticipation is palpable. Here in Su Yang's realm, one can only wait to witness how Luo Qiuyue intends to embarrass himself this time. With a decisive press of the send button, Su Yang dispatched his freshly crafted post. This time, he would not allow such matters to conclude easily. It would not do to let others perceive him as magnanimous. While he might profess to be generous, one must exhibit a certain pettiness when the occasion demands it. Otherwise, people might assume he is easily trifled with, inviting unwarranted provocations. Such a scenario would indeed be vexatious. Su Yang refused to be seen as a pushover. Has Su Yang just made a grand announcement? In the review backend of Info, when Xiaoxia was diligently examining videos, fulfilling her professional duties, suddenly, a notification from her blogging platform caught her attention. A fleeting glance rendered her utterly astounded. It was none other than the post from Su Yang, the very one she yearned to see. She opened it. Initially, she did not think much of it. However, upon encountering the exquisite poster beneath the simple text, her eyes could no longer accommodate anything else. In an instant, she seemed to be entranced by the world depicted in the poster. Night Raid. Imperial tools in the city of slaughter. She unconsciously murmured, as if she were intent on scrutinizing each pixel of the artwork. Everything around her faded into insignificance. At that moment, her gaze was fixated solely on the poster. Is this the new creation? Even without having seen the full feature, this single poster ignited an overwhelming sense of anticipation within Xiaoxia. It must be a masterpiece. It could not possibly be an ordinary work, she reassured herself. With such an outstanding poster, if the actual content were to disappoint, it would feel like a grave disservice to the artwork itself. Oh my, how can it be so beautiful? Goodness, old thief, have you been secretly honing your craft? Online, the excitement had reached a fever pitch. Su Yang's poster had captivated the viewers, leaving them unable to divert their gaze. Their hearts were filled solely with shock and eager anticipation. They were fervently curious about the world that lay beneath the Night Raid. Was it a realm of good or ill? The myriad of bizarre imperial tools and the diverse array of characters tantalized their senses of expectation. Indeed, old thief, you must have been studying hard. How could you have attained such remarkable skill? When did you acquire such extraordinary prowess? Everyone had already been in awe of his talent in Pokemon, yet this poster unequivocally reveals the extraordinary talent of Su Yang's artistry. It is far from what they had imagined. Rather than resembling the style of Pokemon, it appears to be a spontaneous piece he created for practice. In the presence of this poster titled Night Raid, netizens feel that 90% of the anime works available in the market have lost their brilliance. This poster is simply exquisite, surpassing all expectations. The artistry and spatial depth are immensely powerful and beyond imagination. Given the poster's remarkable intricacy, I can only anticipate that the actual film will be no less impressive. My excitement is truly mounting. Indeed, it is so refined that it makes me feel unworthy. Its delicacy is such that one would hesitate to defile it, preferring instead to display it in an exhibition for admiration. To think that the old master has hidden such a significant gem, with such an outstanding visual, the storyline must certainly do it justice. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. My goodness, I am utterly spellbound. Yes, if the storyline falters, it would be an utter shame. It is akin to a stunningly beautiful maiden being sullied by a crude, toothless brute, which would evoke a profound sense of revulsion. At this moment, Luo Qiuyue finds himself engulfed in disbelief. Gazing at the poster, he feels a chill run down his spine. It is impossible. This cannot be true. His narrative surely cannot be commendable. Yes, the plot will undoubtedly lack excellence. Within such a short span, how could he possibly craft a superior story, let alone balance it with such outstanding visuals? The visuals must have consumed the majority of his time. He certainly had no time to refine the narrative. He mutters to himself like a madman, laughing one moment and spiraling into mania the next. Chapter 85. Reason Analysis. Su Yang, of course, remains unaware of the intricate layers involved. He is simply filled with anticipation. Soon, when his new work is released, I wonder what expression Luo Qiuyue will wear. I can imagine he will think, with such high visual quality, the storyline must surely falter. Oh dear, if he thinks that way, he will be sorely mistaken. This work will not only feature a superior narrative, but also exhibit exceptional artistry. Su Yang believes Luo Qiuyue is likely to think this. For if he were in Luo Qiuyue's shoes, he would share the same sentiment. A newcomer, having recently debuted, producing a masterpiece like Pokemon is already impressive. How could he possibly create an even more remarkable work? Moreover, this piece boasts extraordinary artistry and visual quality. Under such circumstances, how could the narrative quality possibly hold up? It is inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable. The uproar sparked by Su Yang's poster has grown increasingly fervent. No one anticipated that Su Yang possessed such extraordinary artistic prowess. The exceptional quality of this poster has led even the most discerning netizens to regard it as a masterpiece. I could never have imagined that Su Yang, the old rascal, harbored such talent. Indeed, old rascal, what is your true nature? Are you not a businessman? Where did you acquire such artistic skills? It is truly astonishing. Upon investigation, I discovered that the old rascal studied business, with no connection to the arts whatsoever. This implies that his remarkable artistic ability is self-taught. Such statements have ignited considerable discussion online, as netizens increasingly believe that this may indeed be the truth. Otherwise, how could someone with a master's degree in business possess such formidable artistic talent? This is something that countless art majors have failed to achieve. To be frank, even as a top-tier art student, I am currently unable to reach the quality of Su Yang's work. A netizen known as Ink and Brush Life shared a post detailing an analysis of the entire poster. Firstly, in terms of composition, Su Yang employed the highly challenging technique of a low-angle wide shot. Within the realm of White Rabbit Country, few dare to attempt such a method. While this approach enhances the three-dimensionality and visual impact of the poster, it can also result in significant disproportion in character proportions. As we all know, anime characters inherently possess a degree of difficulty in proportion, let alone when utilizing a low-angle perspective. However, in Su Yang's magnificent artwork, such issues are entirely absent. It retains visual impact while maintaining harmonious proportions, rendering it exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Due to the extensive nature of the analysis, Ink and Brush Life conveniently divided the content into several parts for easier reading. Secondly, regarding character design, I can only describe it as meticulous. Upon closer examination, one can discern that even the finest strands of hair are rendered with precision, down to every minute detail. Each character is delineated with exquisitely delicate lines, explaining why so many find it to be remarkably beautiful. Su Yang's profound mastery is evident. Ink and Brush Life elaborated on 6 or 7 points, appreciating the poster from various angles, captivating the audience. Without his insights, many would struggle to articulate the poster's excellence. Although they recognized its quality, they could not pinpoint its merits. After his thorough explanation, everyone immediately understood why it was so remarkable. Truly, it is of exceptional caliber. Su Yang's poster has since garnered considerable acclaim. The poster is exquisite. One can only hope that the storyline will not disappoint. If it does, it would be yet another work that rivals the beloved Pokemon series. Truly, Su Yang is an extraordinary talent. I perceive a regal aura about him. Meanwhile, Hanfeng gazes at the poster crafted by Su Yang, overwhelmed by a singular thought, astonishment. Beyond this wonder, he is left with a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, a deep-seated powerlessness, devoid of any notion of resistance. It is simply flawless. This artwork is overwhelmingly perfect. Hanfeng has always believed himself to be on par with others. Yet, for the first time, he feels that he is indeed outmatched. Su Yang's prowess is beyond his reach. Faced with such an adversary, he feels incapable of standing against him. Fortunately, he battled Su Yang during his time with Pokemon. A wave of trepidation and relief washes over Hanfeng. Had he confronted Su Yang during this new endeavor, Akame kill, he might have met an untimely demise. How could Su Yang possess such terrifying strength? Hanfeng finds this reality utterly daunting. Su Yang's talent is truly beyond the imagination of an ordinary person like himself. He resolves to remain humble, to observe and learn more. One should not become arrogant upon achieving minor successes. Su Yang has already imparted a significant lesson to him. He cannot expect that everyone he encounters in the future will be as amiable as Su Yang. Su It has come to my attention that you were once a business major. How did you suddenly acquire such remarkable artistic skills? Suya inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. I don't recall you ever studying art. She was intimately familiar with Su Yang's life story, having attended the same school during their childhood and later, both middle and high school. Although they did not attend the same university, they were still at the same institution. After graduation, Suya joined her father's toy factory, and Su Yang did likewise. While they were not inseparable, they certainly saw each other daily. She could not recall Su Yang ever having spare time to study art. Even if he had, such rapid progress seemed implausible. Hearing Suya's remarks, Su Yang responded with a sigh, Sister Ya, are you also curious about such matters? You wonder how I suddenly acquired such exceptional artistic abilities? Of course I learned. He shrugged. Could it be a gift from the heavens? Su Yang contemplated revealing to Suya that he was a traveler from another world, but would she believe him? Moreover, what purpose would there be in disclosing such information to anyone? He possesses such abilities, and the origins of them are irrelevant. Chapter 86. Is self-taught success not permissible? Listening to Su Yang, Suya helplessly remarked, My dear Su, I am well aware that your skills are acquired, yet I cannot recall you ever studying. With her large, sparkling eyes, she leaned closer to Su Yang and inquired, When did you secretly learn such impressive painting techniques? Su Yang, enveloped in a delightful fragrance, felt invigorated but nonetheless replied earnestly, What do you mean by secretly studying? I am merely enhancing myself openly, you know? Indeed. So grand, so pure. Avert your gaze. Avert your gaze. Huffed. Why pretend to be a paragon of virtue? It's quite unappealing and insincere. Suya straightened up, pouting slightly. She had observed Su Yang's earlier actions and was quite pleased by his candid demeanor. She appreciated such straightforward individuals. If you've looked, you've looked. Once you've seen, you needn't look again. Sister Ya, would you care to reflect on what you were saying? Su Yang exclaimed in exasperation. You are a woman, and I am a man. Is it permissible for me to steal glances at you? My conscience would be condemned. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for us to be so ambiguous, wouldn't it? Although Suya is undeniably beautiful and enchanting, even so, it would be rather bold for me to acknowledge any feelings towards her. Suya was amused by Su Yang's reaction. Her laughter was both charming and captivating. Su Yang wondered if he was hallucinating. Suya seemed to exude an increasingly alluring aura. Each smile and frown captivated the soul. Although that white shirt cannot conceal her ample curves, I assure you, it is certainly not for that reason that I find her mesmerizing. All right, enough teasing. Suya ceased her laughter and picked up the tablet resting on the table. Regarding the voice actor training you commissioned, it is essentially all arranged. She handed the tablet to Su Yang. Here are the names of the instructors. Please review them and confirm the list so I can proceed with the next steps. One must admit, the serious side of Suya is also quite alluring. All right, I understand. Su Yang took a deep breath, clearing his mind of the impure thoughts that Suya had incited moments ago. Li Pimping, Zhang Xiaoji, Wang Jia. Su Yang scanned the list, slightly furrowing his brow. The individuals listed possessed considerable capabilities, along with impressive educational backgrounds and work experience. Consequently, the salaries he proposed were also substantial, exceeding 20 or 30,000 a month. For Su Yang, who was currently quite affluent, this was not a significant concern. However, the voice actor project was of great importance, and Su Yang needed to exercise utmost caution in selecting the instructors. One must thoroughly evaluate their capabilities before making a decision. Regrettably, it is not possible to invite them for an on-site trial. Otherwise, it would provide a far more intuitive experience. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Su Yang is currently conducting these interviews solely through video conferencing, which somewhat detracts from the authenticity of the process. Zhang Yijia, a distinguished student from a high school in Xiangshui City, excels academically and possesses a commendable character, along with noteworthy athletic talent. However, his greatest passion remains indulging in novels. He revels in the fantastical realms of literature, experiencing the bizarre and ever-changing worlds filled with wonder. Whether it be tales of vengeance and joy or narratives of struggle and survival, each experience is profoundly enriching. Within the confines of these fictional universes, all worldly concerns can be momentarily forgotten, serving as an effective remedy for the immense pressures of high school. Recently, however, he seems to have encountered a dearth of captivating novels. He navigates the homepage of Penguin Literature, perusing the literary rankings in search of works that pique his interest. After considerable browsing, he finds nothing that captivates him. Most titles are either familiar or lack allure. He inadvertently enters a community dedicated to literary scarcity within Penguin literature, where one can forge friendships and discover shared interests, ultimately leading to the discovery of beloved novels. This community is brimming with knowledgeable individuals who consistently recommend relatively obscure yet exceptional works. Zhang Yijie has resolved numerous dilemmas here. Thus, he places immense trust in this literary haven. If he cannot find what he seeks within this community, he feels it is unlikely to be found elsewhere, as it stands as the largest online literary exchange center. In this regard, he believes that the financially robust Penguin Company has performed admirably. He locates the science fiction category he desires. Upon clicking this classification, a book with an unremarkable cover materializes. Zhang Yijie immediately delves into it. Being a frequent visitor, he understands that only works of substantial quality receive promotion. Indeed, upon examining its recommendation heat, it astonishingly reaches a score of 8,633. This further bolsters his confidence in the quality of the work. Having read novels for many years, he has encountered fewer than 5 that boast such high recommendation heat. Consequently, he is convinced that the work currently before him is of commendable quality. As he peruses the first chapter, his brow arches slightly, intrigued. It bears a resemblance to Pokemon, suggesting the author possesses considerable talent. As he continues reading, he cannot shake the sensation, perhaps a figment of his imagination, that this work closely mirrors Pokemon. The narrative structure appears strikingly similar. Who exactly is this author? There is indeed a peculiar sensation akin to viewing an alternative version of Pokemon. The narrative and humor bear a striking resemblance, evoking warmth without a hint of awkwardness. Could this be the work of the illustrious Su Yang? It is evident that he is also an admirer of Pokemon. One can discern a subtle echo of that essence within this novel. Yet, it seems improbable. Su Yang is currently responsible for 2 significant works, leaving little room for such endeavors. Although Zhang Yijie has yet to visit an animation company, he possesses some understanding of the relevant processes. For smaller establishments, like the Sun Animation Studio, releasing an episode weekly is already quite a challenge. Moreover, Su Yang manages to update twice a week while maintaining such high quality. Now, he is poised to unveil a new work. How could he possibly have the time for this? It is indeed curious that someone else could mirror Su Yang's style so closely. Zhang Yijie finds this increasingly fascinating. Though the story has only reached its 10th chapter, he feels a profound sense of dissatisfaction, yearning for more. He decides to add it to his bookshelf for ease of access in the future. Closing his phone, he quietly savors the recent delight. He enjoys reading novels, yet he does not allow himself to become overly immersed. All he seeks is the joy within them. Losing himself would mean straying from his true intentions, which could jeopardize his commendable achievements. Chapter 87. Infringement. Thank you, Mr. Su, exclaimed Li Hua, gazing at the recent deposit notification on his phone with excitement. Su Yang could not help but laugh, responding, "What do you thank me for? This is what you rightfully deserve. Without your exceptional writing skills, my story could not possibly have achieved such success." He patted Li Hua on the shoulder, encouraging him to believe in his own capabilities. "Young man, your talent is commendable." Li Hua nodded earnestly, acknowledging, "I understand, but without your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today." The deposit was no trivial amount, totaling 3,000 or 4,000. He had only updated for a few days, not even a week. Such additional income brought him immense satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, look at you, learning to flatter." Su Yang chuckled. "Now, let us continue to strive forward. Trust me, you will earn even more in the future." Li Huan nodded emphatically, fully believing in this promise. Following Su Yang's lead, he would never have to worry about sustenance again. The wisest decision he had ever made in his life was joining the Sun Animation Studio and meeting Su Yang. Not long after Li Hua departed, Suya approached gracefully, her presence enchanting. "Sister Ya, what brings you here this time?" Su Yang inquired. To this, Suya playfully retorted, "Is it not permissible to visit our esteemed Mr. Su without a specific reason?" Observing her charmingly indignant demeanor, Su Yang nodded, conceding, "All right, your beauty renders all your words valid." With a playful tone, he added, "Enough jesting. You truly lack a sense of romance." As Suya returned to her usual self, she presented a tablet before Su Yang. "Ah, the scent of milk is delightful," Su Yang remarked as he activated the device, noting its lingering warmth. The screen revealed a piece of news, yet as he read, his brow furrowed in concern. "Copyright infringement. Fan creator Ji Chio faces lawsuit from the Cultural Review Committee, potentially liable for a compensation of 120,000. Immediately, Soo-young exited the article and navigated to a random novel platform. Upon entering Pokemon, he was met with a plethora of related fan works. Most were written for pleasure rather than profit, thus not infringing on copyright. However, the revelation of profitable fan literature indicated a burgeoning trend. Jichio was merely an unfortunate casualty in this landscape. What is the situation with Jichio? Soo-young inquired of Suya, his expression grave. He trusted that since Suya had brought this news to his attention, she must be familiar with Jichio's background. His amiable nature did not equate to a tolerance for others exploiting his creations for monetary gain. Jichio, a male by the name of Liu Xianming, age 24, was indeed a newcomer at Penguin Literature. Initially, his fan fiction was submitted to Penguin Literature without securing a publishing contract, leading him to release it in the underground novel market. The underground novel market refers to various novel websites beyond the realm of legitimate internet literature. These platforms, often of questionable quality, allow any profitable work to be published. The most notable example is the QB Pavilion Novel Network, akin to Penguin Literature within this underground realm. It hosts a diverse array of stories, regardless of their legitimacy. If one is willing to write, there are no limits to what can be published. Furthermore, exceptional writers may become contracted authors, earning substantial income. Jichio's work found a home at QB Pavilion. Otherwise, how could it have attracted the attention of the Cultural Review Committee? The online community has erupted in debate. Suya continued, explaining that a faction believes this incident significantly enhances the reputation of Pokemon, thus benefiting its growth. Even if it constitutes infringement, it is deemed a minor issue. Conversely, a larger group argues that this is an unjust appropriation of one's efforts. They maintain that regardless of the potential benefits to the Pokemon brand, infringement remains infringement and should not be conflated. They hope you will address this matter, proposing a resolution that satisfies all parties involved, as it is the love for this work that inspires the creation of fan literature. Numerous authors have expressed that writing fan fiction can help us spread our reputation and generate income. They can leverage the fame of Pokemon to pen fan fiction and earn a modest sum, hoping to engage in this endeavor legally. Upon hearing Suya's words, Soo-young nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the situation. He thought to himself that it was quite unexpected, yet not particularly challenging. Such occurrences were exceedingly common in his previous life, and the solution was remarkably simple: to provide a legitimate platform for writing fan fiction. This way, everyone could collaborate and prosper, achieving a win-win scenario without appearing miserly or narrow-minded. The legitimate platform Soo-young envisioned was none other than a certain website, which, despite its lack of popularity, contained both anime and literary sections. It had not thrived, serving merely as a space for casual exchanges among novel enthusiasts. However, Soo-young believed that after this initiative, perceptions would change. The literary section of this site would soon experience rapid development, with Pokemon fan fiction attracting many to engage in writing and discussions. Consequently, the popularity of the literary section would naturally rise. Nevertheless, Soo-young contemplated the necessity of establishing such a website himself. Relying on others seemed less desirable than taking the initiative. Why not? With the current popularity of his works, creating such a site and attracting an audience would be quite manageable. However, since Pokemon currently held the mainstream appeal on this platform, he decided to entrust the fan fiction community to them for now. In the future, when he released new works, he would establish his own website, akin to the Naruto and One Piece Chinese fan sites from his previous life. This new platform would allow users to share merchandise, analyze foreshadowing and plots, and engage in joyous conversations, creating an anime community rich in atmosphere. He could also share plots, ideas, and creativity within this space and interact with everyone. Most importantly, he could stream new works directly on the site, instituting a membership system similar to the existing platform. Viewing content there would surely foster a more vibrant atmosphere than on the other site. Oh, is there a plan? Suya asked, surprised, and then praised. As expected of President Su, you are indeed impressive, coming up with a solution so swiftly. I look forward to your perfect resolution of this matter. If executed well, it would serve as free advertising for us. Chapter 88. Proposed solutions. Upon hearing Suya's remarks, a smile crept onto Soo-young's face. All right, then await my good news, he replied. He felt that handling this situation would not be difficult. Let us see President Su's remarkable prowess. Suya took the tablet and walked away with a light step. Clearly, she had found the previous issue quite challenging. However, with Su Yang's words, she realized that it was not as daunting as she had thought. Su Yang smiled at this. If this could be considered a difficult problem, then truly, there would be no challenges left to face. Calculating the time, he presumed that the small platform should have received a call by now. Even if others had not responded, Chen Rui certainly should have. Su Yang trusted that. Given Chen Rui's capabilities and insight, he would understand the myriad benefits that could arise from resolving this matter. Therefore, it was likely that he would conceive a similar approach as his own. However, since no one had called, he naturally decided to open his blog and write, "Dear netizens, I have looked into the issue of fanfiction copyright infringement and firmly support the awareness of copyright. Nevertheless, the love for Pokemon among everyone necessitates a platform for the fanworks created. I will communicate in detail with the small platform to create a conducive space for novel ideas, facilitating exchange and creativity." Just as he was composing this, his phone rang. Upon seeing the number, it was indeed Chen Rui. He promptly answered, smiling, "President Chen, it has been a while since we last communicated. Have you forgotten about your friend?" Hearing Su Yang's teasing words, Chen Rui chuckled. "Not at all. Even if I forget many, I could never forget President Su. Let me get straight to the point. Regarding the fanfiction for Pokemon, would you be willing to allow us to feature it in the novel section of the small platform? This way, once we obtain your authorization, we can avoid any infringement, satisfy the netizens, enable creativity and profit, and also enhance the reputation of your works. It is a win-win situation. Wouldn't you agree, President Su?" At this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ah, truly, President Chen, a brilliant idea. It aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Since you have brought it up, let's proceed this way. Please draft a relevant contract on your end and send it to me. If I find no issues with it, we can officially confirm our collaboration. With such a significant achievement, I believe President Chen's return to the chairman position will be imminent." However, after hearing Su Yang's words, Chen Rui pondered for a moment and then said, "President Su, if you do not mind the suggestion, why not invest to become the largest board member? As long as you hold the majority stake, those incompetent individuals will have no grounds to argue. I, as your spokesperson, can undoubtedly lead the small platform toward a brighter future. At that point, whether or not I become chairman will be inconsequential." Chen Rui's proposal left Su Yang momentarily deep in thought. He immediately broke into a smile again, with President Chen remarking, "I am now managing a modest household and a small enterprise. How could I possibly come up with such funds? I genuinely possess the will, but lack the means. The small platform has now become the most formidable hub for two-dimensional communication in the country, valued at several hundred million. To aspire to become a shareholder and reach the heights described by Chen Rui, one would need at least a stake of several tens of millions. Such capital is currently beyond Su Yang's reach. However, he was undeniably intrigued by Chen Rui's proposal. If ripe opportunities are available, why not seize them? It would indeed be a tremendous loss otherwise." Upon hearing Su Yang's rejection, Chen Rui did not feel particularly disheartened. After all, it was merely an exploratory inquiry. His primary objective had been achieved. Su Yang had agreed to allow their small platform to become a legitimate space for the creation of Pokemon fan fiction. With the popularity of Pokemon and the ever-growing demand for fan works, it was anticipated that considerable attention would be drawn. In due time, the platform's visibility could rise even further. This would be a splendid development for the already flourishing small platform. Where is Su Yang, the Great One? Why has he not responded? Several hours have passed. Could it be that he is so engrossed in his creative pursuits that he has overlooked it? Although it may seem like an eternity, only 4 hours have elapsed, and perhaps the old rascal truly has not seen it. This matter concerns the future interests of many. Thus it has garnered significant attention. Numerous individuals are fervently hoping that Su Yang will graciously provide them with a legitimate avenue for creating fan fiction. This way, their endeavors would not be deemed unlawful. They genuinely wish to capitalize on the popularity of Pokemon to pin some stories and earn a little income. If others can do it, why should they not? Moreover, this approach could yield a more effortless and lucrative outcome. When Xiaoxia, although an auditor for musical notes, harbors a deep affection for Pokemon fan fiction, the anime is undeniably captivating, yet its updates are frustratingly slow. She occasionally finds herself fantasizing about how she would develop the storyline if she were to write novels, allowing her imagination to explore infinite possibilities for the unfolding narrative. Thus, she sincerely hopes that Su Yang can remain calm and offer a solution rather than resolutely resist with righteous indignation. Although she is aware that this may seem morally coercive and inappropriate, such a stance would garner considerable support and could be seen as a correct course of action. Nevertheless, it may also appear somewhat lacking in compassion and could impact her popularity. Surely, someone like Su Yang would not be so devoid of empathy. When Xiaoxia holds a very favorable impression of Su Yang. In her perception, Su Yang was both talented and gentle in disposition. He seldom lost his temper and conducted his affairs in a manner that was exceedingly agreeable. She believed that this time would not be an exception to her expectations. Ding dong. Just as she contemplated how Su Yang would resolve the matter at hand, a notification popped up on her phone. Upon glancing at it, her eyes sparkled with delight, for it was an update from Su Yang's beloved blog. She knew that Su Yang had responded. Eagerly, she clicked to see how he intended to address the situation. Although the first sentence raised a hint of concern in her heart, she felt an inkling that what followed would contain the information she yearned for. Indeed, as she continued to read, she discovered the content she had hoped for. Su Yang had provided a creative haven for fans of Pokemon fan fiction within the small, yet vibrant novel section of a niche website. Writing within this realm would now be a legal and authorized endeavor. Chapter 89. Seizing the Cake. Moreover, what brought her the greatest joy was Su Yang's proposal regarding Ji Qiu's situation, to transfer the works to the niche site. With Su Yang covering any breach of contract penalties and inviting Ji Qiu to become a contracted author on the site, serializing her current work. Seeing this outcome, when Xiaoxia was overjoyed, she had known that a man like Yi Jian would never let her down. Look, his suggested resolution was utterly perfect. Not only did it alleviate the concerns of the online community, but it also enhanced his reputation and created a promising avenue for income. Truly, a triumph on multiple fronts. Online, numerous netizens who witnessed Su Yang's update could not help but applaud. His approach was remarkably humane. It was no wonder that the works he created were of such exceptional quality. They felt elated. Does this mean we can now freely create within the novel section of the niche site? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the seasoned veteran had executed his plan with thoroughness. Let us go? Go. Many who had awaited the resolution of this fan fiction issue felt an instant sense of relief upon reading the news. They happily began to put pen to paper, embarking on their journey of fan fiction. Countless individuals suddenly found themselves inspired to create. In no time, the novel section of the niche site experienced a surge in traffic. Many netizens planned to explore the section, hoping to uncover delightful surprises. After all, they had grown weary of the works available on other sites. Perhaps a change of pace here would offer a refreshing experience. Zhang Yijie was among them. How wonderful it would be if the novel about beast taming were to serialize here. Zhang Yijie believed that updates in the niche site's novel section would undoubtedly cultivate a richer atmosphere. Zhang Yijie perused the modest rankings of the novel section, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The selections predominantly consisted of romantic and historical novels, genres he found rather unappealing. It seemed more suited to his older sister's tastes. After a prolonged search, he struggled to discover any titles that would cater to male readers' preferences. The few that seemed appropriate lacked quality, appearing to be mere trifles penned by others for amusement. Shaking his head in resignation, Zhang Yijie acknowledged that, despite his foresight regarding this outcome, the reality was still disheartening. Indeed, haste makes waste. This was merely the nascent stage of development. The hope for serendipitous finds was unrealistic. However, after a few days, he anticipated that his efforts would not be in vain. Exiting the meager platform, he immersed himself in his studies. Meanwhile, the sinister expression of Ma Yuming, the general manager of Penguin Video, darkened as he observed the developments regarding Su Yang. This cannot stand. I must engage in a thorough dialogue with the chairman to protect our interests. To Ma Yuming, Su Yang's decision to authorize the legitimate serialization of fan fiction on the small platform appeared to yield multiple advantages at first glance, seemingly resolving an unexpected crisis. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was evident that this action was laying a solid foundation for Su Yang's future endeavors in the literary domain. What would become of Penguin literature under such circumstances? Moreover, if Su Yang were to capture a portion of the novel market, would the adaptations of anime not also be at risk of being siphoned away? This was akin to robbing Penguin Company of its rightful share. As the general manager of Penguin Video, Ma Yuming could not idly watch the rise of the small platform's novel section. He absolutely could not tolerate such developments. You have indeed maintained your keen insight, Ma, the chairman of Penguin Company, Lu Tung, expressed coldly. Absolutely, we must not allow him to flourish. Otherwise, our interests will undoubtedly suffer significant harm. Yes, Chairman. What course of action should we pursue? Ma Yuming inquired, elated that Lu Teng embraced his perspective. Though youthful, their chairman possessed a far-reaching vision and was always receptive to his analyses. Rather than jeopardizing their position, it would be wiser to let the small platform grow before orchestrating its acquisition. Lu Teng's lips curled into a smile. In due time, Su Yang will be laboring for our benefit. We shall reap the rewards of his efforts. Penguin Company lacks nothing but money. Listening to Lu Teng's words, Ma Yuming couldn't help but chuckle. The chairman is indeed astute. Lu Teng's assertion holds merit. Rather than employing commercial tactics to render the small, struggling site half alive, it would be more prudent to allow them to develop further. Once they have expended their efforts to maintain their literary section, we can seamlessly integrate ourselves and appropriate their hard-won achievements just as they are about to reap the rewards. I have long harbored ambitions to supplant the small site, believing they still held some utility, and I even contemplated harvesting the fruits of their labor once they had grown a bit more robust. Lu Teng's voice continued to resonate. But now with the emergence of the promising Su Yang, the opportunity to reap benefits from their toil seems inevitable. Let them strive. Their current joy in encroaching upon our interests will only amplify their dismay when we ultimately pluck the fruits of their labor. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuming joyously ended the call, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, Su Yang, your good fortune is about to unfold. Initially, he had intended to devise a scheme against Su Yang, but it now seemed unnecessary. However, their inactivity does not imply that other novel websites are similarly dormant. If the online literature market were to be divided into 10 portions, then Penguin and Ant Company each would occupy 4, while the remaining various sites would vie for the last 2. While Penguin might appear indifferent, it does not mean Ant Company shares the same sentiment. How intriguing. Lu Teng seems to plan to wait until the small site flourishes before striking. Lu Yun, the owner of Ant Company, chuckled slyly. How unfortunate for you, if you hesitate. I shall take action. In recent years, the online literature platforms under their company have gradually faltered. They are in dire need of a new site to counterbalance Penguin's dominance and safeguard their literary interests. And now, the small site has emerged. For them, the method of developing their own novel platform is not the primary concern. The most crucial aspect is simply to prevent Penguin from expanding. That would be their greatest victory. As long as they can thwart Penguin's progress, they will be content. This has been their modus operandi for many years, deepening the animosity between the two factions. Chapter 90. Devious? But I relish it. Both parties' websites and companies harbor mutual disdain for one another, each aspiring to usurp the other. Yet, curiously, neither dares to eliminate the other completely, despite possessing the strength and capability to do so. The reason remains unspoken, but if one were to summarize it succinctly, it would be encapsulated in 2 words: balance. As for Su Yang, I must ask, do you not fear that your strategy may bring us unnecessary complications? Suya sat before Su Yang and inquired. Although she had limited understanding of the market and lacked extensive vision, she recognized that Su Yang's approach was akin to seizing a share from the jaws of 2 major web fiction companies. She could not believe that these 2 platforms would passively observe Su Yang's actions. It was inconceivable that such individuals would willingly nurture a rival. Do you think I lack consideration in this regard? Su Yang replied with a confident smile. It is precisely because I am aware that the web fiction domain is dominated by these 2 giants that I am undertaking this strategy. He was acutely aware that this maneuver would incite jealousy from both Penguin Company and Ant Company. No one relishes having their resources encroached upon. However, their mutual animosity meant that whatever one side intended to do, the other would invariably counteract. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Do you believe that Penguin Company and Ant Company are not already strategizing? Let them engage in their skirmishes. Ultimately, their best recourse would be to acquire the small platform. Yet, should they wish to proceed with the acquisition, they would find that the development of the novel section of the small platform relies on fan fiction, the rights to which currently belong to me. When I release my next work, I will establish a corresponding novel community website, allowing users to acclimate to an alternative hub for fan fiction beyond the small platform. Consequently, with each new release, we will launch a new community site, gradually attracting users to our domain." His smile radiated brilliance. When Penguin Company eventually acquired the small platform, I would merely withdraw and reclaim my rights. At that point, How they choose to manage the small platform would be of no concern to me. During this period, I will have cultivated a mature novel community. And even if they aspire to replicate my success, they will lack the same cultural atmosphere I have nurtured. They may have the financial resources to develop more aggressively. But all I need to do is safeguard my own territory and foster steady growth. When the time comes for them to seek an acquisition, I would politely decline. Surely, they cannot compel me against my will. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Suya felt a chill run through her. In essence, you have entirely reduced the small platform to a mere pawn, shielding our company's development until it becomes expendable, correct? Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Although it sounded rather unpalatable, it was, in truth, the essence of the matter. What do you think, you? You do not perceive me as overly cunning, do you? Suya contemplated. Indeed, tempted to affirm. However, cunningness toward others could be advantageous for oneself. She found Su Yang's actions to be entirely justified. As a company leader, one must possess the acumen to calculate and strategize against others. She shook her head, expressing her admiration. With such depth of character, I feel reassured, President Su. I only hope that one day you do not calculate against me and cast me aside. Upon hearing these words, Su Yang could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Sister Yer, do you truly perceive me as that kind of person? Would she scheme against Suya? For what purpose? To burden her with debt, compelling her to become his personal secretary, thereby resolving a plethora of his masculine dilemmas? That seemed implausible. Or would she sacrifice her own resources only to hire someone unfamiliar to manage such a vast enterprise? What would be her motive? Would it not be more advantageous for Suya to oversee matters herself? Suya raised an eyebrow, her finger gently prodding Su Yang's chest as she leaned in. Exhaling softly, "Who knows, my dear Su General." With that, she departed, as she had responsibilities overseeing the training of the voice actors. Sister Yer has indeed become increasingly audacious lately. Although it was a reprimand, a smile lingered at the corners of Su Yang's mouth. On the contrary, he relished this ambiguous sentiment. As for the reason, which man has not fantasized about indulging in an affair with his secretary? Let us observe how the new product fares in the market. As a toy company, their substantial revenue relies heavily on anime. Truly remarkable. However, it is worth noting that this is the sole establishment in all of White Rabbit Country capable of achieving such success, as few others can create an abundance of exemplary works. Have over 50,000 units already been sold? Quite an impressive accomplishment. It is essential to remind the three major toy manufacturers to maintain their standards of quality. Su Yang was determined that these individuals would not become lax in their quality control simply due to an increase in orders. This is absolutely unacceptable. Rest assured, President Su, we shall uphold our principles and ensure that no errors occur. You have ushered in this transformation, and you are our benefactor. How could we dare to be negligent? Should any issues arise from our factory's products, I shall personally apologize to you, and we will not engage in any transactions until rectifications are made. The three major toy manufacturers responded similarly to Su Yang's reminder regarding quality, assuring him that no problems would arise. If any issues did occur, they would take full responsibility, with no attempt to evade accountability. Su Yang felt reassured by their guarantees. After all, without his endorsement, the profitability of their toy factories would plummet significantly. He trusted they understood the gravity of the situation. Of course, if they were to be acquired by Penguin Company or Ant Company to combat their interests, that would be an entirely different matter. Li Liang, Zhang Yu, you two must not relax your standards either. Su Yang placed a call to the two managers of his toy factory. He could not allow a scenario where the products from the other three factories passed without issue, while his own factory produced flawed items. That would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Su Yang could not afford such a disgrace, nor did he wish to witness such an occurrence. Understood. Both individuals responded in unison, assuring, "We will certainly adhere to your directives, rigorously safeguarding the paramount quality standard, ensuring that our toy factory does not bring shame upon you." After conversing with them for a few more moments, Su Yang concluded the call, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding their diligence. He then pondered whether there were any negative reviews to examine. Opening his flagship store and navigating to the review section, he found that Chapter 91, Great Potential, was replete with positive feedback and various accompanying images. This brought a sense of satisfaction to Su Yang. The general contentment of the customers was indeed gratifying. However, there were a few neutral reviews, primarily citing reasons such as slightly elevated pricing or the unavailability of desired products. Thankfully, no quality issues had been reported, which alleviated his concerns. Nonetheless, acknowledging the perception of high prices presented an avenue for improvement. Customer feedback warranted attention and consideration. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a negative review. Curiosity piqued, he delved into it, only to find himself momentarily baffled. The review read, "Not only did I fail to acquire my desired product, but upon receiving my order, I accidentally dropped the item onto a curling iron, rendering it burnt. Alas, I am quite disheartened." The rationale behind this negative feedback left Su-Yong somewhat incredulous. He felt compelled to ask, "How does a mishap of your own making warrant a negative review directed at me?" Such feedback had significant repercussions for him. Did he not deserve some semblance of dignity in this matter? At that moment, Huo Lijuan approached, delivering news to Su-Yong. "A person named Jiqiu is seeking you out, expressing a desire to thank you." Su-Yong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such gratitude. Jiqiu, of course, was the author of fan fiction whom he had assisted in evading a hefty fine. Huo Lijuan, noticing Su-Yong's nod, handed him the phone. "Hello. Is this teacher Su-Yong?" Came a tentative voice from the other end of the line. Su-Yong smiled. "Indeed, it is I. Jiqiu, am I correct?" Upon hearing Su-Yong's acknowledgement, the caller inhaled deeply, seemingly gathering his thoughts. "Am I causing you confusion?" Su-Yong remarked with a chuckle, observing the hesitation in the other's demeanor. "No," Jiqiu stammered. "I was merely taken aback to be speaking with you, Teacher Su-Yong." After a brief pause, he appeared to regain his composure and continued, "I cannot thank you enough for your assistance this time. Had it not been for your help, I would have been at a loss for what to do. I will strive to produce outstanding works in the future, ensuring that I do not disappoint you." Upon hearing these words, Su-Yong couldn't help but laugh heartily, expressing his satisfaction. "Excellent. I shall await your future works. If they prove to be sufficiently exceptional, I would not hesitate to consider adapting them into an anime." This statement left Jiqiu utterly astonished. "Teacher Su-Yong, do you truly believe I will have such an opportunity?" The notion he presented was one Jiqiu had never dared to entertain. As an ordinary university student, could he truly possess such talent? Haha, everything is achievable with effort, Jiqiu. You have yet to try. Why declare that you cannot succeed? Su-Yong gently encouraged. Perhaps one day, inspiration will strike, and you will produce an extraordinarily remarkable piece. Who can truly ascertain the limits of human potential? Do not underestimate yourself, young man. To bolster his argument, Su-Yong offered himself as an example. "Look at me. Who would have thought a mere toy factory owner like myself would have the knowledge to create anime?" Jiqiu could not help but smile wryly at this remark. Su-Yong was no ordinary example. He not only possessed the skill to create anime, but also the capability to produce works of notable excellence. Such individuals are rare. Jiqiu certainly did not dare to compare himself to him. However, Su-Yong was correct. Without attempting, how could one know? What if he indeed possessed that talent? Such matters are often unpredictable. Perhaps he had that very gift, which Su-Yong had the foresight to recognize, and with unwavering belief and effort, Jiqiu could achieve greatness. He never questioned Su-Yang's words. "Well then, I look forward to your remarkable growth in the future." After chatting with Jiqiu for a while longer, Su-Yong ended the call. What an intriguing young man. After putting down the phone and handing it to Huo Lijuan, a smile crept onto his face. Huo Lijuan merely offered a polite farewell, refraining from any further comments. This led Su-Yong to conclude that Su-Ya's assistant was indeed a remarkable individual, possessing the potential for significant accomplishments. In high-level discussions, one should refrain from expressing personal opinions until explicitly invited to do so, demonstrating a clear understanding of one's position. Perhaps this was the very reason she had been recruited by Sister Ya. Su-Yong mused that Su-Ya had a keen eye for talent, more so than he himself did. Engaging someone like Huo Lijuan as a secretary and nurturing her into a managerial role seemed fitting, as she was capable and aware of her own standing. With no pressing matters at hand, Su-Yong decided to take a leisurely stroll, considering it an opportunity for physical exercise, emotional respite, and inspiration. Rising from his seat, he stretched and, after exchanging greetings with Su-Ya, descended the stairs to wander outside. Jiqiu, keep pushing forward. Believe in your capabilities. After canceling the novel published on Chu Baiji and refunding the earnings received, Jiqiu obliterated all traces of himself on this platform. His account, comments, and even the side stories were completely erased. All was deleted. The account was terminated. Thus, a new chapter began. Jiqiu opened the small platform and entered the novel section to register his identity as required. By now, he had attained a modest level of fame. Thanks to Su Yang's authorization and the lack of accountability, the Cultural Review Committee refrained from imposing penalties, thereby nullifying their appeal in pursuit of responsibility. However, this action by the Cultural Review Committee catapulted him into the limelight. While it may not be said that 1 million people recognized him online, at least 20 to 30,000 were aware of his existence. Therefore, his novels may have migrated to a new site, but they would not go unread. He could swiftly re-establish himself without the need to accumulate recognition like a newcomer. As for his pen name, he pondered briefly and filled in the author name section with the 3 characters, Fat Master. Someone had once advised him that if one were to create a pseudonym, it should be a name that could be easily remembered at a glance. He believed this name fit the bill perfectly, though he was neither fat nor a master. The title of his novel would remain unchanged, as this would likely attract traffic more effectively. In the work title section, he typed, Pokemon, I'm really not a big shot. Let the serialization commence. Having already serialized nearly 80,000 words on Chubaij, he naturally transferred the content in its entirety. Original text uploaded. Chapter 92, The Wind is quite boisterous. With identical titles and content, former readers of this book would easily find their way back. He hoped to achieve something on this platform. Jiqiu mused, as a sophomore majoring in visual communication. His aspirations were modest. Earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month would suffice, as he considered this merely a hobby. Such an amount would cover his living expenses and alleviate his parents' burdens, allowing him to pay for his tuition. After half an hour spent finalizing the contract details, Jiqiu's book awaited the final review. Once approved, he could begin earning. The revenue from the novel section of the small platform was divided into 2 parts. The first type began charging after 100,000 words, generating subscription income. The second type, upon completion of the contract and formal signing, would allow the work to be listed on other free novel websites in collaboration with the small platform. This would result in income from advertisements, tips, and sponsorships. What would the outcome be? Upon exiting the contract signing page and arriving at the homepage of the novel section, he was greeted with the delightful surprise of seeing data generated for his work. Astonishingly, 2 individuals had viewed it, and with a swift refresh, the number surged to 10, accompanied by 2 others who had added it to their reading lists. How intriguing! Jiqiu felt a sense of astonishment. Was it possible that his work had garnered attention so swiftly? With another refresh, the view count had risen, and a wave of joy washed over him. Such signs were universally acknowledged. They indicated that as long as he did not falter in his writing, the subsequent data would likely reflect a favorable outcome. It seemed that his ambition of achieving 3,000 to 4,000 views a month was not merely a fanciful dream. The thought only deepened his elation. This book indeed possessed a certain charm. Zhang Yijie gazed at the novel that had just been released and already boasted an impressive 80,000 words. Without hesitation, he added it to his collection. Indeed, the novel he was perusing was Jiqiu's pet Pokemon. I am not a big shot. Even from the perspective of a seasoned reader like Zhang Yijie, this was an admirable piece of literature. It was a rare find to encounter such an exceptional novel, and it was evident that the selections made by teacher Su Yang had borne fruit, giving rise to a number of outstanding authors. Zhang Yijie felt that Su Yang's discernment was commendable. It seemed that more remarkable works would continue to emerge, deserving of closer attention. Many shared Zhang Yijie's sentiments. They too believed that among the newly added works in the novel section of the platform, 5 out of 10 could be classified as exquisite. Among the remaining 5, 2 or 3 were still passable, just barely worth a read. They considered such a high caliber of quality to be quite impressive. Consequently, they incessantly invited others to discover this space, fostering a belief in its potential. At that moment, if one were to identify who was the most jubilant, it would undoubtedly be the upper management of the platform. The chairman noted a sudden surge in viewership today, particularly in the novel section, where traffic had doubled. According to projections from the marketing department, this growth could potentially continue, possibly quadrupling. A graceful secretary, clad in black silk, approached the chairman with an effervescent report. What? Such good fortune? Hearing this, the chairman of the platform was elated, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Indeed, teacher Su Yang's words have proven to be worth all our long-standing efforts. He quickly instructed the relevant engineers to ensure that services were optimally managed to retain users. We cannot allow any dissatisfaction with our service. We must enhance the user experience promptly. Arrange for testing of the related experiences immediately. The chairman, filled with happiness, issued several directives in quick succession. The secretary, with a confident stride, promptly set off to execute the orders. If President Chen Rui were present, such abrupt changes would have been inconceivable. The secretary sighed, reflecting that if Chen Rui were here, user experience and operational matters would have been diligently addressed long ago, with continuous attention to user feedback and ongoing improvements. How could such issues have lingered until now to necessitate change? Alas, Chen Rui is now merely a relic of the past. He has devolved into the head of a small department within a minor site. As time passes, the warmth of relationships fades. Even if she believes Chen Rui possesses greater capability and is more suited for the role of chairman, her opinion holds little weight. She is merely a secretary, a voice carrying the words of others, assisting the chairman with personal matters, and nothing more. If only Mr. Su Yang were to acquire this small site, surely President Chen would reclaim his position and guide the site to unprecedented heights. With a visionary and exceptional leader like Su Yang supporting him, success would be within reach. Many share her sentiments within the small site. No one perceives the current chairman as commendable, only wealthy. What recourse do ordinary individuals have against formidable capital? Capital dictates their existence, and they must acquiesce. Ah, the long-lost sensation of freedom. The air outside is invigorating. As Su Yang strolled down the street, across from the bustling Iwu Square, the city teemed with attractive young people. Indeed, such fair legs. A feast for the eyes. Embracing a flirtatious yet respectful mindset, Su Yang merely glanced over, appreciating the view without lingering. Otherwise, she might be misjudged as a pervert. Amidst the vibrant street life, where stylish youths congregated, diligent workers toiled earnestly. In a lonely city, financial resources are paramount. Without money, every step feels burdensome, and beauty becomes elusive. As she walked, a thirst arose, prompting Su Yang to casually seek out a milk tea shop for a refreshing fruit tea. "I'll have a watermelon tea, please." She beamed at the attendant. "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." The attendant, somewhat flustered by Su Yang's radiant smile, felt an inexplicable familiarity. She nudged her companion and whispered, "Doesn't she look somewhat familiar?" Upon hearing this, her companion glanced over, incredulously exclaiming, "She bears a resemblance to Su Yang the Notorious. But that can't be possible. How could we encounter someone as busy as him?" This prompted the attendant to steal another glance. Indeed, there was a striking resemblance. The profile truly echoed that of Su Yang, yet the attendant mused, how could she possibly be the esteemed Mr. Su Yang? Chapter 93. Popularity rankings. Though she was aware that Su Yang's company was situated near the 15 Plaza, she mused that given his recent busyness, it was improbable for him to be wandering around leisurely. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Even if he were to venture out, the chances of encountering them were slim. Despite it not being the tourist season, the area remained remarkably vibrant. Indeed, the economic hub of 15 Plaza was distinctly exceptional. As Su Yang gazed at the sun-drenched streets, pleasantly kissed by a gentle breeze, these thoughts danced in his mind. How wonderful it was to be free from the catastrophic natural disasters that plagued his past life, where masks were a necessity and staying indoors became a frequent ordeal. It was undeniably suffocating. "Hello, your fruit tea is ready." At that moment, the voice of a staff member broke his reverie. Su Yang, startled, offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." He took the fruit tea and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." The staff member shook their head, signaling that it was no trouble at all. However, they couldn't help but feel a fondness for such a courteous individual. No one could resist the charm of a polite person. Yet, the more the staff member observed him, the more he resembled Su Yang. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yang was pleased with his disguise, believing he had successfully avoided recognition. He did not linger for long. After all, it was a splendid day, and it was unreasonable to remain seated indoors. He ought to explore and experience the world, while also gauging the public's response to his work. He was confident that in this bustling city center, he would hear plenty of readers' feedback. Speaking of which, what do you think Su Yang's new work will be about? I'm not entirely sure, but I believe the plot should be intriguing. From the poster, it seems to be set in an alternate urban empire, with a style reminiscent of European influences. The old master is indeed remarkable. He can draw inspiration from European aesthetics. What do you think of the quality of the old master's new work? A voice chimed in, posing this pivotal question. It should be quite good. Considering it's produced by the old master, it cannot possibly be subpar. This sentiment garnered agreement from many, as it was indeed true. Works produced by the old master rarely failed to impress. The anticipation for next month to arrive swiftly was palpable, as it would bring the unveiling of the old master's new creation. One wondered how it would compare to Pokemon. Hopefully, it would be even more exhilarating. However, another person interjected, but to surpass Pokemon would be quite a challenge. You all know how formidable Pokemon truly is. This statement received widespread affirmation. Indeed, while Pokemon leaned towards a more adorable style, it was, were it not for the exceptional quality of this work. How could these high school and university students possibly be drawn to it? It is undoubtedly due to the merits of Pokemon. Alas, had I foreseen this, I would not have supported the contest between Su Yang and Luo Chiyue. Someone lamented aloud. Indeed, prompted by this remark, everyone realized the stakes of the competition between Su Yang and Luo Chiyue were substantial. Thus, it was plausible for Su Yang's new creation to achieve the same acclaim as Pokemon. However, they were all acutely aware of the difficulty inherent in such an endeavor. Why not dare to believe in Su Yang? At that moment, a voice from behind them interjected. They turned their attention to see a radiant young man declaring, "Teacher Su Yang revels in creation and possesses the ability to conjure miracles, does he not? What if this time he produces a work that stands shoulder to shoulder with Pokemon?" Observing the captivated expressions of the youth, he continued with a smile. Since Su Yang had the audacity to accept Luo Chiyue's challenge, he must possess considerable confidence, wouldn't you agree? Just like when he accepted Han Feng's challenge, he would not have spoken without absolute certainty. The young listeners found his words compelling, nodding in agreement. Yet, they inquired, "And who might you be?" The young man replied with a chuckle, "Just another individual, like you, who adores Pokemon." With that, he waved his hand to depart. However, as if recalling something, he added, "Do continue to support Su Yang." This left the young people in a state of bewilderment. What did he mean? He spoke as if he were Su Yang himself. Quite an odd fellow. The streets were also filled with various establishments playing the theme song of Pokemon. Many bubble tea shops and clothing stores featured its melodies. Additionally, several places incorporated cartoon characters from Pokemon. Being a local brand of Xiangshui City, Su Yang chose not to pursue these borderline infringement actions. I wonder if anyone will seek my collaboration for a co-branded line. Glancing at the clothing and bubble tea shops, Su Yang pondered with anticipation. Nevertheless, being in Xiangshui City, the largest internet celebrity city, it was only a matter of time before such developments arose. Su Yang looked ahead to see individuals embodying the characters from his Pokemon series, already performing related actions. He had to admit, it was remarkable. Though he had seen similar displays in his past life, experiencing it anew was a refreshing delight. In the afternoon, Su Yang returned to the company and resumed his artistic endeavors. One must say, taking a break to clear the mind proved remarkably effective. Su Yang felt a surge of clarity in his mind, and inspiration flowed forth like a river. He mused that he should venture out more often to refresh his spirit. With this thought, he immersed himself in his drawing with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, online activity was unexpectedly ignited by a sudden surge in excitement over a particular ranking list. The reason was simple. On a newcomer anime ranking, Su Yang's Pokemon had ascended to the second position, trailing the first place by a mere 132 votes. His rapid rise sent shivers down the spines of all those on the list. The creators of the work in first place were particularly anxious, fearing that Su Yang might soon eclipse them. However, given the current trajectory, no amount of vigilance seemed sufficient, as it was evident that Su Yang would soon claim the top spot. The prospect of Pokemon becoming the reigning champion and securing the most prestigious honor on this year's most illustrious platform was becoming inevitable. Yet, as the protagonist of this unfolding drama, Su Yang remained oblivious to the commotion. Instead, his attention was drawn to another ranking, the popular voice actors of Solar Anime. Chapter 94, Collaborative Ventures. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Zhang Xie emerged as the most favored choice. Glancing at this list once more, he closed the webpage. Zhang Xie had lent her voice to 3 characters in Pokemon, all of whom were female, yet distinctly different in style. One would scarcely guess they were voiced by the same individual. She was singularly endowed with such talent. Other voice actors could manage at most 2 characters. The reason for her exceptional standing was clear. Her professionalism was unparalleled, and she was consistently making strides in her craft. Though her appearance was not the most striking among her peers, her academic credentials set her apart, imbuing her with a unique air of wisdom that, with the right presentation, could appeal to both genders. Coupled with her commendable skills, It was no surprise that she garnered such popularity. Indeed, prowess is of utmost importance. With a thoughtful sigh, Su Yang committed Zhang Xie's name to memory, recognizing her as a talent worthy of investment. In future voice acting projects, he could offer her a trial. Should her training yield promising results, it would be entirely feasible to entrust her with the opening or ending theme for Akame Kill. This arrangement would not only save on hiring professional singers, but also provide her with valuable experience, nurturing her into an even more suitable talent. Additionally, it would inspire other voice actors to strive for excellence. However, he pondered whether Zhang Xie could truly capture the fervor of the theme song, as he had envisioned it from his previous life, which he had indeed come to loathe. It must be acknowledged that those who embarked on their journey early possess remarkable talent in the realm of music. Their songs resonate profoundly with the essence of their works, and the vocalists exhibit impressive prowess, evoking a strong sense of empathy in listeners. Keep persevering. I wonder if, when I finally compose this song, Sister Yuri will be pleasantly surprised and exclaim, "So, you can write songs too, Sue." There is an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in this thought. Recently, Zhao Xian has been in high spirits. By a stroke of serendipity, he found himself attending an appreciation event hosted by Su Yang, thereby earning Su Yang's recognition. He has become a product experience officer for the Solar Toy Factory, a change that has significantly transformed his life. Firstly, his follower count has surged dramatically, greatly enhancing his popularity. Secondly, due to his association with Su Yang, he has ventured into the realm of product reviews, perhaps owing to his innate talent in this field. His review videos have garnered substantial viewership, attracting numerous advertisers eager to enlist his services. Notable brands and emerging enterprises alike have sought his expertise. In just a month, he received 3 review assignments, amounting to an impressive total of 260,000. This is an income he once would not have dared to imagine, all thanks to his encounter with Su Yang. He is deeply grateful to Su Yang. Thus, he must not jeopardize his newfound opportunities. He approaches the 3 assignments with great diligence. For instance, the current task at hand involves reviewing a new smartphone from a well-known brand. Unlike the typical bloggers who merely highlight the product's selling points and performance, he believes that every new device has a story behind it. Aspects such as research, design commemorations, and the rationale for upgrades can all be woven into a narrative. As for the merits and drawbacks, he leaves that for the users to determine. He aims to share his most genuine experiences with a vast online audience, ensuring he remains trustworthy to both the brand advertisers and the users, who should not perceive him as merely capitalizing on their trust. To honor the substantial advertising fees involved, he made a special visit to the brand representatives, conducting interviews to understand the corresponding processes. He then combined this insight with his own experiences to craft the relevant content. However, just as he was engrossed in writing, a phone call came through. Zhao Xian glanced at the screen, instantly astonished and elated to see the caller was none other than Su Yang, the very person he holds in great esteem. "Su Yang, is there something I can assist you with?" Zhao Xian found himself so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate his words. The fact that Su Yang reached out to him personally was a delightful surprise. "Oh, I actually need your assistance with something." Su Yang's voice remained as gentle as Zhao Xian remembered. "I have a few garments I would like you to try on and share your impressions. Uncertain whether you would accept my request. I assure you that I will not let your assistance go unrewarded." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian emphatically patted his chest and replied, "Teacher Su Yang, you flatter me. Assisting you with such a trivial matter is a profound honor. I would not dream of accepting a reward. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments. To suggest remuneration is to underestimate my gratitude." In response to Zhao Xian's words, Su Yang could not help but laugh heartily. "Your willingness is commendable. But in this world, nothing comes without cost. If you refuse compensation, I would hesitate to entrust this task to you, as it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Wouldn't you agree?" Listening to Su Yang, Zhao Xian found some truth in his words, yet he struggled to articulate what felt amiss. Nevertheless, the prospect of aiding Su Yang filled him with joy. Tentatively, he inquired, "May I post a dynamic wearing this outfit and mention that you provided it?" Su Yang chuckled. "Until I make an official announcement, please keep this under wraps. Otherwise, the brand may not be pleased, and the anticipation they desire will be lost. I kindly ask for your discretion." Though a tinge of regret washed over him at Su Yang's request, Zhao Xian readily acquiesced. Since this was to assist Su Yang, He understood the importance of adhering to his wishes. Subsequently, after Su Yang's repeated insistence, he divulged the relevant bank account details. Your bank account received a deposit of 50,000 yuan at 1642.36. Current balance, 563,218.77 yuan. Gazing at the notification on his phone, Zhao Xian was elated. Although the amount was modest, it was merely for a clothing evaluation and could not be compared to deals with mobile brands. However, this was an opportunity to work for Su Yang. If he performed well, Su Yang would likely continue to introduce him to new prospects. Over time, this could lead to a flourishing career. He was acutely aware of the implications. Moreover, working for Su Yang would undoubtedly bring him greater visibility, something other brands could not offer. He was eager to assist Su Yang. As for Su Yang, he recognized Zhao Xian as a worthy collaborator. The reason for compensating him was not only to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude, but also because it is only natural to remunerate someone for their services. Chapter 95. The collaborative clothing initiative. Would he allow Zhao Xian to perceive him as a miser? That would undermine the respect he had earned. It would be hypocritical to accept admiration from others while treating them as mere resources to be exploited. Such behavior was beneath Su Yang. Unexpectedly, the collaboration with the brand arrived sooner than anticipated. Indeed, Su Yang had just received a request for a joint venture from the renowned clothing brand, Azure Sky. A new product inspired by iconic characters such as Pikachu, Meowth, and Squirtle is set to be launched at a price point of 198 yuan. This price has been negotiated by Su Yang himself. Initially, the proposed price from the Blue Sky team was 208 yuan, but Su Yang, aiming to avoid exploiting the consumers, leveraged his influence to reduce the price by 10 yuan. Otherwise, based on the pricing strategies of other apparel brands, this collaboration could easily have commanded a price of 300 to 400 yuan, or even exceed 1,000 in some cases. However, the quality would not necessarily be guaranteed. Su Yang, however, is resolute in maintaining high standards. Therefore, he has specifically included clauses for quality supervision in the signed contract. Should the quality not be assured, he would promptly terminate the collaboration and seek compensation for any resulting losses. Fortunately, Blue Sky is a brand that also prioritizes quality and emphasizes cost-effectiveness. Their apparel rivals those brands priced at 300 to 400 and even 700 to 800 yuan in terms of quality. The styles and colors offered are equally competitive. Due to their relentless commitment to quality, Blue Sky has consistently enjoyed an excellent reputation, particularly among young and middle-aged consumers who are most concerned with quality and price. Through diligent efforts on multiple fronts, Blue Sky has successfully secured the position of the second highest in apparel sales in Rabbit Country. This is also the reason Su Yang is eager to collaborate with them, because of their integrity. The chairman remarked in astonishment, "I never expected Mr. Su Yang would indeed agree to our collaboration request." At the Blue Sky headquarters, a suited gentleman expressed his surprise at how readily Su Yang accepted their proposal, along with its straightforward terms. The CEO of Blue Sky shared his astonishment, stating, "In all my years of business, I have never encountered someone like him." However, he also found it perplexing that such a promising talent as Su Yang had not engaged in any collaborations with others. Given the immense popularity of Pokemon, he believed that the opportunity would have been snatched away by someone else if they did not act swiftly. When he approached Su Yang not long ago, he harbored little hope, convinced that his late initiative would not yield success. Thus, to secure a partnership with Su Yang, he refrained from imposing excessive demands. Who would have thought that he would be the first to embark on such a collaboration with Su Yang? Could it be that Su Yang's stringent requirements deterred other apparel brands? This seemed quite plausible. The stipulations laid out in their collaboration were, even for someone as quality-conscious as him, somewhat excessive. Yet perhaps it is precisely this diligence that has led to Su Yang's current achievements. The high quality of the products is reflected in the exceptional quality of the associated merchandise as well. If he were a customer, after purchasing an item from Su Yang, he would undoubtedly choose to continue supporting him. Although the prices may be somewhat elevated, the quality is exceptional. Here at Su Yang's establishment, he opened his blog and typed, "Recently, we have established a friendly collaboration with Azure Sky, and the corresponding products should soon be available for everyone to see. I hope for your continued support, for which I am immensely grateful. The rules remain unchanged. If anyone discovers a product of inferior quality, they may approach me for a tenfold compensation, and I will personally issue a public apology." Su Yang's introduction of new products is consistently simple and straightforward. He firmly believes that there is no need for excessive verbiage. One should merely articulate what the customers wish to hear. This approach saves him effort and benefits the customers as well, as it is not a narrative that requires embellishment. At the moment Su Yang posted this update, Zhao Xian received a package from Su Yang containing 3 garments. To his surprise, they were from Azure Sky, and indeed, the craftsmanship was remarkable. As Zhao Xian gazed upon the yellow, blue, and green garments, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. The texture was unmistakably different from other clothing. It was delicate, soft, and notably resilient. The threads were intact and tightly woven, unlike some other brands where the threads are coarse, uneven, and loosely stitched, leading to fraying. He pondered the price, estimating it to be around 300 to 400. Although he knew Azure Sky was a brand offering excellent value, this collaboration with Su Yang would typically result in a price disparity of 2 to 3 times the usual market rate. Given that Azure Sky's regular prices range from 128 to 158 for a single garment, doubling that would amount to 200 to 300, and tripling it would yield 300 to 400, which he deemed reasonable. However, he believed Su Yang would not set such a high price. It should not be exorbitant. Though he did not know Su Yang well, he was aware that Su Yang's principle was to offer affordable and practical options. While others might sell items for 300 to 400, he would likely charge just over 200. Thus, it seemed plausible that the price could hover around 200. With this thought, Zhao Xian suddenly felt it was quite worthwhile. Indeed, he found himself tempted to purchase one. After all, at just over 200, it was manageable. 200 is neither too much nor too little. For most, it remains within an affordable range. Online, everyone was quite exhilarated by Su Yang's unexpected collaboration with Azure Sky, but their primary concern centered around pricing. If it were too expensive, even those who adored Su Yang would find themselves helpless to support him. Su Yang, you rascal. Please reveal the specific price point, so I can resign myself to the outcome. Yes, I too wish to know. If it exceeds 1,000, I shall not make the purchase. The esteemed figure above has boldly declared that a sum as substantial as 1,000 is simply at their disposal. Oh, must it truly exceed 500? If it does, I shall be left with nothing but dust. Yet my admiration for you remains unwavering. Observing the fervent discussions online, alongside the outrageous prices being tossed around, Su Yang found himself utterly bewildered. There is no need for such anxiety, dear friends. Once the new product is unveiled, you shall comprehend the reality. Rest assured, the price will undoubtedly be within your means. Do you not trust my judgment, Su Yang? He pondered if the netizens were excessively affluent or if perhaps his values were somewhat out of sync with the times. A garment costing 1,000? 500? Why not simply seize it? Chapter 96. No breach of rules allowed, no matter how popular his pet Pokemon may be, or how high the quality of the Azure Sky apparel. Such an exorbitant price seems unfathomable. It is not a luxury item, woven with elaborate tales to justify its steep cost. It is merely a commonplace article of clothing. Had I set the price at 198 too low? For the first time, Su Yang found himself questioning reality, as he believed this price to be quite high. After all, the production cost of a garment is merely below 50. This includes materials, design, transportation, and various other expenses. Consider this. If it costs 50 to produce and is sold for 198, that leaves a profit of 148. He felt as though he was being robbed, and with an increase, he feared for his fragile heart. Is this truly a price we can all afford? When Xiaoxia observed Su Yang's post with some confusion, pondering what the actual price might be, she felt that Su Yang's perception of affordability might not align with hers. She estimated it would be around 400 to 500. In her memory, collaborative clothing or footwear had never been priced lower than that. Furthermore, such figures represent the most basic of prices. 800 or 900 is quite normal. She felt she might not be able to afford it. Alas, this time she genuinely wished to support Su Yang, yet her intentions were thwarted by her financial limitations. How she longed to wear the collaborative apparel. But if the price is too steep, she cannot justify sacrificing her own well-being to obtain something from her beloved idol. Even if it means being taken advantage of without regret, perhaps she should simply watch the latest episode of Pet Pokemon to ease her mind. She believed that when the release day arrives, there will be few who can afford to purchase it. She would refrain from joining the frenzy, convinced that others shared her sentiment. This is beyond what they can feasibly support. Toys and figures priced at 100 or 200 are manageable. But this clothing is a different matter altogether. She had a sense that this time, there would be an unexpected turn of events. In Su Yang's office, Suya, who presented the Azure Sky collaboration contract, remarked with a smile. She felt, "It is indeed highly probable that many individuals might perceive the prices of the clothing products this time to be exorbitant, beyond their financial reach, leading them to forgo purchasing. Yet, the reality may unveil prices astonishingly lower than they could ever imagine. Will they not be consumed by regret and rush to buy when the time comes? She believes it is quite likely. Perhaps it will be so, hence one must prepare in advance." Su Yang chuckled, agreeing with Suya's reasoning, acknowledging that such a scenario is indeed plausible. However, when the netizens finally encounter the actual prices, they will undoubtedly become frenzied. If preparations are not made beforehand, one may find themselves overwhelmed. "Allow me to take charge of the corresponding tasks." Suya confidently accepted this significant responsibility. Naturally, in the company, only entrusting this to her would ease Su Yang's mind. The others simply do not measure up. In matters of this nature, Su Yang places his utmost trust in Suya. That is only natural. When entrusted to Sister Ya, success is assured. Su Yang remarked with a smile. Suya raised an eyebrow, non-committal. However, Su Yang's actions have stirred unease among several clothing brands. They are well aware of Su Yang's tendencies. His products are consistently affordable and high in value. Yet, while he may indulge in such practices, other brands cannot afford to play this game. They rely on high prices to cultivate a sense of luxury. The disparity between their quality and pricing is glaring, with prices being undeniably inflated. If Su Yang's clothing prices do not exceed 500, it will inevitably ignite a fervent desire to purchase among netizens. Consequently, they will gradually adapt to the notion that co-branded clothing can indeed be this affordable, and that the normal price range for clothing lies around 500. How then can they sell their overpriced garments? The luxurious taste they have cultivated for so long could be obliterated overnight by Su Yang. In the future, will netizens not question why clothing of such quality is priced at 500? At that point, both sales and reputation will be jeopardized. Therefore, they absolutely cannot permit Su Yang to undertake such endeavors. He must be compelled to elevate the co-branded clothing prices to above 500. Even if it means incurring losses for Su Yang, once he has entered this industry, he must adhere to their rules. Su Yang, too, must not be allowed to undermine their regulations. Thus, they collectively initiated visits to Su Yang, engaging in amicable discussions regarding the co-branded clothing and amicably seeking to reach a favorable agreement with him. Benefits must be shared collectively and challenges faced together. Disconnection is absolutely unacceptable, and no single entity shall dominate. "Oh, can the prices be raised to 500 or more?" Listening to the somber voice emanating from his phone, Su Yang chuckled noncommittally. "Pray tell, why should I elevate my prices to such heights? I, Su Yang, am not devoid of conscience when it comes to business. I merely adhere to the market rates." He did not wait for a rebuttal, continuing, "Moreover, my selling my garments does not infringe upon your interests, does it? Is it not true that purchasing my clothing would make you question your own exorbitant pricing?" He could not help but scoff. "Instead of enhancing your quality and optimizing your prices, you think to suppress and intimidate me to serve your own ends. I beg your pardon. I shall not conspire with you. Whether you choose to employ underhanded tactics against me or resort to personal threats, my prices are set, and they are immutable. Should you feel I am an obstruction to your endeavors and wish to eliminate me, so be it. Come at me. As long as I, Su Yang, am alive, I shall not lower myself to your level." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the individual on the other end of the line seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. "Su Yang, do you not fear that we could make you regret ever having come into this world? Trust me, there exists a great deal of malevolence in this world that a petty wretch like you has yet to encounter, pain that you cannot endure. You are still young. Do not squander your promising future. I offer you one last chance to collaborate with us, a mutual advancement that would benefit both parties." In response, Su Yang smiled once more. "Bring it on. I, Su Yang, shall never cower. Wouldn't you agree, Li Dagong?" As Su Yang spoke, another voice resonated from his phone, authoritative and deep. "Indeed, I have no interest in knowing your identity," the voice continued calmly, addressing the individual with whom Su Yang was conversing. "But I do know this. If you dare to resort to treachery within Xiangshui City and threaten the safety of an esteemed anime creator, I, Li Jua, shall not permit it." Chapter 97. Perhaps you have thought this through. You may employ commercial tactics, but should you dare to resort to illegal means, I, Li Jua, will ensure your return is entirely thwarted. The man on the other end of the line exhibited a clear panic upon hearing Li Zhuo's words. Li Zhuo, the chief authority of Xiangshui City, the boss of Xiangshui. With him protecting Su Yang, any attempt to confront him must be through legitimate business practices. Moreover, if Li Zhuo were to become displeased and sought to uncover the identity of the individual speaking, the repercussions would be far more severe than anticipated. No matter how adept one might be in business, they could never surpass those in power. The era where substantial investments could sway the powerful has long since passed. In today's world, possessing vast wealth does not permit one to easily offend any authoritative figure. Let it be noted that even a regional leader beneath Xiangshui City could cause one significant financial strife. Su Yang's acquaintance with Li Zhuo was an unexpected turn of events for them all. What merit does Su Yang possess to garner such recognition? Observing the individual hang up the phone, Su Yang expressed his gratitude to Li Zhuo with utmost respect. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Li Zhuo replied, his tone instantly transforming into one of warmth, completely shedding the earlier sternness. Su Yang, your work has garnered high praise even from the Cultural Review Committee at the upper echelons. Therefore, I urge you to remain humble and diligent, continuing to produce high-quality works that propagate wholesome content. As for the other troubles, rest assured, I shall handle them. They are mere trifles, unworthy of concern. I hope you achieve an admirable position in this year's Newcomer Award. To this, Su Yang confidently responded, of course, I will strive relentlessly, not to disappoint the earnest hopes of my esteemed predecessors. I also hope you all will continue to guide me generously, leading me towards greater heights. My current achievements are undoubtedly a result of your invaluable guidance. Su Yang understood that he could not allow Li Zhuo's efforts to go unrewarded. He was aware of the importance of sharing credit with the higher-ups. Haha, you are quite astute. However, I shall not shamelessly claim this credit. Maintaining the quality of your work is the greatest comfort to me. Li Zhuo was pleased with Su Yang's sense of propriety. See, Su Yang has stated that his creation of such an exceptional work as Pokemon is deeply rooted in my mentorship. This brings me considerable pride. Remaining humble and composed, he is indeed a promising talent. In this era of elevating cultural soft power, those who foster a greater number of high-quality cultural works within their jurisdiction are more likely to gain attention and achieve greater success. Su Yang, in particular, has astonished him, for his works are truly remarkable. To Li Zhuo, Su Yang is a precious gem, cradled delicately in his hands, fearing it might shatter. Anyone who dares to undermine Su Yang will come to understand the extent of Li Zhuo's fervor. With Su Yang around, there is no worry of lacking accolades. Indeed, I shall steadfastly adhere to your teachings. Su Yang responded wholeheartedly to Li Zhuo's words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Zhuo ended the call. Yet beside him, Su Ye gazed at Su Yang with a look of discontent. Su General, why must we contend with renowned brands? Their tone suggests they possess a well-organized establishment. While we are but a singular entity, how can we possibly compete? Even if our prices are somewhat elevated, why encroach upon another's territory? Would it not be more beneficial to simply maximize our own profits? If one truly wishes to provide benefits to fans, then one could implement more discount activities, rather than making such direct confrontations and straining relationships with others. As long as the official price appears to be over 500, but discounts bring it down to 200 or 300, wouldn't that suffice? Fans would be satisfied, and other brands would be appeased. In a moment like this, displaying such a life-or-death demeanor, what purpose does it serve? Even though Su Yang possesses formidable strength, successfully gaining the esteem and recognition of Li Zhuo through his powerful anime works, and is currently under Li Zhuo's protection, ensuring his safety, it is imperative to remember, relying solely on external support is precarious. Self-reliance is the true safeguard. Despite the potential to diminish adversaries and cultivate numerous allies, Su Yang stubbornly chooses to offend others. Is there any wisdom in 1,000-day vigilance against thieves? Do they possess the resources to remain ever watchful? Su Ye, filled with resentment, feels that Su Yang is acting without considering the consequences. Where has the meticulous and thoughtful Su Yang of the past disappeared to? Come now, Sister Ye. Please do not be upset. Upon noticing her distress, Su Yang offered a faint smile and remarked, with Li Zhuo protecting me, I will seize this opportunity to swiftly capture the market and strengthen my position. The vastness of the azure sky will certainly not tolerate anyone undermining me, as it would threaten their own interests. By the time Li Zhuo deems my works unsatisfactory and withdraws his support, I will have already established a firm foothold in the market. He smiled confidently, asserting that when that time comes, what could these people possibly fear? They are merely a bunch of clowns. Perhaps they might even seek to transform enmity into friendship, becoming my partners in collaboration. Su Yang's gaze was resolute as he stated, "You are correct. Only by becoming powerful can one confront any danger. Relying on external support is ultimately unreliable. Self-reliance is the only enduring assurance." He looked earnestly at Suya and continued, "While your perspective is not without merit, do you truly believe that brands would remain indifferent to such concessions? Moreover, this could potentially harm the interests of Azure Sky itself. We could lose a vital partner and a reliable ally. And relying solely on Li Zhu's protection would indeed be the real insecurity." Upon hearing this, Suya transitioned from her initial frustration to a state of realization. Blushing slightly as she apologized, "I see now. I have wronged you, Mr. Su." She reflected, after all, he is Mr. Su, undeniably wise as ever. I was the one who was shallow in my understanding. She resolved to think more carefully before expressing her discontent in the future, to avoid the embarrassment of today. "Ha. Sister Ya, your concern for my potential missteps brings me great joy. With you supervising me, I am assured of making the right decisions." Su Yang feared that Suya, due to this single misstep, would become hesitant in her future judgments, leading to a blind acceptance of his decisions, which could ultimately lead to genuine errors. No one can remain perpetually wise. Everyone makes mistakes at times. Otherwise, the ancients would not have said that even the wisest will inevitably err. "Mr. Su, you jest." Suya shook her head at his words. She could still discern the comforting undertones in his remarks. However, she resolved to ponder deeply before presenting similar suggestions in the future. On a day like today, she felt her impulsiveness was truly excessive. This was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 98, Eliminating Su Yang. In another location, a man in a suit spoke, flanked by several other grim-faced men in suits who remained silent. "We must eliminate him and make him aware of our might," stated a stout man with small eyes. However, his words were quickly countered. "Have you forgotten what I just said? Su Yang is under the protection of Li Zhua in Xiangshui City. How can we dare to act against him? As long as Su Yang remains in Xiangshui City, any attempts to deal with him may prove futile. After all, if anything were to happen to him, Li Zhua would undoubtedly suspect us. We cannot afford such repercussions. The common people must not oppose those in power. This has always been the truth, as it is fundamentally impossible to contend with them. Those in power can summon clouds and rain at will. Resistance against them leads only to a dead end. This won't do, nor will that. What are we to do?" Someone said, their impatience evident. The first man in a suit replied, "It is clear that Su Yang dares to brazenly reject us because he is backing. The authorities have Li Zhua, and behind him is that troublesome CEO of Blue Sky. Su Yang's own capital is substantial, and he is highly esteemed, garnering the admiration and respect of the public." His countenance darkened. "If we were to reveal even a hint of a flaw, it would be exposed to the world, and we would find ourselves in dire straits. Yet, evidently, without showing Su Yang a glimpse of our wrath, he remains oblivious to his transgressions." Everyone present understood this. However, the crucial issue remained unresolved. Can anyone provide a solution? We cannot simply stand by. After discussing extensively the prowess of Su Yang, they needed to propose a viable plan. What we seek is merely a strategy to deal with Su Yang. The rest is irrelevant to us. There is no need for such discussions. In response to the complaints from his peers, the man in the suit said, "Thus, we should target Su Yang directly. Since we cannot contend with that fellow from Blue Sky, let us focus on the easier target, Su Yang." He scoffed, saying, "Isn't he an anime writer? Then we shall exploit his works. I refuse to believe there are no flaws within them. Once we identify the appropriate weaknesses, we can manipulate him as we see fit." Hearing his words, the attendees could not help but display expressions of cruelty. Indeed, should they uncover Su Yang's vulnerabilities, they would not let him escape easily. They would ensure he comprehended the consequences of crossing them. Do not presume that being an anime writer is truly remarkable. What significance does one's elevated status hold? What does it matter to possess official protection? If they so desire, Su Yang's reputation can swiftly tarnish. I wonder what schemes these individuals are concocting to counter me. As Su Yang reflected on the recent refusal of a brand CEO's request, he stroked his chin, pondering with curiosity. Surely, they would attempt to undermine me through my works. This is likely the most expedient means of retaliation available to them. With a swift turn of thought, Su Yang almost deduced their intentions. However, targeting my creations is far from a simple endeavor. Su Yang holds a profound confidence in the quality of his works. They are unlikely to be satisfied with merely discovering a minor flaw. Thus, they will likely await a grand opportunity. It appears that I must exercise caution moving forward. Although confident in my creations, one must remain vigilant in this digital age. Who can predict how misinformation may distort reality? In time, the original essence may be irrevocably altered. Ultimately, few will truly care about such matters. Does the truth hold significance? Not particularly. What matters is whether the truth aligns with one's expectations. Su Yang is acutely aware of the tendencies of contemporary netizens. Therefore, he reminds himself that such minor errors must be avoided at all costs. Time swiftly elapsed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At last, Zhao Xian submitted his feedback to Su Yang. Quite a substantial amount, indeed. As Su Yang perused the form and experience document submitted by Zhao Xian, he couldn't help but nod in approval. Zhao Xian demonstrated reliability, proving to be a worthy protege. Just look, Su Yang had merely assigned him the task of trying on a garment, yet he executed it remarkably well. Su Yang felt that the expenditure was indeed justified. He meticulously examined the form and report for an entire hour. Upon concluding his review, he determined that the fitting experience was quite favorable. The fabric was breathable and comfortable, and the stitching and sizing were commendable. However, to assert that there were no shortcomings would be disingenuous. The first issue was that the material was prone to deformation with wear, leading to an increase in size. Such a flaw is unacceptable for a renowned brand. The second issue was that the cuffs were somewhat short, which made the arms appear stocky, unfriendly to those with naturally robust arms. The third issue was that the hem tended to curl, detracting from the overall aesthetic. Aside from these concerns, there were hardly any other issues. Notably, Zhao Xian's thoroughness was evident in his comprehensive documentation of his experiences while wearing the garment. He even created a table to differentiate his sensations from those of an average individual. This could almost serve as a shopping list. Most individuals would be able to select the appropriate attire for themselves using his references. It is evident that a considerable amount of effort has been devoted to this. It seems that choosing him was indeed the right decision. After organizing this document and the accompanying table, Su Yang sent it over to the Azure Sky team. They were also eagerly awaiting this trial experience, which essentially acted as an evaluation report from Su Yang. They could not guarantee that a single design would be universally adored or meet everyone's expectations. Naturally, it would require several rounds of market research to ultimately create a product that caters to the majority. This is precisely why Azure Sky has enjoyed such high sales over the years. They have always prioritized the human element, carefully considering the experiences of their customers. Otherwise, in contrast to the arrogance of other brands, they would hardly deign to understand such matters. Wear it or not. Regardless, my price remains unchanged. If you can afford it, consider yourself fortunate, but don't dare to be picky. Do not think this is fantastical. Even Su Yang has experienced such situations multiple times. The notion of a large store taking advantage of customers is not merely a saying. Chapter 99. Keep going, young man. Next, they would await their modifications before officially commencing sales. Su Yang couldn't help but display a look of anticipation, wondering if the online community would be left in awe upon discovering the final price. The mere thought of the online users clamoring to purchase at such an affordable price brought a smile to his face. That would surely be an immensely entertaining spectacle. He needed to send a message to Zhao Xian, commending him for a job well done. Without delay, Su Yang personally dialed his number. Zhao Xian, who was in the midst of drafting a mobile phone advertisement, was taken aback and slightly anxious upon seeing Su Yang's name on the screen. He wondered if there was something amiss with his work, prompting Su Yang to call him directly. Otherwise, why would Su Yang, a figure of considerable stature, contact an unknown individual like him? He hesitantly spoke. Teacher Su Yang, is there something wrong with my work that necessitated your call? His words momentarily caught Su Yang off guard, who had intended to praise Zhao Xian. With a wry smile, he replied, young man, could you perhaps have a bit more confidence in yourself? How do you know I'm not calling to bring you good news? He continued with a touch of exasperation. Don't be so pessimistic. Believe in your abilities. Your report was excellent. I found it to be remarkably comprehensive, even serving as a comparative checklist. I called not to discuss anything in particular, but simply to commend you on your exceptional performance this time. I hope you continue to strive for excellence. Your future rewards will undoubtedly be more generous. Keep up the great work, young man. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xian was overwhelmed with excitement and found himself at a loss for words. Really, Teacher Suyang? Have I truly performed so excellently this time? Having lived for so many years, he had never received such praise before. It all felt surreal. This was a person who had always struggled to find his place. And now, he was being lauded by someone he revered as an idol. He felt an immense sense of happiness and exhilaration. Of course, when have I ever spoken untruthfully? Suyang assured him. If I express my approval, it is indeed well-deserved. Zhao Xian fully believed Suyang's words. Knowing that he had no reason to deceive someone of his humble stature, Suyang held a position far beyond that of a mere motivator for him. Yes, Teacher Suyang, I will certainly continue to work hard and strive to become even better, fulfilling the tasks you entrusted to me with greater excellence. Zhao Xian excitedly vowed. Suyang couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need to do this for my sake. Do it for yourself. After offering a few more words of praise, Suyang ended the call. Just then, a call came in from the CEO of Blue Sky. Suyang surmised it was a follow-up regarding the feedback he had recently submitted. As expected of Teacher Suyang, the data produced by the individuals he selected was indeed remarkable. The call began with the CEO, Zhou Kun, greeting him with a hearty laugh. Suyang responded with a smile. As long as President Zhou is satisfied, that is all that matters. Zhou Kun replied jovially, of course, I am satisfied. When doing business with Teacher Suyang, dissatisfaction is simply not an option. Your integrity and reliability are always appreciated. Hearing this, Suyang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Thank you for your kind words, President Zhou. Such praise makes me feel proud. Zhou Kun continued, I have already made adjustments according to the data you submitted, and I will need your assistance once more to see how the market responds. Suyang readily agreed. Of course, that is my responsibility. For a modest investment of a few thousand yuan, he could receive a detailed report and achieve customer satisfaction, thereby enhancing their reputation. It would be foolish not to agree. However, I insist that the costs come from my end. I cannot allow you to bear the expenses alone. Zhou Kun insisted politely. Suyang smiled and replied, there's no need for that. I can certainly manage this small amount. You need not worry about it. He did not give Zhou Kun the chance to refuse, adding, you should not decline. Such minor matters should not be a point of contention between us, especially since we have many collaborations ahead. Surely, you would not deny me this opportunity? Suyang did not afford Zhou Kun the opportunity to refuse, driven by that particular sentiment, his aversion to being indebted to others. Even though it was unlikely that someone as honest as Zhou Kun harbored such thoughts, the burden of owing favors is indeed a considerable source of discomfort, one that Suyang wished to avoid. Very well, let us proceed according to your wishes, Mr. Suyang. Zhou Kun, upon hearing Suyang's words, felt compelled to acquiesce to his perspective. After all, it was merely a matter of several thousand yuan. Since Suyang had come to his aid, he could later reciprocate by supporting Suyang in other endeavors. Given Suyang's remarkable potential, it was likely that he would soon be able to repay the favor and perhaps even yield greater returns. This was precisely why Zhou Kun sought to collaborate with Suyang. All right, I shall oversee the arrangements and look forward to the grand unveiling of the product. Indeed, I leave it to you, Mr. Suyang. The two ended their call, and Suyang subsequently reached out to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was, of course, ecstatic. The fact that Suyang had contacted him was a testament to the immense trust placed in his capabilities. He believed that regardless of the monetary aspect, he ought to honor Suyang's reputation by executing the task with utmost diligence. For now, the garments have yet to be produced, so there is no need for such enthusiasm. I will reach out to you once they are ready. Faced with Zhao Xian's exuberance, Suyang could only shake his head in exasperation. This young man seemed to be overly excited. Rest assured, I will deliver the finest results. Zhao Xian was overjoyed, unable to contain his elation. Given Suyang's unwavering trust in him, he was determined not to disappoint. He vowed to exert every effort to fulfill Suyang's directives without any negligence, committing wholeheartedly to the task at hand. After concluding his conversation with Zhao Xian, Suyang approached the desk where Li Hua and the others were stationed. Mr. Suyang. The arrival of Suyang elicited a mixture of excitement and apprehension among Zhao Mengjie and the others. Suyang typically did not make unexpected visits, so his sudden appearance inevitably stirred a sense of unease. Observing their expressions, Suyang shook his head reassuringly. Do not worry, I am not here to trouble you. Your work on the animation has been exemplary. In fact, I take great pride in your accomplishments. Having such outstanding employees like you brings me immense pride. Chapter 100, A Conscientious Company. The three were elated to hear Su Yong's words. Who would not desire recognition, especially for young individuals such as themselves? Moreover, the one offering praise was their most revered figure, which filled them with an exhilarating sense of joy. Please, do not be anxious. I merely came to check on you. Patting Li Hua on the shoulder, he spoke gently. I do not regard you as subordinates, nor should you see me as merely a boss. We are collaborators and friends, united in the creative endeavor of animation. Your diligent efforts do evoke some concern for your well-being. Thus, I propose that you all undergo a medical examination tomorrow, just to be on the safe side. Otherwise, should any issues arise, it may be too late to address them. Rest assured, your salaries will remain unaffected, as this is an inherent requirement of the job. Upon hearing these words, Li Hua and his companions nodded in agreement, deeply moved. With a boss like Su Yang, what more could they desire? Their gratitude could only be reciprocated with even greater dedication. Such humanity is indeed a rarity. There are no late nights. Arriving late is permissible, provided it does not hinder progress. Once the day's tasks are accomplished, you may leave early without concern. In essence, as long as you fulfill your daily responsibilities, you are free to depart whenever you wish. However, at 6:30, irrespective of whether your work is completed, overtime is discouraged. You may simply resume your tasks the following day. To be candid, during his school days, Li Hua had often listened to his teachers discuss the grueling 996 and 007 work schedules, and he had felt immense trepidation. He understood his impotence in resisting the overwhelming force of capital, destined to become yet another pawn consumed by it. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be so fortunate as to join the Sun Animation Production Company. Truly, as the name suggests, the atmosphere here is harmonious. The policies are lenient, the boss possesses a commendable character and exceptional abilities, and the working environment is splendid, akin to basking in sunlight. The company offers an array of snacks, and if one finds themselves devoid of inspiration or fatigued, they may watch a show or even take a nap. Moreover, the remuneration is substantial, free from the burdens of a 996 lifestyle. You may leave early or arrive late, but overtime is simply not an option. Li Hua mused that, were it not for space constraints, he would consider residing at the office, for such benefits are unparalleled at home. He felt immensely fortunate to encounter an exemplary boss like Su Yang and to work within such a remarkable company. He truly felt blissful. He sincerely hoped that Su Yang's company would thrive for a century. Will this not delay our progress? Zhao Mingjie expressed some concern. Although visiting the hospital for an examination may sound straightforward, in practice, it is quite a complex endeavor. Zhao Mingjie believed that it would require a full day of effort to accomplish. A day's delay is insignificant. Health is paramount. Su Yang gently patted the shoulders of the three, stating, without your health, how can you continue to create exceptional works in the future? I do not believe that once you complete Pokemon, you will be free. Just like a cunning wolf, once you have boarded my ship, there will undoubtedly be subsequent projects. Do not claim that I am exploiting your labor. At Su Yang's words, the group could not help but chuckle. They were certainly not afraid of being overworked by him. Even when subjected to exploitation, they willingly acquiesce. Moreover, Su Yang has just mentioned that after completing the project on Pokemon, there are other animated works awaiting their attention. This revelation has alleviated their concerns about future employment, as they need not fret over the prospect of being jobless once Pokemon concludes. This aligns perfectly with their desires. As long as the company remains afloat, they could spend their entire lives here. Where else could they find such a comfortable workplace? Oh dear, President Su must not show favoritism. The animation production department is entitled to health checkups, and so too does our voice acting department require them. At this moment, Suya interjects, playfully appealing to Su Yang. Very well, everyone shall be treated equally. All may partake. Su Yang responds. Although the voice acting department has not been burdened with an abundance of tasks recently, their training obligations are quite substantial. Nonetheless, this does not hinder their opportunity for health checkups. Su Yang can certainly spare some time for them. After all, there are no performances scheduled at the moment, allowing for a more leisurely pace. Health is paramount. Thank you, President Su. Upon hearing that Su Yang would provide them with paid health checkups, the young women joyfully leapt with excitement, overflowing with happiness. With such a benevolent boss, they wish for his longevity and eternal good health. They hope the company continues to prosper, ideally allowing them to remain until retirement. They understand that after spending a significant amount of time in Su Yang's company, they would never wish to join another, as adapting elsewhere would be impossible. No other company could tolerate employees sleeping, eating, or watching dramas during work hours. Only Su Yang possesses such remarkable leniency. When they first encountered Su Yang's custom regulations, they were astounded. How could such a wondrous company exist in the world? Subsequently, they fell madly in love with this workplace, for it was impossible not to. Speaking of which, President Su, while you permit others to undergo health checkups, do you not intend to partake yourself? Suya, observing Su Yang about to turn away, quipped with playful intent. Oh, this Su Yang halted, turning to face Suya, his smile radiant as he replied, Sister Yer, look at how healthy I am. I should be fine without one. No way, Suya retorted, hands on her hips. Her brows furrowed like a fierce lioness confronting Su Yang. As the president, you must lead by example. She then glanced around at the others. Don't you agree? Who would dare dissent? Suya wields the power of finance and human resources with an iron grip, her words carrying more weight than Su Yang's. Thus, the only response was, you are absolutely right, Sister Ya. Hua Li Juan, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but smile benevolently, her expression that of an affectionate aunt. The youthful banter was indeed delightful. Well, you should know, Sister Yer, I have a fear of needles. Su Yang lamented, grimacing at the thought of a blood test. He could only wonder, who truly is the boss here? Is he, as the employer, not a bit too humble? That's not an option. I will accompany you. And you need only to avert your gaze from the needle. Suya asserted with a commanding wave of her hand. As the cornerstone of our company, what would happen if something were to go awry? Therefore, as your secretary, it is my duty to ensure your well-being. This is an obligation I must fulfill. Very well. Given Su Ya's unwavering stance and the soundness of her arguments, Su Yang found himself compelled to acquiesce. The alternative seemed to be her dragging him away, which would be quite the ordeal. That's the spirit, Mr. Su. Upon hearing his agreement, Su Ya transformed, her demeanor shifting to one of delightful sweetness. Indeed, a woman's change of heart can occur more swiftly than the turning of a page.